Hello. The people of Gabon are today waiting for the results of their presidential election held on Saturday. Gabon's president, Ali Bongo, hopes to win a third term in office. Ali Bongo came to power in 2009 when his father, Omar Bongo, died. In the contest, Ali Bongo had 13 opponents. After the election, the government imposed a curfew and shut down the internet in the oil-rich country. Opposition leaders are complaining that the election was not free and fair. The main opposition leader, Albert Ondo Osa, pointed out that many polling stations did not have ballot papers bearing his name. Meanwhile, President Emmerson Mnangagwa has been re-elected in Zimbabwe for a second term. The man known as the Crocodile won 52.6% of the votes, while his main challenger, Nelson Chamisa, got 44%. International observers say that the election fell short of the democratic standard. Since 2017, when Mnangagwa took over after a military coup removed Robert Mugabe, Zimbabwe had fallen deeper into poverty. Last month, inflation was 101.3%, and only 25% of Zimbabweans hold formal jobs. In Kenya, the transport minister has sacked the head of Kenya's airport authority due to power outage at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on Friday. Passengers were stranded at the airport for hours in long lines. The airport had no backup generators. The two backup generators provided for the airport 2 years ago were not yet installed. Tourism is Kenya's top source of foreign currency and accounts for 10% of the country's GDP. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, 5:30 p.m. in Harare, Zimbabwe, 4:30 p.m. in Libreville, Gabon, and 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, Declan Galvin, a Nairobi-based political analyst and former editor at SaharaReporters, weighs in on the impact of BRICS, the death of Wagner Chief, and Trump's crimes and punishment on Africa. He will also take your questions on the inner workings of the media in Nigeria. Declan, welcome to the show. Declan, welcome.
Thanks, Rudolph. Thank you.
All right. So let's start with Kenya. There was power outage in Kenya, and it's big news all over the world. What happened?
So I'm not entirely sure. I don't think we know what specifically happened, but we know that the country was thrown into a national blackout for, all of Friday, a great deal of Saturday, and even in the evening, last night, it was still kind of turning off and on. And to the government's credit, in terms of response, they took it all very serious the next morning and started terminating people and redeploying individuals. What's most shocking is the airport, JKIA, which is a very significant, piece of critical infrastructure for Kenya, and one of the more significant airports in the region, was completely without power. It left people stranded. The Kenya Aviation Authority said that at no point was anybody, flying, landing, or taking off at risk. That didn't impact the lights on the runway. But there's very embarrassing videos of throngs of people using cell phone flashlights to navigate. And it's terrible because Kenya is a serious country. And it's not, it shouldn't be grouped in with the most impoverished. It shouldn't be grouped in with countries which need a lot of additional capacity building and institutional maturity. Kenya is really well put together. And so the fact that they did not have redundancies in place for that airport is shocking. And it makes you wonder how many other lapses there are at the airport.
So I was in Kenya in 2017, and I noticed the airports, unlike most African airports, the security is very tight, and your car has to pass through whatever vehicle you're in, pass through security. How, without lights, how did they do that? What did everybody stay out of the airport for hours? What happened?
So I don't actually know, but what transpired was everybody got stalled and stuck. Whether people were moving in and out, because I know the barrier that you're talking about. To a certain extent, they probably were, but at a certain point, when there was no flights coming or leaving, nobody was moving at that point. There was no place to go, which is to say, that's a huge concern. So Kenya fought very hard to be able to build its security up to the point where it can have direct flights to the United States. It's a huge economic advantage for Kenya. And so, yet we still have these problems, and that's going to be raising questions.
How common is that, power outage in Kenya? When I was there, it wasn't for like 2 weeks. I didn't notice any.
It happens occasionally. Certain times of the year is more frequent than others, but it's certainly not like Nigeria, right, where it's a multi-day occurrence. So it's pretty good. It's pretty steady. It's not like South Africa. So if you look at like the big countries, from the size of economies, Kenya's infrastructure is far and above better than those in that peer group.
Is there any reaction from William Ruto, the president, so far?
Just people around him are all furious and embarrassed, and there's no way that the transportation secretary Merkelman would have swung into action aggressively as he did without the blessing of the president. So definitely Ruto, who's under a lot of pressure, right? As time is going on nationally, a lot of people are wondering whether this government can manage the affairs of the state. And then, so just as all of that's coming to the fore, we have this very embarrassing blackout. So no question, Ruto is livid and wanted decisive action.
Now, something else failed. The financial transaction system. What is it called again? I forgot. In Kenya, failed during the period. Is that connected to the power outage?
So it would be. And look, so Kenya's been having a lot of suspicious delays in a lot of its financial activity. Some people are wondering whether it's kind of a result of some of the cyber and DDoS attacks that happened against the country a couple of weeks ago, whether the banks and other financial institutions or like M-Pesa are kind of fortifying their security as a fallout. But there's been a lot of other delays. And then we have this big blackout, which of course would have then impacted. So if the power's out, then it's going to impact internet connectivity. It's going to be impacting the use of telecommunications. It's going to slow things down, and that will inevitably have an impact on the ability to conduct financial transactions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go to Zimbabwe. There was an election, and the result was announced, and our man, the crocodile, won third term. What is your take on that? Oh, second term.
Yeah. So look, no surprise in terms of any of that. It was of course, there was systematic irregularities. There was intimidation of civil society. There were suspicious patterns in terms of the rate at which presidential results were being announced, where MP races weren't necessarily being announced at that same pace. So lots of the typical manipulation that we've come to associate with Zimbabwean elections.
Yeah, but now we can say it's not just Zimbabwe. In Gabon, exactly the same thing that plays out across Africa. There will be election. The opposition will say, "Oh, this was rigged." no more complaints like my name was not on the ballot, and so is anything changing across Africa?
I think that the pendulum is beginning to swing in more of the negative direction. So I do think that there was a few years, where it looked like we were having succession in regimes. It looked like things were there was more accountable, but I just don't see the incentive structure in place to move the needle in the right direction, for African states. There's just too much that people are willing to excuse or ignore, or bad practices that get incentivized. So I'm becoming a little bit more of a pessimist.
All right. Last week there was a meeting in South Africa, the BRICS. They met in South Africa, and they admitted Ethiopia and Egypt. Did you follow the process of what happened?
Yeah, the BRICS expansion was a really fascinating development, and they added also Argentina,
United
Saudi
Arab.
Arabia, the UAE, and Iran. And I think that one of the so if we just look at Ethiopia and Egypt, no pun intended, I think that the key reason why both of those countries were admitted is distilled down to water. So if you look at the tension between Egypt and Ethiopia, primarily it's focused on the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is basically leveraging and utilizing the Nile in order to kind of promote Ethiopian development and whatnot. And Egypt has historically had been very, very sensitive around how people deal with the Nile, because they see this as their lifeline, and it's essential. So anybody who's going to be damming or impacting the flow of that water, Egypt gets very upset and hostile towards. And it's not just been Ethiopia; it's also been, to a certain extent, Uganda. And so that, I think, is really key. I think that the BRICS wanted Ethiopia for a whole host of reasons, but that they didn't want to risk alienating or making Egypt upset at them. So they had to admit Egypt. Egypt has obviously control over the Suez Canal, which is one of the world's most significant shipping lanes and nodes for cargo movement. And particularly China and Russia want to make sure that they have access and perhaps even sway over the regulation and management of that as much as possible. And so they can't afford to upset Egypt because of that.
What about Nigeria? What happened?
So I think so then obviously we've seen Shatima come out saying, oh, well, we never applied. And maybe that's true. I find it hard to believe, but maybe it's true. It doesn't matter, because the decision, at least according to my assessment, on which countries to include had more to do with trade-offs than actual, like, people bringing in an enormous amount to the table, right? So Nigeria, I don't know what Nigeria would necessarily bring. There's some things that it could bring to the table, but they already knew that they wanted Ethiopia, and they admitted Egypt to just make sure that they didn't upset too many people. If we look at the inclusion of Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Iran, the one country out of all of them that was recently admitted that can really call this a major victory was Iran. So Iran has, of course, been alienated in the international system, led through U.S. sanctions. And this inclusion is really one of the most significant multilateral institutions that Iran is now part of. And because of a lot of the financial sanctions, which denied Iran's ability to use SWIFT in its banking, that's basically how a lot of international financial transactions gets moderated, is through SWIFT. They could potentially be a really key player in finding an alternative to the SWIFT system, which is what China and Russia both want to do. So including Iran also means that you need to include Saudi Arabia. Otherwise, you're going to be picking sides on the kind of the Gulf state divide. And Saudi Arabia does bring quite a bit to the table in terms of petroleum products, in terms of capital, in terms of having a really kind of interesting foreign policy presence. So all of that really interesting diplomatic stuff that I've just highlighted, where does Nigeria fall into that, right? How is Nigeria actually kind of involved in big state politicking? Why?
All right, Declan is frozen, and we'll wait for him to rejoin us. And we are going to talk about the Wagner Chief and the impact on Africa, because they are operating in several parts of Africa. What would that mean? And we will also touch on Trump with this what's going through in America. And being that Declan is from Maine originally and now lives in Nairobi, we want to hear his viewpoint. I think we will get to all that, and of course, you have an opportunity to question him, and if you have any concern, even if it's based on his work when he was with SaharaReporters, and we hope that some of our people who were interested in talking to him last time he was here will be able to join us. All right, Declan.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
So just to highlight, because I'm answering your question, but in a roundabout way. Nigeria, if you look at all of the big stakes at play within why certain members were included, it makes sense that Nigeria would not be included because there's no big stakes for them. There's no massive contribution that they'd provide. And it's clear that BRICS, core members wanted to be highly selective in how they brought people in and not to upset people along the way.
Do you think that this will change the geopolitics of Africa, that Nigeria not being there, or that the people who are there, they have any advantage when it comes to African politics?
It'll have, of course, some impact, but it won't reshape anything. I think in previous conversations, you've asked the question, does Nigeria need Africa more than Africa needs Nigeria? And my answer is Nigeria needs Africa more, right? The continent will move forward whether Nigeria is along or not. There's only a couple countries in Africa which were admitted. Many more were not. So I don't think on that front there's going to be much of a change. Secondly, South Africa has been a member of BRICS for well over 10 years, and yet it is in probably its worst management, financial, economic, governance state since the end of apartheid. So it's clear that BRICS is no silver bullet and will lift countries out of problems or despair.
Yeah, talking about what could change, do you think that if they succeed in providing an alternative to the dollar, that will make an impact?
Yeah, it would. However, I think that we're many, many years off. All
right. So
away from anything realistic is hello. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
What they're trying to do now is use other currencies to the dollar to encourage kind of exchange and trade. So using the ruble or using the Chinese currency, using the South African rand to conduct commercial activity. Now, the reason that that's not a big deal in terms of confronting the dollar, at least based off of what I've read, is the total trade between BRICS members is only about 6% of their total trade volume. So it's not a tremendous amount.
How would this impact China's mission in Africa?
So I think that China's playing a multi-pronged, very sophisticated strategy in Africa. And so the country that benefited the second most out of this, I believe, was China. So Iran was first, and it shows that China is really able to it really helped China advance toward normalizing or having people be aware that an alternative to the U.S.-led financial system is possible, however far that may be. So by bringing Saudi Arabia, which has a close relationship with the U.S., the UAE, and then Iran, which has a terrible relationship with the U.S., these three key countries in the Middle East could, if the right kinds of programs and mechanisms are put in place, could begin to promulgate other kinds of financial transactions beyond just the dollar. And Dubai is really important within that, because Dubai's future lies in being a financial services and banking center for the global economy. And so if they could find an alternative to SWIFT and then convince the Emiratis to say, look, keep using SWIFT. Nobody's going to tell you to stop using the dollar or SWIFT or whatever else. We're saying just also use this, and then we can continue to do business with your banks in Dubai. Then all of a sudden you start having kind of a toehold into eroding what would be a U.S., overwhelmingly U.S.-led global system. I know I'm talking more about the Middle East, but there's a reason for that. The answer to your question actually does not lie as much in Africa as it does the Middle East. These African states, and then I'll specifically say South Africa, have always been junior partners within the BRICS arrangement. And so Ethiopia is compelling. Egypt is somewhat compelling. Yeah, this is what China's approach is.
One last thing about Nigeria. So when the vice president said that Nigeria did not apply, what do you think happened? Why was he there? And why did he not say that before going, why he went there? And, what do you think happened? And why is it that the BRICS nations didn't even comment on that?
Yeah, so look, I think that, okay, so there's lots of reasons to go on these trips. And we know that Nigerian public officials like to go on these junkets and to go to South Africa, and they'll shop a little bit, and, they can just put their feet up somewhat. They don't have to be in Nigeria, and they can just kind of socialize in a different way. So that right there is all the incentive that Shatima needs to actually go to South Africa. However, on the diplomatic and strategic economic side, it is highly likely that Nigeria will be looking to reap benefits from BRICS arrangements where and when possible, and then that's what it is. I'm not sure if specifically China and Russia nodded to Nigeria before the BRICS summit, saying, "Look, you're being considered." The sense that I get, I would hope that Nigeria knew that they were not high in the ranking of new BRICS membership ahead of time, because there's so many pre-meetings and arrangements that's necessary. So I would hope that it didn't come as a surprise to anybody, but then again, I don't know.
All right, let's look at West Africa, what's happening in Niger Republic. So overnight, we heard that the French ambassador is refusing to leave the country. The coup plotters asked him to leave. We also know that Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, is saying that he's the only one stopping ECOWAS from moving in. What do you think about these two? What do you think?
No, okay, so I think that Tinubu and his administration, they're certainly flapping. Nigeria has a whole score of challenges and problems that any administration, whether you think Tinubu is ready or not, but any administration would have tremendous difficulty in managing this. But he's an old man, and I think he's weak, and I think his government is weak, and it's important for him to appear strong, and that kind of rhetoric from the Nigerian head of state, one of the key anchor states in ECOWAS, could serve that domestic agenda in one way or another. I am of the opinion that ECOWAS could deploy forces in Niger. Some people don't think that that's realistic. I think it could. I think they could. But the decision is going to be based off of the domestic political realities of every major ECOWAS state, not the overall situation in Niger. I think that West African states are increasingly feeling insecure. I think that the Islamic insurgencies in Francophone Africa risk spilling into Anglophone Africa and West Africa, and that this is something which has a lot of people concerned. On the counterbalance of that is we also have a number of West African states whose leaders are illegitimate, and they fear that if we start mingling in other people's affairs, that down the road maybe other people will use that as the precedent to mingle in theirs. So I think that's the strategic logic behind Tinubu's remarks. With the French ambassador, look, so the French government is obviously disputing the legitimacy of these putschists, and he's saying, therefore, you don't actually have the legitimacy to PNG me. But if when and if they become the legitimate government and head of state, if he's PNG'd, he has to leave. That's the rule. That's just 101. So
I also know that the Americans are also in that country. What is the situation now? How could they be there in that large numbers, and the French and these people are in charge of the country? How does that work?
You mean like why would these diplomatic missions remain in country?
No, not the diplomats. I'm talking about the military.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Look, yeah, you're right. The U.S. has a pretty kinetic military installation in Niger, which has been used as a staging ground for drone operations. And if you remember, a few years ago, several U.S. military soldiers were killed in Niger. And so yeah, the U.S. definitely has a presence there, and the fact that the country's been overtaken by putschists, basically they're not coup plotters. It was successful. That's awkward. The U.S.'s position would be, we're not going to retreat away from anti-democratic activities. We have significant security investments in the country, which we will remain and oversee. But this is messy. It's very messy.
So if they ask the Americans to leave, do you think the Americans will resist?
I do. Yeah.
They will say no.
So if they were to, I think they would. They would say no on if they say get rid of the embassy. The U.S. would resist, and for the same with likely the same line of argument that the French have been using. Maybe they would get rid of the ambassador and they would just have a charge d'affaires in place. But yeah.
All right. So now, what do you think will happen next? What do you think will happen, and how would that be resolved in the Niger Republic situation? We know that Wagner Group were there, and now that the chief is dead, what is the impact?
So okay, with Prigozhin's elimination a couple days ago, this does not. Just take the personalities out of it. Russia has an embedded interest in finding ways to circumvent both sanctions that have been placed on them, as well as a way to kind of enrich, the oligarchs and sycophants around Vladimir Putin. That is very much how the Russian state operates. One of the devices that they use in order to continue to advance those interests is a group like Wagner, which overwhelmingly is invited into these countries, which have weak systems of government, which has typically illegitimate leadership, And then they say, look, we can provide you expert security around these things in exchange for whether it's mining concessions, whether it's certain kinds of access to airspace, etc. And that's a good deal for a lot of these governments, whether it's Niger or Central African Republic or Mali. They all fall into the same category. That will not change with the death of Prigozhin. Now, maybe it will be stalled, it'll slow down a bit, but ultimately this recipe that the Russian state and Vladimir Putin has found is a recipe for them. And so it's going to persist, at least in the medium term.
Now, when we talk about Niger Republic, we don't hear a lot about the pipeline going from Nigeria to Algeria to Europe. We don't hear a lot about the uranium, which the Americans and all the Western nations are interested in. Why is that?
I think that those things are complicated, and most people just don't do. I think French media does a much better job at covering Niger than English media. But you're right. I mean, these are critical elements of where Western and Eastern interests, for that matter, are in Niger. Niger is not well understood in English media and in English-speaking countries.
Do you think that the alliance with Burkina Faso and countries like Algeria saying they're interested in getting involved in that it will change whatever ECOWAS might do?
Yeah, I think that this is also why ECOWAS is sanctioning and putting pressure on these countries, because, and again, this is all about the domestic politics of Burkina Faso and I think Guinea is another one. This is what's going on, and this is where it's being halted. It just makes Tinubu's statement that he's the only thing holding back an ECOWAS deployment more that ridiculous, because there is legitimate disagreement within ECOWAS on how to handle the Niger situation. If the Niger situation is not handled, I mean, I really think West Africa risks being destabilized, not just from Niger, but this is the most recent potent example. We have a serious issue in Burkina Faso. We have Mali is basically, destabilized and exporting that to kind of the region. Nigeria is problematic. Cameroon is problematic. Like, the region is not doing too hot from a security standpoint.
But do you think that the Nigerian military, they are capable of dealing with the situation if they decide to go into Niger Republic?
I think that a Nigerian secondment to ECOWAS under an ECOWAS leadership, which is financed properly with a proper mission mandate, would be more effective than the alternative of a bilateral deployment. A Nigerian bilaterally deploying would be a poor idea. That would probably not work. I don't think that these putschists in Niger, I don't think that I think they have more bark than bite. And I think an ECOWAS deployment would scare them, and they would probably be more willing to negotiate some kind of soft landing. If you remember, I think it was 2016 or 2015 in Gambia, when Gambia had its election, Yahya Jammeh lost to Adama Barrow, and at first he said he was going to step aside, and then he says, "No, I think I'll stay." And ECOWAS was going to deploy, and that was going to come with the assistance of Senegal. And when Senegal began to move its forces closer to the Gambia border, and they basically issued Yahya Jammeh the ultimatum, that's what made him leave more than anything. So I think a similar scenario could play out in Niger, but it would have to be well managed, and I think it's more complex.
All right. For our viewers, in another 10 minutes or so, you will have an opportunity to join us and talk to Declan. Let's come back to your former country, America. Your former country, America. So I know you are following what's happening with the former president, Donald Trump. What are you seeing as someone who is outside of America? How is that playing out in Kenya?
Look, so I think that I think that the majority of people that I hear from here think it's all funny and ridiculous. I mean, it's all very it all sounds like African politics. It's all something that we're familiar with if we study what's going on here. And people have in their heads built up that the United States doesn't really do this, right? That the U.S. has decorum and it has democracy and it talks about constitutional practices, and yet you have the former head of state embroiled in all this legal drama and breaking all sorts of really sensible laws, and withholding property that doesn't belong to him from the government. It's all very familiar, and I think people find it funny overall. I mean, yeah, so that's what it is. It's all embarrassing, actually, is what I think. But
someone like the former president of Angola went through something like this after he left office and actually handed over power to someone he trusted. Now, someone like Museveni in Uganda, watching this, do you think he's worried about what might happen to him when he leaves office?
Museveni.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, look, so this is something that all leaders who've managed the affairs in a corrupt way worry about. Trump included. So yeah, Museveni is frightened. Same thing in Zimbabwe. Same thing with the governments in Nigeria. That people are always worried that they'll get pursued after office, so they don't leave.
All right. What about you? You're from America. Do people meet you and say, you're Americans, what's going on in your country? And because I know that there are some stories out of Nigeria that when people see them here in America, they come to me and say, what's going on in your country? What do people say to you when they see you?
They ask me what's going on, and I just tell them that I've abandoned it, and I'm a refugee in Kenya. So they ask, and I provide them, the same kind of response that I provide to you, that the guy is guilty, and he had many more chances than the average person to change his ways and to avoid the worst of it. But I'm proud that we have institutions that are pursuing these people, and I'm proud that there's still elements of our citizenry and of our and bureaucrats within the government who do what's right by the rule of law. I'm very happy for that, and I feel bad for them that they're getting beaten up.
If should he win in 2024, how would that play out? Do you know?
If with Trump,
yeah.
I think he's going to get the Republican nomination, and I have him to win the next election. And I think that's what he's going to go for. And it's going to be very difficult if he wins that election. It's going to be very difficult for federal courts to reverse that or to jail a sitting president or something like that. Like, it's all, on the one hand, it's all, we've never done this before. On the other, it's kind of good that we're going through it so that we have legal precedent to deal with it. God forbid it happens in the future. But this guy is all in. This guy's all in.
So for African leaders watching this, what lessons do you think they're learning? Do you think there are things they're thinking about based on what they're seeing going on in America?
Say that again.
No, African leaders who are watching what's going on in America, what lessons do you think they are learning, and what do you expect them to do in reaction? Because that's typically how it goes.
This really does erode, American credibility. So when we talk to a country like Niger, we're like, this is undemocratic. This is not how you do things. This is illegal. This person was democratically elected. We need to uphold will of the people. Every one of those arguments gets eroded because of the conduct of Trump, and because of how the media is willing to segments of the media is willing to endorse him and agree and propagate his lies. How we've got institutions, individuals at the head of institutions who who support him because he was their boss, and all of these other absurd things. It erodes the U.S.'s ability to say this is inappropriate. Now they can really say go deal with your own problems.
This weekend in America, people are marking the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington, where Martin Luther King Jr. made a speech, I Have a Dream. And yesterday in Jacksonville, Florida, I don't know if you heard the story, one gunman killed some black people, and he basically left notes that he was going to kill black people, and he did that. He actually targeted a historical black college, but they didn't let him in, and then he went to a dollar store, I believe. So what do you think about the state of race relationships in America? Is it improving? Has it gone bad? What's happening?
So I think the status of race relations in the U.S. it's tense, but it's also as strong as it's ever been. And I'm basing this off of actual people in the United States who have friends or loved ones or spouses or partners who are of a different race or nationality. Like if you look at that across the country, that matters the most. It matters that people are accepting, others of a different race into their houses and their social and professional networks. That matters more than anything. And that doesn't mean that diversity is easy. It doesn't mean that we don't still have a ways to go. But we should not allow ourselves to believe that the country is utterly failing because we have these horrific incidents like what you just mentioned, because we've made tremendous progress, and we'll continue to do it, and there's still a lot of work that we need to do.
All right. One last question before I let the audience in. So if you want to join us, when you come in, please let's turn on your camera, and we will let you in. And please, when we call on you, just ask a question. Don't preach. We want to get as many people as possible involved in the conversation. All right. So Nigeria is going through a period, a process. They say all eyes are on the judiciary. It's either they rule for at the presidential level, rule for Bola Tinubu against him. So can you, based on the fact that you know Nigeria very well, you've covered Nigeria, what do you think will be the possible outcome and reaction?
So with regard to what I missed that what you said about Tinubu.
If the tribunal should rule for Tinubu or against him.
I you know what? So I've not considered at all that the tribunal would rule any other way than in Tinubu's favor. I forgot the tribunal was there. I did. That took me a minute. I apologize. Yes, if it rules against him, they'll be chased. They'll be accused of things. It's not. I haven't considered that. I hope I'm wrong because that would be interesting.
But it happened in Kenya.
Kenya and Nigeria are not the same country.
So all right. I know a lot of people will question you about the media, in Nigeria, and I will leave that to them. But let me ask you: when you look at this period in Nigerian history, how do you rate the media?
Of recent?
Yes, after you left Sahara, watching.
So I think that Premium Times, there are new platforms that are doing a good job. I think that it's more difficult. It's more difficult than ever, and there's more platforms than ever. And people get a lot of their information and knowledge from WhatsApp, which is never vetted. So I think that's kind of the issue. But there are good sources of information. I still think the cable does a good job. I would like to see more investigative pieces. I don't really see that anymore.
All right. let's open up the studio for people who may want to talk to our guest. Our guest is Declan Galvin, who was editor at Sahara. He's a political analyst in Nairobi, Kenya. So when I bring you in, you have an opportunity to talk to him. Welcome in, Cyril Orji. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Rudolph, and thank you, Declan. I really enjoyed your analysis. That was great. I have a couple of questions, but I'll just ask one so that maybe if it comes to my turn again, I'll ask it. I was kind of interested in your view that you think that ECOWAS will attack Niger. That really rang a bell off my head. On what basis? It would have been the likely thing because, in my opinion, leaders tend to go to war so that they can detract attention from the challenges they have at home. So that might be a reason why Tinubu could go to war. But I think it is no brainer that the Northerners don't want him to attack their brethren. Can you address that? Thank you.
Yeah, look. So I think if the ECOWAS deployment occurs, it's because people will be genuinely concerned that the next coup that happens against them will not be met with resistance. And so this is all about people hedging bets on the future. I don't think Nigeria falls into that. I don't think that Tinubu's worried about a coup. But I think that Nigeria is a big country, and there's many small countries in ECOWAS where that kind of activity is more likely, and we've seen that historically. And just the same way, these countries which say no ECOWAS deployment, most of them rose to power through questionable or illegitimate means. And they're also hedging bets on the future that they don't want intervention, in their country. So I think that's ultimately the question.
Just a follow-up. The fundamental question I'm trying to get at is, everybody knows, I have a couple of friends, when I discuss with them, everybody agrees directly or indirectly that the Nigerian army belongs to the North, whether we like it or not. The Fulanis have the army. So if the military is opposed to going to war, and they walk in and tell Mr. Tinubu, no, you can't. So how can Tinubu go to war if he doesn't have the military behind him? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that ECOWAS will look to build, a force to deploy.
All right. I think Declan is frozen, and hopefully he will reconnect with us. Now, if you're watching Pansat, this is an opportunity for you to join us. Remember last Sunday, you wanted a debate or question for Declan. So we actually set up this program as a way to make sure that you have that opportunity to talk to him. So while we wait for Declan to reconnect, maybe we will take a break, and then we'll be right back. All right.
Sorry, Rudolph. My internet went down.
Yeah, I could see. All right. Welcome back. And then let's go to Tone, you're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Hi. Good day. It's afternoon here in London. Right. Question is to Declan. Declan, you declared so calmly and confidently that the forces, the ECOWAS forces will be a walk in the park in crushing the Niger coupists, if you want to put it that way. And you also pined that they are it's just a back rather than a bite. To you, what makes you make such an outlandish claim? Do you understand the military?
So I think,
Do you understand the military
yes.
capability
I think,
of this region? And bearing in
apologies,
mind
there's a
that
delay.
they'll be getting some support from these other African countries, and Russia is still in the picture. So, do you still stand by that claim?
So if you remember what my statement was, I'm of the opinion that we could see an ECOWAS deployment. There are some people who think that that's completely unrealistic, and I don't think that that's the case. I think we could see one, and if we see one, it's going to be animated by the points that I made earlier, which is domestic political realities and concerns around the future. Which I think I highlighted. In terms of the military capabilities of ECOWAS, those are there, no question about it. ECOWAS has member states and standing forces that are able to do something like a deployment to Niger. It's just a fact. It's happened. There have been ECOWAS deployments in the past. There have been secondments for peacekeeping and stabilization operations. So it's not technically it's not difficult. It's kind of been done before, and there's a chain of command, etc.
Okay, right. Right.
Tom, thank you. We'll come back to you if we have the chance to get back to you.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening from Lagos.
Yeah, how are you?
Oh, we bless God. We thank God for today. Declan, I have two questions for you. Number one, what is the legitimacy for the Western countries, US and France, refusing to leave Niger, considering that Niger is a sovereign nation? What are their legitimacy, and what is the difference between invading a nation and doing what they are doing now, using Russia as an example? And that is the reason why NATO joined forces to support Ukraine against Russia. So if France and US are refusing to leave Niger, what are their legitimacy? That's the first question. Number two, in your analysis, do you consider that the 7 states in Nigeria bordering with Niger are also considered as part of Nigeria indirectly, and they have warned that Nigeria should not get involved in that war? If they do, they will attack. They will become a weapon in the hand of Nigerians to attack Nigeria up to Lagos State. We are told today is on news. Thank you.
Yeah. So first part of your question, the argument that the French are using to not leave the country. This is the French ambassador specifically that I'm talking about. Is because they're saying that the individuals telling them to leave are not legitimate leaders, that they came to power through illegitimate, unlawful, extra-legal ways, and that they don't actually have the mandate to issue such an order. And so that's the argument. It wouldn't be like if Tinubu tells the French, okay, you're PNG'd, we don't want to see you. They would have to leave. And if they didn't, it would be a serious violation of international law. It's not the same thing, according to them. And the same, when Rudolph asked the question, would the U.S. do it? We were talking hypothetically, but the U.S. would highly likely issue, use the same levels of justification. Your second question, in terms of a deployment and something around Nigeria, you said that Niger,
we have 7 states. We have 7 states in Nigeria, bordering with Niger,
yes.
Niger Republic, and these 7 states. You remember the last Oka coup in Nigeria, were removed from Nigeria to be part, that they are not part of the Nigerian state during the Oka coup. Now, these 7 states, their governors and their religious leaders and political leaders have told Nigeria, in fact, directly to Tinubu, not to get Nigeria involved into the war. If Nigeria does that, it's going to affect our country also. So what do you think about that?
Sure. I think that's quite possible right now. I think that an ECOWAS deployment would, as I mentioned earlier, it would frighten the putschists, and I think that they would look for a soft landing. I don't think that this would evolve into a massive war. I think that the Nigerian military would not want to.
All right. So once again, I think Declan is internet is frozen.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, it's probably what I mentioned with the power and the issue with electricity. So yeah, so look, that's the answer. I don't think that it would be a rough and tumble war if ECOWAS deployed.
Chino Nyeram, you are next. We can't hear you, Chino Nyeram. No, sorry, Chino Nyeram, you have to call back. Connection is not good.
So my question, can you hear me now?
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, considering the 2 countries spearheading BRICS as an organization, China and Russia, Mr. Declan, do you think BRICS as an organization poses as much threat as popularly conceived they do to America in particular and NATO in general, in both their political and economic hegemony? Do you really think BRICS as an organization, considering the 2 countries spearheading it, Russia and China, do you really think they pose as much threat as popularly conceived they do to America's political and economic hegemony? Thank you.
Yeah. So no. Look, I don't think that BRICS presently poses any threat to the U.S. or its hegemony, particularly in the financial system. I think that expanding BRICS membership is a good thing, and having different avenues for countries to conduct transactions outside of the dollar in their local currencies, I think that's a good thing. That ultimately makes economies more resilient, and it allows kind of more integration, which I support. I think in the long term, evolving away from the SWIFT system, which I'd mentioned earlier, and that does kind of pose a risk to the U.S. Having leverage, but it's one of many ways the U.S. maintains leverage over situations. And I don't actually think people are going to be de-dollarizing anytime soon. I think inevitably the dollar will no longer be the world's reserve currency, but that won't happen in 10 years. We're talking, in a lifetime.
All right. Thank you. Before we go to forefathers, let me ask you this question: what's the difference between the way the guys in Niger, the military guys in Niger, are being treated, to the way that the president of Egypt today was treated when he planned his coup and took over the government from Islamic Brotherhood?
Sure. Sure. Yeah. I think that, and I don't know enough about the Egypt case, but countries are selective in how they treat other countries, right, depending on their interests. It's not just, of course, the U.S. and France who are uh, very much against this existing government. There are other countries in the region who have issues, right? Uh, but that's just how it is. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hypocrisy in the system, no question.
All right. Thank you. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, and special greetings to Declan for coming in. Regarding this thing, the BRICS nation, from what my observation is that they are locking out a specific group of African population, which is the majority African population. And from my chart that I drew, you can literally draw a circle around the nations that they selected to join the African nation. It turns out that most of those nations were part of they attended the BRICS, that's the League of Nations in early last century. So they seem to be dealing with specific people. And this is why I say to our own Niger Congo groups that they need to open their eyes to what is going on around the world. Because you came here, you literally said ECOWAS should go into Niger. That is not going to amount to anything. How can you possibly say that? You know full well that it's going to lead to all kinds of chaos. Algeria is talking about coming in. Algeria is a massive military. This in Burkina Faso, Mali, they are also talking about joining that conflict. And then you also went on to say that the French said that they're not going to leave Niger because they are a military regime, but they left Mali, they left other countries. But suddenly they got to Niger. Oh, we're not going to leave anymore. And this, I've been warning our people about this. They don't seem to understand the dangers of all these people coming to our territories. And now it begins to be revealed. They actually said it, that they're going to invade Africa using this method. This is what they are doing. And if they go and trigger a war now, they're going to trigger a war that maybe Russia will join, China will join, all of them, and they come and destroy our own homeland. This is what they are doing. And he comes here to say, ECOWAS should go in there. ECOWAS, that would be the most grievous mistake ECOWAS will ever make. And if Tinubu dares to do that, they should have to stop him. I'm sure they have already stopped him in Nigeria. And they stopped him in ECOWAS. I disagree with your analysis that it's okay for them to just go into Niger. Because the kind of form that will open it to make Libya seem like a joke, really. And it will not do us any good. We should never, ever do anything like that in Niger. And this brings me to my question. Do you think a people that has enslaved our people, colonized our people, neo-colonized our people on top of it, will ever be viable partners in this world? Because it looks like our people have to make a decision whether to move away from the West permanently and go east, or if there is a way to work this out. Because I don't think so far the West has even any iota of intention to stop what they are doing. Because clearly, look at the way France is behaving right now. They don't want to leave a sovereign nation where the leader that has taken over says, leave the country, you refuse to leave, even when they did it earlier on. Now they are saying suddenly this one is because they have uranium, they have more strategic interest there. America is making the same argument. Is this not all about power and knowing full well that they have power over these African countries and willing to risk the entire population of that region if bigger nations join, like Algeria, Russia, and who knows who else will join the conflict on the backside? So do you think we should completely rule out the West? And if you think we should not rule out the West in terms of forming alliances with them, what do you think the West can do to reassure us that that they are still a viable partner to work with?
Sure. So before I answer your questions, I never said that I thought ECOWAS should invade. Never once did I say that. What
I
I
thought you said
said,
they can go in, they can go into deploy into the country.
I said that they technically can. That didn't mean that I think that they should.
Right?
Right?
I don't know what the difference is.
The
I don't know
difference
what the
is,
difference is.
the difference, and again, what I had said was, people are saying ECOWAS can't go in. They could go in. It's fully within their remit to deploy. That's a completely different statement than me saying we should have Niger invaded. And so that's a huge difference.
But I didn't hear you say the opposite, though. That's the other thing. I didn't hear you say Niger should not be invaded.
So because I'm giving an assessment, I'm saying this, a lot of people say that this isn't possible. And I said, actually, I hold a minority view, which is that ECOWAS could invade. That doesn't mean that I think that it's a good idea.
Exactly, but you didn't say the opposite, that you don't think, because what you are painting, you're painting the picture that it's okay for them to do it.
So forefathers, then don't assume that that's what I thought, because it seems like you based a lot of your subsequent thinking off of something which was never stated, which is fine.
Actually, you don't have to state it. You don't have to state it. It's the impression you are living with people. If you didn't know that, I'm just leaving that for you right now. You are living the impression that it's okay for them to go in, but not okay.
I think anybody who listens says that I'm fairly measured in what I say, and then when I want to offer some commentary, I'm pretty clear on that. Anyway, now you understand, which is fine. In terms of your question of does the West actually represent kind of good partners, or is this an area? Is this a region which African states should partner with? I think absolutely. If you think that one side, East or West, will not advance their interests as much as possible, then that's a joke. Every state who's serious in being involved in diplomacy and strategic economic engagements are going to advance their interests as far and as much as they can. If you see that as exploitative, then my suggestion is that we need to really actually make sure that the governments in Africa or anywhere else are in a position where they're actually going to be able to kind of push back and also play some more serious diplomatic games and not allow for this exploitation, because I don't think that that's the way things are going these days.
I get what you are saying. However, given we've seen the relationship that Russia has with Iran and Syria and other countries, they've maintained relatively benign relations in terms of not exploiting those nations. And we've seen other relationships that China has had. Compare that with the relationship that Western people have had, including France. It has been very, very exploitative. So if we are to carry on with this relationship, personally, that's my original position. My original position was we should be natural allies. But no, they don't treat us like natural allies. Maybe because of the hang-ups of history. That's why I went back to the question. If a people have been enslaved and colonized, the people that the enslavers and colonizers, will they ever bring themselves down or raise the other sides up to the point whereby they see them as equals in terms of relationship? Is that ever possible? And if that is not possible, or if that is possible, what would it take? You did say that we should do diplomacy, but I'm looking for something concrete. What will it take to show that they actually mean it this time? Because they did do that with Israel. They did that with Israel. You can see that they were able to partner with Israel quite, in a relatively good way. They partnered with Japan, that they nuked twice in a relatively an okay way, and South Korea. If we have to partner with them, are they capable of doing having the same partnership as they have with the other nations that I just mentioned?
Declan.
Look, I think if you're looking for an international system, which is
All right. I think he's frozen. Can you guys hear him? No. Okay.
I cannot hear him.
So we'll wait for him to rejoin us, and and continue the conversation. I also we want to know. I think there's something that I think is actually not talked about a lot, which is this the end of colonization. If this is the final battle for Africa to be truly independent of either the West or the East, and how is that going to happen? So I think that's what, hopefully that's my reading of where forefathers is going to. I don't think that both the East and the West are that they're basically going to be partner without their interests. I don't know which one is better. I don't know if I would say that China and Russia are better than the West, but we've tried the West, and
we know the results, and we also know the result of what China and Russia has done with other partners. The West, they are capable of doing it. We've seen it with Japan and other nations like South Korea and Israel. But it's just that with us, maybe because of hangover of history, they just seem to be incapable of doing it.
all right, let's hear Declan.
Sorry, yeah, I don't know where I dropped off. Look, so I think if we're going to be searching for an international system that's devoid of racism, we're going to be looking for a long time. The reality is there's an enormous amount of racism within the diplomatic sphere, which is it's totally unacceptable, but it's there. It's a reality, and it's not just West versus Africa. It's not just white versus black. I have spoken to African diplomats who have terrible racist things to say about Asians. So this is part of the system that it is, and I don't like it, but that's how it is. I think that probably the more productive way is to look at building economic and political relationships is to look at it like a balance sheet. Like, what do I get out of this engagement? Does this actually fit within kind of my national strategy and the development agenda? That's the way to do it. And you don't always have to like your partners. What you have to do is you have to have a balance sheet and a partnership that makes sense to you and that can be sustained. I think the rest was probably going to lead you astray.
I agree with you on racism. Racism, I don't care for racism. It doesn't matter whether they are racist or not. The important thing is whether you can partner with people. Like I said, they partnered with China and Japan. They partnered with South Korea. They partnered with Israel just fine. And my issue is I don't think it has anything to do with racism per se. It just has something to do with what you are already used to doing, what is already baked into the bloodstream. When you are used to exploiting the people, how can you suddenly switch from that without any major conflagration to just start partnering with them? And this is the problem that the West they have to answer these questions themselves, because I think this question is for them. And from the point of view of the African people themselves, especially the majority group on this continent, they need to start figuring it out very quickly where they need to go, because what is going on right now is clear case of slow motion invasion that is going on the continent. Because you just said that they are going to refuse to leave Niger. This is not their country. They ask them to leave, they refuse to leave. This is an invasion, basically. And this is why we as a people, I'm not referring to you now, we as Africans, we need to start thinking fast about what we need. If we need to shift our allegiances and alliances to the East, it shouldn't have to be exploitative, because we've seen that happen in a kind of a constructive way before. We could do that, but it needs to happen quickly, because I'm sure you understand that there is a bit of a flux in the multipolar world that we are in right now, and if we don't react now, this is a chance for us to react. And if we don't react now, when the world settles, we are going to be in the worst state, because we haven't gotten ourselves out of the mess we are in. But that said, I take your point that it's not about racism, and you also have to take my point that there is a serious rethinking that has to go on in the West. Because this is one of my greatest frustrations for the last 20 years when I was growing up and seeing what is going on in Africa and what the Europeans are doing. I was like, we are on the West. Why are you not cooperating with us? Why are you being all this mean constantly to us? You can't seem to get yourself out of just exploiting the people. If they don't think about it, they are going to lose the future one way or the other. They will lose the future. That's my own submission on this one. Thank you very much. I will allow other people to go ahead.
All right. Thank you, forefathers and Declan. Thank you. Before I go to Odi, let me maybe push it in this direction. Declan, what do you think is going on at Western capitals now? Knowing that whatever is going on in Niger and Burkina Faso and other West African countries, a lot of people are looking at it as this is a continue. The eyes of Africans are opening more than ever before. They are beginning to see that. So this arrangement we had with these former colonial powers is actually not working. That's how people are seeing it. People are not seeing it as somebody overthrew a democratically elected government. How are the Western capitals? How are they viewing this? And they know that the Americans were there, the French were there. These are regular people who may not understand the sophisticated diplomacy that is going on, but they see that it's not right. Something is not right. What is going on there?
Look, so okay, I'll try to answer it in two ways. The attitudes in the Western capitals, right? And I'll agree with forefathers, and I've said this in many other forums. The thinking around policy to Africa needs to change. It's antiquated. It's two-dimensional. It's short-sighted. There's way too many issues with it, and that goes double for the United States, which should know better. So the challenge is policy for Africa is always the last in a series of priorities. So for the United States, its first priority is going to be the Middle East, Europe, Asia, Latin America, Africa, in that order. And so we've got very smart individuals who understand policy and understand language and culture and history in Africa, but they are stovepiped in certain parts of the State Department or in DC, and they're not always the ones who are able to shape the agenda out of Washington. And I would say that there's a very similar problem set across all the other kind of Western capitals, and so it has to change. It's highly reactionary. In terms of recognition and understanding that, at least the way that I'm talking is at a higher level, like you pointed out, at kind of the strategic and diplomatic level, the intricacies at which not everybody kind of is following in detail, but they recognize that this configuration and the relationship between their country and the US or the West or the East just doesn't work. I think that that's absolutely true. I think that that the reality is the international system is not nearly as effective as some people with the power believe. And so we've got spaces across Africa and Latin America and the Middle East where it's just this thing is not working, and people feel as though they're left behind or they're alienated. They feel that immigration practices are stacked against them or elitist. They feel that economic systems are insufficient, and some of this is failings of their own government, but it's also the kind of failings and the mishaps of the international system. So I think that there will be a change, and it'll look more multipolar, and that will probably work better for people.
All right, thank you. Odi, you're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's always very nice to be here, Declan, I think this is one of the most insightful, analysis I've heard. Someone I actually do agree, many things about what's going on, African policy of the West, and the forefathers. I'm very happy for the things you brought to the book. Here's my own, my question for Declan was going to be on the Western African policy, but I like how he analyzed it and, very honestly putting Africa at the bottom feeders, right? I disagree with forefathers when he said this is not about racism. I think Declan kept trying to stress that this is about racism. He doesn't support it, but this is what it is. You know, I've been reading a lot about the First World War. You know, most people focus on the Second World War, but the First World War shaped the world as it is. You know, in Africa, we keep crying about how the colonial masters sat down and in Berlin and drew our maps. Actually, the Allies drew the maps in Middle East, you know, and broke up the Ottoman Empire and all this good stuff, you know, but you can see how those countries are trying to move forward. And this builds into what Declan was saying about how does the West view, you know, the priority, what's the priority for them for foreign policy. Now, what may have changed, and this is why all these discussions become very important, because, you know, people need to know. Somebody mentioned something about the internet. You know, the archaic way that the West has seen Africa cannot continue, right? You know, 120 years ago, there was no Igbo man maybe in American soil, like, you know, educated, gone to university and all that, or Hausa or Yoruba. But many of these things have, you know, yeah, Declan, where did he go? You know, many of these things have really, really changed.
There's
Yes.
there's no point carrying on when he's not here because he's not going to hear you.
Okay.
See,
Yeah,
about
let me
about
just
the
talk
about the
around.
racist
Let me.
about the racist thing that you say you disagreed on. The reason
Yeah.
why I don't subscribe to racism is because of our weakness. That's a problem. They were racist towards the Chinese, but look at what they are doing with the Chinese today. It's when you are weak as a people, that is how you get treated around the world. I don't subscribe to racism as an explanation for why they are treating us the way they are doing.
Well, you know, so let me carry on. I'm happy Declan is back. So when I talk about you need to go and read the Treaty of Versailles. Then you understand why the decisions that were made. You know, when you read when you understand, you know, the Turks had to fight their way to freedom from the Greeks, you know, essentially in the First World War. That's why you have Ataturk, and then you have Turkey as a country now. Turkey as a country would have been under Greece. But we'll, you know, let's come to Africa. You know, my whole issue is Nigeria is a huge country. Nigeria has sent a lot of diaspora, very educated people all over the world. The idea to continue to see Nigeria by the West, to continue to see Nigeria as that West African, you know, colony, you know, and by the way, forefathers, I disagree with you when you say neo-colonialism. There is colonialism in West Africa. It has not changed. There's nothing new about it. You know, people keep throwing about these terms. If, you know, the foreign reserves or foreign, you know, input exports of, you know, about how many West African countries, 50% of it are housed in Paris. What could be more colonial than that? So, and these people decide who becomes, you know, the leaders of these countries. So my whole thing is, you know, I'm wondering when we'll get to the point that the foreign policy makers in DC will see that there's a huge country in West Africa who, by, you know, default and by just by sheer population, has the greatest GDP in Africa. And Africa has one of the most, you know, most of the minerals still in this world. You know, China is not going to allow United States or the West to enjoy their minerals. You know, Russia probably will not also, right? But Africa is ready to do business, but not at these terms. If you look at what happened, look, this coup d'etat.
Frame your question so that I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, my question is, you know, really, how Is there a way to get the attention of the foreign policymakers in DC to understand that this cannot continue to go this way? Their policy on, like, especially Nigeria, West Africa, it's not successful because Russia and China are in the mix.
All right, thank you. Declan.
Yeah, so sorry, I got my internet dropped in the middle of what you were saying. Here's my big thing. Look, I don't want to be misunderstood on this point. I don't think that foreign policy or diplomacy between countries is overwhelmingly driven by racism, but I would not deny that racism and prejudice and a whole range of other social ills are part of how people relate country to country or person to person at a diplomatic level, and that's unfortunate. I just want to be more succinct on that point. I would also say, it's at least clear to me, and if I put like an academic hat on, that the international system that we all operate in. And we brought up earlier about how the boundaries of Middle Eastern states and of course in African states were drawn up by foreigners, before or after wars. That we do have an international system based off of the legacy of racism and domination, and I think we'd be foolish to not think that is one factor out of many that shapes relations. I think we can overemphasize these points and say, well, the reason we have these issues is because of racism and colonization. But I think a lot of that's also an excuse. I think that there's been enough time that's moved on, and that there is enough good people and educated people and creative people who can work through these issues despite those historical injustices.
All right. Let me just say that for those who are in the studio, please turn on your camera if you want to ask a question, and sit up and dress up. There are people who are not dressed up, who are not sitting properly. People are watching this across the world. So that's why if you wonder why we're not bringing you on, that's why we're not bringing you on. I will also get people the chance, if there are enough people coming in who are in the proper situation, we will give you a chance for a second chance to ask your question again. But Declan, let me ask you this question. Now, the forefathers talked about partnership, the way there was a partnership with Japan and maybe South Korea and Israel. We know that during the Cold War, the kind of partnership with someone like Mobutu and all the leaders in Africa, the West was just interested in having someone that would be there and making sure they get what they wanted. But what will you say about the partnership, the kind of partnership we see with Paul Kagame in Rwanda? What is it? Is that a kind of model that we could see across Africa with emerging leaders from the West, or is something going to change dramatically as a result of the new awareness that we are seeing?
Look, I don't see Paul Kagame as enormously unique as a leader compared to kind of all others on the continent, right? There's definitely specific historical realities in Rwanda. There were relations, the U.S. in particular. Hello, sorry, did I drop? Hello.
Yeah, you are back. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm glad I didn't cuss, because that's what I did last time I dropped. So look, I don't think Rwanda is that unique in terms of how the U.S. treats it. I think that maybe the U.S. Has given Kagame more passes than other countries, but it all feels very similar to me. There's not a lot of variation in terms of some of these leaders.
All right, thank you. Sams, welcome to the show.
Yeah, even Dr. Damages, even Declan. I have just a brief question. Mr. Declan, are you, as an African expert, are you aware that the former president of Nigeria died 5 years and was still in the office? Are you aware of it? Or it's the same fabrication of lies that we have propagated in the internet through IPOB and the station? What do you have to say about this? That's just what I want to ask, if you are aware of that.
All right, thank you, Sam.
I didn't hear the question, Rudolph. All I heard was,
the question is, if you were aware that Buhari died 5 years ago or so, I think he said. So I'm sure you've had that story. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's true. I don't think that's true. He almost died many times, though. I don't think he's actually died yet. And if he was dead, let me ask. So if he did die 5 years ago, why wouldn't they just let his body double retire? Right? Don't you think he would have done a really good job at keeping it somewhat a secret? They could have said, okay, now Buhari's actually dead, and then the body double can go retire some other place. I think they could have at least afforded the body double that. Don't you think?
I just asked you because it was in the public, and anybody with common sense and the brain still in fact would see that if you know Buhari before and know Buhari of late. But that is by the way. Let us come to the contemporary news. I have a fast question to you. If Nigeria is of course the leader of ECOWAS, they have 97% of the military capability used in this. If in case they will invade Niger, do you think, because Nigeria is the biggest country in that part of the world, do you think Russia, as a country who has a long years of animosity with the British, and you know that the Brits are taking a lot from Nigeria, most especially, do you think Russia will support any country or any agitational movement in Nigeria to make sure that Nigeria is dismembered? Will it be of Russian interest to do this? Please, may you answer me? Thank you.
Would it be in Russian interest to dismantle Nigeria? Is that the question?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that. I think Russia could benefit from some countries kind of falling apart, but its interests in Nigeria, and at least my assessment of what would happen if Nigeria actually collapsed or fell apart, I don't see Russia benefiting too much from that. I don't see anybody benefiting from a collapse of Nigeria. Not really, personally.
Well, why do you think so? When you know that the BRICS are working day and night to see the collapse of Russia, and you know that Britain, UK is benefiting hugely from the resource coming from Nigeria. Don't you see that it will be of the interest of Russia to do the same to them? Because if Nigeria collapses, the BRICS wouldn't be able to be looting Nigeria dry. Don't you see this?
I also don't agree that I think you said it was the British. I don't think the British want Russia to collapse. I think that the approach, the US and the UK want to put as much pressure on the Kremlin as possible, but they would fear a violent succession. Right? They would fear some sort of a power vacuum in the Kremlin because it would become uncontrollable. And so the breakup of the Russian state or the death of Putin would be really problematic. That doesn't mean that Russia and the UK are not adversaries, but they don't want the destruction of the state because it could just become so problematic. They couldn't control it.
All right. No.
Why do you guys change the sanction on Russia?
That's not how it goes, Sam. You don't just come and keep asking questions. Let me ask you this, Declan, because the question he asked about Buhari being dead. Can you maybe use your own experience on about how the world works to maybe explain the possibility of what's this thing that people are talking about happening in today's world? I know that in the past, like in the 40s, former president of America, Roosevelt, was in a wheelchair and nobody knew. They were able to hide that. Do you think that in today's world it's possible to pull off that kind of scam and nobody will know, nobody can reveal it? Just explain that from your own perspective, what you think.
So look, I think there are variations and degrees in which the death of a president can be hidden, but it's difficult to do for a long period of time. Okay, so FDR, you pointed out, he was very much incapacitated. You had similar mobility issues with JFK. That was a very long time ago where there was a lot of control over the media and there was a certain kind of deference that was provided to people who, maybe didn't have all their full mobility. If you remember, and I know you do very well, Yaradua and how he was medically incapacitated. He was out of the country. There was all these things, and then the Nigerian government was saying, no, everything's fine. It's not, nothing to see here, and eventually he died, right? And they needed to manage that, but it didn't go on for years. It didn't go on for months in terms of them trying to figure out the succession, right? Eventually Jonathan came into power. They had to manage it. So that is an example of where it can happen. Similarly, if we look at COVID, I live in Nairobi. Nairobi has the best hospital in the region, and they have kind of the executive suites where you can have a lot of privacy. And so heads of state, if they have emergency medical treatment and can't go to Europe or India, they'll typically come to Kenya. And so the executive COVID ward in Nairobi had several heads of state at the same time, including Magufuli from Tanzania and Nkurunziza of Burundi. Nkurunziza reportedly died from COVID in Nairobi. He was then brought back to Burundi, and then they said he had a heart attack. So they concealed facts around it, most likely. It happened, he was out incapacitated outside of his country, but they could not keep the lie, right? Nkurunziza didn't have a body double. They couldn't say, oh, no, it's fine. He's very robust and healthy. They couldn't do that. They couldn't do that with Magufuli, and I don't think we can do that with Buhari.
All right. Thank you. Odi, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I just have my last question, then I will exit so other people can have space to ask more questions. Hey, Declan, I'd like to ask you, do you see the possibility of more coups, in Africa, given where we are in recent election in Zimbabwe, Gabon? Nigeria is still in flux, depending on what the judiciary says, because, there's a lot of, Africa has so many young people, and people are really agitating, seeing military option as a revolutionary kind of option. But let me have your take on this.
I do. I think coups are back in vogue. And I think we're going to have them in both Anglophone and Francophone Africa. So it's a concern I have moving forward.
All right, thank you, Prince Akwachi. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Rudolph, and good morning, Declan. Pretty much, I think I will kind of pretty much the question I have is so much associated with that OD. However, I just want to say this. I'm somebody that never believe in blame games. Rather, I would say, is there a way that the West can help Africa in the sense that when you look at things that is happening with BRICS right now, it's gonna be devastating that most African countries will want to align with BRICS, whereby we know what China and what Russia is all about. You know, it, I want to see some, the G7 coming up, and kind of like, if it means appealing to Africans, make them see the sense why they shouldn't go that way. That would be much better. So that would be my question for now.
Yeah, I think that it's clear, and I'll give crypto. I'll bring up cryptocurrency again as an. I'll include that as an example. I think that it's clear that people globally are looking for alternatives to the current system that they operate in. Some people will have, more frustrated and hateful views of the system than others. But whether it's investing in crypto, whether it's thinking that maybe there's some opportunities through BRICS, maybe there's other avenues for commerce and trade. It's clear that the world broadly is searching for alternatives, and that the existing system is insufficient, or at least it's being perceived as insufficient. I think that that's true. And that's why at the beginning my remarks is BRICS is on balance a good thing. I don't necessarily think that China's agenda is good. I don't think Russia's agenda is good, but it is good to have multilateral institutions that bring countries together and find ways to make trade easier. I think that that's good, and the U.S.'s position on that is good. I don't think that DC is freaking out about BRICS. I also, we've seen that, 20 odd countries, applied to BRICS, and, only a few were admitted. I'm not sure how many of those countries actually know what they would get out of BRICS, right? Like, I'm not sure if they know what the currency, the currency revenue agreement. I don't know if they know what the new development bank is. I don't know what they think their obligations are in terms of contribution to the new development bank. Of course, it's much smaller than the World Bank, but whatever, it's there. So I'm not sure if these countries who said I want to be part of it, if they thought that they could get access to some of this these cash injections or these development projects, or if they were actually really ready to try to build a more robust partnership. So, I think there's still a lot of progress.
All right, thank you, Declan. Let me go to Righteous Man because you're in Nigeria. Then I'll go to Mr. James. Go ahead, Righteous Man. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, Declan, thank you for your analysis and being a journalist. Don't you think that this generation that Africa have produced now are much aware that the Europeans and the US bloc plundered Africa for 400 years. And after these 400 years, we have nothing to show. They succeeded in enforcing their languages on us. They partitioned us. They made us look like the lesser human beings on earth. Don't you think that having gone to school, this generation of Africans now haven't gone to school and have seen civilization, are no longer ready to welcome the Western world? For example, somebody like me, that is nothing you are going to preach to me or tell me that British will help Nigerians, that I will agree with you, because they are our problem right here. In the sense that whatever that is wrong in Nigeria, they support it indirectly because of their private or personal or governmental benefits that the British will get out of it. Americans' interest in Africa is based on what they are going to receive, not that they love Africans. Can you explain to me why, as a member of Commonwealth, I need a visa to travel to London when Nigeria is a colony or was former colony of Britain? But I need to get a visa to get to Britain, while it is easier for an American to get a British visa and fly in and fly out there. So back home here in Nigeria, I want to tell you the popular opinion. I'm not talking about Nigerians that are living in the Western world. Back here home, Nigerians believe that the Chinese, who never plundered us, who never enslaved us for 400 years, who never demarcated our lands, who never took the fairer part of our nation, and the Russians will do better than the Western world. Let me give you an example. I asked you a first question. What is the difference between the Russia invasion of Ukraine and America and France resisting to say they must remain in Niger? For goodness sake, can any African ambassador in any nation in America, the Americans or Europeans, when he is asked to quit, will insist that he's not going to go? They have no legitimacy, and they can't tell us a government that is legitimate. We, the people, we, the owners of the land, decide and determine who is legitimate with us. Because the democracy the Western world is selling to us here is not the same democracy they are practicing there, and they back it up here. That is why we have the fraudulent election we have in Nigeria, that a lot of lives were lost. And the Western world backed up this government, sent the congratulatory messages to him, and they are sending the ambassador and high commissioners to Nigeria to negotiate business with him. They don't even care what happens to us. So please, I still ask that question. What is the validation of France and America saying they are not going to leave Niger? Can a black man do that in the Western world?
Thank you. Thank you, Right.
So
go ahead.
Look, so there was, you did ask several questions. Again, I've answered, to the best of my knowledge, why France, the French ambassador, is refusing to leave Niger. I don't think that Americans have been asked to leave, and if they have, and I missed that, then apologies for the oversight. But you know, that's the justification as far as I understand, and that might make people uncomfortable, you know. But that I understand is the justification.
Is the justification right?
So no, yeah, I think it is. I'm okay with the French ambassador saying that you are an illegitimate government. You overthrew the one that was elected because the guys who are currently.
But they left Mali. They left Mali when Mali kicked them out. So there is already precedence.
Why would the French ambassador say?
Sorry, righteous man. They left Mali when Mali kicked them out. They recognized the coup leaders, and left. But Niger, they refused. They used a totally different. So that's inconsistency. And I'm surprised you are supporting it, knowing full well that they left Mali.
Not to interfere, Declan can answer any question, but I think he mentioned that there is hypocrisy already in the international arena, and we know, when I talked about what happened in Egypt, where there was a coup under Obama, and Obama didn't want to say that it was a coup because the person removed was the person they wanted to get out of the place so that they will have someone they, you know. So it's common across international, and that's what I'm saying, that Africans are becoming aware of these things more than ever before, and Africans are most likely going to react. And I think part of the expanded conversation is that maybe with the advent of this BRICS, it will also make the West adjust their policies, because they now see there is an alternative that people might consider in Africa, and regular people and even policymakers. So I think the world is in transition as we speak. But having said that, let's go to, I'll come to Mr. James and people who are yet to have an opportunity. When I go to James and AY, then I'll come back to you, Tone. I see you there. And RG, I'll come back to you. All right, and Mr. James, go ahead.
Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
I'm badly disappointed. Let me confine me to the background. Thank you so much.
You disappointed about what?
No. I don't want to talk too much.
All right. All right. Thank you. Let's go to AY. AY, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely.
AY, can you speak up? We can't hear you very well.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Okay, your audio is not as good as it could be. Go ahead. Yeah.
It sounds muffled. It sounds muffled.
When you put all these fancy things in your ear.
Hello?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's new. I need to change it. Good afternoon, everyone.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just coming. To be honest, I don't know the details of what you guys are discussing.
Okay.
Where is the guy? Did he disappear?
Oh, you made him disappear. So he's representing the West. I like the way everybody's trying to get him to answer for the West. And
of course, actually, I wanted to actually ask him a question, right?
Representing the West.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome back. Is it Declan? Is that the name?
Yeah, Declan. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Declan. My question is, I just pick a hole in what you said. You are supporting France not to leave Niger. I'm not a supporter of the coup, but to be honest, I think France need to respect the owners of the country, no matter what happened. When they are telling you to leave, you have to leave. I mean, even if you have a business in the country, you can negotiate from outside. The way it's coming out as if you come into somebody's house, you want to fight them to leave their whole house. It doesn't make sense to me. Even I'm not a supporter of the coup again. I understand where you're coming from, but I think like what I think Forefather make mention of something. Coup Apple in some other African countries, if France sponsors some of the coup, they are fully involved. My problem with the West generally is you would think they are fighting for democracy. No, they are not. What they are fighting for interest. Even if you rule for 1 million years, as long as you serve their interest, they give you the full support. As long as they benefit from the country, you are not against them, they will give you the full support. That's my problem. But now they are coming with we want to protect democracy. We all know what happened in Egypt, not only Egypt. A lot of countries, they don't care what is going on, to be honest. You know, even, God forbid, even when the leaders, they kill their people, they don't care, as long as you are serving their interest. That's what I just have problem with. It is a real double standard. Like, if you want to protect democracy across the world, let people see you protecting democracy across board. Don't protect democracy here, you protect military here, you protect monarchy here, you don't have a pattern. So if that's the case, despite I'm a supporter of democracy, but let country support, let it do what works for them. If the country come, if Nigeria come and say, listen, we want to change our system, this is what we think will work for us. Give them their independence. Let them have their independence. Let them do what works for them. That's just my whole problem in the whole game they are playing across the world. We don't want war in Africa. We want peace in Africa, because if any war happens in Africa, it's Africa that are going to suffer, not the West. It's Africa people that are going to die. We don't want that. So I sincerely hope some kind of negotiation, peace deal will be up for grab in Niger so that we can have peace. But I think the French ambassador, whoever they are asking to leave, I think it's good they leave the country just to respect the people that host the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Declan.
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that I'm concerned that we're going to be seeing many more coups across the continent, in all regions, not just West Africa. And I think that we need to make sure that we're not incentivizing or rewarding that kind of behavior, right? I think that's something everybody in theory should be able to support, that if you have a government in place, that military takeover of that should usually be dissuaded. There's exceptions, but that's my approach. And so would I have complimented or thought that the Nigerian government was great or okay before it was overthrown? I probably wouldn't have. But that doesn't mean that I think that what transpired is appropriate, and that doesn't mean that it's not going to start impacting Niger's neighbors. And so that's my concern. And I yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Ton for your second question. Ton.
Augustine just came in. I think Augustine just came in.
I know. I see him, but I don't want it to stay long. I don't know.
Okay. I think I was cut short. I think I had the shortest time of the whole lot so far, but it's okay. I'm not complaining. Just wanted to put it out there. Okay. Declan. I just wanted you to know, because you actually did talk down on the military might of the resistance if this war should go on. 1989, the Liberia War happened. Okay, I was there. We went on the capacity of peacekeeping. A lot of soldiers died. I saw a lot of horrible things. But this time around, I think Niger is going to be a new, a different ball game. It's going to be a real head-on, and if Tinubu, ECOWAS think it's going to be a walk in the park, they better think twice about it. That's all I'm just going to say. I hope somebody in the government that listen to these brokers, they had better think about it and the implication that it's going to have in Nigeria, given the porous borders that we have with Nigeria, Niger, and other countries that connect Niger. It's going to be a disaster. And that's what the Northerners are not just happy, because they are saying right now is, if this situation was towards the southern part of Nigeria, will Tinubu, is he going to take the same decision? And I share the same sentiments. This is just going to cause a lot of internal conflict, other conflicts that we have that are going on. We've got the IPOB, the Biafra. They're talking about war, armed struggle, which I do not subscribe to personally. They had better think very, very hard about it. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to add on. Thank you.
Declan, you want to respond?
No, I agree. Look, if ECOWAS were to deploy, it would, everybody would need to be aware of the risks and the benefits of that kind of action. And you're right. I mean, Liberia, it was messy. It was not good. And the decision was that to allow the situation in Liberia to persist was worse than a deployment. A huge difference between Liberia then and Niger now is Liberia was an active conflict, right? You had militias and insurgencies. You had egregious and ongoing human rights abuses and some of the worst violence that we've seen in a generation. And whereas in Niger, you don't really have that. You don't have warring parties. You don't have people being defaced. You have an illegitimate government, and a political and constitutional crisis. And maybe that is not justification enough for an invasion. But I don't actually think that any of that will go into the thinking if there's an invasion. Like I said, I think that the decision will be determined by ECOWAS member state domestic political realities. I think that will be what makes the decision to go or not.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Austin, you're next.
Nice to see you again, Declan. I just wanted to ask a question. We have seen the dragging of Trump from one tribunal to another, some of them being linked to the election that took place some years ago. Now, if I try to read the body language of the United States, generally they will always want to have somebody who has clean records at the top of affairs. But why do you think the United States is so bent on refusing to release Tinubu's details? Why do they want not to release it at all? Because if you look at the body language, they don't want to do that, even if the court forces Chicago University or maybe other institutions to get those documents. But I think the powers that be will not want it. Why do you think that? It is that they have some special thing to hold the man to ransom sometime when it comes to negotiation?
So no, at all. I don't think that at all. I think that they're not releasing it either because they haven't fought to get it. There's nothing there, or they don't care. I'll give an example from my days when I was at SaharaReporters. Remember when the NDLEA assaulted Baruji Kashamu's compound in, I think it was Ogun State, I forget which it was. No, it was Lagos, right? It was his house in Lagos. He was senator from Ocean. So this was NDLA attempting to arrest Kashamu, and he was going to be extradited back to the United States for narcotics-related offenses. In what is called extraordinary rendition, which, it's a complicated thing, but the U.S. allows it. A lot of people would say it's hypocritical. That's a separate conversation. When I was trying to follow up, because I thought this was a fascinating story, I was following up with Justice Department contacts, and ultimately I ended up connecting with the right people out of the Chicago offices. And most of them had no idea this was going on. They literally don't care. It is just another criminal that they're trying to extradite so that they can prosecute them for offenses that had been going on. Tinubu's records, whether they're police records, arrest records, university records, no one cares in the United States. There's so many other problems in Chicago and Illinois and DC than Tinubu's anything. That is probably the reason, I'm sorry to say.
So if I must add to this a little bit, a case where it's not your problem, but I know that sometimes if you go to a school and say, please, can I get my certificate for this and this, you'll be given some listening ear. But why is it that those in Nigeria who have come to the courts abroad to say, okay, this is a public official, the day you decided to get into politics to become governor, president, therefore it means that you have decided that you want the public to scrutinize you. So why is it that now that we are going to the courts, at least can we have this? There is still some politics going on to make sure that it is being prevented from coming out. Because in a situation where you saying, after all, if you come to disturb me that get something for me, I'll be the one to go and find it around and give it to you. But a situation where public, generally in the United States, the institutions we know that they should be responsible enough in such a way that somebody asks for something from you. Even my students ask things from me. I present their examination scripts. So why is it that this is now becoming too difficult to handle?
Do we know for a fact, Rudolph, maybe has a journalist or a reporter gone to University of Chicago to try to get his records? Has anybody documented that, or because that would be a fun, I think that's fun. That's interesting. And I don't know what would come out of that. What I'm telling you because you're asking the question, is the US, what is the US involved in? The US doesn't care. The US doesn't care about that at all.
Sorry, I'm going to disagree with that. I don't think the US doesn't care.
A fly on the wall in the meeting, right, with State Department and the Department of Justice and a senior person at the Africa desk, and somebody says we need, we're going to table this discussion on Tinubu's college records. I would love to see how quickly that person gets chased out of the room for tabling such a silly request. Nobody cares.
All right. So let me go to Orji before I go to Dan and Chim. Cyril, Orji, any second question?
Okay, thank you. I wanted to my first question is really not a question, is a comment. Because I've sat here listening to people blaming the West as if Africans, we are just whatever the West tells us to do. Why can't we do some introspection? Okay, so if we can't put our house in order, why do we keep blaming America? Take a look at the last election. I mean, if we had done our election and then released our results, but again, it is a sort of catch-22. So what is going on, in my opinion, is that the West supports weak leaders that are compromised. So Declan, when you say, oh, that nobody cares in the State Department about Tinubu's certificates, I respectfully disagree. They will want to put in a compromised person. So, and that's why they are pushing him to go to war. So that's it. So, it's a comment that we should do some introspection, take care of ourselves before we start blaming the West. But at the same time, I understand that the West wouldn't, let us, because if they let us, we will elect good leaders. Once we want to elect good leaders, they will not allow us. So let me use that to sort of segue into the question. What do you think about the current, judiciary process in Nigeria? And I will tell you what I think, and then you can tell me yours. Mine is that in the end, they're going to say, oh, there were so many irregularities in the election, but we don't think it is enough to have changed the outcome. What do you think? Thank you. And please, after that, I might have to drop out and run some errands, but I'll come back later. Thank you. That was my question.
All right, thank you, Orji. Let me say before Declan, I think he answered it during our interview, the question about the judiciary. But let me help to reframe the question about the reaction of the West. So Declan, you're looking at it from the State Department, let's say State Department. But what about the intelligence community? Don't they supersede the State Department in terms of how the kind of role they play in determining who is leading countries and the kind of people they prefer? I know they work hand in hand with the State Department, but also I think they have their priorities, and sometimes it takes precedent. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. So look, you're right. Like our foreign intelligence services, and there's many, are help shape policy, right? That's a key mandate that they are to inform leadership decision making, and that includes State Department, and also because U.S. policy to Africa is just not a priority for DC as high as it should be. Unfortunately, one of the results of that is defense and security concerns end up being a leading kind of component to how the U.S. frames and thinks about Africa, and that's one of the reasons we have kind of the range of problems that we've had, and why people feel the U.S. is trigger happy when it comes to the continent. When it comes to, to kind of land on the Tinubu question, and having weak leaders and the U.S. dangling some kind of thing over Tinubu, there are so many other things that if the U.S. wanted to hold over Tinubu, that would be far more effective than his college certificates. And remember, these college degrees are very easy to forge. So there's so much there that could be used. This crisis of certificates, it's not something. It's an interesting feature in politics in Africa. We don't see this kind of discourse in Europe. When I was in Asia or Latin America, we haven't heard that, but I see a lot of this talk in Kenya. And I know all about the certificate stuff. We had the same thing with Buhari. We had the same thing with Shaware, where there's all these allegations that they don't have the right kinds of certificates and papers be able to sit for office. But from the U.S. perspective, there's so much better stuff that if they wanted to dangle over Tinubu, they could.
I have a question. I have a follow-up question.
No, hold on, AY. Let's get to Dan and Chim, and then we can come to you. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, darling. I was enjoying what you're saying, and I want to say greetings to every other persons in the platform. Well, for me, listening to your analysis about African issues and French people not wanting to leave Niger, I think I have the same view as you, because I always make the argument that African problem has nothing to do with the West, and so many people are against it. Many brothers don't like it when you come with that view, because as I always say to myself, we are grown up, we're educated, we have our own say, we have also the raw materials, whatever they think the West wants from Africa. But the people in front of us, the people who work for us, they should be blamed more than the West, because they are representing us, but the deals they are giving to the West doesn't reflect we, the Africans. They do it probably to have the money in their own private pockets. So sometimes, I saw that you made your own analysis. There are so many people who say they disagree with you, but I really support your own point, because sometimes we have to take our own blames, not just blaming the West of everything that happens in Africa. This is what the point I want to make. I don't have a question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dan. Chim, Yones.
Good day to everyone. Thank you, as usual, Rudolph, for putting this together. I totally disagree with. I wasn't here at the beginning, so I didn't quite catch everything that Declan said. But I disagree respectfully with the concept of the West has no dog in the fight. They have a dog in the fight. In fact, they intentionally throw in a dog in the fight. So it's not about even owning a natural dog. They intentionally throw in a dog so that they can be involved. I mean, if we're grown up, whether it is the Caribbeans or Africans or any nation, so why can't Cuba? Why was it an abomination for Cuba to have Russian missiles sitting in his country? Cuba is Cuba. Why is America afraid about that? So, and I haven't heard, in this talk about double standard, which the United States is terribly notorious for. I may not necessarily be a certified international relations expert, but I follow politics a lot. And the truth about the matter is, Khashoggi, in the issue of Khashoggi, I'm yet to see the huge weapon, the hammer that the US slammed on Saudi Arabia. There was none. There was absolutely none. Khashoggi is dead. He's gone. And the US and Saudi Arabia are in their perfect romance back again. No one even talks about it anymore. So it's a convenience of interest. Listen, I have no problem if the American policy is national interest, override whatever you guys do, we don't care. But once it touches our national interest, we'll step in. I will accept that. But to be in the denial, to tell me that they don't have a dog in that fight, they choose to have dogs in the fights of nations. And it may sound conspiratory, and I agree. We may not have all the facts and that data. I agree. If you accuse some of us of doing that, perfectly okay. But to tell me that the United States, and in particular France right now, is not pulling strings. It may sound crude to say that, but there's strings they're pulling and trying to get their way in Niger. And they have that over Tinubu. Tinubu is desperate for legitimacy. He's very desperate for legitimacy, and he will do anything to please the Western nations to give him that legitimacy. Let's say for purposes of conversation, that they don't have anything against him, but he wants something from them. And in wanting that thing from them, it's a leverage. They're now pulling. They're pulling that, say, okay, do this for us. we'll turn a blind eye. So, back to the whole conversation, the United States need to, if you're the police, if you want to be the real police of democracy, then let's see Saudi Arabia become a democracy. Let's see, don't tell me that it's okay that President Sisi of Egypt overthrew an electoral government in Egypt because they were, what's the name, Brotherhood, and you turn the blind eye conveniently. The man has taken off his military uniform, is now wearing jackets all over the place, and you welcome him to international. It's all hypocrisy. But like I said, the AU should grow up, and I agree with that conversation. Grow up. Actually, this Niger is a test of the mettle of African leaders. This particular Niger incident, I would like to hear the African Union say, United States, UK, France, please, thank you, stay away. We'll go and solve this matter. Yes, we want democracy in Niger, but we'll go and talk to our brothers and see how we can address it amicably. But we don't want you in here. You have never been a good arbiter of any issue. Anywhere you get in, problems stop. So please stay away. We'll go and address it. And we'll address it in such a way that you will also be proud of us. But like I repeat again, let me not keep repeating myself. The United States doesn't just have a dog. They have thrown in several dogs into the ring. So they have an interest in this matter. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Declan, any comment?
Yeah, so I just wasn't sure. So I agree that the U.S. has an interest in Niger, if that's the matter you mean. If it's the Tinubu certificate matter, which is what I was specifically debating on, then I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I made my position on it clear that nobody in the U.S. cares about Tinubu certificates. So yeah, I mean, but in terms of U.S. hypocrisy and the inconsistency, I mean, and the Khashoggi case you brought up is classic. If this would have happened in another country where the U.S. didn't have such of a relationship with, like, Saudi Arabia, the U.S. would have been more aggressive on that. But because it was Saudi Arabia, the treatment is different. And I agree with you. That is incorrect. That's not how I see things that they should be. But nobody listens to me.
All right. Thank you so much, Henry. You're next.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Declan. I have a problem with the American hypocrisy. Like what Clem said just now about Egypt. When the Egypt President Sisi overthrew the President Mubarak, when they have arrest in Egypt, I was expecting France, America, British to go there to intervene, to stop the coup. It's like the American hypocrisy selecting countries that can intervene, just like the Saudi Arabians. They don't practice democracy, but they do business with them. The Russians, they don't practice democracy, they do business with them. So I have a problem with that. When it comes to Africa, mostly Nigeria, the Americans turn blind eyes about what is going on in Nigeria, about Tinubu. They saw the arrest in Nigeria. They could not say anything about they could not allow the FBI to release the criminal documents about, criminal record about Tinubu, who is to be the president of the giant of Africa, as they say. Don't you think something America is not fair? Don't you think it's not fair? They are not practice what they preach, like they call democracy. America is not practicing democracy anyway. So what do you think about it?
So I mean, just amongst the conversations that we've been having today, it's clear that there's still like two perspectives. On the one hand, you have people who say the United States and the West should not be involved in anything in Africa and they should just butt out. On the other hand, people will say, okay, but they must get involved with Tinubu certificate. They're doing this. There's an inconsistency in here. There's two, right? So there is no consensus over what a U.S. role should be in anything, right? There's lots of people with lots of different views, and that's fine. The point that I'm making on that is that the U.S. is also confronted with people. The second there's a huge issue, people say, okay, the United States, please help us. Why this leader's terrible? Why are you doing this? Then other people will say,
no. No. Let me just cut it off from there. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is
no,
this.
we don't
Nigeria
want anything to do with this. Then others are saying, no, you have to listen to kind of our.
Sorry, Declan, if Dr. Rudolph, if I could just step in and just say a word.
Don't step in. Let me finish my time. Nobody should step in. This is my time now. Not like yesterday. Nobody should step in. No.
Henry, we're not fighting. I'm not stepping in to take your time. It's okay.
They did the same to me yesterday. No, I'm not going to.
But it's okay. I'm not insisting.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's my time. What I'm trying to say is this. Why America have to select countries they have to intervene? Why are they doing this? Okay, now you want to tell me now Tinubu criminal record is not allowed to bring to send to give it to the opponent or to give to Nigerian citizens to know the record of the criminal record of Tinubu? Why the FBI is hiding this secret about it? What is the reason why they're hiding it? They have to select countries they have to intervene when the citizen need to know the background of this so-called president they have right now. Why? What is America hiding? What are the governments hiding for about the secrets of Tinubu? Why are they hiding it for the Nigerian citizen to know? Why?
Thank
you.
Thank you, Henry. So, Declan, I think maybe a way to look at this is: are there historical examples where America will release information on potential candidates or people who are running for president in other countries? And I don't know if they do something like that, they do it publicly, and so maybe you can take it from that angle.
I'm sure there have been, Rudolph, and I can't think of it off of hand, right? Because my expertise is not Europe, for example. I understand what Henry's saying, and I've heard these allegations before about Tinubu's drug arrests in Chicago, his records. And if you remember, for those people who were here last week, when Dr. Wumi was on, I specifically asked Wumi, I said, tell me what you know about Tinubu distributing cocaine in Chicago, right? Because I'm also interested. But I do not think that it's important enough to the U.S. State Department or the Department of Justice to hide, Tinubu's fake certificates or non-certificates and stuff like that. And he's only been president recently. There's lots of other, he would have been able to, when he was governor of Lagos, it could have been released. There might not be something there that people are hiding. They may just prioritize it. I know that comes as a surprise.
Rudolph, please, 30 seconds. Rudolph, please, sorry. 30 seconds, please. Pardon me.
At this point, I'm going to disagree.
Rudolph Miloko.
All right. No, hold on.
Hold
on. Let Henry 30 seconds.
What I'm saying, they should release the criminal record of Tinubu. What I'm saying, everybody have criminal record. If you have criminal record, when I went to America, they check. I passed through the security system. They check my record. I'm clean. I have to go. But why they cannot give us information about it? If FBI said in 2026, this is what I'm saying. I have a problem with that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Can I just say something?
I have a question for you.
All right, hold on. Let's go to AY now.
Rudolph, I have a question for you.
Why AY? Okay.
I'm coming. I know Ike just came in now. Ike na San Antonio. Relax. Rudolph, just came in. Yeah, go ahead, AY.
This question is for you, Declan, and any other person that can actually answer the question.
All right.
I want us to actually look at this issue objectively. First of all, I know the Tinubu drug case, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, there was payment, like a settlement, which I think that's a record right there, right? So we as a nation, how does it affect us? Like when you look at Nigerian laws, how is it supposed to affect us? Affect, like, can it disqualify somebody from being a president? That's one. The second thing, the other record people are asking, like criminal record. I'm not sure exactly what they are looking at. So that's one question. The other question is for the certificate, right? I live in Canada, I live in America with job verification, certificate verification, stuff like that. I think when they do certificate verification, basically, you go to school, ask for, okay, which course did he study? Which year did he graduate? What degree? I think this information have been provided. I think like what Mr. Atiku is asking now is like they need the background information, how he got to the university, like maybe probably provide the qualification he used to enter the university, stuff like that. Are they supposed to provide this kind of information to the public? That's my second question. Or I'm a bit confused where exactly the issue of the certificate, where exactly was the issue? Because I personally believe Tinubu is educated from the way he speaks, from when you listen to him. You can't tell me Tinubu is not educated. But what exactly is the issue with Tinubu certificate? I just need some clarification.
All right, so we can have that conversation after this when our guest is out of here, because he's been in the public arena. All these answers to all the questions you asked. Not that I can't take on them, but there's no time. I want to make sure that we have an opportunity, because one of our special guest, Pansat, is here. But before we get to that, I want to hear from Ikena and San Antonio and Lexi and Chim.
Do I
and
get
then
a second question through?
I don't know how long Declan is here, so I don't know how long he's here, but
you have impunity. You don't need to come in. You have impunity, so there's no need to come in.
Okay, so please mute yourself if you are not speaking. There's someone I don't want to. We go. Let me see. So that's what we're going to do. Let me hear from Chim. You just go 30 seconds so that we can go to
quick. My name is Iken, I'm speaking now.
Go ahead.
All right. So what I was going to say is, still on this conversation, then I'll let it rest. Nigerians. So Declan, Nigerians are not putting the responsibility on the US. No, we're not. What Nigerians are saying is, America, we look up to you. We love your democracy. We want to adopt democracy in Nigeria. And we just want you to help us with a little leverage that you can offer to help us get a decent system like you have in your society. So basically what Nigerians are asking for is, this man was in your society. Just the way you're dealing with Donald Trump. Before he ran for election, you wanted to see his tax returns. Those things would help inform the citizens as they vote. So we know this man spent a substantial time of his adult life in your country, and you have data on him, his educational records. Our society constitution says there are certain things that a would-be president shouldn't have. We can't have that information unless you give us access to those things. And by the way, it's been done before for Nigeria. Atiku Abubakar, when he was trying to run for 2007 election, his then boss, Obasanjo, used that leverage against him in the US. That's what they used to push him aside, and consistently used to push him aside. We've heard of the Senator Jefferson or Representative Jefferson, whatever his name is. So these things are not new. But what seems to be happening in the case of Tinubu, which is fueling this conspiracy, is, I accept it's a conspiracy, but it can be a true conspiracy, is that there seems to be this body language from the US to say, you know what, we can exert some leverage on this man if he sits on that throne. So therefore, we can withhold certain information that will make it impractical for his people to say we don't want him. That is what it looks like. So that is, I just want to correct that impression that America has, that they can do something to help Nigerians and to help our institutions. Unfortunately, they seem to be holding back. That's what it seems to be from the Nigerian perspective. Thanks.
So to just push back on that, I understand that that's your perspective, right? But the point that I was making earlier is there's somebody else who could easily say, no, the U.S. shouldn't be issuing these things. They're meddling in our affairs. Why would they come out and damage Tinubu in this way? There's a third person who will have something completely different. That's the only point that I'm making is when it comes to people and their perspective on what the U.S. should or should not do, there's just an enormous amount of variety, and ultimately you're going to piss off, you're going to piss off at least 2/3 of the people, and that's just what it is. That was the only point that I would make.
All right. I would like to say something about that, by the way.
Oh my God!
Outside.
Oh my God!
Not now, Pansat. We are going to Ike now, San Antonio.
So thank you, Dr. Jacqueline Damages. Thank you, everybody in the seat. I think all of us are saying the right things. But for your information, when you apply for a job in America, you sign for them the privacy policy. Give them, when you sign the privacy policy, give them an opportunity to go and check those things. If you don't sign that privacy policy, they cannot check those things. So the leverage our now president have is that he have to give that privacy, he have to sign that for them to give that opportunity to go and check that. And that is what he decided not to do. So because when you talk about in America, why are they not giving us opportunity? Man, that is privacy case. That is 100% privacy issue. Because for you to get access to my transcript, to see my transcript, you cannot get it in any college unless I give you the right to go in and get that transcript. During clearance, during security, during job interview, even the jobs, they don't even look at your transcript. Certain jobs don't even look at your transcript. What they look at, did you graduated in this college? If you graduated, when did you graduate? To make sure that what you said is correct. But remember, America is looking for the interests of their people. They are not looking for interests of Nigeria. Nigeria is the one who's supposed to look for their own interests. And why does Nigeria need to look for their own interests? Number one, we know that Tinubu forfeited $460,000. We know that. That is in public domain. We know that. But where Nigeria have to play a role, does that affect him not to be president of Nigeria? That is Nigeria. That does not have anything to do with America.
Exactly.
But if America have anything on Tinubu, it's a leverage for them to get what they want for the interest of their people, not for the interest of Nigeria. But one thing America have too is rule of law. They can go inside the rule of Nigerian, like Atiku is doing now, can go in and sue to get that information. But at the end of the day, let the court decide on that. Then, Dylan, what you're saying is correct, but I believe America is looking for their own interests. It's up to Nigeria to say, no, we can't do this or we can do this. America cannot come to Nigeria court system and determine what the court system will do. It's up to Nigerian system, because America is not the people that rig the election in 25th of February. It's Nigeria that rig the election. It's Nigerian people that put Tinubu over there. Whomever that person is, it does not have anything to do with America. But America have a leverage because they know what the drug arrest and all that. They have that information, and it's a leverage. Oga, if you do this, we protect this. If you no do this, we will release it. And Tinubu doesn't want that to be released. And that is the reason why he's dancing their music. When they're beating the music, he's dancing it. So I don't like the idea we blaming the West. Yes, the West are meddling into affairs of Africa. But it's Africans supposed to take their destiny in their own hand, not the West. It's Africans that are supposed to take their own destiny in their hand and leave the West alone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me skip Pansat because we will have enough time after this to talk to.
No, but Rudolph, I do want a little bit on that Chim issue. I'm not just here for that discussion you're talking about. I would take a little bit to talk about what Chim and Declan are going through there, right? Because it's important. Please allow me to say hello. All right. Let me say hello to the erudite panelists that we have here, those listening to us on the comment section and everywhere else. Now, this thing is being couched as if it's a binary thing. It's either this or that, interest and all that. Chim is right in the international affairs, right? Yes, states make their choices with the ontological claim that they are rational actors, right? So, but how many actors do we have here? You have the British, for example, right? What their interest is in Nigeria is very, very important. And they delegate, I mean, Americans delegate their politics, relations to Britain to handle for them, right? Same thing is going on in Niger. What the interest of the French is in that place, they could use the leverage of supporting the United States against Russia, for example, and they say, look, we'll vote for anything, just give us Niger for the French. And Britain has been doing that for ages now. We'll do anything, we'll vote for anything at the United Nations. If you want to go to war with Russia, we're going to support you, but give us Nigeria. Let's take care of whatever you need in Nigeria. We're going to handle it for you. I mean, it's redundant for even the United States to have an embassy in Nigeria because the British High Commissioner runs things there, right? So I had pledged to be short and brief about this. But it's not a binary thing, right? It's dynamic. But it's an insult for anybody to say, oh, Nigeria is just inconsequential to the United States, that nobody even knows that Tinubu is running for office over there, right? Well, that's silly. It ends up being that administrations are different, okay? It's not the American people are savvy, they're good. But the administration of this particular administration now, it's a continuation of sorts of the Obama administration, which in my opinion now, this is speculation. I don't have any evidence, but I believe that the State Department under Obama was corrupt. And at that time, John Kerry was the State Department, the Secretary of State. And since then, they managed to help take us from the fire and put us from the frying pan and put us in the fire, because you had a young, albeit naive Jonathan from a minority group in Nigeria, by serendipity became president of Nigeria, right? But he's running against a thug, a known military coup plotter, mass murderer, Islamic fundamentalist Buhari. So now you use your head right now. I know that we're talking about rational outlooks here, right? Who do you think the United States supported in that contest? And you couldn't support Buhari without being wrong, corrupt, stupid, and otherwise. So, I mean, are we dummies here? They stayed there, they stood there, and Buhari emerged as president of Nigeria, beating out an incumbent Democrat, gentleman, right? So, since that time, now there's been an intervening period that we could have rescued ourselves. That's when Trump emerged as president of the United States. Now, Trump.
Pansa, can you summarize, because you don't go into history? We know what happened and the process. Is there any question for Declan or any comments so that we can go? I want to hear from Lexi.
Okay. So, Declan, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to ask you a question, and it's a friendly fire. I don't have any beef with you. It's not like you don't know, but you don't know everything. Let me first of all ask you: do you know everything, Declan? Do you know?
That's everything? Your question. You have one shot, and that's your question.
No. I mean, I'm trying to have a perimeter. of your claim.
We don't got all day. Ask your question like everybody don't
ask.
Ask
your question, please. Time is going.
Pansat, if you can hold on, okay. Let me go to Alexei. That's what I wanted to do initially, so that I'll give you.
You can try to be respectful. I'm not here to.
Oga, I'm not disrespectful. If you know me, what I just said, other people speak, and when it's your turn, you speak. When you speak too much, we tell you that you're speaking too much. You didn't answer any question. You're lecturing us history.
You have to do it respectfully. That's what I'm saying.
We are all waiting.
Don't talk to me anyhow.
Thank you.
All right. Hold on, guys.
I can reach out and talk to you no matter where you are.
Chief, I apologize. Igwe, I'm sorry. I for disrespect. Kabiyesi, I'm sorry.
All right, guys. Hold on, everybody. Pansat, just hold on. Lexi, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Clearly?
Yeah, go ahead.
I salute everyone. I salute you, Dr. Damages, and I salute Declan again for being with us today. The point you are making, Declan, is very clear to me, and it should be understood in the sense that America has so many things they are doing for the interest of the country. There are things that are minor. There are things that are even negligible for them to now concentrate. I'm not saying that the Nigeria situation and what's happening around there is not something to be considered. But I think for the interest of America, they are approaching the whole thing from a point of deciding what will interest the country. Let me say, before the present administration came, Nigeria was declared a country that was very murderous of Christians, because it was proven that there was such things going on in Nigeria. But when this administration came in, the Secretary of State removed Nigeria from that list. So what do you think? He came in, he weighed the importance of us dying the way it was being reported, and he didn't find a good place to have it running for their government. And so they removed Nigeria from that list. But Nigeria is guilty of supporting very wicked activity going on in the country, where people are being killed, and particularly churches being burnt and pastors being shot and all that. Yet they removed Nigeria from the list. And that's because they want to have their interests taken care of. Now, if we know that, that same principle can apply any other time to any other thing they're doing. Saudi Arabia is another example. During 9/11, it was seen that Saudi Arabia could be accused of having neglected things and, of course, connected, maybe not directly, but with 9/11. What happened? They still continue with Saudi Arabia as if they have done nothing. So if we understand the game in that way, we will say less about blaming America, because they are doing what they are doing for their interest. Democracy, yes, but it doesn't matter to them if another country is burning themselves up, not doing democracy. So when we know that, then we should not allow that situation to consume us. And so whoever is leading the country, the leaders should know this kind of thing, and then know how to handle situations like has just arisen now. Nigerians, where we have this problem now, they have confessed that they voted for Tinubu. Did you all hear it or not? Why should people from another country come into Nigeria to vote for any candidate? You all heard it from them. Nobody has said a word. And they are threatening Tinubu that if you try to fight us, our brothers in the northern part of Nigeria will join with us, and that will be our pushback. Again, that's another thing to note, that situations are the way they are based upon different reasonings of the people. So we have a situation in our hand where Nigeria that was dead is being now revived by those who are standing strong to revive it. Now, this war, if it comes, I'll be surprised. Don't be surprised, but I look forward to something that's totally different that nobody has mentioned here. The way Boko Haram came into play, these guys in the north joining Niger, in the end, what will be left of the strength of Nigeria in preserving itself? It will be a question to answer. So I have no question for Declan, but he's doing well, letting us see the thing the way they are, even when it's not to our own interest or for our own good. America will preserve America, and we have to preserve our people. I want Nigeria to sit down peacefully and decide how to continue, if there is a room for that continuation, or how we will exist as states that are cooperating among ourselves. You keep doing the same thing over and over, you keep getting the same results. We don't know how to do elections. When we do it, we crook the whole thing into something else. We don't get the right person that the people are voting for. Who doubts that Tinubu did not win this election? Who will doubt that? But now we have condoned what has been done, and we are even now trying to tolerate what the judiciary is going to do about it. So we are not serious. And let's stop blaming other people who are preserving the good thing they have. Our own is bad. Let us do something about it.
All right.
United States
Let's see.
of West Africa with Biafra, North as Arewa, and Oduduwa. We can all work together and begin to exist like 3 countries. And finally, Dr. Davids, please, let me make this point. You see, India was Bangladesh, Pakistan, and the current India. Those 3 countries, when they split apart, India became nuclear, Pakistan became nuclear, and now India has gone to the moon. We are still running around this whole thing that will never work, trying to say we are preserving Nigeria. Look at that particular example. Those countries are doing well for themselves to the point that they can today. Let us come together and decide what to do about Nigeria. Nigeria is dead. All this is just to revive it. It will never come up. It will never work. It's not working. That's where I stand.
All right. Thank you. Lexi. I will allow forefathers to give.
Yes, he's the one that will come in, I know.
Second question. No. To ask his second question, and then I will go to Pansat for a conversation with Declan.
Wow.
Go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask a second question. I just wanted to address some of the points I've heard Declan make regarding some of the points that have been raised. Regarding why you don't hear a lot about Europeans seeking criminal record from the US about their candidates or politicians, because they don't care. And they defend their own interests, and most of them, their countries don't even use criminal record to judge their politicians, like the US doesn't. Trump can be convicted tomorrow and he still becomes president, but somehow African countries subscribe that foreign countries can determine who their president is based on criminal record. That is on us. This is one of the things that seems to be coming through from some of the speakers, saying that we should take care of our own interests. And regarding this in the reasons why Europeans see this. Sorry, I'm just okay. What would you consider a good sign that the West has changed their ways in terms of changing their relationship with Africa? What would be the sign that we should be looking out for if they are going to change their ways? And if not, are we not justified to shift our alliances to other areas or power blocks in the world?
Thank you. Declan.
So okay, the second question is much easier. Yeah, look, any country anywhere in the world has the right to build any relationship that they want with any other country, right? I think that's obvious, and so there's not a question of justification or not. If Nigeria wants to deepen its relationship with Russia or China or Myanmar, it doesn't. There's nothing that needs justification for them. The first part, so this is. I know we talk about Africa, in a casual stroke. So it's unfortunate that the whole continent is rolled under one specific division in the State Department, right? This is a very diverse, massive continent with millions of people, and so there's no singular policy or there's no singular stance that makes sense. That makes sense to apply universally to the whole continent. It needs to be taken on a country by country or region by region basis. For me, the indicators that I would look for the U.S. to actually improve, to show that it's serious about its diplomatic engagements. First, we need to invest in deeper prioritization of a lot of the issues that we're talking about and a lot of the issues that the U.S. embassies across the continent have in terms of policymaking discourse in D.C. So that there just needs to be a better appropriation of resources in D.C. that shows that this is a priority, to raise awareness, because the truth is policymakers in Washington just don't know what's going on. Those people who are responsible for Africa know about Niger, but the majority of people don't, and that's an enormous obstacle. There needs to be more free trade agreements, and there needs to be more emphasis on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and supporting those initiatives. I think that there needs to be an improvement in terms of managing the impact of increased interest rates and how that begins to impact central banks in Africa. That's an issue that is really technical, but one that doesn't receive enough attention. So if they start doing those things and invest, more in telecommunications deals, then I'll actually think that we're taking the continent serious.
Sorry, let me sorry for insisting. Just two things. If they invest in telecommunication, it doesn't mean that they cannot take all that back. My concern is that if they don't invest in defense and strategic technological exchange, all they are giving to us is trinkets. And secondly, the Black population in America, how is it that they have not shifted America's policy towards Africa to be somewhat from being totally pan-European to be somewhat slightly pan-African, given that they make up at least 13 to 15% of the population of the country?
What was the last part? The last part. Say that again. In terms of making it more.
Yeah, the Black population in America, because America technically is just a pan-European country. Let's not make the mistake about that. That's what America stands for. And how is it that a major population in that country has not managed to nudge it to being somewhat pan-African in any way?
Because the majority of Black people do not really recognize or claim a political or social affinity with the continent. They know that there's an incredible history of slavery and exploitation, and obviously they're aware of that. It would be ridiculous to assume otherwise. But they don't consider themselves African. And we've had other conversations, and I know that we're at the end of the show now, so it's hard to talk through. But one of
you don't know what you're talking about. It's not you can't tell. No, that's wrong. He can't say Black Americans don't consider themselves Africans. That is bullshit. He doesn't know. He has no way of knowing anything like that.
Can you listen to me, Pansat? He said some of them, some or majority, something like that.
Even with that qualification, it's still wrong.
Pansat, the first thing to know is Black is not monolithic, right?
But that's not the point.
Black community in the United States is
that's not the point.
Diverse.
You cannot come here.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. Our guest has been here for 3 hours without a break. We're going to take a break, 2 minutes, and then Pansat and Declan will take. I hope, Declan, you're just for a few minutes.
I could do a few minutes because you asked.
Okay. All right, please. Just a few minutes. So let's take a break, and then when we come back, it will happen. All right.
Hey, no, what's wrong with this? Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People who stage coup in Nigeria, they never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't lie to you.
Dr. Wumi, if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drugs. And I know a lot of people who distributed drugs. Who was the girlfriend of
but let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was in Lubon.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and I hope you can see me. Welcome back, everybody. Last week we had Declan was part of our conversation last week, and there was a time that Pansat came on, and he was asking questions about the media and the time that Declan was editor at SaharaReporters. So I offered him a chance to come back this week. And so that we didn't, the goal was that we didn't want to move the conversation away from what we were discussing, so that he will have a chance to talk to Declan about his role in the media in Nigeria. So this will be an opportunity to expand the conversation and maybe talk about media in general, which is my one of my goals of starting this, so that people will understand more about how the media works, because I find it so surprising that a lot of people do not know. So we allow Declan and Pansat to have a conversation for 20 minutes. Declan has to go. I hope you can say for 20 minutes. So it will help that the questions will be brief and conversational and respectful, and then we watch and listen. All right, Pansat, you start.
All right, thank you very much. And again, hello to everybody in the panel. Declan is a media man. I'm not a media man. I only pursue the truth. That's very important to me. This conversation between you and I, you said it's going to be cordial, respectful, and I like that. That's good. But there are certain things that he's already admitted to that rubbed me the wrong way. Like you said last week, about a week ago, I came here and I was questioning or having a discussion with Dr. Wumi. And then the SaharaReporters organization came about. I don't know Declan from Adam, right? I don't know who the hell he is. But it ends up being that he was an editor at SaharaReporters. Now, there was a very nasty article that was published in the SaharaReporters about one of our public servants, Dora Akunyili of NAFDAC. And she's served in government before. She's one of our gems. A very beautiful woman, very dedicated, very passionate, incorruptible. Now, SaharaReporters did a lot of stories on her, on their run-of-the-mill thing in those days. They were credible and they're going after everybody, like you said last week. And you were there, Dr. Rudolph. But in my colloquy with this gentleman here, he said that he's the one that did the article on Dora Akunyili being in a hospital bed, going through chemotherapy with her hair shaved. This was towards the end of her life. And SaharaReporter did that story. This guy right here told me that he is actually the actual culprit that did that story. But what I didn't know is that if there was a miscommunication, we're talking about something else, and he admitted to being the one that did that story. So first of all, I want you to ask him now politely, did he do that article with Dora Akunyili, with her going through chemotherapy? Because I need to know that before I determine what I'm going to do from here on. Could you please find out from him, did he misspeak or he did that article? Find out from him.
All right. Thank you, Declan.
So what I said was that I did the one on Dazani, Alison Dazani Madueke. That one I know I did.
All right. Hold on. Hold on. Please. I'll reclaim my time. He answered my question.
No. Ansat, you have to he just don't speak and then let me control the conversation. Let him finish his thought and then so it will go ahead, Declan.
But I'll add this: if Sahara had found out that she'd fleeced the state or stolen money, I would have gladly written that story.
All right, go ahead, Ansat.
All right. So again, I'm a fair man, right? So I gave him a chance to get his head out of his ass, right? Which he did.
Ansat, there are rules here.
Be civil, please.
I'll take that back. Okay, I'll take that back. What I meant is just, I mean, it's funny that you kids, you cuss all the time, and sellers, most of them, 99%. Okay, so what I was saying is that I gave him a chance not to judge him just based, he could make a mistake, and I thought he did. Because nobody who would do that article could come on TV and say, look, I did that article. Because I'm trying to find out who did that article. Right? That article went over the line. I'm trying to find out who did it. And he said he did it. So it's like, I wanted to see if he did it or not. Because if he did do that article, he just said that he could have done it. I don't even think he read the article, probably, because who's going to say, I'm going to do that? Because I know SaharaReporters, they in the earlier part of their thing, they were going after corrupt politicians, and that's good, right? And they did it unfairly sometimes, but that's not my issue. But no African, I know, with all our foibles, would go into a hospital where a woman, one of our public servants, one of our better public servants, is going through chemotherapy, invade her privacy, and take those pictures and publish those kind of articles with impunity. Not with where I'm concerned, because I'm still going to find who did that. So I was giving Showore a break after this last weekend. I was saying, okay, now that makes more sense. I was in another show, and they saw a little bit of that. And Declan, that's the only thing I have to say. Since you have denied doing that article, But still, shame on you for being an editor in that organization and having them do that article, right? I want people to go pull it up and see it. If your blood doesn't boil, right? I don't want you thinking because you fighting a good fight, you want to end corruption, but you just can't come there and pick our daughters, our mothers, and publish whatever you think you want. 151 articles on Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So now, let me ask you.
Pansat, hold on, before you go there, let me just say that you are not sure, I'm not sure, when that article was published, whether Declan was the editor at that time. So we have to make that clear, because you are saying shame on you, and I don't even know the article you're talking about. But before you can say that, we have to be sure that he was the editor at that point.
I'm pretty sure he was. Okay.
How do you know? Sure. When was he editor? Can you tell me, Pansat, when he was editor?
He just said, let me tell you how you place things, right? He just said on Desiani, right?
Yeah.
That one that he did.
Yeah.
That was also shabby. That was also unfair.
Yeah, right? But no, go back to Akunyele, the one you are saying. How did you know?
But it's the same period, right?
How do you know what period?
I just told you when Desiani was in Jonathan's administration. I'm going to tell you.
Pansat,
yeah.
Let's
he was petroleum minister. She just said it. So
we don't have a lot.
Jonathan's administration.
Pansat, we don't have a lot of time. Can you pull up the article? What year? Tell me the date. And Declan is here. He will say, I was there, I was not. He knows when he's aware of when he was at Sahara.
I know, but
I don't want you to say. I don't want you to say. Listen.
I understand.
I'm running the show, Pansat.
Right.
Listen.
Right.
I don't want you to say that.
You're not running the truth. You're just running your show.
Yeah, the show.
You are doing administrative work.
Come on, man.
Pansat, you run the truth. I run the show. What I'm saying is this. If you are saying that he shame on him that he was there, the editor, okay, I'm saying confirm it by telling us the date it was published. He is here. He will say, that's it.
Okay, we'll do that. There are two ways to do that.
Okay.
First of all, like I said, I'm a fair man. Let me give him a chance to deny it. Declan, are you aware of the article I'm talking about or not on Dr. Akunyele?
No, so I do not recall this particular one.
You don't recall, all right?
No, there was a lot of stories. Like I said, if you were to bring it up, if you have the dates and things like that, maybe I could recall it.
Okay, we'll do that. Let me also see then. Were you the editor from 2000, anytime around 2011, the beginning of Jonathan's second term, I believe? In essence, he inherited, he was vice president, and Yar'Adua died, right? And then he ran against Buhari in 2011, right? You understand? That would have ended in 2015 when he
what are the dates
lost.
Asking?
So were you there in 2011?
No.
Were you there in 2012?
No.
Were you there in 2013?
No.
Were you there in 2014?
Yes.
All right. So you should have, or you do know about the article. Do you understand? Do you understand what I mean?
Not.
Now, you may not have had a direct input in publishing, and maybe you went on an editor then, but you should have been aware of that article, and then you should have quit. You shouldn't have worked there. Either way, shame on you, and shame on you, Rudolph, also for being there. And they published an article on Dora Akunyele, and you didn't get upset about it because she's a woman, she's a public servant, and she's an Igbo woman. And Sahara reporters were relentless in devastating our people. I made that accusation when I was here. Now let's talk about that. It's a lesser issue, right?
Rudolph, are we allowed to interject in this or not?
Not yet.
So
Rudolph, can we come in fast?
Yeah, because Doctor, I don't understand. It doesn't seem to be serving the audience. I mean, this is totally a private thing.
No, it's not. It's not private. Let's because I've had
because Dora Akunyele has relatives who may be on this platform. I don't think they will approve of this right now.
Who has relatives? What are you talking about?
Dora Akunyele herself may have relatives who are on this also.
Yeah, but Rudolph.
I don't think they have written any complaint.
That's another problem that we have in our
They
country.
are against that report.
The only relationship or people who should be concerned about the truth, it has to be either familial or tribal, right? For me, as a good person, right? As a Nigerian, as an Igbo man, I'm gonna have an organization publish articles of a public servant. There's no statute of limitations on that. Okay?
So, Rudolph,
you cannot do it with impunity. Is what I'm saying. You're not going to be a friend of mine if you go there disrespecting Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and there's a parent. Any woman you mention,
Ngozi Okonjo is a public office. Is working in a public office. They have right to publish anything about them. So don't forget about that.
Let me control this. Let me control it. I don't want to remove everybody other than Pansat and Declan, but if people are interjecting, I want to let's get this out, and this is simple to handle.
So can I speak?
No, not yet. So let's listen to Pansat. And so Pansat, you haven't said the date of the article. That's okay. We now know from what you are saying it was when Declan was there. So maybe Declan, you may have to tell because I want.
We don't actually know that yet, Rudolph.
Okay.
Because I joined December 2014.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So
I have no idea what happened in June.
Okay, Pansat, let me just hold on that. What I want Declan to explain is the process of publishing articles, because sometimes people don't understand this. I had Pansat now said, "Oh, Rudolph, you are there at Sahara, and shame on you." I don't care about defending myself. That's not why I'm not interested in that. I don't care. But the point is this: what you don't know, you don't really understand. So for instance, I didn't even know any article was published. I was there. I wasn't working in the news division. So, I was at the TV angle, but you don't know all these things, but you can say whatever you like. We don't care. But I want to give people opportunity to understand the process, because it's not just about Sahara, it's about Premium Times, People's Gazette. Sometimes people don't know and they make statements, like somebody is picking on somebody. I gave an example last week. I think I said it on air when someone wrote me and said, "You are Sahara. We have this story, this big story about this politician. I want Sahara to publish it." I said, "Okay." And this is what I do. I will forward it to the editor, whoever is the editor at that time. I'll say, "Declan, this is a story, follow it up," or whoever the person is. I went to this guy, said, "Okay, send it to me. I'll give you the email of the editor, talk to them." And then the guy said to me, "How much am I going to be paid?" And I said, we don't pay. And this is a guy that has been complaining to me, "Oh, they're attacking Igbo people at Sahara. You don't publish about all these people, about other people only." I said, "What story?" It's about the story. If a source sends the story to Sahara and it's confirmed, they publish it. And I said, send it to the editor. He wants to be paid. And then tomorrow he's complaining, "Oh, they're writing about Igbo people, they're not writing about Yoruba people or Hausa people." I don't understand. I want people to understand the media, and Declan was the editor. I wasn't the editor. Let him explain to you the process. Maybe you understand it more. Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Not you, Declan. I want Declan to maybe a little bit on the process.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So look. So the first thing, Sahara is a unique platform in that it encourages citizen journalism and citizen reporting, and so that means that there aren't these staff writers scuttling around all of Nigeria. There's people, there's reporters, there's all sorts of other ways, and we would use these networks to triangulate and verify stories. Of course, we do have people who are writing and doing editing and whatnot. Everybody would be astonished to see how small the Sahara operation was compared to kind of its impact. It was not very large, and yet so that's more or less what it is. Certainly, everything that I was involved in, I feel confident on. Everything gets verified, but there's no question. The purpose, the goal was to run people down. If you were caught stealing, abusing office, involved in corrupt activities, mistreating people, that is the story that Sahara does. There's no puff pieces. right? Not while I was there. There's no like, oh, isn't it great that so-and-so, opened up a hospital? No, nobody, we're interested in what money so-and-so stole and then how much small amount of money he decided to give back. That's what it is. So if you're on the website, you're in trouble. And that's a thing.
All right, thank you. And Pansat, go ahead.
All right. I would bring it down a notch. After all, the clan is plying his trade. He's, I guess, a journalist, and he's taking interest in our part of the world, right? I don't know where he's from. He could be from Africa. He may not be from Africa, but he's walking over there. I don't like a soft bigotry, low expectation, and say, okay, look, I'm not gonna go hard on you because you are not from Nigeria and you're meddling in Nigerian affairs. No, I'm still gonna go. I'm the one who's giving you the respect and say you are one of us. That's why I'm going hard on you. The rest of these people you see here on this panel, they don't want to really push you so hard because it's not in our culture to be mean to strangers, right? People who come into our house, we like to treat them with respect. Now, we've been doing that, as you know now that you've studied African culture, but others are taking advantage of us because we do that, right? They come in and then they disrespect our people. In some cases, take our lives while we're being nice, Mr. Nice Guy, right? So I'm not gonna, but I'm telling you, that's not why I'm not trying to defend us from that. I'm just accepting you as one of us. So we have to hold you accountable. Aside from this Dora Kinyili one, there were 151 articles written about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala that I made that claim last week. So you should have had time to research that and know if I was telling the truth or not. If you're lazy, you didn't do it, then you have to take whatever I say, right? The best evidence rule. So 151 articles. Rudolph, you're not exempt from this now with your excuse. You must have been there when they wrote one of those on Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who's a very, very good public servant, human servant. One neutral article out of that 151. So Declan, I come to you again. What is the worst thing about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala that you have against her? What did she do? Why did you publish 150 articles with one neutral against Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala?
Okay, Declan, before you answer, let me.
Minister of Finance and the coordinating minister of the economy in the time at that, which was the highest graft that they'd had since 1999. She aided and abetted or ignored incredible amounts of looting of the central bank and the petroleum accounts, and she absolutely should be held to account. And it's and we were talking earlier in the show about the hypocrisy of the United States and how we are selective in terms of what we're okay with. And Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala gets so many free passes.
All right. So, by the way, hold on. I don't know if you could hear Rudolph very well. It looks like Rudolph wanted you to hold off. He wanted to say something before you answer. So I don't know if you're just
answered your question. That's why she gets 150 articles.
And hold on, but
Okay. Pastor, hold on, okay? I wanted to say something, but it wasn't necessary. I wanted to actually say to you, when you said that he published 150, because we have to be accurate here, 150 something articles. You didn't say the period. It didn't say whether it was when Declan was editor, but you lumped it together and you said it's him that published, all those things. But
okay, Rudolph, one thing you're gonna have to learn is that, for example, like government is a continuum, right? If Nigeria does something, I don't have time to start figuring out who was president at the time, right?
You can say Sahara published, but you can't say that Declan published.
No, I have never said Declan.
You said he published. He published.
He, in the sense of SaharaReporters.
He's not SaharaReporters. No, he was there for a period.
Okay, so let me make that clear. Whenever when I say you did this, I'm talking about the organization, and I'm holding everybody.
Use that.
Everybody.
Use that.
Okay.
Say the
I'm
organization.
holding everybody, not just the clan. I'm also holding you.
Yeah, use the
okay.
organization when you
Rudolph,
talk.
if he's not having a conversation with Sahara Reporters, I can speak to the mindset at certain periods of time. I can speak to a history and a philosophy, but I'm not knowledgeable about. I can't credibly
Okay, then let me
speak to
conclude
the
with this.
story that
I hear you.
about
I hear you.
he
So
was
then
in
let's do this. If
2014.
that's the case, that's okay. That's not customary, but I'll do it for you, right? I'm a nice guy.
No, it is. Actually,
Hold on. I'm saying,
because the wrong
would
person would come in and say, "Oh, actually, I can talk about all of it." I'm saying I'm only credible for certain things. So you're saying, "Oh, you're going to hold me to account, and that you'll treat me like everybody else." Why don't you just treat everybody consistently and stop worrying about who's in the room? Of course, nobody can credibly speak to things where they were not present.
Okay, so then that's what I'm saying. I'll conclude with this. If you just answer this question, then we'll go on. Would you then say that Sahara Reporters, first of all, either that you're not aware of everything they did, but if you're aware of everything they did, that you condemn some of the things they did. Do you understand what I mean? That you wouldn't have done it that way if you were in charge. Would you then, if you did that, I will exonerate you as far as an individual, and then still hold that organization responsible. So would you say, number one, either you don't know everything they did, you didn't participate in everything they did, but as far as you're concerned, they didn't do everything right? Go ahead.
In terms of the reporting coverage while I was there, I support everything, and there's certain stories that I wish I could have pushed out, but I couldn't verify. So I would have liked to go harder, Pansat, much harder. And these stories about people who are in the hospital and their last leg, I didn't care at all. If you looted money, as far as I'm concerned, name and shame.
Okay, so then hold on. Okay, this is, by the way, this is not a laughing matter. Like you come here and you're smirking, right? You made that statement and you're smirking. I'm trying to tell you that I'm very serious here. I'm not here to play with you.
It's a
and
public
laugh
office.
around.
You can write anything about them.
Yeah, please shut your mouth. So
shut
what
up
I'm
too.
Declan, here's my point.
Declan, don't allow anybody to bully you.
Declan, let me ask you this. Do you believe, okay, Declan, do you believe somebody included Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, right? That somebody is innocent until they're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. Do you believe that? That somebody's innocent until they're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
So
just yes or no? Yes or no?
I'll answer exactly the way I want to answer.
No, Rudolph.
Rudolph, you can't say yes or no. You can't ask a question and say yes or no.
That is a yes or no. That's a yes or no.
No, you are not serious then about if you are saying yes or no. Let me just say
Rudolph, the thing is that Pat doesn't know anything about journalism or reporting. So if he did know these things, then he would actually understand that the threshold of evidence for journalism is not the same as the threshold of a criminal court. So innocent until proven guilty under the court of law. But when you're actually talking about journalism, if you can show that you are deliberately not defaming somebody, which means publishing knowingly false information with the intention of inflicting damage on that person, you can publish. And so,
okay,
no,
hold on that. Rudolph, please ask him.
Let him finish, Pansad. You have to let him finish.
No, I said it. He just, he mentioned earlier, it's important to come here and not be lazy and do research. But I would have thought, Pansat, that you know the basics of journalism before you start indicting it.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm about to say to you.
Let me say something. We are ending it here, but let me say something. The reason why I allow this to happen is because Pansat is just one person, but there are a lot of people like him out there who conjure things, they imagine things, they don't understand the media. And I will continue to bring people from the media, past and present, to come on this platform and give people opportunity, especially if you want to know how it works. Not if you want to continue to imagine that this is what's going on. KJ is here. I will allow KJ to say something because he was in
I
the
know,
meeting.
but let me answer the last thing he said. He says I should know more about journalism. I do know more about journalism. You cannot, if you want to say somebody allegedly did something, right? That's fine. You could use the standard of prima facie, right? As a journalist, do your reporting, but you can't categorically come and say somebody is guilty of this, they did that, unless you have a conviction to back that up. But you can allege as a journalist and say somebody did something, he's alleged to have done so and so. You have to be responsible, right? You don't have carte blanche.
All right,
the code of journalists here.
Answer. Thank you so much for
thank you.
indulging us today.
I hope you learned something today, Declan.
Next time you have to get the date of the article. You have to get the date next time. Get the
Can
date of the article.
I just put in one word?
Yeah, I will let KJ put in one word.
Declan, I appreciate your response and your patience. You see, sometimes I'm trying to look for the right word. If anytime just your last words were very well. I mean, they are like a chat buster for this conversation. Sometimes people think that the same thresholds what you use in the court, that's what you use in journalism. It's not the same, And just like you rightly explained, if that was not real, there would have been so many people going to court because they feel like some part of the publication is not in their favor, and so they can go to court with it. I like your patience also. I mean, I lost mine. When there's some question that I think shouldn't be necessary. But here's what I want to go to. Because you work in a media doesn't necessarily mean that you know exactly whether be it print or be it
digital,
online. Yeah. You don't know everything that's going to go on. You don't know all the people who, in fact, sometimes you only get to know certain information because you are friends with the writers or with the reporter or with the person handling the program. That's the only the only other way you know. If not, you'll be sitting right in your house and you see the story just like any other person would have seen it. And there's nothing you can do in that sense. It's not your media. You are maybe just a partner or you're even an employee. Okay, in such a way, the only person who can actually know exactly what goes on are the gatekeepers, and even at that, sometimes they are also they're overruled by the owners of the company. If for instance, take example of this day, and look up and I want something to publish, okay, in Arise News, for instance, and he wants that topic to be discussed. Donald Abati and the rest team cannot stop it. Okay, if you stop it, the next day you are gone. You are there at his pleasure. So sometimes, see, these things, like the question I asked, I mean, look, anybody could have written those stories. And I read the story of Dora Akunyele. I saw those pictures and all that. I don't see anything wrong with it. In fact, if there was anything about it, it even gave the Nigerian people an insight into what she was going through and drew a lot of sympathy for her. And that's how many people get to follow her to the end of her life, and then, just like Declan said, Ukonji Wala, I had an opportunity of having one or two interviews with her. And the first time I went to her office, the door was as open as, Lagos Highway. She never locks her door. And we asked her, why don't you lock your door? They said, no, she doesn't want anybody to think that there's any special thing that she do in the office. Her office door, her seat is right directly. Once you enter the secretary's office, she can see you. So when she sees you and you wait there for like 5 minutes, you ask the secretary, why is he still waiting? Let him come in. Okay, that was the open door policy she ran. But will there be some things that went down that she couldn't control? Of course, yes. Many things went down. She couldn't have no control about it. And if a good journalist is able to put it together, it's a good story as far as I'm concerned. It's for everybody to be able to judge. When a journalist publishes a story, it's not because that's the last, it's not saying this is the last say. It's for you to have an input, of what is going on and make your own conclusion. I think what you have done today is you have just shown how, you journalists who can contain anything, who can just take it all in and just respond to you in the best way we can. And that's a good thing for you. Thank you so much for coming.
All right.
Yeah, could I respond to KJ on that? briefly.
Hold on. Let's hear from Chim. Maybe he has something else you respond to. Chim, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Just wanted to make it quick. Pansat, I hear you. I'm happy for this forum because we're able to ventilate and keep things real, and that's the beauty of being. Even though I was losing my patience to like KJ, and I was wondering, I was going to ask Rudolph, why are we having this conversation? But that's the beauty, and I want to appreciate the organizer. So the other thing I wanted to say, incidentally, Declan is not here. So the thing is this: as much as either it's Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala or Dora Akunyili, as the reference conversation is right now, they are public officials. The moment either elective or appointive you accept, you no longer have control of the narrative. The narrative is no longer under your control. The only way you can spin the narrative is in your good works. Now, I'm not saying it is right, if that be the case, that people should write seditious or things that are not right about public officials. No, I'm not suggesting that. However, it's not going to be nice for us to take offense if a public officer of our preference is written about in a manner we think not to be right. And then when someone is not within our loving and something about them is written, then we say it's okay, it's not us. So, because that's what it will come across, Pansat, people listening, they will think maybe Akunyili being your auntie. That's why you're angry that something was written about her or something. But I do understand you to an extent that, yes, you want people to be written fairly about. But she was a public official. Right. I agree with you, when it comes to health issues, it can be very touchy. But the truth about the matter is Declan was a media person. He's a reporter. He needs to make the news. And that was the news. And he put it out there. But we shouldn't be making, what's the word? I said this to somebody. We should be careful the excuses we make for certain people and we don't make for others. They are all public officials. Right now, we're talking about Tinubu and how we don't want it to be him. I come from Abia State. I've told people have often accused some Igbos that we voted Obi because he's Igbo. And I've told them, if you had put Ojus or Carlo against Professor Yemi Oshibajo, I will fingers, hands, head, everything I have vote for Professor Yemi Oshibajo. I can't vote for Ojus or Carlo, and I'm boldly saying it. Not in this world, not in the life to come. I can't vote for him. I know him. You understand? So it is not. These people are public officials. If something has to be written about them, unfortunately, it is what it is. Even me, I'm telling myself, the day I mistakenly show up in the public domain as a political office holder, I've opened myself up. So I think we need to understand it that way. Pansat, thanks.
Yes, sir. And Rudolph, let me respond now. I thought there was something different about you. You came here. You're sharp. You're smart. You're on point. I didn't know you're from God's own state, that the only state in the Bible, and that's Abia State. And kudos to you for that. But let me say to you that just because somebody is looking in to find the truth, I'm not advocating for Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala or Dora Akunyili because I have a familiar relationship with them, with my auntie, my sister, or whatever. Maybe she could actually be my daughter. I don't know how she is exactly. I'm an old man, right? So KJ can lose his temper. You said you could also, you were holding yourself. If you go and lose your temper against me, you try to either commit suicide, right? Because physically, I could whoop KJ with my left leg, right? And I'm strapped too. So what are you losing your? What are you losing your? You're losing your temper because I'm trying to find out the truth about somebody publishing something about some of our.
Not my temper. I wasn't losing my temper. I said I was getting impatient.
Okay, no. Okay, I got you. Yeah. So look, I love journalists. They're the fourth estate here in the United States. They help build this country, right? There's nothing wrong with journalism, but if you're gonna set up an organization and then you're going after people either because misogyny or tribal, because I found that a lot of that in that organization was it to say they didn't do a lot of good work. They did, and it's periodic. When they started, and then obviously when you get power, they were very popular, but then they started going after our people in the Southeast. They started going after Jonathan against an evil military thug, a dictator that committed a coup d'etat before, right? So you have to have judgment. Just because you're a journalist, you're not immune from criticism. There's this idea that, like KJ, you could see a little bit on him, but he still has more sense than most that are here complaining against me. And his politics and I are very close. So what, let me just put it down this way, right? If you pardon,
you have to move. You have to move on.
Okay, all right. I'll rest my case on that. You know what I mean. But don't go losing your Rudolph. You and your friends.
Rudolph, can I just say one?
Losing your temper.
No, hold on.
Just one, less than 3 seconds. See, there in newspaper especially, there's a what you call a soft sell magazines. The soft sell magazines do not get into the kind of research a magazine like Newswatch or Times International. You see, those soft sell are just we call it in media the water cooler stories. They're not really stories that you go into deep investigation and all that. And that was how
Rudolph, can I please?
That was how we saw.
Hold on, KJ. Let me ask you.
KJ. No. All right, KJ. See what I mean? I gave you 30 seconds. You took 2 minutes. I want Declan to have his last word, and maybe he has to go somewhere, do something. And we didn't agree that he would be here for this long. So I want to.
Would I have a last word too? After him?
I thought you did that now. Declan, thank you so much for joining. Have your final words before we go. Before I let you go.
No,
I want to hang out.
Nothing on my side. I know KJ.
Okay.
KJ was asking a question and I dropped off.
Could I use his time? Let me use Declan's time.
I'm not.
2 minutes.
I'm not hanging up.
Okay. Something if I go.
No, hold on, Passat. Hold on, everybody. I think there's a delay. Declan was saying something. He didn't finish. He said you're not hanging here. So let me just thank you for being here today. And at any time, if there's anything going on across Africa, I know you are an analyst and you understand most of those things. We'll call on you. Hopefully, you'll join us again. Thank you.
Thank you, Declan. Good job.
Thank you, Declan. I hope to see you next time and we talk about something else. But before you go, what I wanted to say is this, right? It's a judgment call that I'm talking about. Like in this election, right? There's an election here where Showore, who is your main principal, right? You have an election between Peter Obi, a Democrat, a man of integrity, purpose, has served as governor, has been there, right? And then you have a drug heroin accused person who forfeited $400,000. I'm talking about 1990s dollars, right? And then he's geriatric. He's no good, right? It's right there. But Showore is treating these two as something he could not. He doesn't know which way to go. He cannot choose.
So Pastor, hold on. This is the problem. I thought it was discussed here. You don't understand the media. The job of the media is not to choose sides. That's not what we do. That's why I bring people from the government. You know how many government officials have called to come on this show? You know how many times I've called them to say, come here, come and talk to our people. You don't pick. I'm not interested in picking somebody because this person is good or bad. We are covering the story. Anybody who is from any side of the story, we bring them. We talk about them. That's all. I don't know where you think I have to decide that this is the right because this person.
Can I respond to you? Let me respond to you because when the first day I came to your show, right? If you recall, will you mute this other guys while we're talking? So Rudolph, what you just said there, it really irritates me because you made the same statement. If you recall, the first time I came here, okay. So I said that you have a room to play with when you're talking about good versus bad. Okay, you could do what you could choose anywhere between those range, right? Or when you're talking about right, wrong, right, good, evil, Fine. But when it comes to true or false, you cannot say, look, I'm a journalist, so I'm going to say something false. I'm going to choose false over the truth. You don't have any room right there. So when you're going to make a judgment call, right, that factor is very important.
Listen, Pastor, the news does not make judgment call. That's not what we do in the news. If I'm writing an opinion article, I write an opinion, my own opinion, based on what I think is right. But in the newspaper, when you pick up the news, this is what happened. You decide, not the writer, not the news. They don't decide for you. All right, Osi, go ahead.
Yes. So I was going to ask you
because OC is the publisher of Ikenga Online. Some of you may not know. So OC is also involved in the media.
So
OC,
I'm biased person, right? So
Ikenga Online is the only online paper that is covering the Southeast. So Pansat, you may listen to OC. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been an interesting conversation. But I was beginning to think that to get more airtime with you, Rudolph, somebody has to be a renegade, because I honestly don't understand why Pansat is having all the time. It's not like, I don't see anything that, he's bringing to the table more than every one of us. I also have to say that there's something to be said about decency. Whether we are in a public office having this kind of conversation and all this, it has to be conducted in such a way that everybody is mutually respectful to each other. I haven't seen that, honestly, with the way you've conducted yourself, Pansat. Even though you have most of the things you raised, it's safe to say that it's something that bothers you. So I don't mind you saying that. But you have to, be a little bit more respectful of people when you are discussing with them, not in a condescending and patronizing way. But anyway, that's.
But you mentioned my name, so I have to respond, right?
Yeah, let me finish.
You have to be fair, right? So you mentioned me, you have to let me respond.
Let him finish, Pansat. You have to learn. Let him finish. You are here. You're not going to.
I think one of the biggest problem we have in Africa is that, instead of relying on institutions, we always rely on somebody's celebrity power. Obviously, Dora Akunyili is somebody that we all respect. That is not to say that she's infallible. That is not to say that she's the Pope, that, she can never do any wrong. If you believe that, I don't think you're even doing a great service to her own legacy. What the news, the essence of, media organizations, which you rightly describe as the fourth estate of the ring, is to make sure that everybody is held to account. You are aware. Listening to you seems like you live in the US. So we could see what happens in the political space. Okay, we could as well say, nobody should criticize Trump. His supporter says that. Is that how is that how America should be run? No. Everybody, the moment you take up that position to be in a position of public trust, you make yourself open to all kinds. Because sometimes it doesn't even mean that some of the things you do, you did it out of just outrightly, doing things to harm the people. But as a human being, you're liable to make mistakes. Now, the essence of the magazine and everybody else is to make sure that they call your attention so that tomorrow when you want to make any decision, you sit back and know that, okay, somebody's going to be x-raying what I'm doing. If we give you, a clean slate like this that you could just do, we know you're very good, we know you mean well, and nobody's going to criticize you, every human being will fail. That is why they say when you are a leader and all you have around you are people who are going to say yes to whatever you do, then you're not a good leader and you're bound to fail. Okay, I'm not going to take up all the space, but this is what I just wanted to share.
Are you sure?
Thank you.
Are you sure about that? All right, thank you. Let me respond to you because it's quite interesting, the pattern of you journalists, right? You want to come here and gang up on me, right? You come in, you set up a straw man and you destroy it, and then you agree with virtually everything else I said. I said that Dora Akunyili was an unwavering patriot in Nigeria. She had concern with the Chibok girls in the NAFDAC and all kinds of things. And I said, you come here, you confirm the same. You're agreeing with me. I said I'm not against journalists. I am not at all. You're right. Looking at me, you should know. You said just by mere observation that I should know, and you're right, right? So I'm not against you guys. We love and respect Rudolph. I said it. His friend Okendibe, it's a great guy. He was here and he spoke in moral clarity, right? In those things. But you can't hide. Some journalists try to do that, try to hide under journalism, right? It's a profession like anybody else. We're trying to build our country. Journalists are very, very important. Like I said, on the issue, it's like a binary choice, pretty much. Just forget about Tiku in this election. You have Peter Obi, right? And then you have Tinubu, right? This is not about journalism. This is about judgment, about our country. Rudolph is a very important, people love him from all tribes in Nigeria, right? Assembled here. His hands are tied. But there are issues that are about true or false. And then actually picking the topic that you want to pursue, that's a judgment to be made. Are you going to pursue this heroin dealer and find out his certificate, his friends, where did he go to school? Are you going to go at it? It's like United States. You see them here. They're pursuing Trump, but fortunately for Trump is not what they're trying to portray him to be. Trump is an honest man. They want to make him to be a liar, right?
Let's go next.
Let me say. I did that on purpose. Hold on. I did it on purpose. Let me say this. Hold on, because we don't want to come here. We just want to talk about Declan and SaharaReporters. That's not sexy, right? So you're gonna say, "Oh, Pansat is boring," right? But let me give you a little thing to chew on. I'm saying, listen to me. Who said that? Henry, you and I normally our policy is the same.
We should educate Rudolph. We should educate Pansat. Pansat, do you realize that when the Dora story was published, Okendibe, who you just lionized, is this great guy. He was at SaharaReporters at the time.
Right.
Is that
go and read his articles, right? He was there. I'm not saying you're guilty by association. That's why in your case,
didn't come across at all.
I came here and I opened the lid and let you out because you were boxed in. You were in trouble. The whole world were looking at you as the publisher, the particular guy who wrote that article, right? But I came here and I let you out.
Look at the comments, my friend.
No. I said to Dr. Wumi, you have a lot of wayward people in that comment section, a lot of kids, a lot of youngsters, right?
All right, Pansat.
Just because of my age, and they're gonna be knocking me because of my age. That's how wayward they are.
Pansat, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate you today, and we appreciate your contribution. And
let me say something before I go. Let me say something.
Henry, go ahead. Yeah.
Rudolph.
You see,
hold on. Hold on.
No, see, hold on. I just make one small comment, right?
Okay.
Rudolph, to you. See, Rudolph, you owe everybody on this platform apology. Even the viewers, you owe everybody apology.
What?
People commenting, you owe them apology. No worry. I don't know why. I'm just telling you, you owe all of us the apology. You owe the commenters apology. You owe the viewers apology. That's it.
All right, thank you. Henry, go ahead.
I was expecting Pansa to go to Shore. Shore handle media, and he could go there asking questions about the article, than to come here and start ranting here, bullying. Somehow try to bull. Somebody try to, I was thinking go direct to what they call him, Shore. Should send email or go to his Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. Write something there. So we'll give information. Than to come and start ranting here, spending all our time here without bringing no point. Anyway, he's trying to defend this woman because this woman is from his own tribe. That's it. What I'm saying, as long as you're a public officer, you're not a public. You're not secret no more. You're public. They can publish anything about you. It doesn't mean you have to be Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or whatever. They publish a lot of things about Buhari too. That Buhari was in the bed they published something about Buhari was in. They're going to publish something about Buhari died in Saudi Arabia. There are a lot of things is
He's
published
from
there.
Sudan. Now he's from Sudan.
Yeah, all this kind of. So why you don't say something about that? You just here, come here, start ranting. You should go to Shore, ask Shore about it.
All right.
I mean,
thank you,
Rudolph.
Henry.
I give a blame to you too for allowing him to bull on your guest. It's not working like that. Sometimes you have to shut him off.
All right.
Yeah, sometimes you have to shut him off. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Rudolph, I understand that you try to Rudolph, I understand that you try to be fair, to give everybody opportunity, but that guy was disrespectful for people that come in this platform, and that shouldn't happen for any reason. He's saying somebody to shut their mouth up. I remember when I said something, take your time when it's your time. If your time ends, take it. He said that I disrespect. I said, oh, I'm sorry, even though you chief in your tribe, but here is a platform where everybody have opportunity to speak their mind, but you're supposed to shut it down. The way she disrespected people should supposed to be shut down. And I concur with the person that says you need to apologize for everybody because that guy was rude and disrespectful. I'm an Igbo man, and I'm from the same area Akunyere come from, but you don't see me. Article that was written years ago to come over here and blab about it. I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you, San Antonio. Let me, I will apologize, but let me show this. Coming on Sunday on this show is Dr. Perry Bremer. Next Sunday is a good example of how we take conversations to everywhere. And he will talk about will religion survive the advent of AI? And is ChatGPT afraid of the Quran? And next month, which is September, we have people like Chidi Odinkalo is coming, Okendibe is coming back, Professor Neo Shundere is coming, and we may have Maegun coming on the show in September. So we'll have interesting conversations. But let me just say this. One of my goals is, if you guys know Pansat, I think more people who are complaining about him, not that we encourage people to behave the way he does, but he actually did better today than typical. I can play you some past videos of him on this program where and we had course in the past to remove him, and we do that. But the point is that I think it's more important that we allow things to come out in public. The people can judge from what they had, what they think is appropriate. Sometimes if we shut someone down, people might think that that we are trying to prevent them from revealing something wonderful. But I think reasonable people can understand from what happened today, who has more points to give. So thank you guys. But if you feel offended,
wait.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
If you feel offended, I'm sorry. Things
Thought you are running away.
No, I'm not going away. I don't have anybody to replace me yet. Things like this will happen now and every now and then. But let's hear from who is new here, who hasn't said something.
I'm new. I've not spoken. I think everybody here has spoken.
Okay, let me just go to Righteous Man.
Righteous Man has been.
I know. He's in Nigeria. Let me hear him. Righteous Man, go ahead. You guys don't pay for cable. He pays, I'm sure, a lot of. Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, I think we that are back home here, we deserve your apology. You know that every time I join your show, I spend nothing less than 8,000 naira in buying data. Wow. Any day. Yesterday I spent 8,000. Today again I bought a data of 8,000 just to be part of this show. But in most cases, you just relegate me to the background. I don't even know what is going on. So it's not actually being fair. Anyway, I think the appearance of that very man, Passad, it's not as if he's bad, but I think as the anchor man, you should manage the time so that it will not resort to unnecessary argument and disrespectful from any commentator or anyone that is contributing. Just try as much as possible to manage the time. It is the time you will use to cut off some of these excesses. But if you don't do that, I know human being what we are. We'll go to any length to, prove who we are when it is not necessary. Actually, there was a statement he made, which I concurred. Most of the problem we're having down here comes from the journalists. They don't give accurate report of issues. And for example, the Diziani issue of having a gold, is a diamond, breastwear. Yeah. If I tell you, I'm from Imo State. Those of us, the area we do business and it's a multi-tribal ground. We were really kind of bullied that Igbos are reckless, Igbos are thieves. How can a woman spend money to buy a diamond brazier and all that, And it was SaharaReporters that broke that news. And we don't know, nobody can of a truth say whether that woman owned that or not. And up to today, nobody has been able to come out to say she owned that or not. And that was the story, and it was a kind of a bad baggage on us down here, that it was affecting us based on, Nigeria. Let's not deny that Nigeria is built on sentiment of tribes and religion. There is nothing anybody can do about that. As much as we try to make sure we play down on it, at any good time, it rears her ugly head to show that it's something that is not going to go out. Let me give you a short example. My wife was driving and had an issue with her car along Aswani Road. And she was trying to get rid of what was wrong. And last my people came to her and they spoke Yoruba to her, but she doesn't speak Yoruba. And they told her motto. So she called me and informed me what happened. She had a bad thing coming up on the dashboard of her car, and she needed to stop to check what was wrong. And she was not obstructing traffic. She parked by the appropriate place she's supposed to park. But when they came to her and spoke to her in the language that she doesn't understand, she became a victim. They told her vehicle, when she called me, I came into the place and I was asking the officers that got the car towed, can you tell me what sin or what crime she committed, that she had a broken down vehicle and she needed to put it right? And then you towed the vehicle and charging about 120,000. I have to call my lawyer and inform my lawyer. So my lawyer came there and we dragged that issue. Now, if she had responded in Yoruba language, I'm telling you, they will even assist her to get that motor done and let her go. So the issue of Nigeria, tribalism and religious sentiment cannot be ruled out. So when journalists are reporting issues, please, at least if it's not going to be 100%, let it be at least 70% that people can look around it and say, yes, this is correct. So that's just my contribution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Righteous Man. We appreciate you and the fact that you rejoin us from Nigeria.
I have a little comment. KJ, drop your hand. KJ,
No. Sorry, I just want to tell Mr. Righteous Man that we actually spoke on that Brazil thing on this program. And I said that is one thing I hold the EFCC chairman, now gone in detention, right about. He came and he said of the truth. We asked him, he said of the truth. He has looked through their shop, their warehouse and all the places where they keep things. There is nothing like gold brazier. There's nothing like gold pants. There's nothing like gold wristwatches. All those, those things they published about Desiani Alison Madeke was not true. That's what Bawo said. That she has not been able to see any one of those evidence. None, not one. Okay, but again, you see the press didn't carry that. Of course, when I say the press, the television and all the rest didn't carry that follow-up, except when that interview was granted and it made those assertions. So I think the press tries to be, we try to balance it out.
One thing you want to talk, you don't talk 1
Yeah,
million
try
things.
to balance it out. Sorry, I'm true, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're a journalist and politician. What's the difference?
Yeah, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me say, of course, the press is not perfect. and the press will reflect the society where they come from. But the important thing is this: it didn't come up in the conversation we had now. If something wrong was published about you, you have the right to challenge it, and people sue the press. Okay, so it's not like the press that once they publish something, there's something you can do about it. So if there are cases like that, and it does happen, and every day, so there's still something someone can do. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Before I get into it, you said something that I didn't know before about Mr. Osi, that is the publisher of Kenga online news. I mean, I'm very happy to have a conversation with you on that, if you don't mind, Mr. Osi. Not today, anytime, because my biggest critique about the Southeast is that they fail woefully to invest in the media. I mean, this is 2023, right? So you taking that part is something that I really want to have a conversation with you about. And Rudolph, no, before I come to Rudolph, I will say, no, okay, before I go to Pansat, Rudolph, anyway, thank you. Thank you for actually allowing that short episode to take place between Pansat and Sahara. It's not necessarily about Declan or you. And it's interesting that we are beginning to put the media. I think everybody is beginning to see the bias of the media now. We talked about it yesterday, if you remember, and you are trying to make case about that. And I respect your opinion, Rudolph. I mean, you put over almost 2 decades in journalism. That's something that you can't just buy. You can be able to buy in the market.
Almost? Did you say almost?
I say almost 20 years. I don't know. I'm just I don't know that.
It's more than 10.
Sorry.
Don't say 20.
So, good. It's not, that means it's not even available in
my service.
That means your experience is not even available on the shelf, even if I want to buy it, right? So, but in this case, you not go win. You not go feel win this year. I say you not go win because we are single to have this conversation. This is a case, officially established a case between SaharaReporters and Pansat. So now let me come to Pansat. Pansat, I am proud of you today. I am, for real, from the bottom of my heart, I'm proud of you. And for that, on your behalf, Mr. Rachos, I will pay for your next weekend data to join us again. So on behalf of the Pansat performance, right? Pansat is not, what Pansat is saying is not about Declan. Of course, Declan happened to be the center of the conversation. Who is better to be on the center of the conversation, if not an editor, right? An editor of the conversation. So it's about SaharaReporters. Yesterday, we are talking about how media spend too much energy in projecting distractions, right? Instead of giving us what really matters, what every Nigerian is feeling, they are giving us how the elites who predominantly own the medias, whatever they want, that's what they are saying, right? And that's exactly what Pansat is trying to say. Why so much energy on those women, right? I'm not even pointing them out because they are women, but on all those people, knowing that they know fully well that what they are saying, nothing is going to come out of it, right? Yes, you are opening Nigerian people's eyes to know what is happening. But at the end of the day, you could see why Nigerians were very suspicious about Sahara role in bringing Buhari to power, right? Quote unquote. So if we pay attention to one part Pansat is saying, it's not necessarily about Declan, right? There's a reason I didn't even come out to ask Declan. He was an editor. It's a Mokreta journalist. Today as an investigation journalist. So what is the difference between Declan and David Odein? They are on the same level. So giving that much attention to him, for me, you know really what I'm. But let's give it to Pansat. Yeah, at this point, we need to call this media out. As I said, it's not necessarily about Rudolph now, who works in the Sahara Report for many years, as Pansat wants to point it out. But it's about SaharaReporters, right? But I mean, again, I'm not downplaying their impact in the society. We need them, but they are not above calling out. They are not above criticism, right? Where is SaharaReporters now that since after all those people are gone? Our Nigeria are not better all of a sudden. So I totally understand where Pansat is coming from. And again, if Declan is an editor, he should be able to account for everything that he signed for or signed to in the past. And again, for him to actually accept to work in SaharaReporters, that means he accepts the ideology, including everything they've done in the past before he got into SaharaReporters. So the idea of asking him when he joined SaharaReporters does not count. You accept to work there, that means you accept everything that they've done, good or bad.
Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Ovie. Let me say a few things. One is, I'm happy Ovie is in the media space now. You have all the politics, so I hope you will now make the corrections that other media they are not making. The other thing I wanted to say is that nobody noticed something that happened here a few minutes ago. The fact that people in the media can actually take it, quote unquote, take it, unlike some people in the public space. And that's how it is. That's how it should be. You know, if you're in a public space, you are a personality, you are in politics, you should be able to, people should challenge you. Nobody's saying, the media has never said don't challenge us. In fact, it's one of my goals here, and I say it again and again, to bring as many people as possible in the media to come here and give you guys, anybody, opportunity to talk to them. And hopefully people will learn one or two things every time that happens. Osi, you know, you said Pansat, I gave him a lot of time. This was it was the reason why we had Declan today, because we wanted him to have an opportunity to talk to Pansat. And we've talked about you coming on the show. I don't know when you are available. Anytime you're available, that option is still there. We can have you as a guest and you talk about what you do at Kenga Online and your book that is coming out. I just wanted to mention that. All right. Go ahead.
Righteous man, give your number to Rudolph. I will get that from him.
Righteous man, you can write on the private chat so Ovie can see. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but Righteous man, though, remember all of us still pay for our own data, though, when we come over here. So I understand that Nigeria is unique, but we all pay for data too.
Mute themselves. There's noise coming from somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's from Osi. Osi, I think it's Line.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
So you were supposed to actually apologize to us.
Oh, I thought
Hold on. You can monetize it. Just send me $10,000. I will leave you. Don't worry. Just kidding. The point I want to say, right? Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Pansat coming here to discuss Dora Akunyili. In my own honest opinion, he is actually demeaning Dora Akunyili. Dora Akunyili, she is the best we got since she came into the public space from NAFDAC. She is one of the best. She's not a regional leader. Nigeria love Dora Akunyili. May her soul rest in peace. You should not come here and pretend that she loved Dora Akunyili more than other parts of the country. Nigerians love Dora. I can say this. So Dora, she did her best. She's human. You know, she did her best, to be honest. But the way she was just, my own concern was the way he was attacking the other guy. I don't think if he sees Sowore, he will talk to Sowore this way. They will have a serious fight. Sowore will reply, it's fire for fire. So I think he was just attacking the wrong person today. Even when people try to, I mean, why will you just come and be attacking somebody like that? Because he public. And the truth is, in all he said, he never really pointed out something like, oh, this was your offense. Bring out the article. What is not correct? You know, that's what I was expecting, but he didn't do any of that. But to me, I think next time, I don't think you should give him the such time and he will start be bullying everybody here. No, thank you.
Thank you so much, AY. Who is next? Chim, you wanted to say something or you did? No. Okay. KJ, you want to say something? I'm rounding it up.
In rounding up, I think Rudolph, I appreciate your patience and because it takes a lot of self-control to bring someone who virtually not allow other people speak, and you still be able to let them go on. I'm not sure with my Bible mind and church going spirit, I would have been able to handle all that. It's okay. And you see, the thing is, the more we understand how the media works, the better. You see, Rudolph is the one running this show now. He cannot stop me for what I want to say. Maybe even before he knows what I want to say, I've already said it in the air. And there's no way it's going to. The only thing he can say, well, this is a disclaimer. I'm not that statement has made is totally his own idea. It's not the view or my idea of this platform.
KJ, sorry. Say, let me not
interject.
No, not to interject, but that your excuse no work. You know what? Because even that
I'm coming to you, sir.
That said it. Okay.
Yes, I'm coming to you. You see, sometimes we assume that the journalist is taken from somewhere and we are looking in. No, it's not a question of if you read a little bit of literature, you find out that one of the things we used to criticize Woloshenko those days that it takes you to the end and allows you to make your judgment whether you want to agree with what he has presented or not agree. That's how journalism sometimes, some of them write. They bring you the stories. They don't conclude, for you. You make your own conclusion. And if you feel deeply touched about it and you want to probably go research about what they've said about the individual, you can do that. If the individual feels that what he or she has been presented as does not represent his or her true color, the person has the right. In fact, what some people even do is that I know some people they will call say, did you see that story you wrote about me? Oh yeah, rewrite my own. This is my own this thing. And you see a rejoinder, still coming back in the same paper. Okay. And sometimes you see, whether you like it or not, there must be biases. There must be biases. A news house does not just exist on its own. That is why if you listen to CNN, if I was Trump, I would have taken CNN to court many millions of times because some of the things they've said are not exactly the way it is. And when he says the good ones, they don't carry it on that station. But you see, because of the peculiar nature which Declan outlined, you can hardly get a conviction if you go to court. Okay. And so the best way to do is to get someone to tell your own part of the story. And that's it. And as for Dora Akunyele, the whole Nigeria loved Dora. Okay? Everybody loved that. And that's why I feel a little bit worried that he's bringing this story many years after. And like this program travels far and wide. Some of her children may decide to watch it. Some of her relatives may also be on the platform or even watching or may watch later. Okay? For whatever purpose you present it. Look, I want to say this as a journalist also. I do not think that the South is well represented. I mean, it's a bit more tackled when it comes to corruption in Nigeria than the North. That is true. And if you come even to the South, it's divided. The East is more tackled than the West, which is true. I mean, nobody is going to argue that. Remember that I hope I'm not taking too long. Remember that Wagbara, who was Speaker of the House of National Assembly, was removed. Sorry, sir, for money he didn't even see. So what I'm talking about is
Senate President.
Yes. So money he didn't even see. It wasn't even in his hands. He didn't see it, but he was removed for that because they ganged up and wrote so many things. So you see, it's not just something like politics and all that. Sometimes it's played to your advantage. Sometimes it's not. But the thing I would advise us as people from the Southeast especially, is to also get into the media, just like my brother OC is doing. Get into the media, get more people who will speak your own part of the story so that it also be out there. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Hold on. I just want to, just before I forget, that OC that you are looking at now, OC is a medical doctor. He may not want me to say, but I don't care. But he ventured into the media, and it's open to anybody. You don't have to be a writer. You don't have to be the editor. You can start one. So when there is something wrong in the media and you are pointing fingers, you can start one, and maybe in your own organization, you correct it. Okay, so I just wanted to say that. And Ovie has started one. I hope Ovie will correct what is wrong that he's pointing out,
Thank you, Rudolph, for recognizing my giant stride in the media industry. But on a more serious note, right? See, I'm happy that you pointed out that I am not in the media industry, so I should do the correction. I am emphasizing on that point because if I did not go into philanthropy, I won't understand what is actually going on in that industry, right? Good. So, as you said, I should correct. Let me go ahead and call KJ out. KJ actually said everything that Pansat was talking about. That yes, we are human beings, we are biased, we have our own biases, which is a fact. Nobody is saying you are not human. You guys don't have your own biases, but don't see it as an attack when we are pointing out that bias at any particular story or any particular period. That's what Pansat is doing. And the fact that journalists, they are good at what they are doing, already they are narrowing the whole conversation of Pansat and SaharaReporters to Dora Akunyemi. It's not about Dora Akunyemi, for God's sake. Please, let's not just make it about her. It is bigger than it's bigger than that. So for KJ to say, "Oh, our family are angry," no. She said, "What Pansat has never even portrayed Dora Akunyemi in a negative way. She's loved. That explains the anger Pansat is feeling. It's because of the love that Nigeria has for this woman. She doesn't deserve how we are portraying her. That explains Pansat anger or response. Whatever you want to describe how he display his anger or his opinion, right? So when we are pointing out people are pointing out the biases of the journalism, accept it because you just said it. You are human. You are meant to be biased. That's okay. I agree that yes, there's so much negative article written about the East compared to the West. That's why I say yes, man. That is again the bias aspect of it. When you invest in media and use your biases to counter that the one that you have not approve of. Declan said something. Because I listened to him from the beginning today. He said something. There are so many articles that he was not able to pass through. Because guess what? Somebody or somewhere did not sign up on it. Why?
Hold on before you run away. Okay, hold on before you run away with that. That's not what he said. He said he could not verify. He did not say. Now nobody's saying in the media that hold on. People in the media they don't have biases that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is what was published is ethical in terms of what is required in the press. So for instance, if Ovie is my friend and I found out that the person smoking weed somewhere that is Ovie and it's against the law and Ovie is my friend, the question is, am I going to publish it? And I'm sure that it's Ovie and I'm sure it's true. Okay? So when you're talking about, there are two different things. When you say, like Pansat was saying, that judgment call, that you have to judge when you are deciding. And then the other thing is very important that you are playing. I think you're misunderstanding. Newspapers, every newspaper, like you over here, if there is, let's say, let me give you an example. Let's say Trump wants to talk to Africans, okay, on any platform. Over here, you want to be the first person to get Trump. Everybody who has a platform, all newspapers, they want to break the news. Everybody, okay? So when the news comes, the story comes, the decision to make is, it's not about who nobody will say, I won't publish it. People will want to publish it. It's about who will be the first to confirm the story. Yes, and the other aspect of it, this is the one that you're missing also. People leak stories to the press. Most stories you see were leaked to the press. And I've said this on this platform, that if you become reputable like Sahara, people will send the stories to you. I've been in an office in Lagos and people are looking at me and telling my friend that they will tell this to Sahara. They didn't know I work with Sahara. They didn't know me. So people send stories to media organizations that are reputable and they help to verify it. Now, if I'm getting stories about people from Kano, because I have a source in Kano who is sending it to me, I'll be publishing stories about people from Kano. If people from Kano are angry that I'm publishing stories from Kano because my sources are sending me stories from Kano, let them send me stories they know from Akwa Ibom. I will publish it. If I don't publish it, listen, this last one. If Sahara decides not to publish a particular story, They have Vanguard there. Vanguard will gladly publish a story if you can give them the evidence to justify publication. So people make it look like there are some media houses that are not interested in publishing stories. We don't have any alternative, or you know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean, Rudolph. Context is very important here, Rudolph, and you agree with me, right? Pansat again is not saying write or don't write about this person. Why did you write about this person? He's talking about the context of what is written about that woman or about the particular person he's pointing out. If you write article about me, say, oh, I did smoke weed, right? Depends on what you wrote about, it depends on what you wrote, right? If you say, okay, they smoke weed every day, that's all it does. Okay, that's why maybe I'm not okay. If father say, that guy don't get sense again, no, everything with that, because of it no make and get sense. So now context here after, which one I go there angry about? I have every reason not to be angry with you, but to be angry with this person, right? Now, I agree. Say, so now context, he was angry that woman was actually in a dying bed, right? Going through the worst, the lowest moment of her life. She doesn't deserve that. If you want to actually narrow it down to do that, that's why it's not about her, right? What sponsor is trying to say. But so it's about how you actually write it. Now, people they send stories in, as you said, you said it because of the conversation too, and I agree, right? But that again, that also calls to question who is sending it. Why is this person sending it? Right? And when I say, oh, somebody has to sign it off, I don't mean it literally. He's an editor, right? Just as you said, if I send you article about Niger, right, and you have the right to publish it, right? After all, it's coming from a reliable person, a human being, and I can say, oh, I know Niger virtually, right? So that's credible. But what you said about that article, that's a different thing. So right? It might not be your opinion. It might not be your opinion, but you are the editor. But most importantly, you are the publisher of that story. SaharaReporters in this case.
Okay. You're talking about context. I don't remember this Akunyele thing story. But if the context is that Akunyele is sick and nobody knew about it, okay, and she's hiding that she's sick, the media has a right, if she's a public official, a government official. Well, listen. The media, in fact, everybody would be like. I give an example. Remember the governor of Ondo State? He was hiding that he was sick. At a point, the media, they were trying to find out where is this man. If they get any picture of him, whether he's in they'll publish it. It's not about it's not about sentiments. No, I think most people.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Talking about right, Rudolph. You have it's not about you or Declan. SaharaReporter has the right to publish anything they want to. So does the citizen have the right to actually criticize it, whichever he or she wants. Even that is it. Hold on. What is the main cardinal of a journalist? A journalist is for you to put story out there. How it is for people to now decide how they want to follow, right? That's why I criticize people like Rufai every day. Nobody cares about your opinion if you work at Arise News. Go start a podcast. Go start your platform. Put your opinion.
Is your concern that the reporter misreported the case against Dora Kunyili?
No, it's not my concern.
Her condition wasn't right at the time
It was a question. No, I think what I'm supporting Pansa here is that he has the right to actually via his concern however he wants it, right? He is just asking an editor of SaharaReporters that why did you guys write this article? He has the right to ask. However he wanted to ask, he has the right to ask, right? It's not left for you to answer him or you don't answer him. But I think that's the beauty.
I think he has the right to ask. I think it's evident that he has the right to ask. But if the Declan said, okay, we were not aware that the lady was ill, so we just approached it normally.
I think the point here is that people are saying, oh, the way Pansad is going about it is not right and all that. But I say, no, he has the right to actually interview. See, I think that is the beauty of democracy we say we want to practice. The beauty of America is that I can stay in America and criticize her from head to toe, right? That doesn't mean if I cross the line, they will not call my attention. But I have the right to say, man, this person is not doing by this. I have the right to say that, right? That is criticism. Opinions, right? That's how, because the society we want to build. Now, story, where would they talk like this to build the society?
Okay, thank you. Hey, White, hold on. Okay, let me just say this. And the last thing is this. that's what the media is also. Someone mentioned the right to reply. Most people don't know this. You have the right to reply to any story written about you, and there's an obligation to publish it. Okay, and Pansat requested this conversation, and we allowed it. We are not media. I don't think media is afraid of being criticized. The question is always that everything should be respectful and people should be cordial. That's all that we ask for. We're not saying that anybody's above being criticized. And the comment section in today's online media is out there for people to comment. I've written things that everybody will abuse me, and it doesn't mean you shouldn't write. It doesn't mean anything to. And if you're in the media, you're used to that. After many years, you're used to people, condemning you. Igbo Basics, yeah. That's the final say. I'll hand it over to forefathers. I have to go. Igbo Basics, go ahead. Unmute yourself. You're muted.
Muted, Igbo Basics.
Can you hear me now?
All right.
Yes.
All right. Because I'm on the road, that's why I just wanted to chip in very quickly. First of all, Rudolph, I wanted to congratulate you for a job well done on this particular episode. And I also wanted to thumbs up to Pansat and KJ and Declan, the professional way that you have handled these things today. Let me just add that if I was in the shoes of Pansat did a very good job in bringing out and airing his views. If I was in the shoes of Pansat, before I come out to the public space of today, I will have the articles, the days that the articles were, the page number of where the articles were. I'll have those kind of specifics. So that when I'm talking about, I'll be saying, in the year 2017, you wrote an article about dollar, it appeared in so page 2, page 3. That's the details that I would give if I was doing that job. Having said that, I just wanted to say congratulations for a job well done on this particular issue. And for me, last time I asked a question, as Igbo Basics publications, we started way back in 1995. That was almost 10 years before SaharaReporters came on board. Sometimes people wonder, why do we continue and we have not folded? Consistency is what it is. And for the job that this platform is doing today, it will outlive those of us who participate there. That's our prayers, that it will outlive us. But in so many ways, I can tell somebody, please, calm down, without telling you shut up. I will still accomplish the same thing. And I can also allow you to say everything you want to say. Thanks to my late friend, Professor C.C. Nwako of the Graphic Communications Technology Department at King University. He taught me that. Because if I go into a meeting with Professor Nwako, if I'm trying to say something, sometimes he'll pinch me. If I'm trying to say something, sometimes he'll kick me. Then I turned around to him. Eventually, I said, why are you doing this? He said, he calls me Opiebe. He said, wait, let them land. What did I learn from that? He said, you can allow somebody to say everything they want to say without responding. The person is expecting you to say something, but because you have not said something in challenge, the person is going to present the case, prosecute the case, judge themselves, you still haven't said a word. Contradict themselves if need be. So my only 10 cents for the today's conversation, it's an article well done. I once wrote an article in Igbo Basics. Because of one word that I used, it was about World Igbo Congress. A lawyer wrote 3 pages responding to that particular article I wrote, expecting me to come and go toe to toe. What did I do? The next thing I wrote was Ngedere Biro, Edere Okafo. That was my question. The place where they write Biro. Now, Mr. Show, they write Mr. Show there, or did you see your name there? Then he kept quiet. Because it fits the mold of anybody who is in that. So today's presentation is congratulations, and let's do more of that. And for those who are not in journalism, either print or electronics, sometimes listen to Rudolph. Somebody once said, I'm so much a Rudolph fan. Rudolph, you are really a gem, and may God continue to give you the strength to continue the job you're doing. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. I'm going to tune out because I'm in a different place now.
All right, thank you so much. I have to go. Loco, you came in and you left, but
Yeah. See, OVA, like there's some things you don't understand. What you are even arguing about does not even exist here. You understand? Nobody is saying don't hold the media responsible, because for me, judiciary is number one problem of Nigeria. Maybe politicians number two, but journalism, at least if I place them number two, number three, are the problem of Nigeria too. You understand? So asking journalism, holding them accountable, nobody is disputing that. You understand? I believe, let me just speak for everybody, why most people here are angry with Pansat is your mannerism, the way he talks down on people. You understand? The way he's uncivil, the way he portrays his rascality, only as if is the ultimate, is the apex among everything. You understand? Whatever anybody says is like
maybe the
go to
number
hell.
one victim of Pansat Abi.
No,
maybe number one victim.
No,
I don't tell you, say, don't be sad, they agree Pansat all the time. In the say, I see, in fact, nothing we Pansat never tell me, right? We never agree.
I know that, yeah, you may not know.
I just focus on the point that he's trying to drive. I just focus on the point.
No, yes, see, everybody though. What I'm trying to tell you, like, right? No need focusing, because everybody agrees, knows that yes, hold the media accountable. You understand? Now, like I thought that probably you felt people were accusing him or attacking him for asking those questions. No. It's his mannerism. You understand? They were, I think, was it not last two sessions or last three episodes when he was telling Nigerian man that say a carry barretta for waste. If you see Nigerian man, you could finish or something like that. When he and Nigerian man, they get argument for years. You understand? Those kind of people don't smoke Igbo. I don't understand where the damage for the system carry come. You understand? I know, yes, he asked you to for this session.
Wait. Why you call the accused innocent Igbo now?
It's too much. Okay, sorry, no, normally Igbo. No, dry leaf. Okay, no, normally dry leaf. Maybe not dry leaf.
No, devil. Let's put it on there.
No, but he was asking question, writing, yeah, this and that. Yeah. See, let me tell you the truth, right? He made a mistake. He wanted to talk about what's it called Desiani. He made a mistake to start with Okonjo. You understand? No, not Okonjo. Akunwile Dora. He was basing his argument on Desiani. You understand? It was when he later discovered that he messed up. Like, that's why he's like, he was now calling the three Igbo women. Like, I don't understand. Why are you picking interest on those three? Is it because they are Igbo? Because that's what you are making it sound
he
like
said
right now.
He actually said it. He actually said it.
You understand? And because of that, you are now offending people's sensibility. Like, why should you do that? If you're trying to drive a point, the way which you are driving the point, you now offend people's sensibility. And by yourself, you shooting yourself in the foot. Nobody will even try to see your point again because you've already offended their sensibility. You understand? And people are even trying to say something to you, like the guy is a guest panelist here, is a guest. You're supposed to treat them with at least no matter what, but you are trying to put them like.
This was a debate organized for both of them. This was Mr. Loki, it was actually a debate organized for the both of them specifically. It was not actually a guest
hold on. See, debate is civil, not offending, try to offend anybody's sensibility.
I agree.
Do you understand? So, like, see, that was the reason I came in, because on a very good day, there's no question I want to ask Declan about Nigeria matter or BRICS or whatever. Nigeria know that problem; they can solve it. You understand? So I don't get quiet. It was because of Pansat I came into like, man, come on, man, enough is enough now. How? As in, I could not hold it. Yeah, I couldn't hold it. I had to come and like come. That's why I said, Rudolph, I didn't make anything about Pansat. I only told Rudolph apologize to everybody. Case closed. That was my own. Just to let him know. That was my own intention of coming here. So coming back again was like to let you know that not because we don't agree what Pansat is saying, but his mannerism and his uncivilness and his rascality, that was just the whole issue of this stuff.
All right, KJ, I will have to, before you speak, let me hand it over to Forefathers. Forefathers, thank you so much for standing by and taking over. But I want to thank everybody that joined us, and I will see you guys on Saturday. like I said, for next week and next month, we have Chido Denkalo, Okendibe, Ni Oshundare, and maybe Mike. See you guys.
Thank you.
That's explosive.
Thank you. KJ, it's your turn, eh?
Yes, except you want to change it. The INEC now.
I want to change it.
KJ, journalist.
Typical for us. Hold now. We finished with Declan, and everybody is talking about. Declan talked about so many other things that they're asking questions about. Now it's about Pansat and his insult to Declan that we are all chatting about.
Insult to everybody.
Yeah,
KJ,
he was insulting.
KJ is a journalist, politician, so it's in between.
So, what did you make, KJ? What did you make of the main discussion with Declan regarding some of the questions they asked him, especially with the BRICS? He was actually saying that it was okay for the French to see the this is the current regime in Niger as illegitimate, so the French should not leave. That's one of the.
I totally. First and foremost, as a person, he has distinguished himself. And I will also want to commend SaharaReporters, because they came in and they were able to shoot their way to national light with very short time, and that was because of the sensational stories they reported and the way they wrote it, and so a lot of people who are looking for the truth or looking for what to use to hammer other people go to SaharaReporters to get those information. As for what he said concerning, I agree with most of some of what he said, especially the fact that he tried to say, without being afraid of whatever Passad would think, that he approved those stories and he was struggling to even publish more.
Yes.
Because if we are able to do that, our society will stand up straight. I know that as someone who practices in that area, some people hide, and which is what Rudolph has said. Some people hide information concerning their own people; they don't want to release it. Okay, and so sometimes you don't get enough to actually put out to the press. While others come forward with information, even when not asked, they want to give. And so that's why it's a little bit lopsided.
So are we talking about press issues versus foreign troops in another country?
No, I'm coming to that.
Another country refusing to leave.
No, I'm coming to that now. I'm going to that. Okay. You see, the mere fact that the authority of Niger Republic have said you are a personnel non grata is enough for you to leave that community. There's no two way about it. It doesn't matter whether you're the one feeding them. They've said, take your foreign aids and go away. It is their try. It is you're not even supposed to be the one to determine whether the government is legitimate or not. Is it in your right? Do we do that in Europe? Do we go to Germany and say to Angela Merkel when she was there that you're a woman, why should you be the leader of Germany? Okay. Do we come and question the woman who was all their policies have been running? Have we ever gone there to say what people are doing is not correct, so we will not obey it? And for you now to come to a person's country and say you are illegitimate because you took over power are they not the one who have been installing all the puppet governments in Africa? Have they stopped are they not the ones? So if we have learned from them, if we have mastered the art of installing puppet leaders, and the puppet leaders who have installed are people we like, what is wrong with that?
And he had the goal to actually come here to say he agrees with the French that they should not listen. If it was some people, they will run him out of this. If it was like on an African American panel, they will run him out of the panel immediately. It's like
Tunanja. Sorry,
I think what he's trying to do. He's trying to say. I think he's trying to say, look, French wants to survive. You understand? So
thank you very much.
If with them,
also they will agrees with them.
Super chats.
No, hold on, man.
Forefathers.
Okay, let's break it down.
When I wanted to speak, I was the first speaker. Hold on, guys. When I wanted to speak,
Local, wait.
Come,
Can you wait, please?
forefather, do your job.
When I wanted to speak, I was given
I'm
only
trying.
4 minutes. I only spoke for
They will
4
settle.
minutes. Because of the respect I have for Dr. Damages, I kept quiet. I was shut up. But whereas forefathers went on for about 20 to 25 minutes, which I'm not complaining. It's not my platform. Yeah. I was trying to land the point, which nobody touched on, because he was so arrogant with the things he was speaking. Well, I'm very happy that forefathers had to hold him up and stick him on the wall to tell him, hey, you don't do that. You don't. Are you trying to come and support the people that say they're not going to leave? You know, was he was so arrogant, saying that the military that was going to put together by ECOWAS is going to run over these guys and that's it. He doesn't even know nothing about military. You know, I was trying to explain some certain things that, listen, this is the Nigerian army that we have today is different from the Nigerian army we have back then. And across the region, I know that they have said they're going to support these guys. If you discount that, it's going to be a disaster, not just for Nigeria, for across the region. And forefathers also highlighted that point. Sorry, Loco. Continue.
Okay, but what I was trying to say, right? When he said they wouldn't leave, right? It's like it's not saying that it's their right to be there and they have the right to be there or they are staying there is correct. For me, I think his trend is just making the emphasis on survivor. Like, hey, if you were them, will you leave? Like when you know you're being there is your survivor. You understand? That I think he was trying to, because on a very good day, they're not born aware now. When you come on this platform, they tell it to our face, say no, they have the right to be there. When everybody know here that they don't have the right to be there. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he's not that dull enough or foolish enough to say that. So probably the point he was trying to drive is like, hey, look, these people, they are like a leech to Africa. So if they're removed from Africa, they won't survive. So probably like, if it were you, will you leave? When you know you're being there is your survival is based on staying there. You understand? Probably that's where I think.
Can I contribute?
Who is that?
Wait
Please?
now.
I think Ovie wants to say something. After
So
Ovie, then you go.
let him go. Let him go. When he go, I go after.
What kind of chaotic people is it? You want to talk, they say you should go. They say the other one should go.
Let him go now. You must complain.
Excuse me now.
Let me speak. It's okay.
When Chim wants to say, he said, let me talk. Then I say talk. Then he say, go.
It don't mean he must complain. Let him talk.
We are just switching spaces. I respect that saying Naeda and
exactly.
Let him speak.
Is he local?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chim. Yeah, so Loco, I will admit, like I said earlier on, when I just caught a glimpse of what he was saying, and then I quickly took him on a bit on some of the things he said. But if he did say that the French shouldn't leave and all that, whether it is he meant it arrogantly, as Tony has said, or he meant it in the sense of, well, because they are there, they are leech or whatever. The truth about the matter is, and that's why I said African Union needs to step in. Actually, African Union should step in and tell the French, first and foremost, whether we accept this military government or not, life does not operate in a vacuum.
Exactly. You leave first.
Leave first and foremost. You leave the place. Then we can come back and start diplomatically dealing with issues and all that. Now, but the truth about the matter is, and I keep saying it, you see, this is a very important time for us as Africans and for African governments and statesmen and leaders. The sort of decision we take right now is going to inform how most of the Western governments and world will deal with us going forward. If the French are allowed to insist on what they want to happen in Niger, then that's going to become the template. So,
of course,
whether it is they need to be careful. All this one, a lot of them are doing, and that's why I believe our so-called president is pandering towards the Western people. He needs to say, okay, you know what? We want to solve this, and these are our brothers. Guys, leave the scene. Let's deal with them. If the guys come and they say, listen, because clearly, majority of Nigerians do not want the ousted president back. They don't. You can't force them in the name of democracy. They don't want the man for many reasons. They feel he has misled them. He has misrun the society. And I'm particularly, pained that I see Western world. We're not saying people should just wake up and take over government. I'm not in support of, banana approach to life. Just remove who you like. No. But the truth is, the popular view in that country is that Bazoum should go. So let Bazoum go. What I would expect if I was in a position to negotiate with these guys is say, okay, Bazoum is gone, but we will extract from you, all of you who are in the government, and that none of you is going to run for election when the time for election comes. Get that from them so that it will not be people removing kaki for Agbada. Make sure none of them run. Then they run and you do election, and they let totally new people come in, win the election, whoever wins, and then democracy starts back. But for the French to say, Agidi, we're not going to come up for this place. Whether they are in, this is not your country. It's not your country. The people don't want you. Get out of the place.
And you see what really got to me was that I would respect, say, if he says, okay, because it's not a democracy, it's a military regime, so maybe the French government has the right to say they don't respect it. But the French government left Mali when Mali asked them to get out. They left. They packed up their thing and left Mali. They respected the military regime.
There is nothing in Mali for them.
Exactly. No. I was trying
them.
to catch him. I was trying to highlight to him how he is coming across as being a little bit shady, because the French government left Mali when Mali asked them to. So they recognize the military regime there, but on this one they don't want to recognize the military regime, and you are here supporting it. That is very, very inconsistent and unfair kind of approach, because on his own part, the very idea that they don't want to leave is bad enough. Then him coming here to someone and say, okay, the French government is right to reject it. It's like, what? They left Mali. Every other government that takes over their country, when they ask the embassies to leave, they leave. But this is
just to add one thing, for if you permit me, sorry, please.
Go ahead.
You remember Uganda? When the Ugandan parliament and government signed their no LGBTQ thing, and then the American government was unhappy and kept threatening them. Did you see the disrespect that the U.S. government showed the people of Uganda? They went to their embassy, knowing fully well that Uganda can't come and do anything to that embassy, and mounted LGBTQ flags. So that's why I'm saying, you see, I don't think the Ugandan embassy in New York will do similar kind of thing in in Washington or New York, whatever the embassy is. So that's why I'm saying that the African Union needs to stand their ground and say, this issue that is happening in Africa, in Niger, or even in Mali, we want an African solution to it. We will get democracy back, but we don't want you guys to be telling us it has to be exactly the way you want it. It can't necessarily be exactly the way you want it.
Tim, can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt you for a minute?
We're not driving. No, don't interrupt. No. Hey, hold on. Let me put you backstage. You're actually turning the steering there. Look at this guy. He wants to interrupt you while he's driving. What's wrong with you? Go ahead.
Yes, no, I think most of African leaders, right? They are being funded by this.
I think Ovie wants to say something local.
Go ahead.
I think at times we get carried away. I don't know why. Either because the guy now Igbo or because now American. Now we get carried away. What do you guys expect? Not just by the virtue of the inner American, by the virtue of his profession, he's an ambassador of the United States. So they expect they make it content say, oh, Americans don't have the right. What do you guys? What are you guys thinking? That is being patriotic. What do you expect him to say? Nothing short of that. His presence here is to defend America's interests. You will do the same thing. I will do the same thing.
I'm sure there are a lot of white people that actually call their government.
Man, I just tell you by the virtue of his profession. I know they talk say it's an investigative journalist. This guy is from Maine.
Including journalists. I can present them here.
Everybody is not going to be. I'm just telling you, an average American, how he will behave. And that's exactly what is happening. He's not doing anything wrong. I expect him to be here to support the interests of his country. What is the interest of America?
Yeah,
It's
but we have the right to
150 million.
disagree with him now.
Of
That's
course, I'm not saying you cannot disagree with him, but the angle you are disagreeing with him from is that, for me, I will not disagree with him, right? I would rather pay attention to him and learn, right? Because why am I saying this, right? Somebody's talking about ECOWAS military. Oh, they'll get support from Mali and other. What are you guys talking about? America has over $110 million investment, military investment in Mali. So they will not support people who are fighting on their behalf. You guys are not seeing from that angle, and that's because you carried away by the guy where they decide where they make that point. He said exactly what America is going to do if just come to shop. America will back their interests. Every means necessary. They have the right to do that, whether you like it or not. Their investment is already on ground.
What do you mean? You just said they have the right to do that.
Yes, yeah. Hold on. You know what I said? Have the right to do so. They did not force that upon you, right? They were able to come. Hold on now. No, they were able to convince you. However, they used to convince you for them to put that facility down. Now they put it down. You want them.
How can you say they didn't force it onto you? But however, they used to convince you. What if they use force to convince you?
Hold on. To now, the last time I checked, they are investing over $150 million in the new island they are building in Lagos to build their embassy. Do they force us? Were we forced to give them that? Exactly.
No, that one they didn't. But what if they
forced? What if they did? What if they did? That is why I will now come to your point that you've been making earlier on about the military. They were able to threaten you to do that because they can.
But isn't why I tell our people all the time, if they don't take care of their security, this is the kind of nonsense that they will be enjoying, and they don't listen. After today, I'm getting fed up with all these our fellow Nigerians that keep talking nonsense when it comes to security. They don't understand that this is very, very critical to our survival here. And this is why this nonsense is happening. You have foreign troops in your country. You ask them to leave. They say, screw you. You can't remove them. You don't have the power to remove them. Sorry,
now,
please go ahead.
So, it's not.
What you should be concerned about is those your leaders that authorize those things. This is not the first time America is asking for a place.
You had your time now. You spoke. You can't see. That's my problem. You understand? Just listen. You come again to your time. Once you interrupt just like this, they prolong my this. It will take time to get back to you. They are not finished to say to Nigeria no interject. Right. So the fact that they don't put their investment on ground, they have the right to defend it, whether you like it or not. They have the right to defend it. That's their investment. Right?
But they have the right in another man's country.
The mistake you make is for you not to be able to prevent it from the initial state of coming there in the first place. But you don't allow them there now. They will do everything to defend it. Again, people will just say, oh, racism. As far as I'm concerned, I call it survival. Now, when I never educate myself, I call it racism, right? It's survival. It's survival of their life.
You read what I said earlier on.
It's survival of their livelihood, and it's their survival of their lifestyle. They have the right to go as far as they can to do it, to make sure they sustain their life. And that's why I keep saying, I keep saying, hold on, that's why I keep saying when people were condemning the Fulani, so Fulani, they are colonizing people, that they take people land and all that. I say, come. In this world, the way I see this world that I live in today, if you don't have the mentality of a conqueror, you will be conquered. As simple as that. That's the reality of life. So listen to that guy. Don't criticize him. He's telling you exactly.
But are you not one of those people that often criticize me that I should not be advocating our military?
I never criticize you for advocating it. I'm just saying, is that really the number one priority? That's the angle I'm challenging you.
So obviously, right? Yes, it is. It is.
So no, I mean, it's a conversation. You are making case for that every day, and I respect that, right? You are making case for that every day. It is good. Everybody cannot be on one side, and that's why I said, if you remember, I give it to you that if our generation should take power today, the way we will run the country, it will be different from these people, right? There's no place where they go put you to the road that you play that you will not find your way to have influence to what going in the military, even if they're not giving the military directory, right? So it is good. I'm not saying stop me. If I don't challenge you,
I agree.
I
think yeah, to be fair, you don't normally oppose it wholeheartedly, but you often say something.
Because
Jim, don't worry, you're going to go next. Just to remind people the kind of leaders we don't want to see in Nigeria.
Now, I think it's very strange because since that 2018, the House of Assembly in Kano State set up a committee to investigate the governor. Till date, till the...
Yeah, I thought the video was here. I thought that video was here. This was a different. This one is, you know, this back end is crazy. And sometimes you get on a different channel. These people that go and have a meeting overseas, all these are leaders traveling overseas to go and have meetings. Now you're beginning to see the consequences of what they are doing. They go there, they go and snog with the Europeans, and they invite them into their countries, and then you have a situation like this where if somebody that means well for the country takes over and says, "You guys leave," they're like, "No." Suddenly you know that you are being invaded now. This is the British, here in the UK, there was a British defense minister that said that they need to invade Africa. And he talked about this process they are going to use to invade Africa. By the time the news came out, he had already sent troops. He said the way they're going to do it is through humanitarian work. That by the time the news came out, I went to their defense, their MOD page. He has already sent troops to Malawi or one other African country in the southern region of this thing. This is how they do it. They just, and our leaders keep inviting them in. This is a slow motion invasion, and this is why they don't want to leave. And if you even testify to here that, okay, if you ask America to leave, then they'll say, hey, you can't. It's an invasion. Slow motion. These useless leaders are bringing foreign troops into our country in a slow motion invasion. I've wondered, these leaders are caretaker government. They are there to serve other people. If our people don't start waking up to this, they are not going to fix it.
Okay, so let me just say.
Let me speak today,
no, you go talk. No worry. Make I just talk this one now.
I go soon now to court.
You be not there here before now. You go.
I know. Chim, allow me lama point, right? Because
you never learned in that time.
Tunaja took it from me. Not the way they happen now. We be saying that today they plan them. Yeah. No be today they plan. There is a book by one man, Harford Mackenzie. There's a book he wrote about the map of the world. They call it the World Island. Just like what Tunaja was trying to on another platform anyway. But how the world is going to look like, the man don't jot that down since 1909. the World Island, they called it. So what did they happen now? They not be saying now, they not just come out today. Matter of fact, if you hear anything about CIA, about the military industrial complex of America, if you hear anything about them, the thing don't happen like 10 years ago. What did they happen now? What did go happen 10 years? You know, go ever hear and forget all these leakages where they hear. What did they happen now? It don't happen. They don't set them on motion already. So there's nothing we can do. So that's why pay attention when their agents they talk, right? He's telling you how they will do it, right? If you not force them, it's not ECOWAS force that is going to do it. It's not Bola Tinubu troop, right? They go the remote sprint from Pentagon from everywhere. And they go take find out. I mean, example is right there in Russia and Ukraine. And so Ukraine take powerful reach where they go keep Russia on their toes for almost a year. No. So something the engine room. That's
They're
my
not invisible though. They will try. If you have a responsible.
If you say they are not invisible, that means you are ready, you are prepared. As according to you, we need to get one.
Even Taliban has managed to make them screaming out of.
No. That's business run. That's business run.
Business runs.
No,
this one is not business runs. We are not invading America. Now this is business.
The longer they fight it. No, you are invading their facility. That is the only and number one drone facility in the world.
No. See, if America, you're attacking America in America, that's a totally different situation.
You know, Afghanistan. No, forefathers, all the drone operation where they don't carry out so far was carried out from Nigeria.
Exactly.
all the drone operation. All exactly. In the whole
That's
world.
why it needs to be stopped.
That place is very important.
Let them go and put it in Germany. Germany is just
okay. Can I talk now?
Yeah. Please go ahead, Jim.
Okay. So if your plane don't land now, hope that the fuel not finish before you land.
It's not fully.
Anyway, so I hear you.
I'm from Niger Delta. I cannot run out of fuel.
You know, wahala.
Exactly.
I hear you. I think for me personally, you know, and I'm trying not to be emotional about it or sentimental, you know, but I don't agree with Declan. See, so the whole thing is this. Can Niger, if Niger needs something, a parcel of land to accomplish an objective, will the United States government willfully give Niger space to do that in the US? The answer, I'm not going to wait for anybody to answer. The answer is no. I think our poverty level, our poverty, and the fact that we've had leadership that is not nationalistic enough, that is not thinking about his people. For instance, like the guy in Rwanda, I always refer to. You know, earlier today before I came in here, somebody sent me a past video where Kaigama was tackling. I think that was a BBC reporter who was asking him some silly question about human rights and all that. Now, just to be clear, we're not saying that, you know, whatever happened in Niger is right. But, you know, I know the international community and the way we do things, morality is always not placed as the front burner on the basis on which we have our conversations and interaction. It's not based on morality. It's based on might. It's based on interest. So like Ovi rightly said, all the drones that the US has sent out in the past, that place has become strategic for them to do that. But if I own a property, because this ultimately, what this is showing now is neo-colonialism. We're no longer, because that's what it is. If somebody came, you know, and said, "Oh, please, I'm tired. Can I sit a little bit on your bench?" My bench, and I shifted a little bit for you to sit. And the next thing you say, that you are not sitting properly, that can I shift a little bit for you? And I shift to make you comfortable. And then the next thing you push me out of my seat. That is what I see the French and the Americans trying to do in Niger. And just because you think you already have technology to survey the country, and therefore you can decide to give them out if they do not play ball with you or give you space. You know, I think, again, I repeat it, the AU needs to come out openly and say, America, no, you can't do this. We're not, while we do not agree with the military takeover that has happened in Niger, but if the Nigerian people don't want you, can you leave their land? Go and set up your drone something elsewhere or whatever. So this whole idea that America has a right, America has no right. It's not their soil. Because I go back, this is the kind of thing America was afraid of when in the days of USSR, Khrushchev went to Cuba. And then the Cuban Missile Crisis ensued. How is it suddenly okay in 2023 for America to have a military base in Nigeria? In fact, Nigeria should have said no when this thing was being set up, to tell the Nigerians, no, you cannot give America power to set up something on top of our head, because that's what it is. And we allowed it. So, I don't know anyhow we want to argue this in whether they are right, their yam is about being taken, or they have to, they don't, the argument that they have to protect your interest in Washington, protect your interest in Wyoming, protect your interest in Alaska. You can't be protecting your interest in Niamey. What interest do you have in Niamey? How is it your interest? So I don't think it's right. And I agree with you, Fofada. I hope our leaders are learning. See, you see this 2023 and this Niger, the way it is resolved is going to determine the way the rest of the world will relate with Nigeria, with Africa going forward. If the Africans don't stand their foot and say, we want to apply an African solution to this matter, if they concede to the way the Western world wants it, they should accept it though. Like I always tell people, if you don't like to drink Gary, don't even start at all. Don't drink. You understand? That food you say you don't like, don't eat it. Because the moment you eat it, you can't come back and start telling us, oh, you don't like it, it was for convenience. No. They should just simply say no to France, say no to America, and then go in there as Africans, talk to these guys, tell them, you know what, the world no longer wants military takeover. We don't want banana approach to leadership. We're going to give you 2 years. You say you want 3 years, but let's make it 2 years. And we're also telling you that in these 2 years, none of you
in this junta should succeed himself. Let totally new people come and register parties, run for election and win, and you're out there. That should be the best way to solve this problem for Africa. I just felt like saying that.
Yeah. Fofana, can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, I should. Okay. Thank you. So I completely align with what Chim just said, right? Africa need to resolve their whole problem. AU is big enough. Even ECOWAS is big enough to really sit down with the military junta in Niger and have discussion with them. How do we resolve this issue? Like the statement you make, that was what I was saying yesterday. Like, okay, give that timeline. They will be accepted. They will not contest for the election. Conduct a fresh election. You know. So the other thing of you was saying, to be honest, how even if America or France, whoever, even if you invested $10 trillion in Niger, the moment they are telling you to leave, disappear. You know, I will call and say, na see finish. That one na real see finish. Will you go to Turkey and tell Erdogan, oh, Erdogan is telling you leave? You say you are not leaving? Who are you?
No, because they have nuclear weapon.
Yeah, when Abacha, even without nuclear weapon, when Abacha was the president, military dictator in Nigeria, if Abacha tell you to leave, you have to leave.
What happened to Ram?
He will take on you. No,
yeah, but what happened to Ram now?
Hold on.
So there's consequences. That's what it means. There's consequences to saying no.
I'm not supporting the military coup in Niger, but the country belongs to them. Allow them to have peace. Allow them to breathe. This is the truth. Yes, ECOWAS can come in, AU can come in. We are brothers. Talk, because the war is not going to favor Africa. It's not going to, you're just going to kill innocent people, you know? So to avoid the bloodshed, have discussion. Okay, let's assume Bazoum was a bad leader. Okay, you successfully remove him. Okay, but you are not going to continue. Give us timeline. In 1 year, in 2 years, Mars, conduct a fresh election without you contesting. All the participants, they are not contesting. Allow fresh people to come in and move the country forward. So that's my whole take on it. We've discussed about it.
AY, everything you guys are saying is correct, but the problem is that the people that did the coup, what is their motivation? Let me tell you why I say that. Maybe they are not getting piece of the pie. We have to be true to ourselves. Probably they weren't getting piece of the pie and they decided to take matters into their hand. One of the things all the people that have done the coup over the years have demonstrated is that after the coup and they transition to become military, they transition to become civilians. And you find them doing the same thing. Like Buhari that did his own coup, then transition and become military head of state and become the worst military. Well, I don't know if he's the worst. I don't know.
No, Ike, that's not correct. Buhari did not do a coup and transition. No.
What?
Well, but he did his own coup during his own time.
Yeah,
but at the same time,
transition. He didn't do a coup that time. Stay in office, remove his military uniform, and become soldier. And that's not correct. That's
well, that's okay. But for me, every country need to take care of themselves. If you invite white man to come to your country and they invest in your country, you need to deal with the consequences. And it's like what is happening. The white man goes over there and give people that are legislative people, give them money for them. They are greedy enough to take the money and put it in their pocket and make laws that will favor the white people. That is the people's issue.
Let me say this. What you just said, that is the reason why I don't really support the military. That is the reason also why I'm saying they should, give the ECOWAS or the AU timeline. You are going to conduct the election in so time. And you are not going to participate because from history in Africa, if you go from Uganda to Mozambique to Rwanda to all these countries, if you go study all the military, even Yaya Jammeh, all the military coup, they start as they are saviors. They come, oh, we are gonna make everybody, you know, but there is greed. They just want to get what belongs
The democracy that we are seeing in Africa, it doesn't matter what part of Africa, it's not actually democracy, because somebody like this coup we are talking about in Niger, there was no bloodshed. That nobody died. Nobody died. But look at the one that we're saying that we're practicing democracy and do election. So many people died and so many people got hurt. So those ECOWAS people that are making the rule saying, oh, go back to democracy, they are just protecting their own interests. They don't have interest of the people in their heart because they're afraid.
Ike. That is actually true, that those people don't have the interests of the people at heart. See, if we are arguing that okay, good democracy and good military, which one is better? Most people will go for good democracy. But so far, we don't have good democracy. But what if we have good military? Then people will still prefer good military. Anyone that is good among them, people will go for it. And when the military comes in, the problem is that you don't necessarily know what they are going to do. There's a chance that it could be good. There's a chance that it could be bad. So far, these ones have been making the right noise. But I'm not too convinced about the ones in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea yet. They've done a lot of good things, removed French from their national, official language, and all those. They've done a lot of good things, but I still am waiting to see them actually take complete charge of their country and not rely on the Russians to fight insurgency. KJ, please go ahead. In your hand, you must be tired by now. Please go ahead.
Okay. What I just wanted to say is that you see, one of those who do not really bother myself whether it is civilian, civilian dictator or military dictator, because they are all dictators. The last time we are dealing with Buhari says something and it becomes law. For instance, he was being interviewed and he said, you mean a man who stole this much should be allowed to walk in the street? No, he's guilty and he has to be locked away. That's what happened to that individual. He was kept in prison even without the court ruling that. So this is what you see. It's not no different from a military rule. However, as it is now, some of us have said something very pertinent. You go to the Western world, you allow them to come and build a station in your country, and then you turn around and say they should not be there. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. If you collect their money, obviously they will defend the interests because you collected their money, and there must have been an agreement that will be in this place for so and so years. Now, the issue that we're talking about, I see some of us, inferring that they should be given time. Who has given other people time in Africa? Why should they come to Niger now if you want to give them time, 2-3 years? What's the basis for it? Did the people in Niger tell people that they don't want the people who have taken over? Why is that we're now so concerned about making sure that Niger now must comply with what the international community says? Why? 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 Our neighboring state here, our neighboring country, Nigeria, the election was not concluded. Did Nigeria come to say no? People must hold another election immediately. Tinubu cannot be there. No. Did the ones who took over in the Mali? Wait, did they send soldiers?
They voted in Nigeria.
Okay, now the Mali people who have no much interest in Western world interests, who has gone there to complain? Nobody. See, let's look at this thing holistically. Okay, these guys who Buhari helped to install. In fact, Buhari single-handedly financed that guy's election. He and that former governor of that state, they were together working to get that guy involved, even though the people didn't want to vote for him. He was made sure he was there. Donated our vehicles, donated money and all that. But at the end of it, Tinubu wants to impress the world. Okay? And so you are making declaration that even America will have thought twice before saying that. With all their might, they will have thought twice before making such a move. You will invade. Is it easy to invade? Are there not people's children are going to send there? And the people are coming to invade their home, will they just sit down and be waiting for you to come and invade them? You think you are America and Noriega of this thing. It won't happen that way. Okay? And you see, I keep saying this, you don't threaten the soldier man. You when you're threatening, you're just making him laugh because that's what he's trained to. He has waited all his life to either fight or die or fight or survive. So of what use is it you are threatening him? We're making his day, man. He goes home, eat very well and drink and get ready for you. So, and that is what these guys have done. And you see, it's not even going to be that easy because Algeria is supporting them. And 3 other countries in Africa is supporting. How are you going to fight it?
And that guy was saying, they should go in. It's like, what kind of rubbish the kind of hell is going to open up in West Africa? It's not going to end anytime soon.
Look, I'm telling you, go mark my word. If we make that mistake, you see the 5 northern states, they will never be the same again. I'm telling you.
They will impeach Tinubu and kick him out. If they cannot do that, they will give him back with rosy treatment.
In Nigeria, did you ever get some people gather you to fight you? You see, if there are 5 or 3, you are not looking for all of them to fight them. You are looking for one person. That one person you are holding down. If the rest don't leave you, this person is dying with you here. Have you seen? Did any of you fight that kind of fight when you are growing up? That's what's going to happen here.
To even help you, KJ, during the Gulf War, you saw what Iraq was doing. They started. They told the Americans, if you hit us, we hit Israel. And people were like, what has Israel got to do in this matter?
Simple.
It is between you. Every time they said they will hit Israel, America had to go and beg Israel, even if they hit you, don't respond, because we know how they want to turn this whole thing around into an Arab war, and then once you hit back, all the Arab nations that are supporting us against them will suddenly turn around and all that. So I get you, and unfortunately, we don't have a strategic man sitting in Aso Rock. The man is only there. Let people can say what they like. It's not about hating him as a person. I've told people here, in his days as governorship, I voted for him, but I started learning better who he is. The guy is just trying to grab and create an empire for himself. He does not know what he is doing. See, it may sound conspiratory, and I agree, but it is going to be difficult for anybody to tell me that the French and the Americans don't have one on Tinubu that they are pulling. They are pulling something on him, which is why he's dancing and trying to please them at all costs. So why people are... Why we're
anything to this thing? I think maybe that's why Declan said they don't even care in America. They don't even need all those things.
No, I don't agree with you.
They can influence them without any of those things. These people are already sold. There are some people on this panel that come here that they already have sold. they talk as if they already have sold already.
But forefather, that's where Declan is wrong. You see, when Declan tells us that who cares about Tinubu, what does he mean by that? America cares about Nigeria. Listen, do you know why this place is so strategic to them? This place called Nigeria is so strategic to them. That's why consistently they are trying to make us be at peace. Why do you want us to be at peace?
Are you serious?
Oh yes.
You know what strategic allies look like in US? You know what they look like? Japan, South Korea, like India is transforming into now. Germany.
Everything America is doing is for their own interest. Every step America make is their own interest.
Of course.
People say, somebody was saying, why the India have changed their country. In the last 10 years, they changed their country. America go over there and invest. Let me tell you, if Nigeria become good, I will tell you, America will invest more in Nigeria and ship stuff out of Africa. It's just Nigeria is sad that we keep on putting buffoons and non-entities, people who doesn't have brain, that is ruling us. Why we have the best of the best globally, but we put buffoons and non-entities running our country. And look at 80-something years old man who doesn't have anything in the brain is running the country. Could you imagine this? Why we have able hands, intelligent people, but I still say Americans are not the one that put him, is whomever that decided to put him over there. It's Nigerians. If it's Mahmoud, it's the people. Now, I ask the question. The people that carry the ballot. The people that carry ballot run, are they buying fuel separate?
Antonio, the country where you there, how many years a president there?
But remember, Nigeria is running from the central, not from.
How many years a president there?
No. Look, you see, that's the mistake we make.
You can't compare Nigeria and America.
The way that this country runs
Nigeria is running from the central. America is running by the local.
You talk about the age. That's where I came in. You say like the age, 80 years. You know, like
even that buffoon that is in that rock, even if he's the same age as Biden, you can't compare them in the age.
Oh, come on, don't do that.
You, Loco, how old do you think I am? Loco, how old do you think I am?
Listen,
this is the thing. You see,
look at my face. How old do you think I am?
45.
52. If I go to Nigeria and show you a 52-year-old the same age with me, you will be like, what the heck that happened?
Hold on. I want to say something. You see, if we're talking about the governance system in Nigeria, it's full of all kinds of issues. And I'll point them out one after the other. Now, in the first place, every agency of government is being controlled from the center, vis-a-vis under the president. Whether it is the Department of Justice or Police or Army, all central under him. In fact, majority of the agencies are run from the presidency. They are part of the presidency. And so they report to nobody. But this is where it gets bad. We are supposed to be a federal government fashioned after America. America does not have ministers for that runs the offices. So we took the ministerial appointments from Britain, where we were before running as a republic, as a unitary government.
Actually, KJ, you're wrong. America run by secretary.
They call them a
secretary. They call them secretary.
Listen to me, sir. Listen to me. You see, don't be in a hurry to correct me. Just listen to my foolishness. In the UK, they call them what? They call them the ministers. That's why you have the West Minister. So you have them as ministers. In the United States, you have them as secretaries. They are secretaries. Now, because we are confusing these two in trying to infuse them, we don't even know which way we are supposed to be operating. So first and foremost, let's go back to our government and sort it out. Starting from the nomenclature, what are the names for our officials? What are they supposed to be addressed as? If we are going to go back to the British system of government, let's go back. If we are going to go full all the way in to the system America runs, then let's go in. Let's give autonomy to all the levels of government so that the local government can operate, the state government can operate, and then we change the nomenclatures to be exactly what is done, what is with.
Do you think 47 people call themselves minister supposed to? Do you think 47 or 45? He put 45 people naming ministers. Do you think a country that is as big as Nigeria need all those people? No. I know that the law says get one person from each state. If they can get one person from each state, that will put 36 people, and FCT, that will put 37. They don't need that extra 10. They don't need that extra 15 because it's not necessary.
So if first, ministries are created, right, for something, right? But in Nigeria, The ministries are created to settle some people. You understand?
It's as simple as ABC.
Most ministries. You understand? Hold on. Most ministries, right, can do the job of other ministries. You are just duplicating ministries to settle some people's places. Now, because you've now duplicated them, you now bring a new law to say, okay, federal character, okay, let's bring one minister from each state. You understand? And like, I don't understand, why do you need minister from every state? I think somebody was even telling me, like, American, they have 15 ministries, 15. As big as
they didn't even have up to that. Probably that is 15 Secretary of State.
Somebody did research and told me it's 15. Okay, but regardless, now you said you are bringing ministry. You first of all ask, okay, what is the purpose of this ministry first before you create something? But you just be like, oh, Ministry of Enjoyment, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of External, Ministry of. Why can't Ministry of External and Ministry of Interior do the same thing? What is Interior that is so big that External cannot accommodate? You understand? So, like, because of those kind of ministries, it's the way to. Sorry,
I just wanted to say something before I forget, if you don't mind. KJ, it's not about the nomenclature, whether they're called ministers or secretaries. It's neither here nor there. Honestly, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. It's what their duties is their duties.
Point. And then secondly, why it looks okay. I had this conversation with somebody earlier. Exactly this conversation, and the argument was whether somebody was qualified. Now, our constitution in Nigeria empowers the president to appoint ministers from 36 states to be able to execute his executive duties. And the same constitution enables him to create additional ones if he deems it necessary. So it is that constitution that is a problem. I haven't read the American Constitution to know whether the Constitution empowers the president to create more than 15 or to stay within 15. I don't know. But the problem we have for me is not the nomenclature, like I've said. Problem I have is that our leaders are so focused on the political part of things, like Loco rightly said, settlement, rather than saying, this is my agenda. This is what I want to accomplish. And therefore, in accomplishing this, I need to have this X amount of ministers. For instance, this era, we do not need more than, even that 36, we don't. The economy is bad. It's
too much.
We need only half of them. And each of them, did you see Wike talking about the Lexus they gave him? That is not 300 million naira. Did you see that video? And that buffoon have to take that buffoon, a tyrant. I call him a tyrant. Have to take people and go and show the Lexus. People in America pay monthly payment, almost $2,000 monthly payment to have, and him, they give him the high level of it, and he's saying that he doesn't have bulletproof.
What about the registration number? Wait now. What about the registration number?
Hold on now.
Minister 001.
Because they are busy saying that the car has bulletproof. He's trying to tell you that it's not bulletproof and you're having issues.
It's not bulletproof.
Ike, I think sometimes you're just criticizing Nigeria just for the sake of it now.
That is not true. It's a country. Oga, I love Niger. I love Niger past you. I love Niger past you, Oga.
Yeah, you do. But that's why I say that some of us are already compromised without even knowing it. Because some of this we are doing, we are just bad-mouthing the country. Me, I don't like some of the things Wike does too. I don't like so many things. Tinubu is a horrible governor on this in commander-in-chief. The way he has been running the country so far. Whether it's 50 or 60 department, these ministers he has, the question is he doing it for the right reason? Is he governing the country well? I have not seen any proof of that. That is my biggest problem. All this stuff we are talking, it doesn't matter whether it's military or we don't even have luxury of type of have you ever seen me do party politics? I don't care about party politics. I don't care about anything really. All I care about is our survival. And that is the only thing we should really care about, because right now the luxury of all the others is just a distraction right now. And I think we don't even know that. We don't even know that, because if you look at the way other people got out of the mess they are in, they were suffering like crazy, and they were still focused. We are not even close to their suffering level. They were giving rations of food. I think Nigerians are talking about petrol price that just increased. In China, they were giving rations of food. Millions were dying from starvation, and they were still marching forward because they had a mission in mind. And we don't even come close to having that kind of determination. No wonder Declan can come here and say, oh, they should march into Niger because our people don't have the resolve. It's okay. Nobody cares about Tinubu. And maybe nobody truly cares about Tinubu because they know we are easy. I've seen it on, it's online, actually. It's not even hidden. In the African website, if you go and read one of the documents they wrote about Africa, they said with very little men and very little resources, they get outsized returns. So it tells you that they don't regard us as anything. Like we are so easy to manipulate. And the reason why that is because we are not in the head space. Our mind, we are not even close to where we need to be. We don't know, we are not prepared for the hardship it's going to take to get out of this mess. If you think this what we are facing now is anything, we have not seen anything. This one that France is saying they are not going to get out of that country, America is not going to go anywhere, that is nothing. We are going to meet serious problems sooner or later.
The only problem there is this.
I think that was what Declan said. Nobody cares about Tinubu, right? Like, nobody cares about Tinubu. I think it's correct. They only care about our resources.
Everything. Tinubu says there's no bulletproof in his car. Wike said there's no bulletproof in his car, and he's trying to explain to people, and they're criticizing for that too.
Father, let me say
something. Doesn't make sense.
Father, let me say something. You see, Ike, and Chim, the truth is, I understand the point where you guys are coming from, probably to save costs. To me, the reason why I'm just looking, the problem we have with the government is, any government that is coming, is they don't, if they have a plan and discuss with Nigeria, trust me, Nigeria will listen. For example, I used to have this thinking, if I'm in charge, for example, if I want to achieve, Nigeria is not America. We have a lot of work to do, right? If a government that is really serious, you want to have, say, for example, I need 3 ministers of work in Nigeria because of the work you want to do. You want to make sure we are not getting results. This is just the problem. Me, I don't, if you like, let's have other ministers, but are you doing the work? That's even my own question. Get it done. Even if you have to, if you want to have 10 ministers in each state, good, don't worry. But are you gonna, what do you want to achieve? Do you have a plan? It's just more like you build a new building. You want job to be done quickly. Instead of hiring like 10 bricklayer, you add another 10 because you want the job to be done on time. So, but my own pain.
It's wrong.
Hold on, Pokoli. Hold on.
Finish. I'll tell you why it's wrong.
My own pain is the job. They are not doing the job. It's just my pain. So I hopefully, like, because the reason why we have a lot of ministers too is the state minister. Why do we really need the state minister if they are not doing nothing? You know, just like what somebody said, I think what they are doing is just more of politics. You know, let me give some people, they help me in the election, give them some positions, you know. But if they are really serious, they will see, okay, this is where we need more work. Let me deploy more resources. This is where we need more work. That is what I see they are not doing. Thank you.
Okay, see, for me, most cases, people say it's all about results, right? There's some cases where result is not important. It's the process that's important. You understand? So, like, if, for instance, you said you maybe building right now, right? So, yeah, I think there's some many instances where processes is important than results. It's one of the process, as in the process with which you get your result. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. So, like, you can't say because you want a house to be strong, right? A house that is designed to consume 600 bags of cement, you say because you want it to be strong, you not go and use times 3 of that quantity. No, that is waste of resources. You understand? Who's going to account for that? Is the people you're still creating even pain on the people because you think you want to have a job done? No, that's the process is important. You get me? So if you know by design, one minister can do.
I'm not sure, but we did receive a few medications.
What is that sound now? I think somebody was driving. Okay. It's okay.
Okay. So if you know, like I said, the process in the design, even government is all about.
I don't know whether you call like somebody building a house to be very strong. The process.
It's a process. No. Listen. Everything has structure. Everything is designed. Everything,
but
no matter
you
what
are saying different things. What we are discussing is not what you are discussing. We are talking of resources.
Listen to me. Listen. Okay, then you ask me, how do I mean? How do I collaborate it if you want to do that? So, I think probably you articulate what I'm saying. If you don't articulate what I'm saying, I will explain further, right? You don't say having 100 ministries. You understand? As far as the job is done. That's why I gave you that analogy. Like everything is designed. Even ministry, even to run a government is designed. To run the country is designed. You don't say because come, everybody can come. Let's do because you are no.
I think I get what you mean to an extent, but how is that relevant to what AY said? I get what you are saying.
Yeah, it's not relevant.
It doesn't matter.
Listen to me now. He said, listen to me. Listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen. He said, even if you take 3 minister for works because of load, like I said, that is even the practice. Like I said, everything is going to be designed.
Resources. Human resources.
Then you now said, like, hold on. You now said, like, even 100 ministries, like, even you have created 100 ministries. You understand? So what I was objecting about for is like you saying 3 ministers of work, 100 ministries. That's why I said no. In a country, right? Everything are done in design. You don't say because you are fast, you want to get something quick done, like you will not skip the process. You understand? Because at the end, that's why I came with analogy of building. Like you can't say because you want the house to be fast and this and that, you now bring some whatever, you understand? Because you might end up having conflict. You understand? These are done in design.
Actually, to be fair, I think in the context he was speaking, I think generally you are correct in terms of process, but the context he was speaking, even if you have even 200 ministries, in the context
no, it's resources. Hold on, now, wait. Those 200 ministers, now they want to work, not the resources.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me finish my
hold
point.
on first.
See,
those 100 ministers or whatever, now it's not resources.
Yes, it's true. I agree with you on that.
I was just talking about. I was just talking about creating ministries for to settle somebody. That the ministries are even too much. Because there's no point. You can the ministries that we have, most of them are like you have one ministry and you split it into 3. Meanwhile, the 3 of them are doing the same thing. Just like EFCC and ICPC, all of them are supposed to be under Nigerian police force. All of them, everything.
See, there might be nuances. Let's see. For me, it's about. I think what AY is saying is about performance. And I don't see any sign of performance yet. However, if there was good performance and they have even 100 ministries, what that would mean is that it's equivalent to, it's a 200 million population country. Yeah. There are nations that have about 5 million. If you take those 5 million population country, they don't have just 5 ministers. They still have about 10 or 20 ministers. You don't say they should dismiss all of them because they are just 5 million in population. So from that point of view, 100 or 200 ministries is still within reasonably this thing is still within reason to deliver.
Ministries are not created.
What are you saying?
Ministries are not created with the size of people. Ministries are created as they're not created because of the population of people. No.
But you are talking about resources.
That's what I'm saying. Ministries are created as a unit, not because of the people, because they are too much. Then we'll create, if you are 2 million, okay, we should create lesser ministries. No. Ministries are just like offices created to take in different aspects of life. But ministries that you create, that sounds like you are even duplicating the aspect of life. You understand? That's where I'm coming from. You said like if you create that ministry, you end up duplicating ministries. That's what I'm saying.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Let me give an example of one of the areas that I think may have been duplicated, like Ministry of Science and Technology or something like that. And then there's another one for Minister of something Science and Digital Technology and Innovation. I think there was another one like that. Yeah. The reason why you could split that is because the other one for digital innovation may deal with things like, all these this in tech companies that are popping up now and the giga economy and all those things.
If you call department, you create department under ministry, not creating a ministry.
Hold on. They are the same things. You're just limiting down from the point of view of departments. See, if you create them in department, what is the biggest difference? Okay, let's say it's no. See, what you are missing the point. You are arguing for the sake of it.
Okay,
what is
for
the
that,
difference?
see, I get your point, right? You say, hold on, listen. Okay, now, listen, listen. Let me come this way, right? Okay, you have like in a school, there's a faculty, right? And there's departments. You understand? And there's what I call it, maybe department was the lesser one, or maybe laboratories. You understand? Now, if you want to run a ministry, you have a minister, right? You now have maybe head of department, you now have head of service, you now have PAMSEC and all that stuff. You understand? So for you to even say, okay, right now, for you to have one PAMSEC, you understand, in one ministry, you end up having 3 PAMSEC, 3 ministers, 3 head of service. You understand? 3 whatever directors or whatever. You understand? So you're not because you think you are big, maybe trying to expand one supposed lower department or small department. You end up creating the resources, because on a very good day, if you are a minister and I was supposed to be an HOD, then you're not promoted to a minister. What stops you for paying me the ministerial allowance that you are giving that supposed minister? Meanwhile, I was supposed to be an HOD. Meanwhile, if I was an HOD,
let me even say this. Sorry, let me even say this. We have the Ministry of Police Affairs, right?
Yeah.
And then we have the Ministry of Justice. Everywhere else I know, including the United States and the UK, the minister or the Ministry of Justice is a housing body that controls all the court systems and the police. So those who run police system are under the Minister of Justice. It's the same thing. So they're giving them, fine, maybe in the UK, police is under Home Office, fine. But in the American system, it's under the Ministry of Justice. Here in Canada, across all levels of government, whether it is at the provincial level, the Minister of Justice at the province, that is like what you call commissioner in Nigeria, is the head of the judicial system, and the court systems are under that office, and the chiefs of police, your IGIs, are under him. Why are you now having the minister of
let me explain something. Let me explain something. I think
I need to explain what.
Hold on, AY. Let me just see what I'm perceiving from all this. Is that sometimes we forget that there are stages that nations go through. Like in Nigeria now, when Nigeria was created, oh my God! He won't let you finish. He will just interrupt you. See, see, nations go through stages. When we used to have fewer states, then some people thought, let's get more states so that it will spread, everything will spread everywhere. That development will spread into all the states, or at least all the various regions within the old states. So what you have right now is that maybe where we are right now as a nation needs more institutions or more ministries. Then later on, then they make them more efficient. They go back into this in a single institution, because what tends to happen is that when they are too big, already our ministers are a little bit out of their depths. They may not be able to run. One minister may not understand all the scope of what they need to do in their whole department. So you better to give it to people that are split. They split authorities. Sometimes it may be I can see reason for that.
Can I disagree with you?
Later on, when you have people that
can I disagree with you?
When you have people
now,
you can bring them back together again.
It's normal.
1 minute, 1 minute,
so
1 minute.
ICPC and EFCC is normal. It's normal.
That's how I see
it. Hold on. Let me clarify what I earlier said. I think especially local P is confusing this thing. Here is my point, right? See here, you have to look. It's just like if you are a researcher, for example, you have to identify your problem, right? So the problem of Nigeria, okay, if you are a president of a country, a developing country for that matter, you really look at the issue critically. Because I believe for Nigeria to change as Nigeria is today, you have to do something really different. It could be a short term. Here is an example. What I really want to say. for example, we have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Let's say you have the money, you have a big plan. Listen, I want federal road, federal project in all the regions. Massive construction for the next 5 years. Now, I need 6 people to be minister in each zone. I want this job done. There will be more like, we cannot be looking at, if you don't live in winter area, do you wear winter jacket? You have to look at your problem. If you can give us 6 ministers of work, and by the end of 4 years, hold on. These jobs are completed. These jobs are done. Nigeria will be happy. We are not interested in how many people that.
Sorry, I need to cut in. Sorry, pardon me. I need to cut in. This is a fantastic
I start to be corrected. This is just opinion. This is just
good. It's a fantastic conversation.
Okay.
So,
nice one.
Let me say this. Let me say this. There is nothing peculiar to us. The only peculiarity that is to us is our diversity in terms of ethnicity. But when it comes to the needs that the American citizen needs, that the Japanese or Singaporean needs are the same. It just in phases at the time. You see, I've listened to the Singaporean prime ministers over time, whether it is Lee Kuan Yew and all that. When Lee Kuan came, Lee Kuan was an intentional dictator, intentionally. Why? Lee Kuan inherited a Singapore that was poor. He inherited a Singapore. In fact, he used his mouth to say it. So please, nobody should hold me saying no. He called Singaporeans lazy, his own people. He said they were lazy people. They were dirty. What did he do? He realized the only way he could clean that society was first and foremost to put away politics at once. Because first of all, if you remember, Singapore had even joined Malaysia to be part of Malaysia, and they were kicked out of the Malaysian Union because of the same things that Lee Kuan, their leader, mentioned. They were lazy, they were dirty, they didn't want to work. This man went into an agreement with the Western world, United States and UK, and they signed a bilateral educational program. They send Singaporeans in quota system to those countries, and the agreement was as soon as any Singaporean was finishing his thesis, finishing his program, he should be on the next flight back home. And that is how today Singapore is one of the most educated nations in the world. Now, he was a dictator for a lot of time, developed a lot of things, changed the mindset before he opened up the democracy back and took a step back. Today, a lot of things in Singapore are almost templated. You can't change it. And that's the way they work. Now, in the case of Nigeria, we have lost opportunities. The average Nigerian is not looking for an Igbo man to be president or a Yoruba man to be president or an Hausa man to be president. I will tell you the truth. The average Nigerian wants to survive. If he sees a leader that is going to be fair, that is going to treat Zamfara the same way he's treating River State. Not that you ask River State to bring their oil and yet you tell Zamfara to keep their gold. The moment you see all that equity operating in Nigeria, all these agitations will melt away. It doesn't mean we will not have challenges. Listen, there is nothing to our population, I will say, because we have 200 million people, therefore we have to have 45 ministries. Come on. It doesn't happen anywhere.
America is on our situation. It's not based only on the population.
Oh, Father, there is no this situation you keep talking about. There is no situation that warrants us to have an bloated ministerial system.
Okay, let me give you now. Do you understand everything there is to know about the technology? Let's say you are a tech person. Do you understand everything there is to know about technology? You probably don't.
I don't understand. See, I don't understand. What's that conversation about? What I don't get you.
No, the reason why I say that is because if you don't understand everything there is to know about tech, and they go and make you a minister of science and technology alone, you will not be able to deal with the other problems of tech too.
Okay. So hold on, tell me now, like what now? Like what?
It shows up. Like when you are dealing with minister of science and technology.
What now?
I'm trying to give you an example. Let's say you are trying to do this research at universities, and you want to sponsor research, or you want to build this in industries in Nigeria that actually industrialize the country. That is technology. But when it comes to digital economy, like cryptocurrency, this in payment systems, what they call it, app, this in app, like that is involved in the giga economy. You may not understand anything to do with that because it's relatively new. So you need somebody that is specialized in that to maximize the outcome from that area of technology.
hold on.
So this is what I mean.
To create a department under the ministry.
But you know how Nigeria works. The guy that's in charge of that ministry will suffocate that this thing because he doesn't understand. That's what I'm telling you. Loco, you know this really well. If you put that department inside another ministry, chances are that the person that is in charge of that ministry that doesn't understand it will suffocate it.
Now, see, like ministry, ministry for works. Let me put that way, right? Yeah. No matter how the minister you bring, right, you appoint, at least the director for works definitely have a high degree of engineering background. Engineers must be like engineering background. You can't say because yes, you carry one lawyer to become Ministry of Works, then the director for works in the ministry. You understand? Now you have minister for works, you have director for works. You get my point? Or commissioner for works, you also have even director for works, whatever ministry, whether state or federal. No matter that director, right? He's the one that has the technical know-how of, as he is the round peg a round hole, or square peg a square hole. You understand? Why the one that is reporting to, which is wrong, which is based on political appointment, you understand? That might be round hole in square peg, or round peg in square hole, whatever. You understand? That one is the one that might come from anywhere. But you see that department that's rolling the shot must be, you understand, must have the prerequisite of whatever it takes to become that department head. You understand? So if, for your instance, now you are saying, oh, new technology, we are going to this, we are going to that. You understand? You want to create a new ministry. You understand? That means you are something that you know is related. Like, okay, let's put it right now, like chemical and petroleum, something like that. You put them maybe under one faculty, but they will now have different head of department. But you can't say no because you have petroleum engineering and you have chemical engineering. No, let me go and create a faculty of petroleum engineering. Why there's already existing faculty of chemical engineering?
Local to even help you. The Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of the Defense already.
Sorry. Let me ask you now. Hold on. Let me ask you.
That's what I'm saying now. You can't create a faculty. You create ministry. A department. Not faculty. You create department.
Why is it that you don't want me to ask simple questions? Okay. That's what you said, that you create a department. What if you don't decide to create a department and create a ministry? What is the big difference?
There is a big difference.
Because,
okay, what is it?
Okay, a ministry, right? There's on nanogram. You know, there's every ministry, every whatever office has company or whatever has a nanogram, right? So once you create, what's it called?
Is ononogram? I don't know what, this ononogram English. I don't know what it means.
Organogram. Organizational gram.
Yeah. That's in from office with briefcase, whatever, briefcase, different briefcase office, whatever. So
the organization has that too. That's a department has that too. The department you're going to create has everything that you're describing.
My point. Okay, listen. Okay, now because of that, right? You still have what's it called? Head of department or PAMSEC. You understand? You in that one ministry, you not create another ministry. Now you're not replicating another ministry because of once maybe small new something that you just discover. You understand? Meanwhile, if you put them together, because creating a ministry, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to create a ministry. You have different things like so. Like I said,
what does it take? Does it take any special document? Tell me what it takes. I don't understand why you are making a big fuss out of it.
Forefather, let me give you an example to help. Let me just say this to help. Listen, in the Ministry of Defense, so this is defense. You have a minister. But we know that in the Ministry of Defense, technically we have three arms of the armed forces: the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. In advanced nations like the US, they now have other forces. They have all these space, whatever, and all those things. They all come under the Ministry of Defense. You do not have a Minister of Defense Army, Minister of Defense Navy, Minister of Defense Air Force. You have one Minister of Defense. Then you now have the Chief of Army Staff on the regular side, but in terms of the bureaucracies, you would have maybe a civil servant. I don't know what they call them in the US.
Are you trying to tell us to replicate the US here?
But listen, hello, Mr. Forefather. We are learning, and you learn from the best. You learn from what is working.
What who told you that is the best?
Right now, that's what you're doing. You follow the presidential system. In other words, you admitted.
Every nation is unique. Every nation.
Forefather, I agree with you. I'm not contesting that. But what I am saying is, when you are applying a system of governance, you template. And right now, we've
already templated.
Hold on now. Hold on now.
Just to change it a bit.
You're always against interjecting, so hold on.
And you are interjecting too. Go ahead.
No, I'm explaining something now. I took permission before I came on. I didn't just run up. And I'm consistently doing that. I always raise my hand. So you have to give me that benefit of that.
Okay.
Now, the point is this. We originally templated the prime ministerial system of governance, which is cheaper. Why? Because it's the same man that goes to the parliament that whoever becomes the leader of party and the prime minister will go and pick from there to make his ministers. You don't go and find new ministers outside. But in the Nigerian system, which is templated right now after the American presidential system, we have senators who are lawmakers separately, and then the president now appoints ministers separately altogether. The argument I am making, and I hear local making, is that, like you would hear, we are trying to create an over-bloated system, something that is too big and too expensive, especially right now when money is a problem for the country. What you would expect a thinking president to do is to say, even if it was contagious and right for him to have 48 ministers, he will say to himself, right now, I'm telling my people to tighten their belt. And the only way to show them good faith that they will tighten that belt is to cut down on the number of political appointees I am making, cut down on special assistants, cut down on the number of ministries, and see how you can use those same ministers to accomplish the same goal. It's possible. People do it elsewhere. But in our own case, like everybody knows, unless somebody who wants to pretend, our leaders are only interested in doing what? In greasing the palms of people and making them settlement. Let me put it that way. You settle your friends. You give an appointment. You create new ministries. And I'm saying that is wrong.
See, I get where you're coming from. So hold on, AY. Let's do to and fro with him a bit. Then you can go with him again. See, I get where you're coming from. You are looking at it from the point of view that the Nigerian government are corrupt, and most of all this is just to grease the arms of their ministers or whoever phantom ministers that they create. For me, this is more of a thought experiment, whether it's a good thing, good or bad thing, to have a large cabinet or a small cabinet. There's no real reason why having a larger cabinet necessarily means a bad thing. It depends on what you do with it. You see what I mean? Because you can have a small cabinet, you perform terribly, and you can have a large cabinet and you perform terribly. They both are terrible. In the end, it's about whether they are actually going to govern well. If they govern well, it doesn't matter whether it's big or small. And this is the thing that I said earlier on. The idea that we just look at politics like this thing is just a luxury that we can't even afford. You are worrying too much about the details, because if you, let's say you remove, or in short, 90% of the ministers there today, how much do you think it's going to save you? It's not going to be anything compared to what we need, compared to what we really need to do in that country. So all this stuff, for me, it's not, we are distracting ourselves. What the work that needs to be done.
I disagree with you, but respectfully.
Nigeria's GDP is depressed by about 10% at least. That's equivalent to 50 billion US, 50 billion US dollar, not naira, dollars. So what money are you saving from? I don't think if you take all the money from all these ministers.
Can I show you? Can I tell you how the money will be saved? Can I tell you how the money will be saved?
If you take all the money from all the ministers they are getting paid, it's not going to be up to $1 billion.
That's not true. Can I tell you how the money will be saved?
Jim, hold on.
You mean for the ministers? How much are they earning?
Yes. Can I tell you? Let me just give you. Look, Tony and AY, please condone me for just a second, and then I'll yield the floor, please. First and foremost, when you elect the president, he appoints special assistants. Those special assistants, by culture, will appoint their own assistants. When you appoint ministers, they will appoint their own assistants, who will now go back and appoint their own assistants, and you are making the system bloated. What you do, I listened to I think it was a Tanzanian president or somebody in Africa who has done that. He cut down the number of state appointees. That's what we're saying. Reduce the number, because technically, the president can't be everywhere. But the truth is that when he makes those appointments, even in the US, pardon me, I keep going there, it's the same thing. When you appoint a minister, a secretary, he's going to appoint his own special assistant. He will have a communication person. He will have this. He will have that. He will have that. And all of these people are paid by the state. Once they appoint like giving letter, the state is the one paying their salaries. So
the same happens at department levels too. So I don't know.
No, but departments are civil servants. These ones are different. Civil servants.
Okay, now you're saying departments are civil servants, but
yeah, that's the bureaucracy.
Actually, many of them are still political appointees because the ministers go on to decide who stays and who goes. They are also political appointees to many of them. The heads of departments.
They are political appointees to the extent that because they now take political decisions, but they are civil servants. You can't lay them off. You can move what
actually no, they can lay them off. Actually, they do lay them off all the time in America. They do that. Oh, come on, you know that now. All the time they lay them off in America. Trump purged the civil service in America and put his own people in there.
Okay, but now we're talking about Nigeria, and I'm telling you that the bureaucracy in Nigeria are civil servants. So you can't sack bureaucrats anyhow in Nigeria. The person will go to court. There's a system where how he was employed, so you can't just push him out anyhow. You can transfer him to a different ministry, but you can't push him out. My argument is,
I guess it's not so dissimilar. If you can move him to some remote location, it's the same as sacking the person. But the point I'm making is that the money you think you are saving is not very significant. I get what you are saying. It's better to have a small government, make the people feel like you are feeling their pain with them. I get that. That is a valid argument. But my own argument is just based on a restricted area. No, so don't make it like now. If you ask me about Tinubu, I would say you should have a smaller government. My own area of this argument with you is that just because it's a bigger government doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. That's my own this thing.
Exactly.
Because those things is just a distraction for us to start thinking that just because it's big, it's a bad thing.
So Chim, I understand your point. Good points, forefather. Good point. What forefather just said, that is what you need to pay attention to. So the thing is, I don't know if there is any mathematician here. You have a problem. Try to solve it. Oh, Todd is here. It's a struggle.
Oh, sorry. I want
so
to say
you have a problem. You are looking at how do I solve this problem?
Mm-hmm.
What result do I want to achieve? How do I solve it? I understand your point. You are looking at it from the point of this is the system. You can't just change it. No, you can't touch a system. I'll give you an example. There is one thing President Mohamed Buhari did that I give him credit for. So he created an infrastructural fund. Most of the capital projects around the country, the money was approved directly from the presidency, straight, no bureaucracy. He cut out everything, which was good. If you actually have a president that actually have a good thinking, I want this stuff to be done. This is the only way we can achieve it. Let it go. On the issue of ministry, what I'm saying, I'm not like say the president should do this. Even you don't have to create more ministries. You can call them deputy ministers, whatever you want to call them, but we need the result. When you want to achieve the result, how do you achieve it? If you want to choose deputy ministers, deputy ministers of Southeast, deputy minister of Southwest, deputy minister, you want this job to be done. It's just like minister, is just like PM, project managers. If I give you 100 projects and I give you 20 projects, efficiency obviously is gonna come. You have better efficiency with 20 projects. This is the truth. If it depends, it's just that. It's just
look at what your man said there. He said they will still pocket the money they are saving.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you worried about saving?
That's the other point. The corruption we have in this ministry, they are not from the salary, from the allowances. They are from the corruption itself, like inflated contracts, all the stealing, even when you approve contract, they are not done. You collect the money, put in your pocket, and move on. This is the major problem. It's not paying salary. How much? Okay, wait. If I ask you, how much do you know the salary of a minister? It's not up to 2 million naira a month. What is wrong with that? If I go and work in Saudi in a month, I will earn over $20,000.
Mr. AY, that is a private sector thing. This is public taxpayers'
Why do you think private sector? This type of thinking is the kind of thinking that I find
what do you mean by this kind of thinking?
Why do you think private sector get the best, but the public sector should get the crappy one?
To be fair to the
Niger Delta military.
Paying a minister 2 million naira is not too much.
Listen, we have NDDC, right? Wait now, we have NDDC, Abi. We also have Niger Delta Ministry, Abi. Then we can't get Ministry for Works, Abi. Now, can you please tell me, Nigeria is a bad country? We're not trying at all. Right? Now, tell me the function. Tell me the function of. Wait now. Tell me the function. The function of those three ministries. Why we have it? Tell me.
Loco P, you get it the message.
There's NDDC.
Hold on.
Niger Delta Ministry.
Hold on. You get the message completely wrong. Now, if you come in as a president that is ready to work,
okay.
You have this kind of three ministry already. You have NDDC. Get rid of the one that is not active. You don't need. Get rid of it if you have the power. That is what I'm saying. Look for how am I going to solve the problem? Okay, you ask questions as a president. You want to work. Why do we have NDDC? Why do we have Niger Delta Ministry? Why do we have Minister of Work? What are they doing? The one we don't need, look for a way. If you have to go to the Senate, get rid of the ministry, get rid of it. And if you really, because you don't want to waste money, right? That is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
can I stop? Wait.
Hold on, let me finish. What I'm saying.
I've been chilling all this while. I'm going to lose my
You've been chilling with the big boys.
No, I've been chilling. You guys are just going.
Let Tony talk, please. Let Tony talk.
Hold on, just 30 seconds. Then you can go.
What I'm saying in summary, if you have to eliminate. If you have to add. As long as you have a clear plan, you want to get the job done. This is my point. Period. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Before I start explaining, you just contradicted yourself. You're saying that when some a president that comes in that sees a way of saving money, but whereas prior to this time, you were going against Chim's plot.
Chim understand better. No, you don't get.
How does he understand better?
I don't understand you. I don't understand you. I'm actually throwing you under the bus right now. I don't understand.
Let me answer the question, Tone. Let me answer the question.
Okay.
That is the last statement I made now, right? I'm not saying create 1 million ministry. I'm not here is my point. I come in, we have 40 ministry. And I know the job I want to do. We don't need 40 ministry. I get rid of 10. I use what I need. If I come in, we have 40 ministry, but I need 60 ministry to get the job done. I will create more. That's my point.
Okay.
So my focus is the job. Get the job done.
Okay.
Do you get
right.
it? Yeah.
Okay. Right. What I do is part of finance. And for me, every fraction of a penny makes a lot of sense when it's scaled up. Say, if somebody tells me that there is I'm just trying to find the best way to give an example so that you guys will understand. Okay, let's say I want to buy a particular instrument. Now, somebody will say a capital base. This is just an example. Okay, hypothetical example. Say you're buying a stock worth, say, of £10,000, for instance. Okay, worth of that stock, and it's just a penny. Now, it may not be much, seeing that it's a penny, but however, a big corporation that comes in and picks up everything with about, say, to $20 million or $50 million is a lot of money. You get what I mean? Now, we're saying that it's not a lot, that we shouldn't, that you're not saving much. See, at this point in time in our history, in our country, every money that is saved makes sense. It counts towards building and boosting our economy. What is the sense of having a minister, a deputy minister in this day and time? That is why it's important to appoint credible and qualified hands as ministers. There are a lot of management tools that you need, that you, if you're a minister, that you have, that you'll be equipped with. You're able to use it and all that. You don't need a deputy. Even where you even all these army of special advisors, if you equip yourself with technology, for Christ's sake. We're in 2023. We're not talking about the 60s here or the 50s. Equip yourself. It's just like my office in my house here and all that. I do stuff that what people do. When I tell people that I work from home, they say it's so easy and all that. Oh, I don't need in the good old days. I will have to have an office and some secretary and all that. I don't need all that. I have equipment that costs a lot of money and all that, and I know it helps me to compete with the people in the city. That's what technology is about. Nigeria is not even talking about technology. When you go to Nigeria, I know that the internet speed is still so very slow, and yet we complain that the economy is not improving. You can't even, the internet there is just good enough for you to surf. A lot of people in Nigeria may not understand how powerful technology is until they come here. The other day I was on a train. I was on a train one of these days. I saw one of these Japa people. They were just talking in Yoruba. That guy was saying, I used to think that the internet access in where I had when I was in Nigeria was fast. I was saying, oh, this one, see, even look at the one on my phone, how fast it was. So that's part of the thing we're talking. We need to change our mindset. We need a mindset shift. We need to start saving money. I saw one of the new ministers, he had a convoy to the Agbado people and all that. It's normal. Why do you need a convoy? We've got innocent motors that produce very decent automobiles and all that. That should be the government cars. But no, we want the best. Escalate.
Tune. I think you are going out of the point. Let me tell
I'm not going out of the point. It's part of the. It's part of administration. It's all administration.
AY, hold on. I think there's one person.
I need to put one.
No, don't worry. We are going to come back to you. But there are people that are calling from Nigeria. AY.
So when I speak here, I know what
AY, hold on now. There are people calling from Nigeria here. Okay. And I'm sure Body is not in Nigeria. That one is run from Nigeria.
Is in Nigeria.
Yeah, Masca is in Nigeria. Let's all
I'm in Nigeria.
Let me go. Not in Nigeria. That one has run from Nigeria a long time ago. Masca, it's been a long time you've popped up here. I don't know where you've gone to. There has been big debates that have been going on here. We didn't see you. You know, you are one of our few representatives in the north, and you abandoned us in cold violation of our covenant here. So, what do you think about what is going on here? And welcome, Masca. And because you are in Nigeria, it makes sense to give you a say first, just
before
in case.
The light to go off.
And we are going to make plans for your audio going again. You know, we have to make all the necessary preparations.
No, KJ is not there, so nothing is going to happen to my audio.
What's that sound I'm hearing? I'm hearing some sound from somewhere. Okay, it's from here. Sorry, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, or is it good afternoon? Well, it's late evening here, but happy to see all of you. I've been away simply because, you know, sometimes, well, time is very precious, and sometimes I get the feeling that this place tends to sound like an echo chamber, and so sometimes it's good to give a break. But you know, as people, we tend to develop affinity, and I've developed an affinity to you guys. So every now and then I pop in and see what you guys are saying. I kind of find the topic very interesting. That's why I quickly joined. Now, my perspective, I haven't been part of the whole discussion, but on the issue of the overbloated, well, you could say even our bureaucracy itself, the civil service itself, you could say is overbloated. Not to talk of the added layer of political appointees, which technically speaking, really, they do not add too much value apart from just to make sure everybody is feeling a sense of belonging. This is my perspective. You know, if you look at the appointment of the ministers, every minister, a minister is coming from states and stuff like that. We don't look at the technical. I'm not sure the ministers are the most technically competent people in Nigeria, so to speak. So having said that, the bureaucracy itself is overbloated, the additional layer of political appointees, in my opinion, also is overbloated. But I think the real issue, the real point that Nigerians should really be bothered about, sincerely speaking, it's not even, yes, it's a problem. But when you start looking at that, then you are looking what I call the shadow of the real masquerade. The real challenge in Nigeria is not the number of people who claim to be working in ministries or who are purporting themselves to be senators or ministers. The real challenge is that are they working for even the money they are collecting to start with, for instance? When they come to the office in the morning till evening, what is it? What is the content of the work they do? What is the basic objective of the work they do? What is the end product of the work they do? So before you even start saying he's actually collecting too much money, you ask yourself, is he even doing the work itself to start with? In my opinion, the real challenge we should be looking at is not even the salaries. It's not even the money they steal. The real challenge with our political appointees and our civil service in Nigeria, the real challenge is the level of endemic corruption, which makes the system impossible to work. The real cost of corruption, even in Nigeria, is not the money they steal. It's because the policies that we put in place will not work. For instance, let me give you a very basic example. You say, okay, everybody must wear a seatbelt. Let's take as simple example as that. But if the road safety people that are supposed to work and ensure that people are wearing this seatbelt are corrupt, do you think people will be wearing seatbelt? The answer is no. So if I give you 5 naira, I'll collect it. You collect it and I go free. Let's take, for instance, let's say customs, for instance. You said these items are banned. They shouldn't be imported. If the customs are corrupted, whatever we say as a matter of policy, because we've sat down, we've spent time, we've decided this is the economic policy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items should not be imported. The truth is that these items will still find their way into the country, and you'll still be paying a lot of people calling themselves customs officers.
Yeah.
In my mind, these are the fundamental issues that we have to deal with first. Yes, I agree that yes, as accountants, people will say every penny will count. But the truth is that the system needs to first even work before we even start talking about whether we are paying too much or not. I think it was somebody, I think it's Choma in the comment section. The truth is that even if they save this money, they will still come back and chop it. So work done, as one of my bosses used to say, work done will be zero.
Exactly. And more money for the few people.
There will be a lot of commotion and motion, but there's no movement. So I think we as Nigerians, really, the most important, sorry forefathers, let me submit, and I think this is just, I'm going to wrap up.
Your
My
audio
point
has been solid today, you know. Maybe there's something to that KJ
they
thing.
said KJ is not around, so
Yeah,
once he comes in, we'll see
there's
what
something to
happens.
it. I'm beginning to be convinced now. Go ahead.
No, I know what I'm saying. I mean, when I make statements, I have some sort of clarity around it. But anyway, to sum up, I think we all Nigerians really need to start worrying about the fact that our systems are so corrupt that nothing will work. We say the election has been rigged. What we are saying is that the election process is corrupt. So election, even in Nigeria, will not work. Judiciary, if it's corrupt, judiciary will not work. Policing, if it's corrupt, policing will not work. Statistics, if it's corrupt in Nigeria, statistics, you won't have the numbers, the correct, accurate numbers to work with. So I think that is where we really need to begin to focus our effort, the level of endemic corruption. Because even if people save the money, if there's only 10 ministers and they are very corrupt, nothing at the end of the day will be out there as a productive output. Thank you very much, and good night, everybody.
Thank you. Before you go, I think what you said about corruption is very interesting, because you didn't just mention corruption, which a lot of people tend to do, but you also went on to describe some of the policy implications, or the fact that some policies cannot be enacted because of the corrupt practices, like seatbelt and all those things. Those things are very, very, it gives life to the negative aspects of what corruption actually means. Because no matter what the minister does, it won't work when there is endemic corruption like that. But don't you think that, okay, some people will pay bribe, the ones that don't want to wear seatbelt. But if the government is strong enough and push a strong policy, 80% will follow the rules and they will not need to pay bribe. Then the 20% that don't want to follow the rules will pay bribe. But I guess maybe I'm already rethinking what I just said just now, because Nigeria, once they start taking bribe, they don't care whether you obey the rules or not. They will still try to force you to take bribe for you to bribe them anyway. So that if you don't bribe them, they will not let you get out of there, even if you're following the rules. That's the problem with Nigeria sometimes.
You know, see, forefathers, you know the level of endemic corruption in Nigeria. The police we are talking about will give about, and it is a known fact, for you to be, what do you use? What's the word when they hire you? For you to be...
Apply?
Well, for you to...
Recruitment. Recruit?
For you to be recruited into the police, it's a big racket. You have to pay about 700, between 600 and 800K. Now, if I pay money to enter the police force, sincerely speaking, what are you talking about? If I had to pay to be recruited, this is the level of the endemic corruption, and I don't know how good you are with Excel.
It's like that in the military too. You have to pay to get recruited. Sometimes.
Everywhere, even
yeah. So I'm saying that I don't know how.
Go ahead.
So in Excel, there's when you do some calculations, it will tell you cyclical error. It means because you're trying to reference a cell in a formula, and so it's
correct.
I mean, the assumption that the government, when you say, oh, if the government, okay, how is the government? Who is the government? How does the government come into place? And who are the people that, how do they get into? It's the system. Once the system is corrupt, you are not going to get these assumptions that you are making. The people who will be in government, most likely they may have paid something to even be in government. Even the elections. So it's a cyclical problem until we deal with that endemic corruption where the system is not working at all. I give people an example. We tend to worry about the money being spent, how much the SUVs people see on the street. It's not the issue. Honestly, I used to work.
It's not. I never thought that.
The company I used to work at, the company I used to work for, I mean, I think I was about 29 or something. From 29 years old, they were buying me SUVs. Everywhere I go, every country, that's the standard. It's not the big deal. If you will deliver the goods, if you will deliver the value you are being paid for, the car, how much is, honestly, how much is an SUV? It's really not a big deal. But the challenge is that you
but Masca, that's it. You are comparing private workplace with private service with public service. So we're talking about
let me
public
ask
service.
you, I don't want to join issues with people today, but let me ask you, in America,
yes,
in America, for instance, who is the highest paid? I don't know how much they pay private people there, but I am convinced that if you pay your civil servants well and they work well, there shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you that it should be well paid.
The argument is not how much we pay.
But what I'm saying is that let's not compare private service with public service. You understand?
Okay, all right. This is an argument that I can have on another day.
It's like comparing apple and oranges.
I don't agree with you, but it's not an argument I will pursue today.
I've agreed with most of what you said. I'm just talking about that aspect, comparing public service with private service. You understand? The perks of private service are always more. Sometimes most times they can be more rewarding than public service.
My personal opinion, and I'm convinced that we should pay our civil servants very well.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Yes.
The only challenge and the point I'm making tonight is that number one, the productivity is not there. We don't see the result, and the system is so endemic.
I agree with you in that regard. But you know, like you said, the process, we also lost an opportunity to start getting it right by holding a free and fair election. If the president of the country is freely elected without any rigging or corruption, perhaps he will be bold enough to make the kind of changes we want, knowing that he has the people backing behind him. You understand? But where a system is rigged all the time, and the people in the system know that this guy is for them, then there won't be change.
So that is where I wanted to submit on forefathers' point that what is important for all of us as Nigerians is to sit down, think, and collaborate with each other. How do we break this vicious cycle? This, for me, I think is the most important thing, not to worry about the money people have.
Masca, I have a question.
I hope that the judiciary can do the right thing by making sure that at least Nigeria begins to get it right from a particular point. I mean, we have a lot to start getting right, but at least with that election process, they start to get it right. The judiciary can kind of lay a clear path for things to start going right by making sure that the right man is put there. Otherwise, God help us.
Well, again, I don't agree with you on that, but I think it will be an argument for my opinion also is that even if they put the right person today, Olimide, he is only going to work for 4 years. And in 4 years, there's no, even if you are coming from the heavens, I don't think you'll be able to change this.
Master,
I think how you do this.
Master, do you know the premise of democracy is that for the leader to be truly and freely, to be freely and fairly elected. When that guy comes in for 4 years and decides to put in an over-bloated cabinet of 100 ministry, you understand? And he does what he wants to do for 4 years, then the people can start to judge him based on what he has done. You understand? The next 4 years, they can decide we don't want him anymore. Let us put this other guy from if it is this guy from this particular location, if he will be the one that will deliver for us, and then we can begin to discuss true issues, knowing that the people's vote will count. Gradual change may begin to take place. But if we read all the time,
Olimide, what I will tell you, my advice to everybody and all of us is that we cannot rest our hope on the judiciary. If they do it now, are we expecting the next time to do it? What we need to do, and it's possible and it's doable.
There's a reason for going to the Master.
Hold on.
I just want to ask. There's a reason for going to the judiciary. Sorry, there's a reason why there's a judiciary there, and there's a reason why people are going there. So if judiciary cannot give us justice in the face of clear evidence, how do we have a country?
No, you see, okay. See, Olumide, my point is simple. That is a tangent I'm not going to go into, okay? My point and advice to all of us is that it is possible that if we dedicate ourselves, elections may not be very free and fair, but we could have credible elections. I go back to what forefathers said at some point. If on election day, all of us decide to be policemen and to be regulators of our polling booths, I am so sure that the
but that is why we are in court today now. Because we all decided to be policemen.
I said I'm not going to go into an election tangent with anybody
Mr.
tonight. My point is
Master, I hail you. Nigeria will truly change. Nigeria, I hail you. One Nigeria.
Why you wanted to say something?
Let me get on with it.
Yeah.
One Nigeria.
Yeah, Basca, I wanted to say something. You make very good points, right? So sometimes when they discuss corruption in Nigeria, I try to just stay away. The reason is that sometimes when I hear people speak, it seems they don't know the depth of corruption in Nigeria. To be honest, even before I left Nigeria, let me say after I left Nigeria, I discovered that corruption was like norm. The little bribery we do, we don't even know. Trust me, if you are seeing that country now, they don't know what they are doing is corruption. You go to any little office, they want you to pay money. Whatever you want to do, they want you to pay money. Either you are paying or you are collecting. But they see it as norm. But honestly, people don't even know it's corruption. It was after when I traveled to Canada there, and the first time, like, this is how a system works. It was like unimaginable. This is how a system works. So that is why when people are saying, oh, this person will change everything overnight, we do this, I say, no, we need a system. I want to get to that point where we have a system that can checkmate everything, everybody. We should stop putting, oh, it's not corrupt, let him come to power. This was, I don't even believe in all those stuff. So my question to you is, today, I know it's getting worse from the past 20 years. How do you think this corruption can be eliminated completely? Bodhi, you will also answer that question. you are
all right. I will start by saying that I think the day we realize the true impact, the true harm corruption does to the society, that's the day things will begin to change. Today, like you said, people see corruption as nothing, as normal. They don't tend to realize that when your brother is taken to the hospital and he dies, what has killed him is not the disease. What killed your brother that was taken to a normal hospital is the corruption in the system. When people have unnecessary accidents on the road and they die, what has killed them? It's not the potholes, it's the corruption. When bandits kill people, it is not the bandits that are killing people. It is the corruption. When there's no light in your house, it is not, it's corrupt.
Let me explain that one. No? How that one becomes.
So what I'm saying, we're saying that the elections were not fair, this blah, blah. The basic problem is corruption. So the day we realize the level of harm it is doing to us individually, even the people who are collecting the money, that will be the beginning of the day. But the practical answer, I still go back to what forefather says. This has now become a vicious circle in Nigeria. If you are not corrupted, you can never be part of the system. Go and write it down. So, yes. But the good thing is that the system in Nigeria is still a very small system. Every aspect you look, take for instance, what you need to look is ask yourself how many people have voted in the last election in terms of percentage. Do you have an idea? it's not going to be up to 25% of Nigerians. All the things that are happening in the system as a whole is a minute system. If we as Nigerians begin to take responsibility, things will change. The issue, the real problem in Nigeria is that especially us, the educated ones, we really don't take responsibility. And I blame all of you that are sitting here on this panel. The solution for everybody is to carry his bag and go. When you jump across the river, you now carry microphone.
Mr. Maska, you see where I disagree with you.
Maska, I disagree on that.
Of course, you disagree.
Okay,
I will tell you the reason. I will tell you the reason. If you've been observing me for a while on this platform, my opinion usually diverges. And people would always think that I hold this opinion when I cross over. No, I've always been a challenger of the system. Way back when I was in primary school, way back when I was in Nigeria.
Okay, why do you leave?
Perfectly so well.
Why do you leave?
All that's done is in such a way that I usually find myself in such position in places whereby I will feel it, I will experience it. And
anyway, Buddy, I'm not talking in particular about anybody, and I'm not casting aspersions. I myself have been out of the country. I came back because I truly, when I was outside the country, I could see more of the opportunities in the country. And I told myself, okay, look, if the truth is that there is so much opportunity in this country, I will go back. It's a difficult environment, but I will go back and try and survive. Okay, so I'm not claiming that I'm here in Nigeria because I want to die for Nigeria. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that this is the pattern of irresponsibility. We don't take responsibilities, including myself. Election day, we all put on AC and put on movie and watch. After elections, we start complaining. Okay. If there is any riot, well, I call it a riot. If there is any peaceful protest, the educated people will never come out. We want a better nation, but we will never want to do the things that are required.
I think I said it before about if you want the solution to this, that you need the ones that want to do the right thing. Can I finish, Olumide?
I just want to quickly.
I was talking before you started talking. I was talking before you started talking. See, if you want to fix this our system, you want to band together the ones that want to do the right thing. Like now, just like you are saying that you want to fix the system, people like that really have a stake, that at their very core, they can't stand the corruption that is going on. Those people need to band together and take over the system, because the way it works is that the corrupt ones are banding together, and it has to start from the top. The corrupt ones are banding together. If the ones that are not corrupt don't band together, they tend to be one lone soldier in one ministry and another. No, it's not all Nigerian ministry that is not performing. Some of them are actually performing. It's just that they are too far in between. And if they want to seriously make an impact in the entire country, they don't tend to survive because they don't band together. They don't protect themselves. And I think if you want to succeed, you have to have a way of the good ones banding together to protect themselves, because people are going to always come after them because they're trying to do the right thing. This is why some people say if they go into any military, they will not survive. But the reason why they are not surviving because they are not organizing. They need to organize and be sure to survive.
I was going to make the point you made now, but I was also going to say that when people are seeing our leaders, the governors, the ministers, getting away with open what they see, that these guys have enriched themselves with government money and getting away with it, that is not showing good example. And the ones down there feel they can also get away with it. But the process, there was a certain process that happened that was supposed to be a foundation for the beginning of change. That electoral process, all of a sudden, the beaver stopped working. You understand? So that is where the leaders have to show good example. They're not showing good example. That is where the judiciary. See, we have an arm. We have an arm of government.
I've been waiting for a while.
We have different arms of government.
You spoke earlier now. I was here.
I'll let you go, buddy.
Yes, you spoke after Maska.
I only interject like.
No, don't worry, guys. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I've been waiting for a while.
Sorry, I just got off.
Most of the Maska.
I wasn't sure when you guys were going to pick.
I agree. So we have to change our perspective about corruption like I said in the past on this forum, that like in the case of our crime, we tribalize crime, we give it another name, we don't call it what it is. The same thing with corruption. We only see corruption in Nigeria as a naira and kobo until we start seeing it for what it is, giving it the names that is called. You have a pothole on the road. I remember in year 2000, the University of Ife student, they were traveling, the fellowship student. They died on Lagos on Ife Ibadan Road due to pothole. And they were coming from, I think, from a Christian convention thereabout. And then people were saying, oh, that's the act of God. And I said, no, it's not an act of God. It's our government, it's ourselves that we killed them because of bad roads. By the time we started defining corruption by its level of severity, how it impacted us. So I think people will realize. I remember way back when we were in primary school, in one of the course or one of the subjects that we take in primary school, what they call creative study. If you remember, if you school in the past, maybe in the 90s, 80s, that's what they call creative study. That they will ask you, they will give you a kind of a homework, whether to make a clay, to make a mat, to make a broom. You have to come up with something.
Yeah.
And then you have to draw stuff. And they will basically grade you on that. It's got to a point that they change it.
Sorry to butt in. Forefathers, I beg my apology. I have a very critical meeting in the morning and I'll be present. I need to sleep early. So please, I would have loved to be part of the conversation, but please, good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you for coming in. I think we appreciate your time here, you know. So anytime, please come in. Your voice is often needed here.
Yep. It's got to a point that they've changed it. They ask you that, oh, don't bring handcrafts, don't bring anything, just bring money. Yeah. They started collecting 5 naira from those people. You know, at what level is that? At the local level, at a very primitive level. I remember at the point in Nigeria whereby they will tell you that, oh, before you can get a job, you have to know somebody. It's graduated from that to, oh, you have to pay for a job. We're now at the point that either you know somebody, you don't even have money to pay, there's no that job anymore. We find ourselves on our knees.
I think what I observed in Nigeria is that things got worse towards the end of Buhari's term in office.
No, corruption has been so endemic.
Let me see. I'm telling you, when my visits to Nigeria, what I saw physically. See, I'm telling you, I have even evidence of. Let me make my point now. Let me make my point. Hold on now. Hold on.
It's my turn, boss.
No, I'm just making a point. I cannot interject anymore.
Okay.
So the point I'm trying to make is that when I've seen cases whereby things have happened in Nigeria and they tried to bribe, they couldn't bribe. This is real life in Nigeria. There is an institution in Nigeria that we know takes bribe all the time. But in this instance, like, no, they refuse to take bribe. Like what the guy told me, I didn't know whether to be proud or to be angry because it was me, it was affected. Because they refused to take bribe this time. So it tells you that it's not, and you can tell in some institutions, they will tell you that, oh my God, my Oga, they are worried. And you go and call a retired person that is like the highest, that is ascended to the highest rank. He will tell you, follow the rules. So they don't want that. So it's not as straightforward as we make it sound like, oh, everything is just free for all. It's not that straightforward. I've seen highly ranked people say, you know what, go and follow the rules. They are not going to help you. They will help you.
But forefathers. So we're trying to talk about something that has been entrenched. And by this, I'm not just talking about corruption. So you are either entrenching corruption or entrenching meritocracy, transparency, integrity. You know, I listened to Mascas. Unfortunately, he has left. I wanted to hear him out, sound him out very well before I respond. I don't like jumping on people. I like to listen to them. And I've read comments. You see, the truth about us is, when I was talking about cutting costs, people think, oh, this person is cheapskate. What do you mean by cheapskate? Do you know where I live? Do you know what I own? You know, I just laugh
Don't worry
at people
about that. Don't worry about that.
No, but see, I'm not worried. But I'm
Chim.
don't interject. Don't worry.
Tony.
You interjected. I gave you 2 minutes of my time.
Okay,
Remember?
go ahead.
Even you are even using my time.
I remember.
Sorry of that, buddy.
Sorry. I remember the day, because I say I work from home and all that. I remember the day I went with a colleague of mine, went to pick up his car, and I liked the car in the showroom, just because we're wearing flip flops, and I like my shorts because my legs are very, very nice looking and all that. It was a summer day. I said, "Do you have this in this color? Do you have this in this color?" He said, "Yeah." And I pulled out my my card, and it was like I saw the face on the face of the salesman. He said, "Do you really want to pay for it?" I said, "Yeah, why not? Deposit half of it, and I'll send the rest later." That was it. The car is outside and all that. See, listen, there's a rich, there is super rich. That's what people don't understand. So what you consider as good money, I can't work for anybody. I am saying this with all humility, with what I know right now. I can't, like Oyedepo would say, I can't get for, I would never be, I can't work for anybody. What you work, what those days I thought I had big, a very, very big job and all that. This is the kind of money I make sometimes in a day or 2 days or even a week.
So anyway,
sorry, thanks.
That's fine, Anthony. So, buddy, please don't be offended. I would hand over to you. Right? You know, so the point I was trying to make is when we're talking about cutting the cost of governance, which is where we were, people don't seem to understand. And you see, we've talked about corruption. Corruption is also over-bloating the system with an ill intention. Because listen, whether you say it is 0.333% that you're going to save or whatever, like Tony said, every penny, nickel that a government, which is public service, so we're so rich that we're having makoko. I mean, in a country we want to have 48 ministers, and we have makoko in Lagos. We have those places where children are sitting in water, muddy water, no roof, and someone is telling me we shouldn't save money. Listen, the whole idea that, even if you save the
minister of makoko.
Let me finish. Father, please. The whole idea of that we save the money and somebody will steal it. It actually goes to show that people don't even know. Because if the leader genuinely wants to save money that he will channel into infrastructure, nobody's going to steal the money. But because, like I want to stand and I stand firmly on, people, this is job for the boys era. Create 48 distance to have all those who have helped you to snatch it, to steal it, to run with it. You need to reward them. If you genuinely were coming to work, you would understand your times, understand the season we're in. Globally, what nations are doing that are serious is they are cutting political things so that they can put more money in the pocket of their people and take care of their people. When the economy becomes buoyant,
Chim, this is body's turn now. This is supposed to be an interjection. It's a full-blown submission you're giving here. That is just cheating right now. What you are doing.
Bobby gave me the space.
He didn't give you the space. He just said you interject, not to give your own submission. Just
did I steal it? Did I wrong with it?
You can hack your point so that I can continue.
So I will just end here. I think people need to understand that we all want Nigeria to work.
Definitely.
Everybody wants Nigeria to work. What we're all looking at is how can we reduce the poverty level. I know the amount of tech, and I'm not even a very rich man. Thank you for those who are saying it. Yes, I'm not. I'm cheap state. But guess what? The truth about the matter is I know the amount of calls I get every day. Bros, spare me quick 20,000 naira there. Do this for me. But that's also because we're doing that and our leader is employing 48 people to go and do whatever we don't understand he wants to do. And then he says he wants to give people 8,000. Did you see how many bags of rice were sent to states? So shameful. You have 48 ministers to appoint and you want to give a whole local government somewhere 3 bags of rice. Nigerians need to wake up. We keep enabling certain behaviors that put us backwards. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
So like I was saying the other time, the focus is cutting costs itself. And then from there, we move to corruption, which is part of it overall. Let me quickly jump on the issue of cabinet. That's what actually brought me here. It's the constitutional issue that we have to understand. Yesterday on this platform as well, I was about coming in. At times, people look a lot, there's a guy that came in from Nigeria yesterday. They place so much premium on this platform, on which whatever that come out of this platform, people expect us to be accurate, not just having your say. My understanding, observation so far, I've stayed away from this platform for like 3 weeks, and I was watching from the background. You know why? Just to see things from afar. You know, by just having your say, some people know next to nothing about Nigeria. People only speak from their head, what they think is right. And for us to provide or to prescribe the right solution to Nigerian problem, you have to understand the system itself, how it works. You have to understand our history, where we are coming from, where we are, and then the trajectory of things, the way we can project into the future. Like Forefather was saying, that like there are still some organization that you will go to today, they won't still take bribe from you. You'll be surprised, you'll be shocked that's in this system. But what I find out in that system is that they have a strong leadership, not that they have a strong system. There's no system in Nigeria. If you understand what they call system, it's inside the system you have a process. An average Nigerian is corrupt because our culture codifies corruption. Our culture embraces it. That's what we don't know. At times you give out stuff, even you get to a particular office. If you don't give them, they will expect it. They are already expecting it. I have someone, he transferred his service from HMB, from Hospital Management Board, to the teaching hospital. They asked them to come to the HMB to come and pick up their letter of transfer of service. You know what happened? Immediately you got there, they already been told that you have to come with 5,000 naira. For you to get a stamp on an official letter in an establishment in Nigeria, you have to pay 5,000 naira to get a stamp. So that's how corrupt, that's the level that we are even going to entrench it. And if you don't give it, they will make you so bad. Last month, when I was coming from home, when I was coming from Nigeria, when I got to the entrance of the airport, there's a police officer. He said, "Oh, I have to give him money to pass by." I said, "No, I don't have." And unfortunately for me, I have like 200 naira left in my back pocket. I did get my heart into because they even make you that you are even like better than them. That's how they make you to believe. Either you are coming into the country or you are leaving through that airport. I did my hand to the pocket to give that man 200 naira. He was telling me that 200 naira is too small. I said, "Officer, I'm taking back my money. Give me my money." He has to give me back. And I leave. And I told the rest of them, at any point I'm passing through, if they ask for money, I don't have. I don't have. That's how bad, that's the level that we have gone to. At the point where everybody are complaining about insecurity. Insecurity in the countries that are making. People will ask how. You can't get into the Nigerian police force without knowing a politician, without knowing somebody. That means it's ourselves that we recruited ineffective people into the system. Back in the days, we want to ask those people in the federal civil service in Nigeria today to submit their credentials. Only few of them has 2-1 or 1-1. Go to UK, they put the best of them in the civil service. If you want your system and your process to be seamless, you have to put your best in the civil service. But in Nigeria, the reverse is the case. Majority of people in the civil service, I remember when in 2011, 2012, the federal recruitment service that was done, when they released the results, go and look through, check it, you can Google it. The results were put on the internet. The majority of people, if you look at that, you go and check it. Statistically, 65% of them were top class. And you want your system to be the best.
But do you believe that holding a free and fair election process is part of it?
That's even a bigger thing. Because once you don't have a system in place, you don't have a seamless process in place, you are not talking about election. Why are we not talking about censor? It's because our process, our system is corrupt. Asking for a free and fair election in a corrupt system, you're asking for too much. What's your state of education? Go to university system. Go to polytechnics. Go to primary school education.
But how is that asking for too much, though?
I'm telling you, you don't have the basis. You don't have the foundation yet. It's until you have the foundation.
So what kind of foundation will give us a free and fair election?
the system that will give you a free and fair election. That's what I'm telling you. You have to build up your system. And what made up the system is the people. Our people are very corrupt. Those people that mind the election, are they Nigerians? Are they not Nigerians?
Body, just to answer Olumide shortly. Olumide, how do you expect people who are in love and entrenched with the corrupt system to hear a person who says, I want to come and change it, to come and change it? You think they will allow the person to come and change it? Of course, they'll be working for the person who is going to tell them anything for the boys is what I'm coming to do, which is what has happened in that election. Because
I think that the corrupt practices in Nigeria is as a kind of reinforcement of the corrupt rich at the top, or corrupt political class at the top, that is actually empowered from outside the country. And the people of the country have not chosen to take the power from the people that our leaders are serving. And until because these are macro level issues here, and we talk about these things as if it's a micro level issue. It's not a micro level issue, because if you have a class monitor, the teacher leaves and says, class monitor, you are in charge. The teacher will empower that monitor to make sure it takes charge of that class. That's how it happens. And if the class teacher is more powerful than every student in the class, there's no chance. The students don't have any chance. And that's what is going on. If we don't deal with the fact that our leaders are serving foreigners and they are enabling these corrupt practices to carry on, because corruption is, they even have a movie where they said corruption is why we win. They literally said it. Corruption is why we win. It's a weapon. So these type of things, if we don't know how to deal with it, this is why we know we all hate corruption. We hated it since Fela's time, but yet it's still here with us. Why? Because we have not confronted it from the very, very source.
Since if it's not your turn, you will hate it. Since it's become your turn, you will like it, you will embrace it. That's the culture in that country.
Yes, but some of them, I believe that some of our leaders, when they make it to the top, they even some of them want to change and do the right thing, because they are corrupt too. You see, corruption has different levels. Some people are corrupt. Once they have enough money, a certain amount of money, they're okay. They want to do the right thing, but they can't, because they discover that they just can't.
A lot of people have not been able to solve what they call personal problem. That's the main issue. What do I call personal problem?
I agree with you that our elites at the top are majorly responsible for that. See, corruption is everywhere in the world. But what is lacking? There's corruption in every country of residence. What is lacking is the consequences.
Hold
the
on.
consequences of that corruption is what is lacking.
I don't know how many times I have to address this point. Olumide, hold on. I don't know how many times I have to address this point. People can't seem to comprehend two ideas in their head at the same time. How is it that you cannot say foreigners are doing something and also hold your own people accountable? Both of them can be true at the same time. Your head, blessed in Chukuka, your head is not going to blow up if you contain both information at the same time. Just because you are in a house, you are in charge of your house, doesn't mean an arsonist cannot try to burn the house down.
Yeah.
So you can describe the arsonist.
Let me help you, forefathers. Like Olumide just said something about that corruption is everywhere, and that's the truth. There is no nation that is immune from corruption. What is lacking in our own system, which some of those other people have, is the rule of law. See, I have seen people beat traffic lights.
And the consequences.
Oh, yeah. I'm even telling you, somebody who knows, the person knows they're going to be made to pay. But maybe as far as what he's heading for is more important to him. People do this. Just this past week, the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, who doubles as the Minister of Finance, was given a ticket on the road for overspeeding. On 100 kilometers road, she was doing 140. And she was caught. Police stopped her. Can you stop? Can I even stop the PA of the local government chairman in Nigeria?
You remember case of Rufai Oseni of Channel TV?
Exactly.
You see, hold on. I need to see. Hold on. I think sorry, Chim. Hold on. See, these are serious issues here. See, Tracy Jacobin, stop it. You have to be. If you are not, maybe you should. Because this thing that you keep doing and making excuse for foreigners all the time, it's like some of all these people. I don't know whether because you have foreign friends, it means that you don't hold them accountable. Do you know that I just found out? Hold on. Did you know that I just found out that
The French people,
Jacobi,
they never. Hold on, let me make my point now. Hold on, I don't like this because I'm getting tired of our people doing this thing over and over and over again. They keep making excuses like these people are just born to be slaves or what?
No, I know that the people we are fighting for, or you are supposed to be fighting for.
It's like, why do you keep making excuses for foreigners? What is your problem with foreigners?
They don't understand. They don't understand what you're talking about.
Jesus Christ, what kind of brainwashing is this that you can't understand? It's not because I hate them. See, let me tell you something. If I belong to that foreign group, I'll be more proud today because clearly I don't want to be hearing from people like you. I don't want to be hearing this kind of nonsense from people that excuse other people from taking advantage of them. If somebody's taking advantage of your people and somebody's calling them out and you are here saying, oh, because I want to live kumbaya, I want to live by Martin Luther King's principles. Yeah, that is all good. But if somebody's taking advantage of you, you need to stop it. And that's what I'm calling out. Are you trying to tell me that we should leave the French to keep exploiting Africa? We should leave all these foreigners to keep exploiting us constantly and so that we keep living in this overhead? If you want to solve this problem, you need to nip it at the bud. Don't pretend as if foreigners don't have interest in keeping us where we are right now. I don't understand it. It's common sense. You know what? You see what is going on here is that one way or the other, these foreign people, they have to push us to that position where we have to react because our collective intelligence has not risen up to the level where we can tackle this problem. We are going to keep suffering. And mark my words, this suffering is going to continue until maybe the French or the Americans, stupidly enough, go and trigger a war in Niger, and it wakes us up to the dangers that we are facing. Then maybe our people will realize that, okay, maybe there is an international dimension to this problem. How do you think we got colonized in the first place? You think our forefathers just went to market and found out that the people came to this thing?
We had collaborators inside.
We had collaborators, saboteurs.
They went and had a Berlin conference. When they were having that Berlin conference, none of our leaders were there. None of us were there. We didn't know what was happening.
And that's why you keep hearing me say that, I mean, before this 2023 and all this election thing,
I'm just tired of that point. What is this apologies for foreigners about?
They don't know.
This will badmouth their own country. They will be excusing foreigners. They will be badmouthing their own country like crazy.
What I usually say to those set of people is that they should pick up the map of Africa. They should look at it. If you look at Senegal, look at what Burkina Faso is. Burkina Faso is in the middle of Senegal. How would they come about that? If that's not fraud.
Sorry, you mean Gambia? You mean?
Oh, Gambia. Sorry, Gambia. In between Senegal. How they come about that? And look at Africa generally. You are dividing people the way they like. You are exploiting them, and these people don't understand because it's beyond their scope. It's beyond their knowledge. And maybe we can give it to them. Maybe what they are saying very is that, like, oh, we should hold our leaders accountable. They have to understand it too. That once our leaders are corrupt, they are more susceptible to outsiders to corrupt them.
Yeah.
They have to understand that.
And once you have inferiority complex, like many of them are showing here, once you have inferiority complex towards foreigners, what makes you think these kind of people, they end up in office, they will sell their people overnight?
The issue we have in Niger Delta concerning our oil is because of some corruptible leaders selling us out, betraying their country. That's the issue we have in Niger Delta concerning our oil. We only have resources, but we don't have control over our resources because our leaders have decided to sow their birthright. And these people don't still understand.
Sorry, just to add, I used to, for many years, I used to be in a particular, I don't want to go give too much of information about that, but I'll just give a preamble. I used to be in an environment where people kept quoting GFK, ask not what your country will do for you, but what you can do for yourself. And I always struggled with that view until one day I had an opportunity to tell someone, I said, come, these things are not right. My understanding about leadership, they say everything rises and falls on the head or the shoulder of the leader.
That's right.
And there are enough countries to show that as soon as the leadership started getting it right, it cascaded down to the people. See, listen, the guy who gives bribe on the road, I don't even have a problem with the guy who gives bribe. Sometimes people have no choice. They are at gunpoint. And they just tell themselves, you know what? Let me get out of this environment, take and let the person go. But you see what? The moment the leadership starts doing the right thing, and the people know that, this leader is going to do the right thing, and then it becomes an entrenched process in the system. You understand? Then you will see the citizen who will have the confidence to start asking for their rights and not giving a bribe before they get what is their due. Listen, before I left Nigeria, I had a driver's license I needed to get. I had applied, my driver's license was expiring, so I needed to renew it. I went to the licensing office. I refused to give any bribe. I filled out the form, did everything, and I went there like 3-4 days until eventually it was my time, my opportunity to do the biometrics. I did everything. They gave me a slip. Every day I will go there. Where is my driver's license? It's not ready. It was ready. They were playing games with me until I got tired and I just said, you know what? Since I'm leaving the country already, to hell. When I left, the person started sending me WhatsApp message, asking me, your driver's license is ready. I ignored him till today. I just ignored him and moved on with my life. Oh, how did I get my driver's license here? I read the book, went and wrote the computer test, passed it, registered and went and wrote this thing, got my this thing. The day I got my driver's license, it was posted to my house. No long story. Nobody asked me for anything. I don't even know where the office where they do it is. But when I see people, so I feel bad for the guy at the lower rung. Sometimes our ordinary people, they have no choice. They are between the Red Sea and the devil. You understand? Somebody is there's a skit somebody did. I think it was one of these former musicians. I don't know his name. I'll remember. The police people stopped a medical doctor on the road. It's just a skit. It's a skit. It's a comical skit just to teach us a lesson. And the doctor was saying, I have an emergency. They told him, come here. They took his phone from him. They disturbed him. He said, I have an emergency. They just kept him there. Then the Oga of the police, his phone rang. It was his wife. Don't call me, I'm at work. His wife told him, our son is in problem. He dashed out and told they left that guy there. He dashed to the hospital. Before he got there, his son was dead. Guess who? He was screaming, where is the doctor? And guess who enters into the room? It is the same man he kept on the road trying to collect bribe from. That was a doctor that was telling him, I am running for an emergency. It ended up being that it was his son that doctor was going to save. That is the cost of corruption. That is the cost that people are not seeing.
Let me quickly say something.
Let me just address this this in chat again. Oh God, what am I going to do?
Forget about that chat.
No, because sometimes these points are quite
pertinent. It's the same guy.
It's the same. I'm not. I hope it's a guy. Because it could be a lady. Blessing is. So see, this question goes to the core of some of our problems. They were interviewing Dr. Arikana yesterday on, I think, Channels News. She said at the core of our problem is the mind. The mind of our people, they still haven't woken up to it. This person can't seem to understand the idea that you can criticize your a foreign this interference in your system, and you can still be responsible for your country. Because we are ultimately responsible. When we talk about foreigners, I think I'm beginning to worry that some of all these people, they are being put up to say some of all these things. Because you see it regularly. They say, stop blaming foreigners. It's like regular. Stop blaming foreigners. They will just say it all the time. When in reality, you are describing a problem that our people need to overcome. Our people need to overcome. Not the foreigners need to overcome. Our people need to overcome it. Why? How is that blaming foreigners? I'm one of those people that sit here and say black men are the most ineffective men on the planet as we speak right now, because they have not defended their people at all. How many countries do you see that you ask foreign troops to leave, the foreign troops say, I'm not going?
Blessed you go, I say it's a lead.
Do you think Japan will ask America to leave? America will be like, I'm not going. That was another World War situation you're facing there. But no, it's only us that this happens to. So don't tell me about us, not holding our people accountable. It's always about us. It's always about your mind. Instead of worrying about what I'm saying about Europeans, you should be thinking about how are we going to get them off our back so that our economy can flourish, so that our people can flourish. Maybe you are overseas, so that you too can go home to Nigeria to go and enjoy your country. That is all I'm talking about. This idea that we cannot criticize foreigners, no, you have to criticize what they are doing to you. I don't hate them. Why should I hate them? They are doing better than us. They are defending their children. They are defending their women. They are defending their territory. They are defending their little inheritance that God gave them. I don't hate them. I'm just saying we should be just as good as they are, if not better. I hope that clears it for you.
I'll see you guys some other time. Thank you very much. Take care.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Chim.
You know, it's a very big issue. You know, these people are just being myopic. You know, or they have a limited scope.
But at least they can start by making sure that they give justice. They can start with this electionary process. They have to make sure that the winner, the judiciary, has to do the right thing.
Let me address you on that.
They have a duty to start putting the country on the right footing.
The election process has always been a subject of litigation over years.
We have to get it right. This time around, there's no messing around.
Every time we've always been, you know.
Let's forget what has happened.
We put so much.
There's evidence. There's beaver. There's technology.
We put so much to the judges, whereby in the process, you know, we are giving them a bad job to do.
In the past processes,
they should have less intervention.
This electionary process was based on the Electoral Reform Act. The past processes, it was biro and paper. This one, there's technology. It must count.
You know, either way, I don't know what you call justice. You know, maybe there's a particular expectation you are having.
I'm saying that based on the evidence presented, evidence presented, they have to do the right thing.
By the parties,
they have to put the country on the right path.
You know, people that took part in the election, they know who actually won that election.
Who do you think won?
I don't know yet. Either Atiku or Obi. Let me make my point. Either Atiku or Obi. They knew. Among them, they knew who actually won that election. You now went to the judge that wasn't part of the process at all.
But that is what is in the law.
Let me make my story.
The only way you can challenge
it again now. We don't discuss bigger things. We just keep discussing all these minutiae details every day. I think one of the things I'll tell Dr. Dami is that when I'm on this in channel, it's either something on a higher level. Than all these minutiae details, because I think we have enough channels covering them all over the place. All our Nigerian channel is about, Wike did this, Atiku did that, this one did that one, this one, that one, that one. That is all we talk about.
Okay, Mr. Forefather, you are the anchor. What do you want us to talk about?
Oh, there's an issue we are discussing. We have a point at hand that we are talking about.
The title is there now. The title is there. There is BRICS. There is Trump. There is Prigozhin.
You know, I tried to join the platform yesterday. I did, but I later went somewhere. I haven't made my submission about BRICS of a thing. You know, some people are saying, hey, Nigeria went to BRICS to join. You know, I think there's a guy that came up that actually gave us the fact about the BRICS, that Nigeria didn't apply. And for facts, Nigeria didn't apply. If we are familiar with the issue of NAFTA, we know the process. A president cannot unilaterally go to join a bloc that I wanted to be part of them without making recourse to the National Assembly. You have to be that consensus before you leave. And then we have to know that Nigeria is a nation.
Are we sure that the government didn't do that with the National Assembly?
No. It will be a public.
How did they manage to go and express interest in joining the BRICS?
No, they didn't express interest. The way the test started.
They did. Their details are online. I can show it to you. They did.
Oh, forefather. BRICS started where when did they apply? The guy that said he applied in 2016. They didn't.
No, I'm talking about 2022. They said they listed the countries that expressed interest to join BRICS, and Nigeria is one of them.
It's like forefather is like this. When you are forming an organization, like maybe we want to form a particular organization from this forum, we have to talk to people first. People will express interest. That like it's always a non-committer. They will express interest that they will signify maybe they want to. At the end of the day, maybe we are able to reach out to 30 people. maybe at the end of the day, is a 10 of them that will actually apply to become a member. Because you have to assess the pros and cons of you joining. And then we have to realize from basis that Nigeria is a non-aligned nation. That like, we can't go and join that kind of geo-economic organization whereby we are a non-aligned nation.
Seriously.
Yes. Nigeria is a non-aligned nation from start. That's our culture.
India is also a non-aligned nation. Brazil is also a non-aligned nation. BRICS is not about being non-aligned. G7 and BRICS is not about being non-aligned. It's not like a military alliance.
No.
What is going to be the economic benefit of joining?
You know one thing about Nigeria, we always like to maintain that neutrality because we are the pride of everybody in Africa. Two,
South Africa is also non-aligned.
Two, another point is this, because I've listened to people that are experts in international affairs, and they really said that Nigeria didn't apply to join at any point.
But they express interest.
At any point, they might express interest, but they might consider it later that, oh, it's not expedient for them.
Why?
Maybe because of our closeness to US. You know, want to trade with US, want to trade with Russia at the same time. We wanted to be friends with everybody.
People say
we
the
wanted
reason
to work
why
with
is
Pakistan, wanted to work with India.
I don't know how to that They say Nigeria that they will just come and borrow money.
Let me quickly say something.
That's why they refuse them.
Let me quickly say something. Yeah, so Fofana is so heavy on security. You know, at the point during Obama's regime, we requested for them to like set to host Super Tucano to fight the insurgent. You know what they did? They refused. And then
that made me furious to no end. I'm surprised Nigeria is even cooperating with the US after that.
They anchored their rejection on a law that there's a fundamental human rights violation in the Northeast and this and that. You know what saved us then? We quickly looked towards Pakistan, India, Russia. Those Apache jets, all those fighting helicopters that we have, that we're able to use, were sold to us by Russia, Pakistan.
Yeah, then why are we worrying about being non-aligned or whether being too close to the US? We should be looking to join BRICS because it gives us alternatives.
That gives us that flexibility to easily relate with any country. Because once you commit yourself and you're doing that, they will see you as a saboteur or betrayer. They see it as an act of that. That's why today
you said if Nigeria buys aircraft from some other country, they'll see it as saboteur.
No, that's not the point. The point I'm making is that not joining, not being aligned. You said, what do we get from not being aligned? And I said, it gives us that flexibility to relate with other nations.
Okay, good. Let's say that is true. The case of BRICS, BRICS doesn't remove you from being not aligned. BRICS doesn't remove you from doing that because South Africa is still not aligned.
Let me make another point. United Nations General Assembly will be coming up in September. The only African leader that's invited to see the American president is the Nigerian president.
Yeah, because they know that Nigerian president is the only sellout that is still remaining in the continent. That's the only problem. It's the only sellout remaining because Kenyan president is moving away from this nonsense, and South Africa is moved away from it. Ethiopia has moved away.
Which has there is nothing stopping us from being an institution of ourselves, a strong contender of ourselves.
But we are not doing it. See, you can't be a strong contender on your own. Even China needed the Soviet Union. India needed the Russia. This in Pakistan. You have to align yourself. Iran needed Russia. Syria needed Russia. You have to align yourself. Israel needed America. That's how it works. You can't just sit there and say, I'm going to do non-aligned, and you're just going to get toasted.
What we are saying is that we need everybody.
You don't need everybody, actually. You need a strategic relationship that works.
If you look at the case of Russia and Ukraine, it got to a point that the Russian guy is trying to toast Nigeria that, we should be on their side. At the same point in time, Russia has helped us in the past and they are still helping us.
But not the same level.
Not the same level. But the point is this. That's why I cited the case of US. Well, the US, at the point where the US is not coming through for us, we quickly look at Russia, we quickly look at Pakistan, and they came through. And at the end of the day,
they
what
only
Obama
came
didn't do
through
for
at the
us.
last minute. See,
What
hold
Obama
on.
didn't do for us.
Hold on, you have to understand this. I think what you are missing is that every single time, it's almost like they wrote it in our constitution that our Nigerian government have to go to a UK or US first for whatever they ask for. Then, if they reject them, then they have the option of going somewhere else. It seems to be the principle. When they should be looking for I can't overstate this point. When they should be looking for real alliances that empowers their people.
Perhaps this kind of strengthens the facts and the rumor mill that when the British left Nigerian soil and purportedly they gave us our independence, they never truly left. They handed political power to the North. And then they're stringing things. Wait, let me finish. That they are stringing things from the outside. And that is why they are a strong ally.
Yeah, because Tinubu is a northerner.
Sorry?
Because Tinubu is a northerner.
But Tinubu is not really independent.
Olumide, let me help you. Let's see.
He's not a northerner, but he has northern allies.
Olumide
Why can he not prosecute? Why can Tinubu not stop the killing in Benue? Why can he not stop the killing in Jos?
Tribalistic talk again.
Yeah.
I'm not entertaining it.
Listen.
When Dr. Damages come, you can come and have that conversation.
Let me finish.
I'm not interested in the
time. Ayo.
Hold on. If you want to have tribalism, go when Dr. Damages come, you can go and talk to him about tribalism. I'm fed up of it.
Are you happy with the people of Benue dying?
Forefather.
Dying daily without accountability.
Let me even say something about the BRICS again. Even the idea of BRICS. The idea of BRICS.
You are looking for power. You are not strengthening your country internally. You want to go and be world power. You want Nigeria to be world power when you have not.
You don't want to start with tribalism. You
talk
to everybody.
Forefather,
even Uncle BRICS.
Forefather, yesterday
I'm tired of tribalism. Since what he said, I should let people speak. I'm tired of tribalism. The talk never ends. Almost all platforms this table. Fulani this, Hausa this, Igbo this, that. Come on. It's not getting us anywhere. India just landed on the moon. And we are still talking tribalism.
You want my people to cry every day, but keep quiet.
Indians are landing on the moon. We are here talking about tribalism constantly. This is why I say our men. I've never seen any group of men this way before.
Father, I said yesterday, even when I was sick, I was laughing seriously. The tribalism thing, they give me headache.
You saw me yesterday that I came in.
Yesterday now.
Yesterday was
I came yesterday. I have every day. Find my people for the bush.
Paul was laughing seriously. I'm like, what is this?
Honestly, it was crazy yesterday.
It gave me headache. Once
I came yesterday, I have to leave.
Once I see people tribalism.
That one Nigeria slogan, alive.
Olumide, some days I'm going to be putting signs. I'm going to be putting signs on the title that says, when you see a T there, no tribalism that day. Talk about something else. On the day when tribalism is on the show, you can talk tribalism. Because I'm tired. Some people can say one thing that is ending up in the southeast or in the Fulani area.
Which problem? You guys, you are just trying to twist the narrative. Even the subject matter that you discuss, either you even talk about the Nigeria.
They keep bringing us down. They don't want us to know anything about the geopolitics of the nation. They keep dragging us into this tribalistic discussion constantly.
Even they don't want to discuss that. They don't even know what they're talking about.
It doesn't matter. That's what bothers me. They don't even talk about it in a kind of put you in there.
But the one that surprises me,
go back to Zamfara.
But the one that surprises me, sometimes I will not speak. The person will come and say, Ewa, where are you from? Where are you from? Tell me. I'm like, what is this?
Let's go back into the tribal talk, because that's where we really want to talk about. We need to know about your tribe.
Honestly, Nigeria is scary. Sometimes when I see people with this tribal, I'm like, what is this? Some people just believe it's only their place that is good. Every other person is
bad.
No,
you would have never been out of their conclave.
Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is good, to be honest.
Hey, why?
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. How many of you hold on now? How many of you have seen that movie they call Watchmen? None of you have seen it.
Which one?
Oh my God, Watchmen.
When was it?
Seriously? Seriously? No, oh my God. See, the Watchmen, the concept was that at the end, this guy that was, gifted with all kinds of powers, they thought he attacked the world. He was like the enemy of the world, and he forced the whole world to unite to fight him. But when he came back, then they found out. Then the guy that found out the information that he wasn't the person that attacked the world
inadvertently.
So,
he's
but the person wanted to go and reveal the truth. The person wanted to go and reveal the truth that he didn't attack the world. He told the person, "No, don't do it, because if you go and tell the people the truth, they will go back to fighting themselves." He destroyed that person instead of the person going to tell the truth. So you see that sometimes unity, sometimes he preferred unity of the people than exonerating his name.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And it took having a common enemy for the world to come together. And maybe that's something Nigerians need to learn from, because until something hits us hard, we are not going to wake up to what the world represents.
Whenever they want to say something, they will say, "Oh, they stop history in school." Majority of them never read history in school, even when they're in secondary school. As a science student, you know history is not part of your course in secondary school. It's only their students that take.
But why did they stop history though?
They did. At what point?
The military did.
No military. History was in school up to 2003.
So why did they remove it from the curriculum then?
At a point, there is what we call there's this adjustment to the curriculum. Even as a science student, they are not taking Greek anymore. They are not taking geography anymore. There's this adjustment they carry out. I've forgotten the name.
Well, I want to ask you again. The killings going on in the south, where
which
the Fulani
which part of the south?
Hey God, you've gone back to Fulani herdsmen again. I thought I said we need to Fulani herdsmen free zone.
People of Yewa went to Benin, even in Benin, those states where AY is from, they kill people on the farms.
But why are you indulging him? This is not going to end though.
Take your time.
Why don't you want to talk about this?
Go and study.
You keep talking about Fulani herdsmen constantly. It never ends.
Take your time.
Of course, because there's no justice. These people died in vain. There's no justice.
Yeah, we have Oduduwa. Where Biafra joined now, not sure.
Nigeria lost how many this is soldiers the other day? 22 soldiers, if I'm not mistaken.
In Niger.
So we lost 22 soldiers. I think until Nigeria, I keep saying it, if Nigerians don't wake up to their responsibility.
Is that in the west? Is that in the south?
Okay, Ogun, your state.
The insecurity is insecurity.
Lagos Ibadan Expressway. People were kidnapped for ransom.
Hey, let's talk about serious matters.
I'm suspecting Olumide. Maybe it's the one kidnapping people. I'm suspecting.
When they took away your brother, we have some respite.
So do you know that one of the news I found out today was that the French, all this while where they said they were
how many lives that guy saved?
Okay, see, Olumide, if you don't want to talk about anything higher, please let us that want to talk about this.
So you want Nigeria to be world power when they have not even defeated the Boko Haram in their backyard?
Maybe if we stop talking about tribalism constantly, our consciousness is going to change. He's taking us back. See, Olumide, let it go. Let it go.
I'm not for that.
Not for today. Not today. Okay, today is Sunday. Maybe we should be doing it Saturday. Then on Sunday we move on to something different. We are going to work tomorrow.
I had enough yesterday. I was.
Oh my God! Yesterday.
You want to be world power when you have not defeated Boko Haram in your backyard.
Yeah. India hasn't defeated open defecation. They went to the moon. Stop going on.
Even here, we have plenty to militia.
So if you want to be world power, why are you disturbing Tinubu from going to Niger? Let him go now. Let Tinubu go to Niger now.
Okay, you know what? You see, that's an interesting point. I'm beginning to think that maybe we need to experience this. But I can't wish that because it's an evil thing to wish. It's an evil cause to wish on your people that they should experience conflict. They should experience conflict because it will wake them up to the realities of life. No. Because sometimes if you don't experience these things, you don't know what it's like. Your collective intelligence, as they say, doesn't grow. You don't understand.
For me, I don't even. I can't fathom that concept of one Nigeria in the midst of chaos, in the midst of things not working.
Is it division that you want to phantom it? You want to phantom it in division? Is that what you want?
And then they empowered a few elites among all the ethnic groups.
Let me
give
shock
them
you.
political position, give them money, and then they suppress the rest of the population.
Let me shock you. I think
but that is the ones you want to get rid of. You want to remove them from office. You want to put people that are responsible,
and they cannot hold a free and fair election.
But you can't hold them. We have to change them, and they know it too.
How do you want to change them?
Hold on. You see what Dr. Damages Rudolph was saying to Declan, that even they are aware that the people's mind is beginning to change. People's mind are now aware that foreigners are messing with their country. So when the people get to a point, even their leaders, see Olumi, the leaders that will elect soon will be aware of this change that is happening in the people, and they will also take it into account before they get elected into office. If there is a democracy, if they don't do it, they're going to see a coup. There was this official that went to Niger Republic that is representing ECOWAS. He was in Niger Republic. You know what he said? What he said? Hold on.
The moment you mention him,
let him go. Let him go.
He's coming back.
This guy, he just like to interrupt people constantly. He would keep bringing us back to this thing. He will not let us go to this system. He wants to keep talking about tribalism constantly.
If you watch this place yesterday, now whoa.
You know, I couldn't hear it yesterday. You know, I have to
look at what Tone was doing.
Even
Tone now and again, Tone was like, stop it.
The moment said he's not supporting you. They said, they start calling his name. Almost like the
idea you don't like the person in the office doesn't mean that we can't discuss issues. You're talking about BRICS. You're talking about the Nigeria Foreign Reserve. The way they are discussing about it, you are talking about the new cycle released by MBS. You guys, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't read it. You've never taken your time to read about this thing. And people come on platform, they talk from their head.
I think they are saying I should continue with what I was saying about the French, because there was something I discovered about the French just today. That it turns out that the so-called aid that they've been giving Africa, it wasn't aid. They were just printing out the money out and giving it to Africans. So they print about $40 billion every year and used to take natural resources and give us aid. All this while, they've never spent $1 of their own penny on Africa. All this while. That's another one they discovered now. That this is like this is what they call it. They call it a Ponzi. What do they call it? They call it like counterfeiting. That they just print the money and use it to buy our this thing. But what people don't understand is that how is that different from what the West is doing? The other day when I was saying that from 2000 during the COVID-19 this thing till date, they've given themselves more than $30 trillion worth of loans. They just printed it from thin air. We didn't get a share. They gave it to themselves. That is just the same thing as the French is doing. But we don't see it because we don't understand. Finance is a diabolical thing. I'm telling you what they use finance to do. So Janaba is back. You see, Olumide is talking in the background, just in case anybody doesn't know. He's still talking, no.
Don't worry.
You know you can stop talking even in the background.
I'm telling you, all of them will start disappearing. Me and let them go.
You are talking in the background.
Who will take care of them for us?
Olumide, this is how you're gonna run your Duduwa Republic.
Even in the background, he's still talking. He's in the background. You can see him. He's still like. He's still talking in the background.
Nigeria is a funny country.
We have a lot of tendencies.
I want them to join BRICS, so let them go and join BRICS. One by one, all of them go disappear. I'm telling you, make them go join BRICS.
Welcome, Janaba. Welcome, Janaba. We are not doing tribalism today. We are talking about geopolitics today, about what is happening with the French, the Trumps, the Prigozhin, and the BRICS. You know, higher level stuff, macro, geopolitics.
I'm not doing tribalism today, but the chief tribalist is here. So what?
I'll tell you, you will let it go.
But it's all right. Everybody entitled to their own opinion. This is the way we're gonna live the Dudua and the Biafra and Iowa.
Before he won't allow you to talk at all.
Just calm down a bit.
I think one of my, everybody is entitled. I watched the interview and the question and answer from the young African white man that came to the show today.
African white man.
He's more African than all of us. He's living in Africa. We are not in Africa. So
in Kenya, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Whatever keep him there is on the ground. I think one of my own thing is that he's a very smart guy because he answered those things and he was honest about most of his answer because they are expecting, there's what is called interest. And that is life in general. If you want to cut deal, you cut a good deal. They talk about the West interest, American interest, and we are trying to use the media to change the narrative of the people. Are we going to be better off than before? And if you are to cut a deal, whether you see China trying to cut a deal or Russia, it's all about interest and how those people that are going on behalf of the nation, did they really understand what they're going to negotiate for? Because as far as this world concerned, everybody needs an ally. That is the truth. You cannot do it.
Solid ally.
And it's just about having the intellectual people who also have the interest. You can be very intelligent, but if you have the interest of the nation you are negotiating with, or you go with your self-interest, and just that is all about life. You're not going to come and say, "Oh, why Russia, why America interfering in our election? Why?" I understand it. So why the French do not leave? And he answered. We say, still, it's about the interest and also they weigh the options about what is the consequences if they stay back. If you want to fight somebody, all fighters are selective. You weigh the person you want to fight with. Sometimes you give up because you know that the consequences will be devastating to you. Then you pull back. So I think the reason why they're in Niger and they refuse to pull out while other nations have pulled out is because they think they still have a ground there. But maybe as the thing prolongs and the people continue to make their case, I think they will eventually leave. If not, they'll come to a certain compromise because you cannot say that they also have infrastructure over there that they are protecting. So it's all about the game of how do you negotiate? How do you, that is part of diplomacy. How do you use the people to say, okay, we bargain for this, we change it. This is not going to change overnight. Africans have been in their, been the focus, and the new generation of, we see the best, we have the best resources in the world. We are still a growing country, the continent. So it's all about having the good people who have the interests of the continent, have the interests of the country. And I think that is the negotiation we're going to be having onward. You're not going to say that the BRICS issue, this and that. What will be the 10 years from now? How did the dollar in the market will be the popularity? Is there anything? And I think they also are aware 20 years from now, what is going to change in our currency? Look at the cryptocurrency. And the world is changing rapidly. And I hope Africans take advantage because we still have opportunity to turn things around. Life is what the world rotates. What goes around comes around. But when we think, you cannot say they are not going to interfere, but sometimes is that when you have the people that come to the table say, okay, we all need each other, but then what are you going to give up for this? What are we going to do for this? That, for instance, a lot of telemarketing, a lot of IT business, India cut a good deal with America. They also work from home. If you call from here, most of the time you speak to Indian people in their house, and it's about giving that opportunity. And with the digital world now, Africa and Nigeria can cut that deal. We have smart boys in that town. We call them Yahoo, call them whatever you're going to call them. They are very smart. If they give them the opportunity to be in the global square, they will be very competitive to work from home. And this is why we are talking about the infrastructure like power, the common electricity we are not having. If we have all of those things, we'll be able to compete. That's all I see for now.
I think I hear what you're saying. So sorry, buddy. Let me just add to what he said, because there's a lot in there. In terms of negotiation, what I didn't like what Declan was doing was that sometimes he would say something and he pretend he obviously is doing it for some people, and people should not make a mistake. Declan is here basically for the American government. Don't make a mistake, because the way he talks about things, he says, "Oh, the dollar will still remain, dominant for a whole lifetime." No, it's not. Even the U.S. senator is saying that the U.S. sanction is going to be meaningless in 5 years' time. That is because there's going to be alternatives now, and there is also the idea that one thing I think I should have said to him was that when he said, when I asked him about how would we know that the West have changed their strategy in terms of partnering with us on the continent, how would we know that? He talked about interest rates change and telecommunication. What I should have told him was that you have to give us ballistic missile technology, nuclear technology. You have to share those technologies. That's when I would know you are serious. And I really wish we should be thinking about those sort of things, because if they don't share those sort of things with you, know that they are just giving you trinkets. They will take it back whenever they get the advantage again. That's what they are going to do. Because Israel didn't sit there and say, "Oh, we are allies. I'm not going to go nuclear." Israel, the moment they get the chance, pew, they went nuclear. They were not looking behind. They didn't waste time at all. China, pew, nuclear.
Godfather, like Niger, where the Americans have built their drone station. See, that's the problem. Do you know that the people in the government must have been settled for that to happen, and that will not be for the advantage of the nation of Niger as it were. It will just be an individual thing for each of them to allow that sort of project to be cited on their soil. And look at what is happening now. They don't want to leave, and they are saying that they are illegitimate. They don't have any right to ask them to leave. So that's the problem with Africa.
Invasion is happening. They can leave. The same thing happened.
They can leave.
Remember,
they are refusing to leave. That's the problem.
They were asked to leave.
No. I liked it. That came to my mind. I liked
they were asked
because
to leave, and then they have to move their. That's when they move their assets.
But they left Burkina Faso and Mali, but they are refusing to leave Mali. This in Niger, that's the problem.
The reason, one of the reasons I'm saying where they're not leaving, they got there in the first instance since the fall of Libya. They are using that to monitor Sahel, because that region is a threat to US. If that place is left open and it's not monitored, that's why they stay in Niger.
No, it's not the reason why. It's for us.
I said that's one of the reasons. I didn't say that's the whole reason.
One of the reasons. Okay.
If you remember, early last year, they were planning on building the largest consulate in Lagos. The one they never have anywhere in Lagos. They purchased the land in Kuala City.
Have they built it, or they are planning to build it?
They should have started right now. They bought the land already.
Hey, I hope they don't complete.
It's the biggest one. These people are very.
How is Nigerian government so silly? You allow a foreign country to build an embassy right by the ocean. Hey.
And then over time, I don't know where we have always been skeptical. American Command, they moved to Germany. That command is supposed to be in Nigeria. If you remember during Yaradua, whereby they are planning on having African Command in Nigeria. The whole Nigerian pushed against it, and they have to move it to Germany. Because around that time, I was planning on joining.
When was this, buddy?
During Yar'Adwa's regime. You can Google.
I think I heard about it.
You know,
yeah.
so
but America has already got a very large base in Germany anyway.
I know that's why
AFRICOM was moved there.
Africa Command supposed to be in Nigeria then.
Okay.
There was a lot of protest against it during Yar'Adwa's regime. So that's why they moved it to Germany. So that's why at the point in time, America has a program where they call MAVNI, Military Accession to National Fighter Interest. If you remember that program, whereby they recruit people that can speak Igbo, Hausa, other African countries, Swahili, and the likes. Once you are recruits like that, they move you to Germany. I didn't mean that center is located in Nigeria. They'll be moving most of our guys down there because Africa is strategic to them. Very, very important. That's why it's very difficult for them to leave Sahel, to leave Niger.
See, why are we worried on whether it's going to be difficult for them? Let's worry about how it's going to be difficult for us.
They have this plan.
It's bad enough that they are there. They need to leave.
Let me even shock you about BRICS. This idea of BRICS was even like coined up, bring up by most of these by research associates in an American company, Goldman Sachs. And the first meeting of BRICS was held in New York.
No.
Go and fact check me.
Buddy, wait. Let me explain. Wait. The idea, the concept of BRIC, it was BRIC. There was no S there.
There's no S there. BRIC.
Yeah. By Morgan Stanley. Yeah.
Where's it working? Where was it working?
It started from the US. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah, you're correct. You're totally correct. But
so that's what I'm saying.
The political BRICS that we know today, the political organization, because I consider it a socio-political organization that we know as it is, I think it's spearheaded by Russia. And, you know, with Putin, you can't really tell what is going on in his mind. You can be staring at him. He's a very deep man. I mean, look at the way he dealt with this guy.
We already know that will happen. That's not magic.
Yeah. So
we don't
even know.
What I want to say is this. You know one thing about America, they are not folding their hands to. They have a lot of researchers.
I said it yesterday.
They are planning to. They are looking out into things. The scholar that came up with the idea is not from that country. You realize that?
We've not heard from
Nigeria. Whoever has the blueprint. Whoever has the blueprint on the design, holds the concept. You realize that. So that's all stuff that I want us to be cognizant of as well.
Fathers was saying that even all these people that we may not even understand, we may not even expect, maybe spying for the US or even on the UK. Even me that I'm talking, I might be a spy, but I'm a spy though. But
so over time, you see, China that we talk about has not left off in front of US. You know why? Most of the design, most of the stuff that you see from China, they don't own the design. America owns the patent.
It's all about reverse engineering, really. I mean, if you
can do
grab
reverse
something,
engineering.
See, this is another thing I think Nigeria need to get good at doing reverse engineering.
The chip today is a very big issue, whereby China is struggling with. They are telling them now to go to Netherlands and get their stuff.
Buddy.
Yeah,
let's let Nigeria. Hold on now. Let's let Nigeria go better. Say something.
My father was saying something yesterday, which I agree.
I would let's let Nigeria go better. Say something.
We have to build. We have to.
You see, body's not listening at all. Are you not hearing? Body, yes, I agree with you on that. But Nigeria go better. It's been a while I've seen you on the platform.
Are you in Nigeria? Oh,
yeah, it looks tired though.
Not sure which one I should answer first. Yeah, it's been a while, but I think I do listening. But maybe not as much as I used to do during the election, and also maybe because of some other personal commitments. So I've not been had the opportunity to part of this establishment. But in terms of, am I in Nigeria? No, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in California, in the US.
Nigeria go better.
So and that's our prayer. So I think it's better we have
positive.
We need to be positive about it, but it looks like a Titanic ship, and it's like a rotten apple. Yesterday,
it's all wreck here.
Hi. Somebody called Nigeria go better start with rotten apple. It's all right.
Let me finish my thoughts, because we need to be sincere with ourselves. If you want something to be better, to be good, you need to understand the current state of that particular thing before you can actually, because if you're lying to yourself, if you're having headache and you're telling people and you're saying, oh, I'm fine, you're going to die, right? So it's best to understand, to acknowledge that, oh, I have headache. What could be the cause? How do I solve this problem so that you become a healthy person again? So that's the way I see the situation of the country as well. Is Nigeria doing very well now? No. Is it looking that it's going to be a very good country tomorrow? The parameters are not that positive. But is it beyond redemption? No. If we have good leaders, things are going to turn around. There's no rocket science. Even Nigerians' expectations are not that much. I tell you this, when this administration got there, people don't like, it's not like a very popular administration. For me personally, I'm not like a big fan of the top 3 candidates in the last election because I don't believe in any one of them. But if you look at Nigerians' expectation, when this guy got there, pegs 2-3 weeks, gra. If you look at the social media impression, change a little bit. So it means that Nigerians are not expecting much. If this guy is doing well, most people will say, oh, we never thought he's going to be a better president, but he's doing well now. And if you look at all the coups that is happening, like on the Nigerian shoulder, like all those 7 countries that they're having issues. Though before now, I always tell people that France is still colonizing quite a lot of countries in Africa. I think about 12 or 14 of them, 14, right?
14 of
them. It's still really colonizing them. But if you look at it, the problem is this. If those people that are actually like saying they are fighting France in those assets, I don't think they are fighting France. They are just opportunists. If you look at them very well, the one in Mali had been there for quite a while now. World revolutionary move or whatever as the guy made. And it's just like coups in Nigeria those days. Go and listen to all those coups. There's a particular word that is always recurring in Nigerian coups those days. Corruption. That they will say whether it's a civilian or military administration that they try to unseat, they will say, oh, that administration was corrupt, right?
But
so
there's a difference, though. There's a difference that the Nigerian coups never brought in Russian mercenaries to pick out the Europeans.
No 2 events, it's 100% identical. It's pattern that you need to look at. What I'm saying is, when military people are taking over, they play on people's sentiment. That's what I'm saying. In Nigeria, because you say an administration is corrupt, I'm not praying for it now. It's not a good thing for people that have witnessed military administration. I've witnessed a couple of them, starting from Buhari as a young guy, as a child, growing up then. But if you look at it, when they come in then, they'll say the administration was corrupt, so another one will take over. So they play on people's sentiment because everybody believes the current administration is corrupt. If in Nigeria today, I think Nigeria is also a little bit divided, whether military should take over, right? If they take over today in Nigeria and they say, oh, because the administration is corrupt, because of blah, 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 they will win it. They'll be able to play on our sentiment, on our hatred for the administration or the way things are going on in Nigeria, right? The same thing is what is happening in Mali, Niger, Somalia, wherever. France needs to take its leg off the neck of those countries, right? But these military people that are taking over, if you sit behind and look at it very well, I don't think that's what they're doing. They're just playing on people's sentiment. If you look at it, for example, this same one that took over in Niger, I think, if I'm correct, there's some news around that the president was about to fire the guy or is about to retire, maybe the week. Right. And you came back.
Or it's a disinformation that's coming out to discredit them.
That's what I'm saying, like some news around. It could be disinformation, it could be anything.
You know?
But if you look at the coup also, the coup also took like more than 24 hours or to 48 hours before they could actually plan the way they want to do it, like for all the military people to agree that do we really want to do this, how we want to do that, and all of that. So I wish they are taking over to actually like rebuild the country, to actually make good use of the resources that the country has. I wish that's what they're trying to do. But however, the way I'm looking at it, it doesn't look like it.
But do you think the democracy we have now in Africa that we can go forward with the kind of democracy that we practice in Africa?
Not only in Africa, except they say something about the democracy.
Yeah.
It's actually a pill that is actually forced down the throat of everybody.
I think it's a.
Let me finish my thought so that, because I know this is online, so that people here understand what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Especially presidential system of governance. I say this all the time. I think you hardly find it anywhere in the world where they use presidential system of governance to rebuild a country, to change the course of the country. Except the country that has developed, that just need autopilot. And second thing is this presidential system of governance is very, very expensive. If you as an individual today now, you want to govern Nigeria, the cost, you are not bribing anybody, you are not doing anything. The cost, the money, the stress that it's going to take you to campaign around Nigeria is going to be billions of naira. Go and ask people like Adewale and Showore and the likes how much it cost them in terms of time and everything. But if you are doing parliamentary, if you want to do democracy and you are doing parliamentary system of governance, just imagine, it might be very easy for Obi to win Southeast, right? And somebody that wants to represent that artist maybe in form of parliamentary or wherever. The cost of campaigning, convincing people will be cheap. Now it's going to be like, okay, the system converts up as a parliamentary system of government. Okay, somebody from each state now comes up, they vote again, they decide. And the party and the power will be equally shared. And it won't be like somebody's just there for years. But the way you have it in Nigeria today now, it's very cumbersome. Even if you're a good leader, if you're there, if the Senate doesn't want you or the parliamentary doesn't want you to do well, there are a lot of ways they can get you.
Exactly.
It's somehow cumbersome. And it's a system that doesn't have anything promising. Even if you look at it in the US or anywhere in the world, another statement.
Point of view, the military regimes are a kind of Russian roulette then. So
I don't know, not necessarily like that. What I'm trying to say is this. The presidential system of government, even in the US today, is not producing the best person in the society. If you look at what is going on in Democrats, look at what is going on in Republicans, it's not a system that will produce the best person in the society. No.
The same thing
in your view, what do you think will be the solution?
The democracy is the issue. What I observed, I was discussing with a friend of mine. There are a lot of
what is the solution?
What is the solution?
I think in Nigeria today, because I see I like that kind of question. We shouldn't just be looking at problem. We should be able to provide solution. And if you look from my statement, I'm not praying for Nigeria to break. It's not a solution. I've not seen people that are advocating for Nigeria to break. I've not seen them solving Nigerian problem. Most of them, sometimes they overcomplicate things or they want to take advantage of the problem or trying to create another problem again. But if you devolve power such that we have a form of parliamentary system of governance, like each state, they elect their people. Maybe the governor or whatever name we call it again, whether prime minister or whatever from each state. Now, those people are the ones that will go to the federal level again. And resources also will be shared in that way so that there will be power will devolve around. The need to go to the central. Also, you take it out completely. And I'm not saying this to exonerate the governors. The governors in Nigeria, maybe they are more criminals than the president that we've had because they are like totalitarian. The State House of Assembly is not running. Local government is not running. They just wake up, they make decisions. Just
it will shock you that some local government chairmen are so corrupt, but we don't even look at them.
No. I'm not exonerating anyone, but the problem is how many states in Nigeria today actually have
a local government worker
functioning local government system.
The governors pay the money and give them.
Now, the second part of those people that you think they are in local government, those are people that are unpicked by the governor.
Exactly.
So you are just there. Even Buhari himself said it, that they will say you sign a document that you receive 300 million naira a month, right? but immediately that money go back to the governor's cover.
So, but how does making the various regions? So you are saying that you are advocating autonomous states, basically.
It kind of more autonomous, more regional, and more parliamentary. A kind of building system such that that way it will be more competition. If you're not using
why is it that we, and whenever we talk about fixing the country, we talk about the systems of the country in terms of the structure of the country as the reason why we are where we are. I don't subscribe to that.
Let me tell you this thing, forefather. System is very important in everything in life.
It is,
and
but
structure.
it's not the most
the system important. And the process is very, very. Let me tell you the reason why. You are in the US today or you're in the UK. I heard somebody saying that in Nigeria it took it so long or he couldn't get his driver license, right? But here, do you know what? You apply for some things, you just get it. When I first got here, the first job I got job, like multiple jobs. I got job in Schlumberger. I got a job in some other companies as well. At the same time, I was deciding. Something that struck me, like in Nigeria, who born me that will get job in Schlumberger in Nigeria without knowing anybody?
In Nigeria, they will tell you fast and pray for several days before
you're placing the cart, as they say, before the proverbial horse.
I'm not placing. I'm telling you
a system that is functioning, but you don't know. You didn't.
No. That's what I'm now pushing you into. When you say system is functioning, before a system can function, that means you have a process that can just run seamlessly without anybody interrupting it. You have structure that is already laid down. You have process in place, and if you obstruct that system, the law is there to take its course.
That is already laid down by what?
You still have
hold on, because I wanted to get to what he said himself. Laid down by what?
Is devoided the system of the people.
Let him answer.
System cannot run without the people. That's the point.
No. Let him answer, because he said something earlier on that I want him to come back to, but I'm not going to force him to get there. So laid down by what?
Laid down by governance that has a structure, that has a consequence if you don't do the right thing.
Who lays that?
And for US as an example now, you have autonomy. Like states have autonomy.
The reason why I asked you that question is you have a disconnect in your statement, because earlier on you said to put a system that is functional in place is not a democratic system that puts it in place.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I did comparison for you between presidency system of governance and parliamentary system of governance.
Okay, who puts the autonomous system in place?
Both of them are product of democracy. It depends on what kind of democracy are you trying to run. That's what I'm telling you.
So are you trying to say that autonomous, because then you were not talking about democratic systems, you were talking about the autonomous systems. You said the system that puts the autonomous system in place has to be in a certain way. What was your precise description?
This is what maybe you are missing it. This is what I'm proposing. I see Nigeria going to be a better country if we devolve more power to the states, but not the current state that we have, a more parliamentary system of governance at the state level also. The parliamentarians that are elected at the state level, those are the people that will be the commissioners. Those ones are going to be the one that will be in charge of road and everything. You are not going to be the governor now and start putting your cronies in there. Independent people that are elected, right, are going to be the one to run the government. And that's the same thing that will be obtainable at the local government. The local government will function as a parliamentary itself. Then at the state level, you have a form of parliamentary. At the federal level, you have it also. Right, and that way, when you want to become a president in Nigeria today, you need to start from your local government. You need to start at your state. Then from there, you go to the federal level. You don't need to campaign all throughout the country.
The same thing with the presidential.
The same thing with the presidential. That way, it makes it's not become like now as a citizen. When you have a system running that way, if something is not working in my local government, I don't necessarily have to look up to somebody in Abuja. I know it's my neighbor. It's somebody that we know in our community, in our city, that is responsible for it. Not that you'll be giving excuses that, this is not working because of somebody in Abuja, but I know that you are the one responsible for it. I want to hold somebody close to me responsible for my immediate problems.
On the assumption that the local governments are not under state. That's the point you're making.
If you look at it also, it's not that they are not under, but they have their own autonomy on a lot of. For example, now if you look at it in the US,
remember
in the
US,
hold on. In the US also, you have something that we call, it's like a local government, but it's called a county here, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot, even a count like Los Angeles County today. If I'm not arguing, it might not be correct. It might be richer than Nigeria. A county itself, it has autonomy to do a lot of things, to do the road, to do a lot of things, to collect, to get some tactics that know that if somebody is working in this in the cities under Los Angeles County, they have some money that they do. It comes to them.
You know, those one that you're talking about, they were
and they have their state. And let me tell you something. They also they have their senate.
You know, what I'm saying is this. You know, we keep talking about Nigeria without actually understand the state of Nigeria. In Nigerian constitution, we only have a true federating unit.
Which one and which one?
The federal government and the state government.
No, you have local government. You have state. You have federal.
That's why you see states creating Ministry of Local Government Affairs. In 2019, whereby Buhari signed an executive order that he wants to see every local government getting his allocation directly from the federal government.
Let me say something there. When I was growing up in Nigeria, we had functioning local governments.
Is that?
When I was growing up in Nigeria, we had.
What time that's so that I can explain to you? I can give you the background.
Like in the 80s to the 90s. Before this democratic dispensation, even like the first, like from 99 to like 2003 thereabout, local government was still functioning. So when governors realized that when they want to,
I was in Nigeria then. Those times that you described, none of them are under civilian regime. They are under military regime, whereby local government election is being conducted across the nation. You remember in 1994, that's what we call zero party, whereby anybody can just come up and contest for a local government chairman. Whereby
like more like an independent candidate.
Independent candidacy. So those times that you are talking about. But when we get to democracy in 1999, the first local government election that we had in 1999 was conducted by INEC. That's why you see at that point in time, you see every local government in Nigeria have a local government chairman. You get that point?
So under what now question there, I understand where you're going, but what I'm asking is that under what law was that local government election conducted in 1999?
Because we don't have electoral then. We don't have constitution.
That was under 1999 constitution also.
So, you know what they come up with then? They come up with an ad hoc constitution then for us to have an election. You know, it's just a transition from military to civilian regime. There is even no electoral act then. You get that point? No electoral act. Immediately we have an electoral act. The first electoral act that we have. That's when the issue of State Electoral Commission comes in place. That's why you see 1999, local government election was conducted by National Electoral Commission. That's why you see at that point in time, in 1999, we have local government chairman for good 3 years. And immediately, you know what happened under those governors then? There was paucity of what at the point where they started killing the local government.
Paucity of funds.
They are started having paucity of funds. That's at the point in time they now come with the idea of having a local government joint account. And that local government account was started by Osun State. Go and check in history. That's why at that point in time, you will see a local government like Oshogbo local government having just like 1 million in a month. And then you will see a local government in Ife North having like 3 million a month. And at that point in time, is an obligation of a local government to pay primary school teachers. They couldn't fulfill their obligation. Those local government chairmen have to send primary school teachers to motor parks to go and be collecting tax. You see them in the parking garage, in the trailer parks. So the state government has to take that responsibility.
No, but if you look at it, somebody destroyed the system, right? The state governors destroyed the system.
That's what I'm saying.
They destabilize the structure, right? They remove something from the pillar so that they'll be able to hold the local government chairmen into ransom, right? So that's what I'm now saying, that to make, you're not going back to my point now, to make the system work again, let the local government have the autonomy that they had up to like 1999 to 2003. That's the thing I said.
Nigeria go better. You see, when people say something to me and I start having double kind of vision
or double hearing. I go and check it again. You literally said when Tone asked about democracy in Africa, and you said it looks like they are forcing democracy down the people's neck, that there was no.
Maybe you didn't. I can repeat the exact word back to you.
Hold on now.
I said the democracy we have now is forced down our throats because I wanted to tell you about the structure. I still maintain the same position. I'm telling you that we need to make it the way that is going to work for us.
Hold on.
I never said no democracy. Point you are driving to, I know your personality, forefather. I will not subscribe to a military system of governance. I've witnessed the horrible
I'm not
part
talking
of
about
it.
military system
I
of
don't want
government.
dictator. A dictator will not turn the country
now.
around.
I'm not talking about that. You are not letting me talk. It's what you said. That's what I'm trying to reference. Because you said it looks like they are forcing democracy down our throat. Then you also said that there is no system that gets to that point where that is done by democratic presidential democratic system. So what were you referring to?
Now, let me now. Thank you very much. From that your statement, I said presidential system of governance, and I've been proposing now that let's have a form of parliamentary system of governance, such that it starts from local government level, which is still democracy, the one that is going to work for us as a country. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
how many nations practice a parliamentary system of government?
Quite a lot of them. If you go to Europe, you see quite.
No, I know the UK does, but the UK has a monarch at the top of it, so it's not entirely you can't.
The monarch part of it is ceremonial. Is something that they don't want to get get rid of. I don't think. See, hold on.
The same thing.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. I'm not part of like you go and copy something and paste. Use parliamentary system of government. And the way I've been saying it now, I'm not saying copy this one like this, like this. I'm saying like the way we can restructure things that is going to work for us, adapt the system, adapt the process that is going to work in our own peculiar case. Now, even in the UK you're talking about, I might be wrong. I'm not a soothsayer or Barbie's here. In the next 30 to 50 years, I don't think the UK monarchy system will be able to maybe as this popular again. Even right now, they don't have influence that much on who governs. It's just a ceremonial part of it. But I don't want to go into that one. So I'm not saying that in Nigeria, if you have parliamentary system of governance, we need a monarch to go and copy and paste. No.
I have a question for you.
Yes, please. I hope I'll be able to answer your question.
This question is for you and Body. Here is my honestly, like we discuss all this stuff every time, you know. So sometimes I get a little bit frustrated. Here is my fear. It's a fear, kind of fear. I'm forced to actually believe that Nigeria, I think there is something in us. We just look for a way to break any system. So the system can be perfect, just like the beavers, for example. If you actually look into last election, the beavers was good. It was a perfect system, but human error, problem. You know, people will not allow the system to flow. So even when parliamentary system is a very good system. Here is my fear. Even when you come with the parliamentary system, something will happen. Either there will be a leader in the state that will hijack the whole power. I just feel they will look for a way to break. Even the system we have now, if you actually follow the constitution, follow the process, everybody will be good, right? So governor give power to the local government chairman, right? But they are not doing that. They seize their money. Nothing is going on in the local government. You just
sorry, why? Naja, can you share the link, please? I think someone is trying to get in.
Okay. Can I respond to your question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
This thing, let me best way I can explain this. I'm an IT person. There's no system that's bulletproof.
Mm-hmm.
When you're building any system, you expect that there's going to be people that they are not kind of user that you design the system for, people that will take advantage of or explore the system, right? It's normal. Now, when you build a system also, there is why you make improvement on it. There's going to be refinement along the line. But currently, if you start that way, the advantage of parliamentary system of governance is that it's not that easy for one person to hijack the system. Because power devolves, people make decisions from different levels. The only disadvantage of parliamentary system of governance sometimes that it might take longer to reach a conclusion because you don't have just one person making the decision.
I don't know where you got that from. That's inaccurate. I don't know. Do you live in a parliamentary system of government?
It's in theory.
No, I mean the UK that runs a parliamentary
There's
system.
quite a lot of things that, see, for example, now, I'll tell you something now. There's some major decisions that you need to make. You need to go to the parliament and convince them, right? Unlike some things for Tinubu now, he can finish, whether he's going to be president for first time or 2 times or whatever, he can finish his term without stepping his feet inside that Senate chamber to go and convince them on anything. It's just a matter of writing letter to them, call them into his house.
Like the intervention in in Niger that was rejected by the Senate or the Senate House of Senate. So he has to still come to them to demand to do certain things.
But you don't get my point. Going to the parliament to convince them live, asking you questions is different from when you call somebody into your bedroom and convince them there. Because that way is easy for you to dangle carrot and do all of this. But imagine if Tinubu has to stand in that Senate instead of sending letter to them and talking to them behind the scenes.
Sorry. Do you live in a country that practices parliamentary system? Just to be sure.
Canada practice parliamentary
system. Hold on, I'm confirming from him. He doesn't live in the system in a country that practices parliamentary system. He's talking about parliamentary system like this.
Yeah,
I literally live in a country that practices parliamentary system that I have watched closely.
Okay.
Let me.
Do you know that a parliamentary system, the prime minister has more power than the president? Because the moment his party is the majority,
a prime minister is the first among equal. You have to realize that it can be sent away, it can be ejected at any. It can be.
Let him finish his hypothesis. You are living in the UK.
One thing in a.
Can I finish my point, buddy? Can I just finish my point? Jesus Christ! So the point is that as long as your party has a majority, you can make any rules. It doesn't even matter. They don't require 2/3 though. There's nothing nonsense about 2/3 majority.
Don't forget,
you win the vote. That's it. There's no 2/3 majority.
Now, most of those decisions you come to the parliament to come and argue it, right?
Yes.
You know, there's something decision that you need to make and convince other people. You know, sometimes if that forces you to actually sit back as an individual to think about it and see how you want to convey your message, and that brings some level of rigorous into the system.
No.
There is a debate in the House of this assembly too.
Hold on.
No. In Nigeria Senate or the lawmaker, I've never seen debate. The only time I've ever seen debate in my life in the Nigeria parliamentary system was during the 3rd term, when those people came out and expressed themselves. Outside that one, just them having fun, joking.
Sorry, I need to correct this. Najago better in the parliamentary system of government, even after the debate, they will end up, if you have the majority, once they go for voting, the majority party will still have the power.
Yes, that's democracy. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing that. But you need to convince. See, let me tell you something.
Allow somebody that actually lives in a parliamentary state condition to talk. They have a whipping system.
You are confusing something. You living in the UK or England or wherever you are living doesn't give you authority about this topic. You don't know whether I've done research, whether I personally, whether I've lived in a country where they practice parliamentary system of governance. You are just no. You can't use that one to ambush me. You can use that to
ambush you to an extent because I also hold on.
Go ahead.
Let me ask question. Here in the UK, I also got involved in politics. I studied how they operated and everything. So
do you actually like politics or democracy? Because you sound more like a dictator, if I may say.
No, what's wrong with the dictator? Yeah, see, I don't care.
A lot of things are wrong with a dictator because you don't follow other people's opinion. That's what it means.
I do. You just have to convince me. See, if you call me a dictator, it's up to you.
If it is to convince you, if it's to convince you,
Your problem is that you think that you are giving me a wrong, what they call it, this is a bad pejorative term, because you have been brainwashed to think that being a dictator.
No. You are just you are using words. You are using words. You are using. I can explain. I can explain the reason why I said dictator.
Okay.
You want me to explain? And
we are going around.
Get one point.
Let's go to the main issue.
Get one point. I will say what. No, hold on. Get one point. I believe in having conversation, right, to establish the facts, not to force people to believe in what you're saying. So if you have a superior argument, I'll agree with you, right?
Good.
Now, the reason why I say dictator, I've listened to you several times. You refer to Lee Kuan Yew, he got it right, but not all dictators got it right, right? Mm-hmm. You believe in using power, forcing people, or using military might and all of that. I'm not saying countries should not have military might, but the way you push those things, like, no, just force people to do things. I don't believe in that.
See, but that's because you don't really understand me at all.
You can say I don't really understand.
You don't.
That's what you say. You express these thoughts all the time.
You don't.
Now,
the thought I express is not what you hear. You are not hearing what I said. See,
okay.
In my case, let me give you an idea of my prescription. If Nigeria wanted to move forward in a democratic system, I advocate for a more advanced democratic system that gives people a voice in the democratic state and takes power away from the center, so that it disincentivizes the people that go there for greed. Because if you give the people the ability to make decisions like the way they do in Switzerland, and even make it more transparent than the way that you have it in Switzerland, the people will actually have the power. This idea of regionalizing the power structure goes away. The power belongs to the people, and the people truly become sovereign. That is what they call true democracy. It's supposed to be by the people, for the people, and all that. But no, all the democracies are not like that.
I think forefather, what I say in there, we are both looking for the same result. But I've told you, okay, this is the way I feel like you can decentralize the power, right? And this is the way we can give people power to have voice, right from local government level. Now you say that's not perfect, because I feel like parliamentary way, adapting it to our current problem, is what is going to help us. Now be more clear. Don't just say give people power. How?
Pass it to let me give an example. An example is that the people can actually make laws. They come together by taking their own petitions. If you get a certain number, you go and you go for a referendum. It actually is happening. You see what people do. When I say something that is actually happening in the real world, you're like skeptical, because you've never seen it before.
Referendum on what? Referendum on how to build roads. Referendum on how to get water. Referendum on how to have electricity.
Let me give you an example.
You don't know what they use referendum for.
Hold on, like when we are bringing the electric generation and distribution to states. If the people wanted it a long time ago, they didn't get it. So what they could have done was, band together, we put it before the house of this thing, and if people carry out the referendum and they say they want it, it's over. They pass the law. They can repeal law. The people have the right to repeal laws.
Forefather, you are living in a fantasy world. And I will say you this one. Are you saying the current system in Nigeria, if you want to make that referendum, you want to make a national referendum, do you know what it's going to cost you to push it as an individual? Are you joking, this guy? That's why it's like you need to devolve the power. You can do all of that.
You see now, a moment ago he was calling me a dictator when I gave him a true democracy, that one of the most peaceful countries.
It's too expensive to push an agenda or structural changes at the national level. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Fafana, let me say something.
It's actually cheaper. Switzerland, I've not finished making my point. This is an important, interesting point, a discussion we are having. Allow people to have to and fro. Then when it finishes, you can come in. See,
yes, boss.
There was a question that was asked. You didn't allow Nigeria government to answer his question.
What do you mean, Nigeria government? He's already said his piece.
There was a question.
You guys, see, just because sometimes you and the body will go to and fro. This guy will go ask this one question and only two of them. So when I'm having conversation, it's easy for you to interrupt me. Because you don't want me to do the same thing. Come on. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Is that what they say? So some people try pretending on me. So the point is that The Swiss are actually practicing it now. So it's not even like hairy-fairy stuff. They are doing it right now, and they are running their country better. They even have what they call, I think, 7 presidents at the same time. They elect 7 leaders, and they choose one at a time to run the country for each year or so. So this is a system that is actually functional right now. One of the safest country, one of the richest countries in the world right now. So it's not even airy-fairy at all.
It's interesting. Don't you think that we've got a lot of brilliant minds in Nigeria, political scientists. Don't you think that we should sit down and design something that will be tailor-made, that would match us, our polity, our culture, our who we are, Nigerians, rather than saying let's copy what has happened here or there? No, that's what I think.
No, I agree with that.
And that's we saw all this while. It's going to take some time, and even take us 3 years to build it. But when we build it, everybody will be involved.
Yeah, but what people tend to choose is the one that allows tribalism to keep happening. That's one people like to choose.
Look at what is going on. What is going on? Sorry, Dan. Let me say this. So Niger go better actually want Nigeria to be good. I get it. But Body is a politician. You back me on this. So let me first of all why I was asking that question initially. This is how Nigeria's system works. This is where the problem is. The parliamentary system and what we currently have now, to be honest, the difference is not much. What you need in a country, I don't think the parliamentary system will change anything, is for people to obey the law. Governors obey your constitution, president, senator, everybody. Why am I saying this? In a parliamentary system of government, you say, like in Canada, they have provinces, right? In the province, they also run it as a federal, right? So you have the parliament, you have the premier. The premier is the leader of the party.
That's right.
Now, when you take this to Nigeria, what will happen, and once they have majority, they are able to pass any bill. They have a lot of advantage, which is similar to what we currently have. House of Assembly governors. The governors, he makes sure his boys are the one coming to House of Assembly. He makes sure he have full control of the House. He chooses the speaker, choose all the member. He know his loyalist. The moment you are not loyal, he get rid of you. Even a deputy governor, the governor will tell you, hey, he pitch him, get it out. So usually this is what happens. So now, tell me if you have a parliamentary system of government where you have a province.
It's eating.
Now, come and convince me. Body, please, if you can answer this. Come and convince me that the Nigerian people we have, the government, they will not be.
He's asking Body now. When is my turn now? When is my turn now? Meditator. Is how this will be?
Let me start an example. You can
I will join you guys later.
Let me start an example of a state.
I will join you guys later.
Whereby they have a parliamentary system.
Thanks for coming in, Dan.
I will join later. I see you are busy with.
You seem very chill. You seem very chill today. If you want to say something, you can say something.
Mr.
Don't mind all the dictators we have on the
panel. I want to ask you guys.
Calling me dictator. They are doing reverse dictatorship.
Let me ask you guys one question so that I will go back and be listening while the question. I see that you guys are very knowledgeable.
You want to cause trouble and go.
Please, I don't want to cause trouble. Please.
That is a peaceful man.
Yeah, I want to ask you something. Because I see that you guys know what you're talking about. Please, can you guys tell me what system we run in that Nigeria? Which system? Be honest in this question, in your answers. What system do we really run in Nigeria? Thank you. I'm on the background listening.
Okay.
On paper, we're running a presidential system of governance.
That's what we're running now.
So on paper.
The question,
I was trying to educate them on the
and Forefather, I will not call you a dictator for removing me.
Because you are eating is
I said I will not call you a dictator. I will not call you a dictator. I'm not saying that was fair. That was fair. Thank you.
So, like you said, that like even if you go to parliamentary, we tried it before. And of recent, I know of a state in Nigeria that practiced parliamentary at the local government level for 3 years. How they come about it? I think is it the First Republic and the Second Republic? We try it, we fail. Why? Because of the plurality of our ethnic groups. One major drawback then was that once you come together, you part in parliamentary, and you are unable to form government at the national level, there will be crisis, and then there will be no head of government. So the country will collapse in our own case. And then we witness it twice. So, but that's your point. In between 2000 and I think 2015, they're about 2015.
Sorry, what do you mean we witnessed it twice? The government collapsed in Nigeria?
Yes, go and check.
How do you mean collapse?
You can fact check.
Are you saying that it collapsed? That's why Nzogo struck, or Nzogo collapsed?
Before the struck in the Western House of Assembly. Did you know what happened in the Western House of Assembly?
Yeah,
you know what happened
Is it already wet here?
And Baliwa in the Second Republic?
Is it already wet here thing?
They couldn't form. It brings that kind of instability in the system. And in the States, where the practice of recent in Nigeria between 2017 to 2018, between 2016 and 2018, they practice parliamentary system at the third level of government, at the local government level. You know what happened? The governor just unpick his followers and put them in the parliament. And the person that they knew already is going to become the local government chairman, they just put that one as the first among Equamis themselves. Yeah. And it's just the same. So what I'm talking about, you can check it.
Which states was that? And that's two. Now I understand that you're very likely from also states.
Aregbesola did it.
Now hold on. See, when we say let's do parliamentary system of governance, it's also is going to be successful if we have a very clean system of electing who's going to be a representative of each unit, right? What you're saying about Aregbesola, was there a clean election under Aregbesola at the local government level? No. He unpicked people that he put over there. See, if somebody unpick you, if for example now, forefather unpick all of us here now, and we're giving him trouble when we need to reach a conclusion like we're having we cannot have your independent opinion.
That I am, isn't it?
No. That's what happened. That's what happened under Aregbesola that you are talking about. So that wasn't a parliamentary system of governance in any way. That was just a charade that somebody put you there, and if you make any decision contrary to his what he wants, you cannot argue. You cannot have your independent opinion.
Let me make a proposition. I've had a conversation about this. How do we go about this? How do we solve the problem of the electoral system stroke representation so that we can have a true parliamentary system? We're so passionate about our identity.
Our problem is
we're so
that we keep trying to diagnose
it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, and I'll say this one. Let me tell you something. If you do parliamentary system of governance in a way, it's going to address some of this ethnicity also. Yeah. Because governance is at the unit level. It's going to be at your local government, your state. At that point, I know there are a lot of states that's more like a cosmopolitan,
my own proposition wanted to even take units beyond local government. What would now be a unit? What would now be a unit? Is the family compound.
Why are we worrying about the system of government? Hold on, buddy. Why are we worrying about the system of government when all systems of government have proven to create good states?
No, we are talking about.
It doesn't matter what system of government you run. We are not going to.
No. It matters. It matters. Let me tell you one thing. The advancement of a country like the US and the likes also is being slowed down or impaired by this system of governance also, like all the crisis in the last 15 or 20 years now. The election has been marred with a lot of arguments, people believing they don't believe in it. And there are things that are so dangerous that can destabilize the country. You see what we witnessed in January 2021, right?
January 2020.
See,
no, 2021.
All nations.
2021. Election was in 2020. The crisis was in 2021.
I think you are listening to too much noise. All nations are unique. They have different shades.
UK barely even has a proper constitution, and they manage to run the whole world. You are missing, if you keep worrying about systems of government instead of actually taking action to fix your country. Good luck with that one.
Sorry. I need to leave. Let me give my final note, submission on this. There's something that you are missing, and we need to be very careful about this.
End it with I'm the dictator. I will be happy.
No. I'm not going to say that. Trust me. We need to be very careful. We need to be very careful about this. If you look at it, if you have a structure that works, it helps you better than having an individual by accident that will come and report your country. I'll give you an example now. We have NAFDAC in Nigeria. Nobody knew much about NAFDAC before Dora Akunyili, right? That was an individual effort, right? See what she did. Her passion, her commitment, her loyalty, and everything. Can anybody here tell me, like, 2 people that succeeded NAFDAC? NAFDAC was just like any other agency now that nobody even knew about, right? That happens when you have system that is not running efficiently. So that is where we are focusing on the structure and the process, right? A process that is going to hold people accountable if they go wrong. In Nigeria, no accountability. The reason why you run red light or do anything in Nigeria is because there's no consequence. In this country today, now, if you misbehave now, before you know, like 410 police vehicle now, they already surrounded you as if there's a World War II or World War III, right? And you pay dearly for it. In Nigeria, you don't pay for everything if you have money, if you are doing well. And here, the more you're doing well, that you want to live a good life, the more you have to obey the law. But in Nigeria, once you become something within a small circle, you become a big boy. That law doesn't apply to you. So that is why, like, I understand what you're saying. If by accident tomorrow now, Nigeria have somebody that is exceptional, one individual, things could change around, right? But the problem is that that's going to be for that administration, just like what we had in NAFDAC. If other people just come there, they continue to run the system the way he used to run, and everything goes. So that's my fear. And that is why I'm laying emphasis on a system, a structure that is going to work. Like, I think Obama said something when he went to Africa, then if I'm correct, that in Africa, we have strong individuals and weak institutions, which reverse supposed to be the case. We need to have strong institutions, right? And whoever is in charge of it, it's going to work. It was like Barcelona those days, whether the coach is sitting down or on the line, the team is going to play well, regardless whether the coach is good or bad, right? So once you have a formidable system that is very good, we're going to grow. We have everything that can make us one of the best countries in the world.
Yes, agreed. But that system is not going to change anything. That's what I know. But we should look for a way to build our institution, get our system working. But parliamentary, I don't think is going to be different from the trash we have now.
It might even be worse.
People are the problem.
It might even be worse.
The people are the problem.
But I think it's more efficient, though. I think, is it not cheaper? I think it's probably cheaper too. One other thing I like about parliamentary system is that when you're going for an election, you know the cabinet you are electing. You know, because they call them shadow cabinets. You know who is going to be the foreign minister. You know everything who is going to come in the cabinet. Not this funny business where not this business where they go screening without portfolio. You will know the portfolio you are actually electing into office.
Welcome to my world. Those are the things I'm looking for. The cost, like I said earlier, like if you want to become a president in Nigeria, see the cost of moving around the country. Your earning, if you are sincere, it's expensive. Even your state, it's expensive. But if I have to become something at the state level, I start from my local government and I fight at my local government.
In parliamentary, if you want to be prime minister in parliamentary, you still have to campaign. Not just
yes, you have to campaign. I'm not saying you're not going to campaign.
You have to follow them up in their constituencies.
Yeah, but you don't. You have to. But definitely you and I know that.
The of it is what we have in National Assembly. When Akpabio wanted to be Senate president, he has to start going from one constituency to the other, from state to state.
Yeah, from state to state. He just visits the state. Are you telling me that Akpabio went through the same thing. Peter Obi went through, Tinubu went through to become the president. Come on.
President,
You're gonna go there, you talk to them. I'm not saying you're not gonna talk to them, but it's different.
Okay.
It's far different. The cost of governance for presidential system of governance is bogus.
There's a point that was raised by Tony. We have this cultural difference, we have this identity.
Yes.
And it comes to play in our politics.
Yes.
How can we integrate that into our politics? And I'm saying we have a system. We should have a system where we can adapt the parliamentary system in such a way that, like, breaking it beyond the local government level, having a family compound as a unit.
You are looking at it as somebody that comes. I'm sorry to say this, like you're looking at it as Oshun or your state. I'm from your state also.
From your, like, if you're familiar with Olubadan system.
Let me understand. Olubadan system also is having problem right now.
No, that's not the kind of problem. That's a different problem.
Hold on. Let me say this one. If you go to, if you are saying compound, is compound going to work in Lagos? Is compound going to work in Abuja where you don't have compound, which is a cosmopolitan place?
There's no place.
Hold on,
whereby there's no indigenous people.
Hold on, body, hold on. Nwachuku, please tell me what you think shadow cabinet means. When I told him that there's a shadow cabinet, he's saying that's the what he means. I don't know. If you want to tell me that is something that you let me know,
because
I know shadow cabinet very well. No, he's not asking a question. He said that is not the meaning of shadow candidate. Not shadow candidate, cabinet. He doesn't know that I was talking about
that
cabinet.
Was how I explained parliamentary system. Somebody in the comment section was Shola.
There's another thing they call shadow in the political party.
No. You see now, this lady is not my friend. She's not smiling and laughing. It's all good. We're all our friends. After we'll be fighting all this while. So
you know, like Niger Beta was saying, there's no place in Nigeria where you don't have indigenous people. Talk about Abuja. Talk about Lagos. You know, like I was saying, if you have that as a unit, they are the one that will constitute government. They will constitute what they call council at the local government level. So, amidst them, they're going to elect someone that is from there. They will elect somebody that will go to the state. With that seat, I don't think that will be struggling for power. They know the
if you are going for indigenous way of governance, that's a genesis for another problem. And I have a goosebump. Immediately you mentioned indigenous. So it means that if I live in Abuja, for example, for the whole of my life, paying taxes there, doing everything, I cannot become anything because I'm not indigenous.
You go back to
I don't have a voice. I don't have a family compound in Abuja. I'm just an individual. So that's a big problem.
You know something you said.
Can you contest election in Osun? Would they allow you to be a governor in Osun in the first instance? They won't allow you. You have to go back to your state. Since we all know that, why can't we adapt our system?
Can I address the point Niger Better said? You said something about, you know, building the systems and you know, the systems and the system. What I've seen dictators come and build systems. If you look at Rawlings, he came on, stayed a very long time. He did manage to put a system in place that is enduring in Ghana right now. Lee Kuan Yew, dictator, came in, put a system in place that is still enduring to today. So most of these nations that you see today, because you were saying something about if it's in the individual that came in, what if he leaves? I think you can put a system in place, an individual can put a system in place that endures over time. They just need to do a proper job of it. Pardon?
What happened after Dora?
Because there is a bigger system over Dora. Now, Dora is not just an individual. The presidential system has to want to preserve Dora. These people I mentioned just now actually govern the nation. They were not just ministers. If the minister doesn't have power over the president, you know, if she falls, the president doesn't want to follow up her legacy.
The forefather, I hear you. So what you're saying now is that Nigeria need a dictator to become a great country.
I'm saying that an individual can create a system, because your point was that when an individual gets in there, that individual, what if he leaves?
What you are looking for now, that's what I'm now saying now. The way Lee Kuan Yew got there now, was it through election?
No, it wasn't through election. My point is that a democratic leader that has
hold on. Jelly Rolling, or what's his name again?
Jerry Rawlings.
Was it through election?
No.
Okay.
He
Now,
did get elected
hold on. Let me, please. I have where I'm getting to. I understand what you're saying. If you are lucky to have a magician that got there to become, maybe through a coup or whatever, he can turn around Nigeria. Now, if that doesn't happen in Nigeria, this democracy that you have, do you think it's very easy for somebody that is very good to get there? Somebody that's going to do so?
Since
It's nearly impossible. That's what I'm telling you.
There is no way anybody that is good is easy. Even in companies, it's not easy. Even in the West, it's not easy. So if you are good,
now if you are waiting for that individual, the probability of having that individual that is not going to come through coup in Nigeria, the probability is very, very slim.
That is true. You have a point there, but I believe that if the people change, they can get that individual.
Now, that's what I now say. Before people can change, there's a reason why you have law, and there's a reason why you need to have a process in place and consequences for things, right?
Yep.
That is why we're advocating for system, a structure, and a strong institutions. Because that's really, like, as an individual now, if you're, a lot of Nigerians are obedient. Those that you're saying now, oh, change of mind and all of that, and Nigerians, whatever. Nigerians now, once they leave Muritala Mohammed Airport or whatever now, and they land in the UK or in the US, they are more obedient than people that they met there, right? So, because the system will force you to behave. So, don't have the expectation that everybody is going to behave well. Let me tell you something. In the UK today or in the US today, let the police say they are on strike for 3 weeks. You see the level of crimes that is going to go on everywhere. So it's the system that is forcing people to behave, that move around like angel. And average people that you see in the Western world, that just walk quietly on the street. It's because the law just moderates him that behave, or you don't behave, you're going to get water, right? That's what I'm looking for.
I think that is true for every society. I think part of this
that is why, and that kind of moderation, things that is going to force you to behave well, it's not only for the man that is walking on the streets. It should be applicable to the man in Nassau Rock. That's what I'm driving to. Even what not a perfect one. South Africa also is not being bad. They run form of parliamentary system of governance, right? They are not
there's a lot of nations that run parliamentary system that are doing
I'm
well.
just so that it's not far away. We have one in South Africa also. And you see the way they challenge their president and the way they kind of come to him and they scrutinize him and a lot of other things. In Nigeria, the president in Nigeria is like maybe more than a monarchy kind of. Nobody questioned the authority really that much.
So
it's either he use the power or he use the money to get whatever he wants to get. And he moves on.
But it's not about systems. I think the same thing is true for parliamentary system. You saw what Boris Johnson did here. He was basically lying to the people, lied to the Queen,
And
lied to
there's a consequence, right? And there's a consequence. If a president in Nigeria would do worse than that because he was having a party, he was lying, and because of that one, those ones are non-issues when it becomes a president in Nigeria.
Hold on now. Tell me one of our presidents we have caught him in a clear lie. Like he told us that this thing is this, and we found him that he was doing something else. One of our presidents we found.
Tons of things. Are they not coming out every day that they're lying?
Which one?
Like, for example.
Give me now.
This is that's just a sweeping statement.
The thing is that Tinubu, what's his name, Buhari now? They will say, oh, he does it. No, you've not caught him red-handed like Boris Johnson came on this on TV and said, I did not do party while people were dying in COVID-19. And they found out that he was partying and all the rest. No, you don't. The kind of corruption our own people do.
Sorry, I have a call that came in that
Buhari, I could say that warrant that warrant the action of National Assembly is the issue of ways and means with the CBN, whereby they went above the amounts, they borrow more than the amount they should. Whereby the National Assembly have to like find a backward process of amending the law to accommodate that.
But they didn't lie to the House.
No, they didn't lie. They didn't lie. But that warrant a kind of, because there's a violation. Because they want a power.
Oh yeah, they break the law.
They break the law.
The thing, the difference is
But
that the
the
Nigerian
that's
authorities,
the
they
only
barely
thing
come
that
out
you.
openly and lie, and you catch them in a lie.
That's why I said. That's why I
Like they
was
are
saying
so
to you
good at
that
stealing that they never get caught in a
be
lie.
specific. You know.
Because Nigerians, no matter what you say, Nigerians, they catch you lying, they are less forgiving. You'll be surprised how less forgiving they are when they actually catch you. Like Tinubu says, I attended this school. They go and find out that Tinubu went to another school. They will not take it. Nigerians will find it hard to forgive that person. Even if clearly in the West, this happens all the time and they forgive them for it. Like now, even if you are convicted in Nigeria as a presidential candidate, you are not allowed to be president. But in the West, you're allowed to be. You can literally come out of prison in the West and go and be president if you want to, because they consider the people to be sovereign. But we practice democracy where the people are not sovereign. But that's for another day. But the point he was making about an individual, I think systems become stronger over time. And I think sometimes they become stronger just by enduring. Because what happens is that you have new generations coming up, getting familiar and used to that system. They don't know anything else. They've not seen a coup before. They've seen institutions work in a specific way. They don't know anything else. I think you see what I mean. So I think age also helps strengthen systems. And it's not only redrawing it constantly that does other stuff. I think we exaggerate the power of tweaking the system. No matter how much you tweak it, it's not going to make any difference. I've seen cases in Europe where governments collapse and the economy is growing. The government collapse. The economy is growing because there's no government to run the country
same thing
anymore.
Here. They build their system in such a way that the economy is independent of government. During Trump, there was a shutdown of the economy whereby they couldn't agree on the debt ceiling.
Yeah.
So, and it happened on 2 occasions, even during Barack Obama.
Yeah, but that is also true in Nigeria. It can also happen in Nigeria.
But the economy was running and everything was fine, except for those that are federal employees that couldn't get their pay then. Except for those contractors that are working with federal government that couldn't get their PO.
See, forefather, see, in Nigeria, right, it's not that we have these laws, right? For example, the Senate and the House of Rep, they have a lot of power to give the president direction to get stuff done. The truth is, what we have in Nigeria is you have a political party. The president now is gonna, this is my Senate president, this is my House of, this is the speaker. That is why you see that they make sure their allies, they are the people that occupy those positions. For example, if Tinubu send anything to Akpabio today, it's one hand. Even if it's bad, Akpabio, okay, no, yes, sir. Because he's also scared, so the president will not come for him and get him out. So the Nigeria case, that's my fear when they're talking about parliamentary system of government. It's still gonna be the same thing like this. So what I think is not changing of the system. Yes, let's build a system that is independent, like judiciary, executive, the legislators. Let everything be independent. Also empower our institutions, EFCC, CIPC, this. But that, I think that's what we are lacking. I don't think it's the system. If you change the system, we will get the same results.
All I see that is that we lack the good people. You know, people usually think that American president is a lame dog. They are weak. Until Trump goes to power, that we know that American presidents are powerful. Whereby the guy was able to toy with a lot of institutions. And
have you ever considered that our system is very, very efficient?
So the issue is that in democracy there are a lot of assumptions.
No, hold on. Let me make one controversial statement.
Okay.
I think, have you considered if our system is actually very efficient? Given that the resources that is taken to run it, if you consider how much the American government takes to run versus Nigeria's government and the entire state, American government does, the money they spend in their system does what we spend in our system. So maybe our system is already fine-tuned. That is not the problem. I keep telling people this. If you don't make your nation strong so that you can start growing, all this, you can have so many talks. Tomorrow is about tribe. The next tomorrow is about whether we should go Biafra or not. Then we should tweak this thing. Oh, no, the favorite one, constitution. Let's go to another constitution conference. You talk and talk and talk. It's not going to work. If you don't make your nation strong,
Run, you know how Thanos said it now. Some of you have seen Thanos. You're like, you can run from it, hide from it. Destiny still arrives. You can run all you want. You still have to confront the fact that your nation is weak and it's not going to prosper in this world. It's just that simple.
We have to keep having that conversation. We can't run away from it. Even in an established,
have to go for therapy.
In a country, even Germany, even America, there are still some people that still disagree with the system. They are still contending with it. But it's a conversation that will be forever ongoing. We can't run away from it. So that doesn't stop the main system from running. The people that believe in this established system will continue to play the game and continue to ensure that the system is running, whereby those that didn't believe, they will continue to have the conversation. As we are saying as well. I think that because in Germany, there are some people that are opposed to democracy, that they don't like it. The same here in America, we have a lot of militia groups, a lot of that, like, hey, this system, they don't like it. The system is fraud, is this and that. So in the case of Nigeria, there are still some people that are still opposed to the constitution of Nigeria or the composition of the country, that we have to dismantle everything. That does not say election will not come in the next 4 years. That will not say election will not come in the next 8 years. And these people will still participate. They will still say representative. So that's the conversation that we cannot erase. So it will be ongoing. But whatever that is on right now, we have to make sure that it's efficient, it's working, it's serving the greater good of the people, not just the few.
The only area of the Nigerian society I would say, okay, yeah, it's not as efficient as it can be, is the House of Assembly. The amount they are getting paid, is exorbitant amount. That's what they get paid there. And the fact that we are wasting a lot of money that we should be plowing back into this economy. However, if you take all of them into account, we're still not spending anything remotely close to even a moderately small country like Singapore spends on its economy or its national budget. It is not. And Singapore is just about 5 million people. So it tells you that we are spending little for a lot of things and expecting results as the West. You can't. What you are getting now is what you should expect to see. Yeah, and that is the epiphany of it all. What you get now in Nigeria is what you should expect to see if you are doing. If America starts doing what Nigeria is doing, you will get exactly the same results, no matter how pure those people, their mind is.
The concern with the people is that, like, with the little that we're even having, if they can adequately deploy it, it will solve basic problems.
No, it won't.
It will go an extent. It might not solve it 100%. But if we see that kind of money being stolen.
See, Nigeria's street lights are not lighting themselves. Nigerian roads are not making themselves. Nigerian hospitals are not building themselves.
Yeah.
So nurses are not paying themselves. The soldiers are not paying themselves. How much have we got as a nation? We don't have that much money, really. And we don't, like 40,000, $40 billion or so. What is that? That's chicken change. And we spent 96% of that money servicing debt. No, not the recurrent this thing. Servicing debt alone.
Yeah.
Just debt. Then we remain about 4%, then the rest we borrow. How do you expect? What else do you want from that country? People, see, the way I like to think? I like to think logically, because once I diagnose a problem, I don't want to start beating about the bush. And people find it frustrating with me that I stick at this. I say, why are you moving me to talk about tribalism? Why are you moving me to go and talk about constitution? Look at the real problem here. Why you keep moving me away? Don't stop distracting me from the real problem, because all that stuff is noise. Until you confront it and fix your nation, the problem remains. It's not. You can't run away from it.
You are very correct. The little revenue that we get is going to debt servicing. That's why you see the report by JP Morgan of recent that says, our foreign reserve is not true value of itself. Well, they are very correct. We know that already. We already know that, because most borrowing that you said.
I said the nation is bleeding.
Yeah, the nation is bleeding.
Every single day we are bleeding out.
The borrowing that the country made were made against those money. And immediately they take off those money that we borrow, our foreign reserves is going to left with $3.6 billion.
Yeah. Yeah, basically,
So which are very correct. So when they say we have 36 billion, the question we should ask is that, is it the gross or the net?
You see that?
So that's the conversation that people are not having. So I wonder why people are so astonished, like when they hear like, oh, we have 3.6. No, they shouldn't be surprised because we borrow against those money. And what determines our foreign reserve, our gold, forex, everything.
This is why they need to get their refineries built, because then all that exchange we used to buy petrol goes away. Now we can have more foreign exchange in our reserve. Yeah.
And
so
our production was even doing bad because.
And did you know that Tinubu's spokesman didn't even address this point? That guy, I feel like I need to knock him in that his nose.
Guy?
That Tinubu's spokesman, he's so annoying. He comes around, you know what he said when they reminded him about Nigeria refinery? He was like, "Oh, people think that when refinery come, petrol price will come down. Why? They should not think that the petrol price is not going to necessarily come down because they build the refineries." Then later on, he went on to start saying, "Yeah, but we will save from not having to buy petrol from overseas, the transportation costs. We will save from the fact that we will be selling it at cost price. We'll say." So, if you are going to save from all these things, one thing he didn't mention was foreign reserve, and that is a big one.
Which is very critical. Yeah.
That is a big one because now we don't spend almost $20-30 billion buying petrol overseas.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I think I'm not sure 30 billion. Maybe I don't know how much we spend. I think almost 30 billion, if I'm not mistaken. 20 to 30 billion. That's what we spend on buying petrol. That is crazy.
Yeah.
So we will have that money in our foreign reserve. Nigeria will start becoming more and more buoyant every single year. We don't, and then our debt will start coming down, or at least we can be able to get more money.
There will be stability in forex market too with that.
Then why is Tinubu not prioritizing? You know what he's doing instead? He's saying, "Oh, let's go CNG." It's like these guys don't have any interest in having the refineries come back. They are talking about CNG.
No, the refinery is on because I saw in the news yesterday whereby the Minister of State for oil and gas, they went to Port Harcourt. They said Port Harcourt will be ready by December.
When?
December is going to be ready by
December now.
So followed by
every quarter, I keep moving to the next quarter.
Because they awarded it they awarded it in 20. They awarded the contract to in 2019, I think. Yeah, the one Italian company like that.
It was supposed to be out last quarter, last year.
It was to be the third quarter, but they shifted to December. Hopefully.
If Dangote comes on, I think that spokesman said October, Dangote should be on. If Dangote is able to come on, and Nigeria's one comes on in December, oh my God. I think now Tinubu can start dancing if he's still in office. That's when he can start dancing, that he has a chance.
The issue I have is that, like, if they didn't do anything about our refinery and Dangote refinery came up, probably we should forget about our refinery.
You think so?
Because
why?
You know, the issue is this: is a private player. It's going to dominate the market. So that means
not necessarily, because the one that is from Nigeria is selling for literally cost price. He's selling for profit.
You have to understand that our refinery is being run by not privately, by government employee.
Yes.
With this kind of
government employee with company certificate. That's all it is. See, they will sell at cheaper prices. You know, they have NNPC petrol stations. They will sell it at marginal prices.
Probably, since the NNPC has become the property of NNPC, so NNPC is now NNPCL. Probably they're going to do something good with it. Hopefully.
I think if people pay attention, they will. See, people don't understand how powerful they are. Look at when Nigerians clearly don't want the war in Niger. The Senate rejected it outright. The Nigerian government hardly is able to force the people to do anything. The reason why the people are able to take this fuel subsidy removal is because they also want it removed. That's why they accepted it. Otherwise, the road will be full of mess right now. So the Nigerian people have power over their government, but they don't just seem to realize it enough. If they did, they would be more organized about targeting the government for whatever they want, and they are going to likely get it.
You are very correct. You know, two things happen. One of them is what you mentioned. You know, the issue of 8,000.
Yeah.
People shouted.
Yeah,
And
the government pulled it back.
you see, but people didn't realize. They don't realize they have power.
They don't see it. They don't see it. And
You know, like the
even
issue of
this case, you
refinery.
can see it.
You know, people keep pushing it, and government started talking.
Yes. And we should be talking about it. I think I shouldn't forget. We should be like every day. What's happening to our refinery? You know, I made a show about it the other day. And like, why are they not briefing us about it? It's very interesting. You said it actually. They started talking more about it, but I didn't know about the December date. But they need to be telling us
during
every
this week.
week.
You know, Lokobiri went to. They were in Port Harcourt. They were in Port Harcourt yesterday and 2 days ago. Yeah.
We need to be knowing about it every week and knowing about what's happening with the ones in the other states so that people know what they are expecting in the future. If they know, they are more likely to accept the suffering right now. If they know there is hope in the future, they will accept the suffering now. Not this one, Tinubu will be like, don't worry, it will be all right. You know, let's just go through this. I feel your pain. And that's not going to, they want to have concrete evidence that things are going to be better. Yes. Because I don't.
You know, the only organized sector is the labor over time, which, you know, private sector has never come together and organized themselves like labor, you know, and labor too have compromised. People have lost faith in them.
Oh my God, those people are so compromised.
You know, they've been that force. They have that force to like get the government to do the right thing. But now that people are having their voice on the internet, on the YouTube, all around, government is listening. Government is listening.
How to be part of labor, you have to just join them, isn't it? That is just to register and start paying their dues, isn't it?
Once you're an employee, either maybe you're an engineer in a government sector or private sector, you definitely become a member of a labor union of TUC.
So even in private sector, you're an engineer, you become part of the TUC.
Because automatically, you know what? They deduct your salary. They drop from your salary.
Your dues.
Your dues. They take away the dues. Either, you know, once you like maybe.
If that is the case, you can see a situation by the people that mean well. If the organization is compromised, they go in there because they have to vote now for the leadership.
Yeah, they usually are. Yeah.
Then they put people that actually know what they are doing. You know, and the diaspora can influence that too. Put people that actually know what they are doing are going to challenge the government. Like, we need to be seeing what is happening with the refineries. We need to be seeing what is this. Otherwise, you are cheating us. You're not telling us what we need to know. And
okay,
because I think that the labor, one of the things they tend to do is that we want the subsidy to be removed because people are suffering. That is, in a way, is almost like platitude. You are trying to tell people what they want to hear. They'll do what will be better for the people by asking the federal government to tell the people that if you are going to go on strike, can you imagine if TUC says, I'm going to go on strike until you agree to be telling me exactly what is happening with all 4 refineries in Nigeria every day, every week? Because when people know what is happening with them and they are seeing documentation and showing them what is happening with that stuff, people will be reassured and say, you know what, now we know why we are suffering. We are suffering for that refineries to come online so that at least our government will be saving money, foreign reserve money, and petrol price is going to come down, even if for a little bit, you know. So because I'm in Nigeria right now, and the price is expensive. People 60 to fill to get like 100 liters right now, you're going to spend at least 60,000.
Yeah, definitely.
That is no joke, and that is if you are using a generator for 1 week, it will chew the whole thing up. And you have to spend 60,000. Do you know how much it takes to get a total power this is solar panel? 2 million. And that's 60,000 you're spending on petrol alone in a year, every week. You're spending it every week. In a year, it's almost amounting to almost how much? Almost 2 million to 2.5 million. That is that's how devastating it is.
As if last time I was in Nigeria, I found out that the quality of those solar panels that they sell in Nigerian markets are I think they are cheap Chinese.
They're not good,
version.
Of course, you don't know.
What do you expect?
Yeah, look what. Yeah,
you see all these people. How can you just add that? How can you just assume Nigerian solar panels are going to be low?
Because the apartment where I used to rent before had solar panels, and I knew the quality. I was there when they were installing them. I saw the quality. That was how I could tell.
Let me even break your heart.
No, but you didn't check the power supply. You just saw the quality.
Let me
let me break your heart more. Even the
Mm.
fuel you're talking about, you're using in Nigeria, is the dirty
Yes.
fuel. That's what you are buying. That's
But
why if you are using
Messes up
luxury
your
car,
engine.
like if you have like Mercedes car, you have to service it more. Otherwise, it's gonna go. It's gonna knock.
but what they said they are bringing to us is premium.
Even the electricity, I
Free
didn't know
fire.
that they had dirty
Free
electricity.
fire.
Nigeria
No
has dirty
way.
electricity too. Do you know how many
That's
things,
why you
any
have
of
to
my
have
electronics that has blown
what
up
we
in
call
Nigeria?
is it surge protector. You need surge protectors for your
I get
devices.
it. It blows past surge protector and go after the electronics. This is some serious voodoo stuff. You need stabilizer. This surge protector can't save you. It goes past surge protector and destroys your electronics. This is something I've experienced. Is there? Nobody's telling me that. It doesn't even blow the fuse in surge protector. I don't even know how it does it. It crosses surge protector and goes after. And that socket is actually bought here in the UK. It's not like it's fake quality. Good quality stuff. The Nigerian electricity goes through it.
You know the issue with that is that maybe the house and wiring is not properly hardened.
You may have a point there because recently we found out that they didn't even do that one. The problem is so many.
Once
The
it's
people
not
that build
hardened,
the house mess it up.
because once it's not hardened, even if the light is off, you will still be looking like, oh, the bulb is still on. You still be having that negative charge in it. And
I've not seen that one before, but I know that they complained recently that the earthing has is a little bit cagey. The people that did the earthing.
They don't understand it. That's why they're having a lot of it. If people are doing solar too, because that's why whenever there is lightning, there's thunderstorm. Usually damage everything.
You know what? In the last 4 or 5 years, I think Nigeria has lost skill sets. A lot of them have left the country, and you find that the people that are there now, they are basically quacks. Anything you want to fix, anything you want to fix, that they will just like, oh, let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do here.
Another issue
is they start wrecking your stuff.
Giving it to those guys, our people don't want to pay the right price as well. That's the issue. They want people to like, oh, can't you bypass this? Can't you do this for me?
There are still some skilled ones though, but you have to pay. You have to
pay. And our people don't want to
find them.
They don't want to pay.
Find them too.
You know, our people don't want to pay. You know, they always prefer cheap stuff. So for the quality of the panel, the issue is that our standard organization is not working efficiently because they're supposed to inspect it and supposed to certify.
Well, how can you tell a panel is bad? Because when you test it and it's giving you current at the certain level that you need, so
for that kind of product, they have standard. They have to know the thickness of and the size of it. Because once you check the ISO or whatever, they used to usually check at the point of entry or whatever. The standard organization, they have it for every appliance that's being used in the country. They have the standard organization requirement for it. So, and you know, our country just like a dumping ground whereby you import different kind of stuff without being checked. And people just go to China and they give them different specifications like, oh, build to this standard for us. We're going to find a market for it in Nigeria because nobody's checking it. So those are the corruption in the system that we're talking about.
Nigeria can be a wonderful place, you know, if we can get it right, man. Do you know if Nigeria is gotten right, I believe that 40% of the people that are living in diaspora will consider going back.
Yeah, definitely.
Because
you know,
it just like I was looking at
what are you looking for? What are you looking for?
It's true. It's just like, I mean, it's crazy here in London. For you to even buy a decent apartment, so I'm not talking about a house, an apartment that is decent. You're looking right now in London. If you don't have 500,000, forget it.
Yeah.
But I know if I take 500,000 back home, I know what I can buy.
500,000 pounds. You know, you know, that would be huge.
Mm-hmm.
So because you know our leaders have not been thinking, so that's everything still boiled down on the leadership. So if the leadership can get it right, people will be forced to comply.
It's the corruption because it's ingrained into the fabric of the society. You send money to your relative to give somebody. the person will not give the person the real exchange rate and not. Those are the little things. I keep saying, listen, for us to deal with this thing, it has to even start from organically, you know, from family and all that things. We have to start changing things from grassroots, you know.
So it's a very big issue, down to that level, it's
you buy properties right now, you'd be wondering, even if you have a contractor that's building a house for you, you have to ensure that he's truthful, that he's buying the right mix of cement and all that, you know. And you spend so much, they will charge you. In fact, they will even overcharge you for it. But at least do the work, you know. Okay, look at that guy that
they don't want to do the work.
Okay, look at that guy that building that collapsed in Ikoyi. You know, they never. You know, the matter died because
false cause. What do they call it? False cause.
Yeah, because some powerful people, I believe that the governor's hand was there and all that. They all have a hand. You know, I used to know the guy from London here when he had nothing. He used to sell ties and shirts from the boot of his car. That was how he started hustling, honestly, in London here. Very funny guy, very nice guy. He will come around where he knows that, yeah, Nigeria boys used to be to watch football and all that. You know, he will come, socialize, and then he will sell. Even he will give credit. So he's quite known down here in South London. And then I think it was from here he bought the first property when the property boom was happening here. That was how he started with property. They bought with 2 of his friends or 3 of his friends. They bought, and that was how he has some few properties here in London. And then obviously with his contacts now, that was how he went. He blew. And the thing is that it's sad. I mean, I'm not happy that someone died, but then that was how he had to die. And right now the matter is dead. Nobody's talking about it.
Nobody's talking about it.
No. Do you know how many laborers that died in the
in that site?
In that site. Just
You know,
because someone was
what
greedy.
people don't realize, that how grievous the consequence of corruption can
Consequences corruption. But
that's how
thank
grievous
God,
it can
though,
be.
it could have even taken more lives if it has been finished and people had moved
people are
in,
living
and then
there.
offices out there, because there were going to be some highbrow offices on the lower floor, you know. And man, that's why to buy even an already built property in Nigeria right now, you're just taking a chance.
It's very dangerous. That's why I'm so fearful of those houses they've been sold in Lekki area. Those,
Nah. Lucky for me, I don't think it's something I want to do. But I think because when I was living out, I'm a proper Sulere boy. I'd rather go to Sulere, buy one of those older properties and knock them down and build whatever I want to build. It's gonna cost you a little bit more, but I think it's better, and just knock them down and build. And there are lots of those properties that are coming up to the market, and most of them are distress sales. So right now in Sulere, you can pick up a four wings of 3-bedroom flat now for about 60-70 million.
That's not bad.
Yeah, and they are old. Those are proper houses, so you can even renovate them and re-rent again. Yeah. So, but that lucky thing, man, they're just churning it out every day. And even the land again that they are building on, they don't do proper checks and all that. After some time, people start complaining that the walls will start. They notice that their walls have started cracking.
Yeah, because is the waterlogged area. It's a swamp. The foundation is not done right. And
it's not done right. It's
the
not properly
foundation is the
filled.
building, and you start see the crack on the wall. You start see the watermarks on the wall. Once you start seeing that, that's a mess. And
the water table is messed up there. So most of them
even
they
Lagos
still have to rely on. Huh?
I said Lagos itself is sinking. Because it's below the sea level.
See, you see that Eco Atlantic? I don't care. Even if they give me for free, I will sell it. I don't care. When I say I don't care, because that one day, except you don't know that Babbage, yeah. One day, one of my aunties, she's so funny. He said one day Babbage will come and take whatever. He will come back and
definitely. That's even if you go to Florida, that's the same experience. You know, if you come down to South Carolina to Charleston, you know, regardless of the level of engineering that you put in place,
nature
it's just there for some time for you to enjoy. So nature will definitely, once there is hurricane, everybody moves upland.
We're in 2023 now.
Why?
2020, if I was telling my friend that lives in California, 2034, man, anybody that lives in California should be very careful. Should be consider moving.
Why?
Well, they're saying, well, from what you're just telling me now.
Oh, okay, hurricane. Hurricane is sitting there.
Out.
Hurricane Larry.
Yeah.
They are having hurricane now. Hurricane Larry is hitting them. So, you know, and it's in most southern states, it has always been like that. So, and I usually wonder, why would you make that kind of investment? And you know, nature force you to leave it.
Nature, you can't fight nature. You really can't fight nature, though.
So there is a place I once work in South Carolina. You know,
Mm-hmm.
whenever there's even if there's a rainfall, you know, once I'm driving home, you'll be swimming in water.
Mm.
And you will, because it's so close to the Atlantic. Even ships that are going to Nigeria, you can even see them.
Really, in South Carolina.
In South Carolina, yeah, you will see them.
Wow.
Where I work, because it's very close.
Wow.
It's very close.
Wow. South Carolina.
You know, the way they build in Charleston is even building very close to water. And a little rain like this, there's flood everywhere. There's flood.
So what's the point of building close to the
and those
just because of the view or something like that?
Because of the view, those apartments are very expensive because I work with them.
Yeah.
They are very, very expensive. They will say, because of the view. So, and it's really expensive.
The US is such a funny country.
And people are really coming. People are really coming. If you see people say, I'm moving down to Charleston, I'm moving down to Mount Pleasant, they are moving down every day.
Wow.
So, you know, and whenever there is hurricane, they pack their bag. I say, why will you invest? Why will you live in that kind of house? And whenever there is erratic weather, you still have to pack your bag and travel again.
And I know with that issue, house insurance will be the insurance taking out house insurance will be very premium
on the high side. So that's the issue.
So regarding this Prigozhin, did you hear that the Russian government is asking the Wagner group to swear allegiance?
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah.
They have to. We know that's going to happen for them to
man, they clinically took those guys out, you know. Like, I think the first thing they took him out, including his lieutenant, the next in command.
Yeah, the guy is foolish because I wasn't expecting the guy to be in Russia. I was expecting that.
Putin now.
Yeah, I was. You know, he's blindly loyal to Putin, but his loyalty was misconstrued. And two, one thing about Putin's days is a kind of economy what they call alternative for God in economics. Because the guy General Armageddon that Prigozhin was criticizing, Putin got his back because that was the same guy that Putin used in Russia in Syria and it delivered results to Putin. So this is the same guy that Prigozhin was criticizing. And, you know, Putin just have to let one go. And he preferred Prigozhin to go rather than letting Armageddon, the guy, to go.
I think Prigozhin...
You said?
I think Prigozhin talks too much.
He talks
That's
too
his
much.
problem.
because
Yes.
the future you got for them in Ukraine, it was delivered to them by Prigozhin.
You know, he got into his head, I think.
But, with blood, with everything. So it was and the generals doesn't want the guy to take the shine away from them, to take the glory. My expectation was that he shouldn't move to Belarus. He should have moved to Africa.
Exactly.
That was my expectation. You suppose.
I'm not sure that would have saved him anyway. When Russians mean business, no matter where you are, they will come for you.
But that would not be that quick. That would not be that quick.
Like our people will say that he who the gods want to destroy,
it will take time.
You first make it mad.
Mm-hmm.
It will take time.
I think maybe like as you said, the Ukraine advances that Wagner made gave him a little bit of confidence in the Russian homeland itself. Because it's one thing to operate very well overseas. It's another thing to just operate right next door in a theater where Russian soldiers are operating and you're doing well. So he got over his head and he was thinking of marching to Moscow. That is crazy.
He didn't have weapons of his own. The weapon you are using is being supplied by the government.
Do you know how catastrophic that would have been? What he wanted to do? He wanted to march to Moscow. It would have caused massive upheaval. That would have turned the war around, and
it will be shut down. He can't even get to Petersburg.
You can't get there. They will crush him. They were ready.
And the funny thing is that when he did that on TV, I was watching it here, and the person that was reporting, he said, "This guy better watch his back." And clearly, there's some truth to it.
His thought was that he was protesting against those generals, not knowing that invariably he's debasing the Russian
commander-in-chief
government.
And Putin wasn't having it, It's not like when this stuff happened, he was like shying away from the media. He came on and like,
he said the guy made a lot of mistakes.
I'm saying that getting cross. Putin was ready for a fight, man. He would have been
the guy
bloody.
made a lot of mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
He would have been killed in Belarus. I didn't mean that I stay in Belarus. He would have been killed in Belarus.
And they would have known him as a hero now.
Sure. It would have been better for him to die in Ukraine rather than die. So it's like for him to die.
The commander-in-chief. Shame.
But people were saying that.
Sorry, and he wasn't targeting. Sorry. Let me just say 10 seconds. He wasn't even targeting Putin, according to him anyway. So it's a shame.
It was those generals he was criticizing, but indirectly, those criticisms is bouncing on Putin.
Yeah, Tony, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, there's this thing people were saying that they think is a bomb that was planted. I don't think so.
What do you think? Natural accident?
No. From my experience, from the way the plane fell and the debris, I think it's a surface-to-air missile.
You think so?
Used.
Because the tail is off. The tail is already off in the air.
The reason why I don't think it's a surface-to-air missile is because none of them have any chance to jump out of the aircraft. That aircraft came from a very great height. They could have, if they were still alive in there, done something about it. So
yes, I thought about that as well. Because
these are military men now.
He would have parachuted. He would have been banking and that kind of thing.
And if you look at the image, the smoke is the plane is already in smoke in the air, and then the tail of that plane is already off. That means there's
it could be a missile, but why nobody jumped out of the aircraft?
No. It is a missile.
No, hold on. I have a question. If it's a surface-to-air missile, so you have enough time to be able to put on.
Let me tell you how it works. AY, let me explain the way it works. What the surface-to-air missile does, it will seek for it's sort of heat seeking. It will and it will seek for the softest part of the target to hit. And that was why that was my own conclusion. That was why we saw the tail, part of the tail was blown off. And forefathers made a point now that why didn't they? Perhaps they were already dead even before the plane hit the ground. So we don't know. We don't know whether they were gassed before even.
Yeah.
Something is
Oh,
not right
oh,
for such highly capable military men, which I suspect they may even have parachuting on that aircraft. Not one person
course they
jumped
will.
out of the aircraft. You know, from a great height, they had chance. At least that aircraft should be 10,000 feet in the air when it was hit.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say it was hit or a bomb exploded. Then maybe after 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, some of them will wake up, and they have at least a minute before they can jump out of the aircraft. But nobody did.
I think they were
Something
knocked
about
off completely.
yeah, they were completely knocked out. They didn't get a chance at all. And Putin makes
What a way
sure
to die.
the last thing Putin needs is Prigozhin coming out there like a cockroach. I'm a hero. I survived. They tried to kill me. Yay! That's the last thing he needs. So they always make sure these guys.
The guy is
How
crazy.
can
Yes.
human being be so brutal? He didn't even care what people with the word we say, man.
Brutal.
Why
That's
would
that's
they care? See, these people
the
these
trait
people
is
don't
in
play
them.
around. They don't play around, man.
If you read their history, that's
But
the
you
way
know,
their
but
forefathers
you know, if Prigozhin, if he had survived the attempt, it's not going to make him bigger.
But my
The
question,
noise will be so much.
is, once you make up your mind to go carry out such attack, why are you even going back? Why did you even try it? You know who you are dealing with.
It's the thing
think it
is,
was
the
the
guy
rush
is a
of
career
blood,
criminal.
really.
Though have you read
Yeah,
his
I know.
biography?
I know.
The guy is a career criminal,
Mm.
and I don't know how he thought that he's just going to be let off very
In
lightly.
his mind,
Because he was a sensible guy, yeah, he
in his
should
mind, he's
go
not
to
attacking the
that
person.
guy and start begging for his life.
I think he probably knows. These are people they don't fear. They don't fear. I think he probably knew that maybe he's not on the good books of Putin, but he probably didn't know how it's going to happen. These are people they tend to know what is coming.
See.
Americans do it differently. Americans, they will come for you, but they will do it in silent way that you will not know. I remember a case where this woman that used to do all these prostitutes for high level people. She organized prostitution for high level people. When they were trying her, they were supposed to have a hearing, I think the Congress or something like that. She suddenly just died in her home. So you hear these cases happen regularly, silently. You will not even see them coming.
I think she lives in Massachusetts. Yeah, I know.
You heard about that case now?
See, but these people, like people like that, don't worry, they know, right? They've already written their biography already or written their obituary. They know that it can come anytime.
But
And
the
that
other
means
nothing to
like,
them.
no
No.
problem.
Death means nothing to them.
The other
Exactly. So they don't care. They're just like, oh man, it was nice, fighting with you
While
guys.
it lasted, he probably lived a greater life than most people on the face of the planet. We know his name.
No, the guy. He was a chef. He was a chef before now, Wagner. He was a chef. He was a chef.
But from the report, right, the Belarusian president actually warned them, like, hey, something, you need to be careful. Something is gonna happen, man. He was like, don't worry. In my own, okay, why? I don't think he would have stayed away from Russia altogether for some time.
That's why I say it should
stay away from planes.
I personally would not fly.
Why would you
fly?
Why would you get
We'll track it. If you have gone to Mali,
exactly.
If you went to Mali or Burkina Faso, he will be able to fight it off because he have his own soldier there.
See what you should have done. What you should have done
within
is
the Russian Federation, within that area, I will not fly at all.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know how the North Korean president travels. You see how the North Korean president travels. That's how he should have done it. The North Korea, when they are traveling to Russia, they will go on a very, very slow train.
Oh,
on a very slow train. If you shoot this train, I will see you. If he gets derailed, he cannot derail at this speed. So they will secure the train and just travel slowly to Moscow. That's how they do it.
North Korea president, he uses
they use train.
Yes,
but which of the locomotive you won't be able to know. Which of the stuff that is in? It's always a long one, but the one that carries them, you won't be able to identify.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Because if you attack him,
and these people normally have a body double as well.
They do body double. So in case they will just
which kind of job be that? You would not say, the day when they go hit, that you they go hit.
Yes, now. Before that day, you live large.
No, but no, the body double may not be resemblance per se, because to get resemblance will be difficult. But like it just maybe dress code, but it will definitely be one of your ADC, that's your somebody that's ready to die. Like maybe this year we're ready to die.
There's always people that are ready to, this thing. We have lost a lot of that culture. In other like Russia, China, which other country would you say? America. A lot of American soldiers are willing to die for America easy.
Yeah.
And they're like suicide. If you send them on suicide mission, they will go. They don't send though. So
guys, do you know these Ukraine? How many some black people died there? We go as mercenaries.
Yeah, they said.
Yeah. I won't be surprised now. Is there no way a black man
from Nigeria go there?
No, from the UK here. From the UK here. One of my guys one of my guys tell me, wait, no, say I don't get involved. You say, listen, if I'm that, because they have these private military thing and all that. If I'm interested, about 1 month work can give me about say 100K, 200K. I say, well, for that kind of money, I said I don't need it.
I don't need it, man. That kind of money could kill you.
One bullet that will end it all.
I'm telling you, those Russian rounds where they will be firing it, and you be firing back.
It's even crazy.
There's no cover.
No cover. It's a trench war.
All the men are literally dead right now.
It's horrible. It's a horrible conflict.
So like in the Russia-Ukraine war, in your own estimate, plus the soldier and the civilian, how many people you think have died in this war on both sides? Like estimate. Are you sure it's not more than 500,000?
That is happening.
The news is not really doing us favor.
It's on one side.
There's a blanket coverage on what is happening there.
Exactly.
There's no
back to back of stuff.
I'll say about 1.5.
This world now crazy. Why you just why you call these leaders? Maybe they stay front for the world.
As COVID no kill enough people now, something must kill, man.
I'm telling you. If you look now, coronavirus just on you just vanish now. Nobody knows corona again. It doesn't kill anymore now.
They are not talking about.
They say just military casualties. They say just military casualties is hitting 300,000.
There's a new strain for London. No, you don't notice that people don't wear masks everywhere for London.
No, there's a new variant.
Oh yeah. What did you name?
I forgot then. Let me look for it. I saw in the news. There's a new variant in the UK.
May they go and there.
Just another cold now. Nobody cares
so
anymore.
All this one, all the time Ukraine they fight war. The corona, he go holiday, Abi. He go holiday. Now when the war don't come down small. Now the
new variant is BA.2.86.
BA.2.86.
Yeah.
You don't get version.
You need to get different versions now.
You don't get version. Not be variant to get version.
Ridiculous.
0.2.08.
Yeah, that's the.
You see now we can BA.
Nobody cares anymore about corona, man.
Everybody, but it says BA. Right? BA what?
BA.
But people found out that it was all lies about all this jab and all that stuff. In fact, there's some people that died of the jab,
Yeah, they talk about blood clots and all the rest of it. Yeah, quite a lot of problems.
The people I'm even blaming is just Africa, where you just be done. Nobody just want like, guy, come on, man, enough is enough. How can we just be there and just allow our people to be like the footmat of the world? Okay, no, we don't want to allow this anymore. Let's just do something. Nobody just care.
I for one, I'm tired of it myself. I'm just tired.
Everybody just going on survival mode, just survive individualism, just survival mode, and that's it.
I'm even cross with China to Russia, all of them, because they and I also cross with our government that didn't apply for BRICS. What kind of stupidity is this?
No, that's reminds me. Somebody said this day Nigeria applied for BRICS 2015.
Yeah, before and Nigerians didn't want to join.
Sorry?
They said Nigeria is the one that didn't want to join, from what I gathered before.
I don't think they
applied that time.
No, they didn't.
2015.
They didn't, because it was never discussed in the National Assembly.
No, as a not National Assembly, like there were talks, not the way it is right now. Not the way it was like then,
expression of interest is quite different from application. Yeah.
Whatever it is, what's a of interest, you just you want to apply and you're to
those people
rise.
are trying to bring everybody on board, and they're looking for country that like interested. They are reaching out. So maybe Nigeria reconsider its stance, looking at the pros and the cons, because we shouldn't look the side that we have professionals in external affairs in the country, in the Nigeria Institute of Foreign Affairs, whereby they do a lot of research too. So they research into all the other kind of things. So maybe the advice.
Have they given a reason why eggs suddenly disappeared from the shelves in the supermarkets? And
in the UK, you mean?
Yeah, mainly in the UK.
It's a bit strange. I think I get the feeling that our egg used to come from the far Eastern Europe.
I think I think it was on news. I think I heard it or read it, heard it on news one time. TV. Yeah, I think they were like, they made something of that. Like they were trying to go for the was it GMO kind of egg or something like that. Like the natural one was not
GMO.
Sorry. That they even called one of these was it not Greg's?
Okay, they say food shortages, rising
something
energy
like that.
costs,
Yeah, they said something. I forgot to.
bird
Probably
flu
if I
are
search, I'll say it.
contributing to the ongoing egg shortage.
And then meat, and the meat now they are going to be manufacturing the meat in the lab. That one I don't understand. I'm not
exactly. Wait. That advert is
I'm
that
not
advert
eating
true?
that. I'm not eating that
No,
thing, man.
is the advert true?
Yeah, we'll say it now until later
That
on.
advert, is it true?
I've not seen it. I've not seen it.
Which one? You know the human meat. Is it true?
Manufactured meat. What do you
that
mean
one I
human
don't
meat?
know.
Did he just call it human meat? Who is going to eat human meat?
I heard it. Yeah.
Have you seen the advert?
No,
it's
not for the
human.
meat,
It's like
but
from a
what
cow,
would
for a
they-
cow or something.
No, I think they did some documentary, but little whatever. I don't know whether it was acting or just joke or whatever. Like say like human, like from human, not
Human,
cow.
yeah, from human, yeah.
Yeah. Cow is beef now. This is just from human. I say it tastes so delicious.
Hey,
Stop
it. Stop it.
That's
Even
like
when you're talking
cannibalism
about
now.
it, it's disgusting me.
No,
Yes, now.
no
It's
joke.
cannibalism.
No. Just check the advert. You see the advert. I've seen the advert.
They have to be joking. They have to be joking. Nobody will buy that.
Especially people will get children, man. To get small child at this time,
Everybody
man,
not believe. Everybody say you don't believe me.
Local peace, stay one place.
AY, not true. It's not joking.
Are you serious?
No, if it's a joke,
it's not joking.
No, it's not human meat.
They
if you
manufacture
make
it in the
human meat,
lab.
people are going to lose it.
The meat is going to be synthesized in the lab.
Even if it's synthesized and you tell them you synthesize with human cells, they will lose it.
Even if you add Maggie, add the little the sauce. Where's the sauce we are concerned about? And the advert is saying human, and people tested it or whatever they say they did test run and said it was delicious.
I don't buy it. I don't. Nobody's going to eat any human cell. No other human being will eat a human cell.
We still have a lot of cows around. Why they
Even meat they will make in the lab. If they are turned vegetarian, we will not eat it.
Let me check lab-made meat.
Wait, hold on.
That's impossible. Is it the lab-grown meat you are talking about?
Yeah, lab-grown meat. Yeah.
It can't be human meat.
Okay, listen. Listen.
Okay.
I'll open the link here. The Mirror.
Yeah.
Newspaper, like say Greg Wallace horrifying human meat documentary slapped with let me see. Say
with Channel 4, right?
2013. This was even the Mirror.
Horrifying. They call it horrifying now because they know nobody will eat that kind of garbage. Who wants to eat human meat? That's ridiculous. Human meat will be starving before they even consider that kind of stuff. Are you trying to post a link?
Pure vegan.
Straight vegan, I'm telling you. That kind of stuff that will give me turn me to. God forbid. What is the point? The usefulness of eating meat is gone now. What's the use of that?
But
they've tried it now. At least I don't understand if they can do plants, egg, orange, seedless orange. I don't understand what is and you accept that one. What is the difference between that one and human meat?
But do you know those seedless fruits are not good for you though?
Before, why want it good? Something that not good. You are made of clay, and the roots is supposed to the seed is supposed to be from clay, and you're not eating it. I want it good for you.
Yeah. The one I'm seeing here is they're making one for real chicken in a lab. They grow the chicken meat. Who knows what that is all about? I'm sure they got the cells from the chicken. I think that makes more sense. You get goat, you take a bit of it and use it to create more meat. And the same thing for chicken and all the rest of it. Instead of human beings, why would you want to use human beings? That's just not right creepy.
Pokoli was share people.
Mm-hmm. But it's possible if he's reading that it's horrifying, then it must be that.
Okay,
you know.
see, type Greg Wallace human meat advert. Greg Wallace human meat advert.
I should say that Canada then they first start all those crazy things from.
Yeah, they say it's a hoax. The hoax documentary. They say it's a hoax documentary.
People saying it.
Yeah, you see, Loco P, you want to be careful about these things. They say it's a hoax
Go sit down. They say we are saying find this thing now.
I'm showing you now. It's a hoax.
Exactly. Greg Wallace talks about eating human meat.
They say it's a hoax. Let me send it.
Oh, here's my question. The Russia-Ukraine war now, like, when do you think it will head? What do you think has stopped that war?
Of course, it's going to be negotiation someday. Or they will look for another war.
Don't die finish. All the men don't die finish there now.
You see that the hoax documentary?
Okay.
It's a hoax.
That shocked the UK, yeah.
You see?
All right.
Loco P, no scare also, I beg.
They do. Now video where I see you.
Loco P has come to share. I'm waiting for my day when I will go and share wrong information.
Information? I understand. The information is there. It's the guy that is give wrong information.
He didn't tell us
I'm reporting the information. I'm telling you.
But the top says
You're still not getting the point. I say
they just want calm us down by saying it's a hoax.
I tell you the advert is there. I saw the advert. I'm telling you. You're telling me I'm reporting fake
news. All these bloggers are what people they eat now.
The person that did it, if we do fake news, the person will come down. What do you call the person? What the person do? The advert.
I think you have a point to an extent because normally when they show this type of document, they won't tell it's a hoax until the documentary finishes. I don't know why they do that. I feel like documentary channel shouldn't be doing that. How can you be deceiving people? They have this one they do about aliens too. And
if that's their trade, that's what they profit from. They can do it, but the scientific community have to verify it. So, as once been verified, they can debunk it because you can't debunk what you don't have facts about.
See. Somebody in the comment section say insects. You know, be Niger person for the East during the rainy season now. You get one kind of
with the job you said now.
Yeah,
those termite ones.
They will catch them during the.
There's this fly that usually come during the rainy season.
It's termite.
They'll just catch them in the villages and all that.
So that people now start thinking that we eat flies. It's not fly on body, just in case.
It's insects. So there's this insect that usually
insect during rainy season.
Once you hold on your light, they fly.
Termite now body. Termite.
Leave him. They keep telling him. He keeps saying insects, flies. Yeah, it's not just insects. It's just termites.
Let me see. No, I think now the male now with the eat because
the male. I think the male ones.
Now the female will be the wicked one. Yeah, I think the female will be the wicked one.
The female is the queen that goes on
once you just put a bowl of water under the light, they fall into it.
Wait, true.
Wow, could
it be one of the secrets of the people who live during those times when they take this strong, then they get cancer and all that? There could be some nutritional properties in those things. Say we don't they eat again.
They said
what informed us that they are not having cancer because there is nothing to verify. There's nothing to check against.
Hold on. Let me say something that I found out recently.
Paste link. People have a link.
Who's asking for level?
No,
Okay, I'm coming.
no,
Nigerian Patriots. So the information I found about that was that they said when human beings started farming, when we started farming and settling down, that's when we started having all these problems of like, you know, dental problems, and our growth became more stunted. When you think that we should be doing better, they said when we're doing foraging, you know, hunter-gatherer, that the bones that they found, those people lived healthier life, they lived longer, and their teeth their teeth were all in place
I read it.
compared to people that. I was really surprised by that, actually. I
what,
thought it would be the opposite. When people settled down, that's when they started living well and their bones, everything was stronger. But it's when we lived as hunter-gatherers. I think we are doing cardio now. Guess clearly hunter-gatherers, their job is to move around all the time, and they eat fresh food all the time. They don't have to store food. Everything is ready-made that they eat. So they appear to be very, very healthy the way they describe them, that they are quite solid health that they've got compared to when we actually started settling down.
Even right now, even if you look back, say 60 years ago, 70 years ago, our grandfathers and all that live, I think they were even more stronger. They went to like they go to the farm, they will harvest yam, they will roast the yam, eat with red oil. Those things were rather there was less
they do that
processed
younger
food.
though. Overall,
for
they
me,
still do that younger though.
No, for me, I think see, let's look at the body like a machine, right? So your body needs a workout. Your body system needs to be busy. You understand? Your heart needs to palpitate well to pump blood, circulate your system. You have to move. So as you are doing that,
my great grandfather at the age of 80, he still married 2 wives.
Yeah, of course, that's what I'm saying now, because you get energy
now. Even at the age of 40, 45, they're not all their head on the go and all that.
So this day, and the thing is, like, as in, you're eating good too, not thinking much, But I think these days we've given ourselves too much pressure. You understand? Pressure for money, pressure for marriage, pressure for competition.
For women.
Yeah, just competition.
I'm
not there yet.
Too much stress.
Stress
for women,
then whatever, so work is still there, then those ways they do side corner, say they get stress from small girls from one corner, say this and that. So many stress just they come. So you absorbing it, you think yes, you are living, but psychologically and systematically your body is going down. You may not know. Then the environment that we are these days, the air is no longer as fresh as it used
polluted.
to. Yeah, you understand. Then even the food we are eating, the source of the food right now. That's why sometimes people don't know if you leave Africa, the kind of food you are missing, you don't know. You come abroad, you are living life. The food you are eating here is junk. You understand? Compared with all those pressure you're putting yourself, our person want to live long, So, and those who use less lifestyle in America or Europe, they are fast imported to Africa. We want to live the same life with them, Fast food, nobody wants to cook anymore. Everybody's just doing, like those days we used to know that if you wake up in the morning, you eat breakfast, eat whatever. At best, all of us these days now, most of us barely eat 3 times a day, as we are right now. Twice, max.
It's true.
Max, twice.
Look at the kids. You see kids of about 2, 3. Their mama no go eat cook better food though. It's all takeaway.
Indomie, noodles,
Indomie, and then going to the chicken shop. And those chicken cells that they sell sometimes they're not.
It's chemical. Anyway. The chicken is chemical. Because if I eat chicken, once I just eat once I eat the back with all this sauce, once I just go inside, I tell you, I'm just like fuck it, man. Like no need chicken rubbish. But in Nigeria, you chop chicken, so you eat chicken. We intense away.
When you cook with a goat meat, you don't even have to put all these seasoning. The thing will just when the thing
once you don't fry them or roast them, by itself don't get salt. So kind of salty taste inside by itself. You don't need to put onions so make and go inside. But this one, you get to one boil, make sure say rubbish,
The chicken is even fair. If you take that turkey is way bad.
But body, don't you think that our women too don't regress small? So when you meet a girl now, you ask her, you try to get get to know her, you ask her, say, babe, say you sabi cook. You say, no, I can't cook, but I don't do cooking. You have to do your own cooking. You just be looking.
Very true.
What thing be this thing? I just can't cook. Forget about it. I don't do cooking.
You know, so
As you say, don't do cooking now. I think that door you open with enter. You know, open door means make a
what I usually tell people in that circumstances like, oh, you must have your own specification, what you are actually looking for. So it's not everybody that will accept you. You understand? Oh, this is what me want. So if you don't want it, we part ways. You go. That's it. It's not by force. But the issue I have with our guests that some people still want to stay. Like, yeah, we can work this out. No, that's what I want.
What I find, especially in this country, is that all the Nigerian girls where I know, even the ones that went to university, I even met one some few days ago. Say, she says she still stays single though. I said, well, I mean, guy is there, but when they come closer and all that, you start, because right now for men, men don't want to get married. That's the thing. To be quite honest, if I have a child now, I know that I'll not even be considering that, because there's a lot of, it's not like what it used to be before, because
you're afraid of witches or wizards.
No, it takes two. You see, it takes two to make a home and all that. Women have just become all under the guise of being like liberated and all that. I'm not saying you should be, but it's like, I don't know what they've become.
The system
they're just very, very hard to figure out.
They make the system in such a way that they're making the stronger more weaker, empowering the weaker to be more stronger at the detriment of the stronger. So, which are really, we have, there's a statistics, there's a particular data that a friend shared with me. That like 46% of men that are in marriage, they say, oh, they are happy in marriage with children and wife.
Yeah.
But for the other way, for the lady, 10% of the lady says, oh, it's only just 10% of the lady that says, oh, they are happy in marriage with kids. I was also surprised. And there's another statistics that like there's a greater number of people right now in America that they don't want to marry at all.
Same here. Same
so
here.
Same here. One that married before that, and the number kept increasing. If you see the anguish against the system, like, because the system is like empowering,
and see, the bad thing is if you can't check her, you can't see that now black women, they could say they plenty pass.
Now black women, exactly.
They're not my anger, that's my precision. I don't want to be verse. Something that's not our culture, right? We come so bad for inside.
Hey.
Where did this come from?
I have, that stuff worries in my church at a point in time. Then we have a conversation around it. My understanding of it is like, where we came from. The man is the breadwinner. You supply her, and our women are not that empowered that much. It's got to like 80s, 90s before we start having a career woman in Nigeria, especially Africa. So when those people get here, when they hand that dollar for the first time, they see it as like, because of the poverty mentality, they're like, oh, wow, having this kind of resources at their disposal, they don't want anybody to control them anymore.
That's the problem.
It will be a big issue. There's a case of a family that they came from Nigeria down to America. At the point they moved away from America to where they were in America, the wife is not working. It's always at home with kids. It's the husband that was working. By the time they moved to Canada, both were working. The lady refused to be submissive to the husband. Say, oh, this money is not for, it was not for spending, that she has to keep it. That's what her mother told her.
Yeah. That
the money is not their money. That is a husband money that is their money. I was like,
yeah.
So where is she getting that from? And for that family, the husband sold everything for them to come over here. So I see it as a poverty mentality, because what's it all about money? And the issue is like, this is a lady, your husband will come at night, will sleep with you. You trust your husband with your private stuff. You couldn't trust your husband with your money. What kind of madness is that?
Although in saying that, we have some brothers that are irresponsible, but in
I understand. But it's more on the part of this, because the story that you hear every time is like, it's more on the part of these ladies than the other than the male folks. That's the issue. That's why the noise is all around. And we have this kind of attitude. We easily assimilate whatever environment we find ourselves. And in this country, there's a template for that thing. After this, there is another step. So, because I have a friend, there's a friend of mine. He called me one day. I was in South Carolina that day. He called me. I said, "Oh, he's having a problem in his house. There's a problem right now." I said, "What's going on?" That he should explain. I said, "You have to be very careful. If there's a way you can go back home now and beg your wife, or you write a letter, just put it in the mail, whatever the begging that you can do, because this is the next step he's going to take. And after this next step, this is the next step. And don't take this matter to church. If you don't take this matter to church, this is what your pastor will say." He said, "I know that this is the experience in this country. That's the pattern. There's a template already that they follow. And they will drag you. Just look for a way to for you to beg your wife and resolve the issue amicably. If you are not careful, it's going to wreck you. Because it's not going to be in your favor. And there's nowhere you will go. It's not going to favor you. So, going that kind of guys has to be very careful as well. That's why I see some guys, they are not married, right? They are not married here. They go back home.
I would say, buddy, what I say to every brother that I meet now, try to make yourself a man of high value. When you make yourself a man of a high value, no woman can mess you up.
Do you listen to Kevin Samuels because of that word you just used? Because of the word you just used, high value man.
High value man.
Yeah, I'm saying, do you listen to Kevin Samuels, the late Kevin Samuels?
No.
Yeah, because that's the word he uses a lot. I mean, I don't listen to him a lot, but I see some contents. I don't listen to him. I see contents pop up on my social media about him.
No, it's true.
I agree with your sentiments about, doing as a man, and even as a woman, do your best to make the quality of your life good.
You need to bring something on the table. What are you bringing to the table? It's not just the man bringing something on the table. What are you bringing on the table? And I know men are very easygoing. All the man needs is somebody, when you come back, somebody that will be your peace. That is it. And when you give a man what men are like children, and that's why a lot of people a lot of ladies do not understand this. When I say ladies, I'm talking about African ladies. And when you understand a man, you can really, string them along like a pet dog. Just make them, even though you are the one in control, pretend that he's the one in control. I respect a man. See, no matter how a man is, even a 5 foot tall man and all that, he wants to feel like a king in his house. But when you're derogating the man, running him down, putting pressure on him, a man wants to come home, and his home, he feels like he's this king, even if you're the one that is paying, say, 70% of the bill. Please don't run him down. So no man wants to be disrespected. And that was why I took exception to last night. You were here yesterday, AY, right?
Yeah.
When that guy called Dan's wife that nasty name. I don't want to call it. I know that was why I went hard on him. Again, don't disrespect any woman. Even if a woman disrespects me personally, I don't have to answer. The only thing is that just be cool. If you disrespect me, it just shows who you are and all that. Fine, it's all good. One day you'll learn.
So, here is the trend. Here is one thing I noticed, right? I think Loco P was saying something. There was this elderly white man. We used to work together in Canada, right? We were having a conversation one day. That's when I got to know that in the 50s, even in Canada, women were not working. They stay at home, men go to work, make the money. He told me, he said, I was shocked. He said, damn, marriage, you are beautiful, peaceful, no divorce. everything was going good until they allowed them to go out to work. If you take it back to Nigeria, right? Like I mean, like in those days in the 80s, our mothers, most of them, they were not working, they stay at home. So men provide for them, most of them. So the loyalty was there, because a professor said to me, if you want to know a man, it's either they have money or they have power. These two things. Now, when women have the economic power, they will act differently because they have nothing to lose, because now they have money to rent their place, get whatever they want. How are they going to depend on you? I think it's really part of the problem. Even then, not that the men were perfect. The truth is, then even when men abuse them because they don't have option, most of them, they stay. And the family settings too. Most time your parents they don't want you to come home as somebody that failed in marriage. You know, you are thinking of your parents, thinking of the society, what they're gonna say. But now it's different story completely. Even women are proud to say they want to be single mother, they don't care. So it's a very tough.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. I just saw a comment from someone. It says marry according to your level. What does that mean? It doesn't just make sense to me. Marry according to your level. Now, if you meet a girl, okay, if I meet somebody now, I know I'm worth X amount of money. And I know there is in order to protect myself, because you need to, as a man is the most endangered species right now. Say I've suffered, I've worked so hard, and I've got a house that is like worth over £1 million and all that. And when she wants to walk away, and she'll be asking for my house, and you'll be asking me to pick up and then leave my house, not because I cheated on you, but because of some stupid thing and all that. You come home one day, you find the divorce papers on the table, and because the society backs you as a woman, you'll be asked to leave your own house. No way, man. See, next person I'm meeting and all that, you're signing a prenup for me. It's not because I want to. I need to protect myself.
That is the way to
see,
go.
I'm a man of high value. I mean, it might sound very, very gross and all that, man. I worked so hard. I know that. I do. You see, you're going to sign a prenup. Sign a prenup for me. And if you've got no ulterior or second motives and all that, you don't need to fear and all that. Please, okay, I'll sign that prenup for me. We'll just keep us somewhere. You know, it keeps you in check. When those demons will come and start whispering to you, divorce him. You remember that you signed a prenup. Your body go calm down. You know. So
yeah. I mean, the upbringing. Choma said something on the platform. She said, like some women, they never see their mother pay for stuff, right? Which is true, but the society now is kind of different. Some people actually carry that mentality. This is how I grew up.
Okay, that your mother never paid for something, or that you saw your father beating up your mom. Will that not be an inspiration for you to say, the day I'll get married, all the bad things I saw my mom do or my dad do,
I will get rid of them.
I will not do it. So it is you. Don't just say it is you. Who you become. Yeah. Listen, every one of us have got the ability to do bad.
Yeah.
Every day we are presented like a man. You presented, especially men. Men are harassed all the time to cheat and all that. It's a conscious effort. Before a man cheats, you go see. Not that, I mean, look at summer right now in London. I don't know how it is in this. You see all sort of thing when the sun comes out. Tomorrow, we're in the carnival weekend. Man, what thing I won't go do for carnival? Now, trouble I won't go find for myself if I go to carnival. Tomorrow's one is just going to be, man. See, when I look and all that, and not just do all that, just come out your eye. Respect yourself, come out your eye, just a worker, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a complicated terrain though.
Mm.
This generation again, I think we are not that patient like our parents.
My generation is, oh God,
Yeah, we are not that patient, to be honest.
it's messed up. Yeah, it just messed up.
Somebody is asking you why prenup, don't you trust her?
Mm.
That's the problem. I trust her, but do the right thing.
Just about this will let everybody check themselves.
But again, I think it also goes to what you're trying to get in your marriage. I understand the abnormalities that have happened in terms of our value system over the years. You know, like it's really reduced trust. But I think there are also some things that we do as men or as women that's kind of makes it harder for us to trust. You know, for example, like the as in I've seen brothers who you're going for I mean, from your initial interaction with these women, you already understand to an extent that these are our values, but you keep telling yourself that okay, she will change or she fits the kind of um you know personality, the kind of status that I want to present. You know, and because of that, you make all those compromises, and it enters, it seeps into marriage, and now you can't really do anything. You know, so I mean, I know it's marriage at the end of the day is all about, as in God's grace, and I mean, it's not luck, it's God's grace, but you know, there's a word that a pastor that I listened to once said, Dr. Miles Morrow, he said that marriage is about omelets. You know, it's the quality of the omelet depends on the eggs that are being scrambled, right? The eggs that are being put together. You know, so if one egg is bad, no matter how good the other egg is, that omelet is going to be messed up. So I think there are some. I mean, again, I mean, I'm newly married, right? I'm just less than 1 year in marriage, so I can't, lay claim to any superior or supernatural wisdom. You know, so I'm just learning the ropes. But these are some of the things that I mean I looked at. Like, you know, sometimes you just have to really, because I mean I also like, you know, tried to be in a relationship with a number of ladies before I finally settled. And so at the time, I had to tell myself, see, I beg, know what you want to. Like, don't compromise, because if the thing sets, you know, so you just have to be very realistic. Like, you know, and you know, we brothers, we like fancy things. Oh, she has a very nice accent. Oh, she has this figure eight. You know, I'm not saying, I mean, aesthetics are good. I mean, I married a beautiful woman. I know I'm the type that likes my wife to be beautiful, but at the time there's some things I just had to be scratching off. These things like you know, go for what really. I believe Igbo Basics has a lot of wisdom to share in that area. So let me turn it over to him.
Igbo Basic, how will they do
AY, please. One second, AY. Eddie, you
Yes,
asking about where you can get books on African history, or Nigerian history.
Okay. Yes.
I shared a link. You can
okay.
click on that.
Somebody's thing is echoing.
It's not me, huh?
It's usually me. Let me.
Okay. So I caught up with you guys when you were just talking about this wonderful institution called marriage and stuff like that. I'm just going to drop a couple of hints for you and take it and run. Number one, you were talking about the assets of the woman. A long time ago, an uncle of mine, or my kinsman he was a postmaster. I met him in Lagos, and he was talking to me about when you get ready to go and get married. That was after I had come from America and come back. And he says That woman you are looking at with her breast standing like Subricot, like from Calabar, have it at the back of your mind that sooner than later that breast will fall. That's number one. Therefore, if you're just looking at the breast, somewhere along the line, that's going to go. He said that and it stuck with me. Number two, he says to me, when you find a woman that you think you are interested in, look at their mother, the mother of the woman. Look at the father of the woman. When you look at the mother of the woman at her age, maybe her 50s or 60s or whatever, you ask yourself, can I live with that in some years to come? If that's a yes, then you think you are good. Yeah. Then you look at the family itself from where such a woman comes from. Not the woman you just met anywhere. In those days, we still write it in Igbo basics. We have a whole series of marriages where people have to investigate the family you are marrying from. Whether they steal, whether they kill, whether they are prostitutes, whatever they are. And they're entitled to also investigate your family. After you do all those investigations to make sure that you are not related in any way, shape, or form. Not these days when cousins are marrying cousins and sisters are marrying half brothers without knowing what's going on. After you've passed all that smell test, then you go ahead and you do that marriage. But there's something that my mother taught me. When they say that a man's stomach, they said that the way to a man's heart is through their stomach and stuff like that. Give me a break. You were talking about food earlier on. First of all, learn how to cook. Teach your children how to cook. The basic things that you know, because me, I cook up to tomorrow, and I will cook until my dying day. That's a given. So nobody is going to make nyanga for me when it comes to my stomach. I will take care of myself, and I'll make sure that I eat.
Basics. What's your opinion about this thing now that people go into prenuptial arrangements, which protects the man basically, or the woman sometimes, or the woman as well if the woman is quite wealthy? Someone in the comment section says, if you don't have a million pounds, you shouldn't be talking about a prenup. I just laugh because £1 million is a lot, not a lot, or $1 million or £1 million is not a lot of money these days. But I believe that if you're of the middle class and you're making good money, you should protect yourself as a man. You should sign a prenup. I've seen a lot of men that ended up in the mental institution because they got heartbroken and they were kicked out of their property that they worked so hard to. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to have $1 million or £1 million before you get a woman to sign the prenup. For me, I think a prenup it's necessary just to protect yourself as a guy.
Yeah, and that's in the Western world.
Yes, in this, if you're living
in the Western world, because of the garbage we meet these days called marriage.
Exactly.
If that be the case, because I have seen people who went to Nigeria, married their wife, brought them over, put them through school.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner than later, the woman goes with her ex-boyfriend or just goes away or something. And you have invested so much on that. So
it's not so much about losing a woman, it's about the woman saying to you that you got to pick your stuff and get out of the house.
It's not even losing the woman. I addressed that issue earlier on. The way I addressed it is this. Before you marry a woman, no matter who, investigate the family thoroughly. Don't tell me, oh, love. I just ran into love on the street, false love at first sight. Investigate the family. Let them investigate your family and see the basics of the foundation of such families. And I say again, if you are going for the fancy, that's fine. But you have to protect yourself because of the society we live in. But in our days, in our time, which still happens today, when you do that thorough investigation of families, you find out whether they are long-throat people. You find out everything about that family. Sometimes I just put on the private chat, I said, he who found a good wife has gained a godly portion. Marriage is not about what I can get from you, how I can advance from you. It's a partnership. It's a two-way thing that both go into it seriously and plan to live their life out. Whatever happens, and they'll live their life. I'll give you an instance. I used to go and stage an exhibition, African products exhibition, at the World Trade Center of New Orleans. Every year, I come from Nigeria. I mount my exhibition for 2 weeks. Then I go to other cities. In that period, 1 year I came with Nigerian rubber and SR10, bales of rubber, mounted it in that hall at WTC, that's World Trade Center of New Orleans. Before the exhibition ended, somebody had walked into that hall. This is a life experience I'm sharing with you. And the person, what attracted them was the smell of the rubber. Great. They came around the exhibits, saw some good stuff. And then in the end, what attracted them also was some wallets that I had spread on the table. These are skins and all those exotic wallets. Make a long story short is that they wanted one of the wallets. And I told them the price was $60. They said, no problem, they'll buy it. But they didn't have enough money at that point in time to buy the wallet, okay? Fine. I said, but give me $1 and I'll keep the wallet for you. So when you come back, you can pick it up. They gave me $1. But on second thought, they said, listen, I'm going to the post office upstairs. But when I get off work, I'm coming to pay for the wallet. Therefore, they took back the $1. Hello? They took back the single $1. I said, well, I'll do the best I can to keep the wallet for you. But bear in mind that it's a traffic here. Anyway, before 4 o'clock that day, some people who own stores walked through that store. Their daughter saw the wallets. It was like 12 on the table. They loved that wallet. Nothing I could do. I jacked the price up to $90, thinking that would scare them away to leave it alone. They not only took the wallet, they said, you know what, on second thought, we'll take the rest of it. Everything on the table. As they took it and they were just walking away from the table, there comes a young lady who had given $1 before, running through the walls. Where is my wallet? I'm like, ma'am, I'm so sorry. Then she went up the escalator. Okay, so that's what happened. She blew hot blue code. And I said, I'm sorry, that $1, I would have kept it for you. But I'm sorry, please, I'll come next year. When I come next year, I'll make sure I'll bring you something. It's on me. I'll bring you something that you've never seen before. Don't worry, I'll make it up for you, whoever you are. That's my language. Anyway, by the end of that particular year, this was 89. By the end of that particular year's exhibition, I've been invited to a dinner to their family. I'm sharing this because that's real. I went there. There was one thing I observed. One man, one woman, 12 children, no divorce. Okay? I was impressed. Make a long story short is that because of that, singly, and I said to myself, okay, there must be something good in this family because of what I observed. 32 years later, what are we talking about? We have 4 kids. Hello? Did you see that small story right there? And the journey continues. So it goes back to he who has found a good wife has gained a godly portion. I think that's what it said in the Bible.
Yeah.
So There's so much you can do in protecting yourself. But in answer to your question, when it comes to the Western society, yeah, prenup is what they do. Well, in Rome, do as the Romans do. But make sure that you get the blessings of your family, your mother, if your mother is alive, and if your father is alive, get their blessing. Because whatever you are not seeing, they will see before you march in to go and marry somebody. Do you understand me?
If they are not available, if both of them are not available, where do you get your blessing from?
You will have an uncle or an aunt or a best friend. There's somebody who has an eye. You have a Jimmy Cricket that is behind you. What you are seeing, if you are being blinded, somebody else will see it, Korokoro, and say, my friend, that place where they go, this is what it will lead to. And if you just go on your own, anything where you get, it happens for the woman too. It happens for the woman too, vice versa. So let us keep our prayers to the whole process. I came in actually forefathers a couple of issues that you guys were discussing earlier.
Bobezi, I still have a question before you move on, though.
I'm married.
For you. Yes.
Go ahead.
So, yes, I know, obviously, you married long ago, true. But if you look at those days where you got married, right?
Yeah.
During your time and today, obviously, something has changed, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so with your experience in America too, I know you must have friends that have passed through maybe marriage crisis. What do you think have changed? How do you think the youth today that want to get married today, what is your advice to them? How do you think they should prevent crisis in marriage?
Okay. Preventing crisis in marriage is still very simple. It goes back to the basics of making sure you investigate the family that you are getting into. Not the fancy that you are seeing that girl with tight knee, with breasts pointing out. No, go beyond that. See the character of that particular family. After you've done that, look at the character of the particular girl that you... Listen, when you are dating her, boyfriend, girlfriend, all is well. They come, they go. But any day that they leave their slippers, then they leave their towel, then they leave... stuff is coming in. By the time you get married, that's when they will know that you snore. That's when you will know that they snore. So as when they sweet you, for the people who are getting married today, don't forget the basics. Don't ignore your parental upbringing. Don't ignore your parental values. Do not ignore your character as a person. Come equip yourself with the value of the kitchen to make sure that, listen, the world is turning into something else. It's just rolling. But that does not mean that the institution of marriage has been destroyed. No, it has not. It's still there. It just depends on how you walk your path. It depends on how you walk your path. A woman can work so hard. It's good to work, but my friend, in search of money, people lose the value of even to get a little rest. Oh, she's a nurse. She's working all the time. She comes back, there's no time to even pay attention to the husband. You were saying something about men are like children. You gotta make time. If you don't make time, you end up anyhow. So for the people that are getting married or they are afraid of getting married, there's nothing too wrong in getting married, but make sure that you know what you are getting into. Make sure you have relatives who will advise you. This goes for the woman, that goes for the man. And if you don't listen to those, when they sweet you, they run at 100 miles per hour. You're going. Slow down. Just slow down. And don't forget, if it is a man, look at the mother of the woman in her 60s. And then you ask yourself, can I marry that woman? If your answer is yes, then you nod your head. Look at the character of the woman. Because 1-2 punch, when you look at people, you'll be able to see through some of their behaviors. They can pretend all they want. Today, what we are having is masquerades as beautiful women. No, it's unfortunate. You see people cake up so much. Our mothers used to do turare, ture. They used to do uri. They're beautiful. With the simple rock and all that. Those things were beautiful.
Yeah.
But today, the woman when you see for street or for photo or for phone,
fake.
By the time you see the person in person, you wonder, is that person that looks so gorgeous? Why don't people simply remain who they are? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with makeup. Women should make up, but don't cake up so much that you mask so much that by the time you open who you are, the man will jump through the window and fly away because what he saw is not what it is. So always look back to the elders, one way or the other, especially the good elders. There are bad elders, there are good elders. If you have any problem, any issues, reach out to somebody. When my first son was being born, my first child was being born, the doctors wanted to do a C-section. I didn't know what they mean by C-section. I told them to hold on for a second. That was the time that you use you put money on the phone booths. I went down to the lobby, put a couple of quarters on the phone booth, called my friend, Dr. Fine Chukwakpa Lobby, he's late now, from New Orleans. I called him and said, this is what I'm facing. They said they want, and he said, if it was him, as a gynecologist, he wouldn't have let the woman suffer that far. I told him, thank you. I hung up the phone, went in. So it equally the same thing as for advice. Your trusted friend could be across the ocean. And if you are facing any kind of situation, life, pick up the phone. Excuse yourself for a moment. Pick up the phone, call that person will see clearly. That person becomes your own Jiminy Cricket. And that will save you the situation. But do not think that anything you encounter today, that's it. Because there is always a better one ahead. But whatever you have, be content with it. Be content with whatever you have so that you can go to sleep and have a good night's sleep without waking up with headache. Of what good is it going to do me to have $2 million and wake up with high blood pressure and everything out of whack? No, keep it. I'll live to be as long as, but I manage myself accordingly. So, all fathers, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you, Igbo Bezi. That was good. Thank you.
You were talking about.
Oh, I wanted to ask a question, sir.
Ed.
Okay, can I ask, sir?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for this very deep wisdom you've shared with us today. I mean, this platform is a very rich one. You talked about the issue of looking at the woman's mother and also looking at the woman. I say this because my question is based on the fact that it is very important what you said. Like, I actually was going out with a lady who I thought would have been a good person, but and I was like, okay, let me give her the benefit of that and ignore the family, right? And then it turned out to bite me. She was greatly influenced by her mother, and in short, the relationship ended because of the mother, and I was very happy it did. But although I also believe in dealing with people from an individual basis. So I'm just trying to reconcile those both facts. It could be that there are ladies who actually do not agree with what maybe their mother, the kind of lifestyle their mother lives, the kind of personality of their mother. They're doing their best, as individuals to be good people, right? And their parentage puts them at a disadvantage because when you look at their mother, for example, you are scared. So how would you advise a young man to approach that kind of lady, knowing that she's a good person, she's doing a lot to distance herself from the wicked influence of maybe her mother, and you see that this is the kind of woman you want, but then that's, you know, over looming shadow of her mother is still there. How do you approach that kind of issue?
That's a catch-22. The reason why that's a catch-22 is that you can't run away from your shadow. And I'm not saying that the woman is a bad woman. No, she's not. She's trying the best she can to stay away from whatever she had discovered was the bad aspects of what parents had done. She wants to live her own style. But don't forget, blood is thicker than water, as they say it. That blood runs in that lady. Maybe there's somebody else that is for her that will fit that particular profile. Don't force it. If you observe those things and the warning signs are going there, listen to your inner self. You are the best judge of yourself. Because if you disagree, if you disobey yourself because of that shiny thing that you are seeing today, again, like I said, maybe that lady is not for you. As much as you are seeing, you can still be friends. That person is not for you. But there is somebody for them. Pray that you get your own. Make the water way before year, no past year, according to Zebediah. So I was trying to address what Father was talking about earlier on. The Nigerian situation where you go and the power surge and stuff like that. The previous year that I went, well, 2 years ago, yeah, I went. I had my equipment the same way I have equipment here. Ship, everything was working great when I set them up in my village. Everything that I could do from here, I was doing from my village. And all of a sudden, the power surge came, blew up some things. I scratched my head. By the time I knew it again, it blew up everything I came with, the laptops, the phone chargers, everything down. It was done. That was a lesson I learned. In fact, January 5, I was heading to Oka. When you now see me carrying a toy camera instead of my original cameras, it was I did not find any way to charge my anything again, so I had to improvise on ground. What am I trying to say? You don't challenge the system. But this time, I have set up the same equipment that even if I'm in my village, I'll participate the same way I'm participating now. And I've learned about some other TriStar and all what now that you can do some connectivity that would very, very well. But what am I doing? I'm going with my own power source. So there'll be no excuse at all. I'm going with a portable gen that will do my job as far as I'm concerned. And that will be the advice until Nigeria gets it right to put the power system in a way. Just give us power. Nigerians can make magic. But you must give us power. And the other thing you were discussing earlier on, you were talking about collapsing houses and stuff like that. From experience, 90 Fox Road, Aba, my elder brother, the late King Charles, Eze Charles Leke, he was building that building to be a 3-decker. But in 1979, after they have gotten to the roofing, they were about to roof the place, started scaffolding. Guess what? The building collapsed. It collapsed. And you can imagine the shock. Fox Road, Aba, number 90 Fox Road. So as a strong man, he struggled and restarted and now made it a 2-decker instead of a 3-decker as it was originally planned. He made it a 2-decker. But what was the problem? The contractor had used some substandard material. That happened in 1979. That is still happening today. Our people are still cutting corners until our people stop cutting corners. That is when you find out that the cathedrals that were built in Nigeria in those days, they are still standing. They haven't fallen. And some of the buildings, places like that Astro 40 Asaro, built by the USC in Aba, in those days, go back and check. Those buildings are standing. So it's an appeal to fast money people to save lives in Nigeria. It is better that you do the right thing so that for posterity's sake, these buildings will come to stand. So those were the two things I wanted to point out because I was hearing you having that conversation earlier on, and I just said, equip yourself until the government we used to have good electricity before the war. Things were standard. NEPA, when they have National Electric Power Authority, whatever they call them, they were good. They were standard. But after the war, everything has been fast. Everybody's on the fast lane. And that's why a lot of people have died in pursuit of the fast wealth. And one thing that is happening now is this, in the villages, mark my word, in the villages, the young kids who should be the foundation of the village are leaving the village. And you find some houses that you have built in those places are being occupied by lizards.
Yeah.
Not humans. So what are we pursuing? We are losing the fundamentals of that thing called the village, from which there should always be people there in the village. Everybody's not supposed to be in the town. And that's why some of us, when we retire, we will go back to the village. And we will be at peace. So we have to find a way to have that conversation. We're not saying everybody should not go out and make money. But we are saying, where are the hunters? Where are the farmers, the traditional farmers? Where are the palm wine tappers? Where are some of those basic things that make a village what it should be? So that when some of those who come from town come, they can be able to enjoy nature the way it should be. We have to actually, when you look back, you see that there's a lot of people that we have, but everybody's running to the town. Everybody's running to the town. Whereas schools are still in the villages. So we should be able to look at that and have a conversation around there so that the future will still be here. So the conversations you were having, you were even talking about insects and stuff like that. I heard you have your conversations about human eating. Listen, those things that you are calling insects, that is what I wrote, that's the one we call ako, comes seasonally.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And they fall, and you don't even see locusts no more. I think locusts have learned that people are hungry these days. Locusts don't come around. Locusts used to be
which one is the half power that they used to give you? I remember that one where they give you the light is halfway lit. You know, none of you have seen it. Half power.
Half current.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, that one. Yeah, mean. Jeez.
You don't know half current?
Oh, you're talking about Nigeria's situation and unstable power supply. It's unstable. Power fluctuates so much. It's not funny. It fluctuates so much.
They put it halfway, and it's like, and that can be for hours. They will just leave it like that. These people, and now they don't even have the decency to give you half current. They just shut off the whole thing for hours.
Well, that's why we say people like Professor Barton Naji, whom I happen to have had the privilege of meeting several times. Professor Barton Naji is in Enugu. He's doing the Aloji power station, which he had built. He was a former minister of science and
I know.
Those guys, Nigeria should allow those guys to even try to run for governorship.
I think it was sorry, Big Bo Basic. I think it was Minister of Power at a point now.
Yes, a Kwame time.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that those guys, with what they know, acquired from the West, government should really monitor them, guide them, but give them the hand to give us that knowledge that they have acquired. Let them run it, and things will work well. But the government will continue to shortchange. The article generators will continue to backstab those efforts that are being made. Can you imagine they have generator sellers who, if you try to build something that will last for everybody. They will sabotage it to the best of their ability until we as a country realize that Oji Marnala Jionwea, person who is holding somebody on the ground, you're actually holding yourself on the ground. And we should be able to rise above board. I was trying to discuss the issue of the insects and stuff like that, those things you call insects. When they fall and we gather them in quantum, and they're so nutritious, it's not funny. It's not funny, it's so nutritious. I think we've come to a point where you see a man sitting down with a whole chicken. What is wrong with you? How much is the size of your stomach? It is crazy. We go those days, we hunt a bird, shoot them with catapult. You bring that bird and you roast it. If you are 5 of you, hello, this person will get small leg, that person, and you are all satisfied. But today, a single man would put a big. That's why you see their stomachs being like they are pregnant. Just gluten, just eat. I was about to address after the ACO, and you talk about all the grasshoppers that we used to catch. If you catch one grasshopper, roast them. The joy of what you are getting is what it takes. And then there's one when the raffia palm falls, the stem of that raffia palm, the trunk of it, inside it, there is what we call iburungo. Oh my God, those things, they are not only so nutritious, if you even find them these days.
You're talking about those grubs that like they look like kind of like maggot to an extent, but big ones.
Yes,
grubs.
From inside the trunk of the trunk. If you find those things, those are the things that I don't know what they'll do inside your body, but believe you me, I think they will help to protect a lot of things.
But I think this is what our scientists, our indigenous scientists, our African scientists have not really tried to, because other than that, they've been denigrating the African cuisine. It's something that they need to investigate and find out and how to, because these things, because you find a lot of our eating, because there is this saying that says that you are what you eat. You know, you definitely you are what you eat. So it's just so sad, really. It's just so sad. We've left a lot of things that were native to us and embrace the Western culture. Last time I went to Lagos and all that, going to ShopRite, people now buy their chicken, the artificial chicken from ShopRite, processed meat and all that. Whilst you're so, man, those times that I was there, I mean, what is rice? You serve me rice? No, I go to a correct place. When I want to eat my mala, I go and eat my mala with my hand, wash my hand with correct good meat and all that. When I want to go and eat my nkwobi, I'll go and do justice. These things are.
What is this nkwobi? I've heard of nkwobi a lot. I think
the nkwobi is it's the head cavity. It's like sliced up and then they made a broth. They make a broth out of it, and it can be very spicy, but very very nice. Don't worry, forefathers. One of these days we need to meet up. There's a place in South London that I know. We'll go and
nkwobi. I've heard of it a lot. It's like it's special or something. That's cool.
Yes.
Is it what's happening with the food system is also like what's happening with our beauty situation. I just addressed the issue of women painting themselves to the extent that you can't recognize them no more. They have left the natural beauty. For me to talk to a lady, I have to look at, if you paint too much, no, I'm not going to.
Igbobe, sorry to interject. Now, it's above that. Now they go do fake breast, fake back. Like they will change it, like increase the size.
You don't need those things. When you see anybody who did fake breast, run. When you see anybody who has fake eyelashes, run. I'm sorry, when you see anybody who has fake,
Omar, can you hear that?
It's very hard. It's very hard to tell those fake body parts these days, though.
Yeah, it's hard.
just look. No, just look. Just look.
Yeah, some of them
You are not blind.
some of them are so clear, but those the chest and backside ones is not always very clear.
Man, they are.
Listen. A solid woman is proud of what God has given to her. Hello?
That is quite
it's
true.
no need. I'm not saying you shouldn't make up. You can make up.
Somebody is calling you. Somebody is calling you. Referring to you as old school. But
That's
I have
fine.
a word.
I
have a word for them. It's the old school that made us what we are today, and because we departed from that old school, that is why we are so messed up. So if you say all what he's been saying, if you refer that as an old school, I'm sorry, guy.
Whatever that person likes to call me, if that person meets me in person, that person will appreciate what nature does to people. Because
I think you are right when you said that what God has given you is what is best to use.
That's who you are.
You accentuate it, not completely replace it and turn yourself to something else. And sometimes I look at some of our women, I'm like, okay, is this woman an Arab or Arab wannabe or Indian wannabe? Like, what is this? Just at least that's my own this. I know women, they always don't like men talking like this. But
no,
I feel like why you not carrying your natural hair? What is wrong?
You have to say it the way it is. You have to say it the way it is.
A lot of men even discouraged me from saying it. They were like, "Oh, mind your business. It's women business." I was like, but they are telling their children that their own natural hair is not good enough because the children grow up seeing you wearing long flowing hair that is not yours. Yeah, you are imprinting on the children that
when
is
you
the kind
start
of hair
talking like that,
go
they will
for.
say you're cheap steak.
Yeah, and it's expensive. It's not like it's free. Oyibo man will wake up and just do a hair like this and go away. Then you go and start buying wigs, spending thousand upon thousand and go and copy them. You are disadvantaging yourself.
I even personally, I like women that have got short hair. I mean, there's something about
the
short
natural
hair
hair is
that does it for me personally.
I don't understand it too because
no, this is for the
men
women.
are the ones encouraging them.
No, this is for the women out there. For the women out there, on a very serious note, with all due respect, what God has given to you, be proud of it, appreciate it. Your own man will come for you, not somebody else's man.
Chioma, don't just stop that nonsense.
It doesn't matter whoever is saying whatever they want to say. I'm trying to say to you, and I'll live as long as I would like to live. And listen, when you are well brought up, you will never forget who you are.
But that's comment. Why just do as if they do it type nothing? Why just cause the drop bomb?
That's okay.
Women will come after you. When you start talking about this one, women don't like to hear it too.
No, listen carefully. Look at me very well. I used to be almost all everywhere where Ndibo are concerned. And I used to do art journals, plenty of them. And then pictures will come in. And I'll be doing the journal. And one I particularly said, Chatawo Jesus, he who is looking for beauty, have you found Jesus and all that? And when I actually saw this particular person in the function, I was wondering whether that was the same person that I had on the journal. So all I'm trying to say to women, be proud of who you are.
They should be. I spend a long time defending them in other groups. Like, why should our women be, changing their looks? They are beautiful as they are. I don't get it. And whenever I speak to Filipino men, whenever I speak to Filipino men, most of my friends don't say that they prefer their women to have wiggle, but the women think the men like it. So who are these men?
No.
We need to catch them and deal with them. Those men that are loving these wigs. Because I don't know the men that love these wigs.
No, the men who like that. I would not like to use the word they are fake men. Okay?
Yeah, they are fake men. They have issues, man.
Yeah. I would like not to. I don't like to
Would you
use the
be
word
liking
overtreatment.
wig that is not really the real person's hair? It's like that men. Those, you know what? Those women that are thinking that we are rubbish, those men are useless men that are loving wigs. Because come on, how can you prefer a woman that has wig on than the real thing? Come on, man.
No, it's from the family, and this goes to mothers too. You see people who are. Can your child go out onto the street with pants on the ground? You know what they call pants on the ground? Who trace it back to you? Your character, your family. I always say to my children, you're representing your family wherever you go. And for almost...
It will basically, during your own generation, yeah, fine. Don't you think that ladies these days are so much under pressure from what they see in the movies, advertising? Because every lady wants a man with a six-pack, with a six-pack with muscles. Nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem. In fact, I believe that a man should be healthy. I believe a man should have some kind of healthy. But should I be a yardstick? I'd rather have a man with a one pack, but will have something up there.
There you go.
Most women prefer that too. I must assure you on that one.
Yes,
it's men that most women don't care too much about looks as much as.
This is why they end up. That is why they end up with idiots and all that. And then after some time, when they leave them, they start crying. That is why they end up with.
What about all these people in the chat, man? These chat people are horrible.
No, it's okay. It's okay. They're entitled to.
Chat people? What kind of all these people that prefer to buy wig? See. Don't they understand me? When I look at it on a macro level, other people are spending less time on their hair. Our women spend a lot of time dealing with their hair issues, and by the time they finish all that, you are, in terms of competition, the other people are out competing you because they spend less time on their hair, while our women spend so much time and so much resources too. The money that they spend on that hair, I'm telling you,
expensive.
It will change the economy. And they say they want government to be slimmed down. Maybe they should start slimming down their hair first. That's going to help.
No, the takeaway from from the conversation with our women.
You've got the message.
I'm going to say, what message again now?
As a father like Chinese women.
Wait a minute.
Where did you get that one from?
Wait a minute. The other week, I was in a place, in a restaurant, and I called in from there. Somebody on the chat line said, "Hey, the basics is eating Chinese food." I wanted to respond. I said, "No. Listen, I don't eat Chinese food. Period. I do not eat Chinese. In fact, when I walked into a Chinese restaurant, I walked out. Because if I stayed here, I could have a problem in terms of breathing whatever it is. I would rather cook my ogo. I was actually in an African restaurant. That restaurant is, what's the name of this restaurant in Serville? Olaide's Kitchen. Olaide's Kitchen, that's a Yoruba name. Okay? That's where I was. People still go and get their normal things from those kind of places. So for our people who are out there, please, I thank God beg you, don't become who you are not. Don't try to be a Chinese. I would rather have my Nigerian woman. A conversation I was having with a friend of mine earlier on today, we are talking about a young lady we attended their wedding some years ago. It's a Yoruba girl married a Ghanaian. The conversation centered around in-laws because I was asking who knows how far these people have gone now. And I was being informed that those marriages don't quite last because the culture of Ghanaians is different from the culture of Nigerians. That the in-laws, the Ghanaian in-laws, they don't respect their in-laws. And because of that, sooner or later, there will be a clash. I pray that their marriage will last too. But that made me to start thinking differently in terms of all this crossbreed. So again, our people, I thank God begging you, just be who you are. Anybody we don't like them, make you go jump inside the San Francisco Bridge. Simple. That's very simple. Anybody who sees you, I see some of our women here who they are who they are. Anybody who appreciates you will appreciate you for who you are, what you are, the things that come out of your mouth, how you carry yourself. That is what we are looking for. We are not looking for that fly-by-night, shiny. And I was looking at
how large is this wig industry? Does anyone know?
our
Because
billions.
we have to start saving money. Yeah, we have to see. Oh my God, $6 billion.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You see, and they are telling us to cut government savings. Maybe the women should start with this week, this year that they are doing in Nigeria. That's going to save us a lot of money. Oh my God.
Forefather, in Nigeria, women buy wig as much as over $500,000 naira.
That is crazy.
Don't come into my place with that. Please be who you are.
From $60
and that's when you know who appreciates you.
Oh
What are you trying to impress? When they take them off, you go wonder whether that's the same person that you are walking down. Come on now.
And you know when you cover your hair, your original hair, you're actually diminishing that hair because the hair's health is being diminished by being covered constantly. So I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know where the source of this industry is coming from, because most men that I meet don't say that they are the ones pressuring women to do it. That's what I know. I don't know where these men are coming from that are loving this wig.
So
for women, don't try to impress any man, because if you try to impress any man, if you try to fake it, sooner or later the wigs will come off. And when it comes off,
but forefathers, I mean, I've had a conversation with someone before, a lady, and her answer was most of these things they do it for themselves. I don't know how true that is, but that's the argument she gave to me. We do this for ourselves. She was like, don't be of the impression that whatever we do to make ourselves look good is because of you guys. And I mean, I don't know how true that is. So maybe we need maybe we need ladies on the platform.
They do say they do it for men too, from what I gather. And even when I tell them that I've never seen any man that says he prefers a woman that wears wig, but sometimes I've seen it on TV where some men were like, "Oh yeah, so I like the women to wear wig," and especially in Nigeria, they say they'll give their wives money to go and buy wig. I think some of those men they are either fantasizing about foreign women, and then they will start making their women wear wig. And I don't think our women should be doing that for them, because some of those men, they are creepy, because what they are doing, they are making their women change their looks. And when women have children, the children imprint on the women, and when the children will be seeing their mothers wearing flowing long hair, you are encouraging them to go and marry foreign women. That's what you are doing. Sooner or later, when they go and see the real deal, they will prefer the real deal more than the black woman.
So in saying that, I wouldn't mind buying my woman one of those wigs. No problem.
As long as it's African, that's the one I will buy. If the wig is
I would encourage.
hairstyle, I will buy it.
I would encourage you to. I will even, like I said, my preference for a woman. That's me. I'm not speaking for anybody or the men. This is just my personal preference. I find women that cut their hair and all that really sharp and all that good. It does something for me. It's just me, But for you to just survive on those wigs and all that, I mean, that's where I just don't understand it. I can buy one for you, but it's not that every 6 months you come to me and say, hey.
What is this 36-inch bundles?
I don't know.
By the way, Tone, someone called AY for real recommended someone for you on the comment section. You might want to go to. I think that's the AY here.
Seriously,
on a very serious note,
it's a lot of money now.
To our beautiful women. To our beautiful women, let me say this to you all. You are black and beautiful. And have you ever wondered why is it that when you see Oyibo people, one way they call Oyibo, you see them, they're trying to wear black to accentuate their color. That tells you something. The darker the juice, the sweeter the berry. So to our women, please, to real men are not looking for you to be fake.
Exactly.
I'm not saying you shouldn't make up, and I'm not saying every now and then you shouldn't dazzle yourself to whatever fantasies. It's all well and good. But let's stop this Barbie mentality. We are not Barbies. We are African queens, and that's
exactly. We are supposed to be the blueprint for all other people. We are supposed to be the first. We shouldn't have to apologize for whom we are.
You see them going to the beach to stay in the beach, and they come out with sunburn and everywhere and say, "Come on!" And the one that you have, you're trying to give me a break.
You're trying to.
I remember going somewhere. So I remember going to some shop. I bought a bottle of alcohol, and the lady asked me for my ID. I so laughed. I said, "Are you joking or you?" She said she's serious. That I look as if I said, "Listen, I'll tell you the year that I finished university," and that should so she said, "Are you serious? Man, Africans, blacks especially, they don't crack, you know." So it's just a thing. We're so blessed. I'm an old man. Oh, forget this, all this. I'm an old man. If
They say that quite often actually, and that black people don't age as that's the way we look anyway. We don't look quite our age. For me, I think there is a pressure. I've spoken to, like, when I was talking to East Africans, sometimes you can see where some of all these pressures come from. They are lacking something, yet you have to give it to them though. These people are really good. They don't have anything, no. They will be telling you how to live your life. They will tell you, why are you eating bush meat? They live in the desert, they are in farming. They are telling you not to eat bush meat. And at the same time, they'll say you are not good looking. They look like a palanga that cannot even lift anything. You know what? When you talk to this way enough, you find out that they are far more insecure than you think. Then when I challenge them back, I tell them, hey, why are you the one telling us what to eat? You don't look at you. You are a desert dweller. You are starving. Every year they are posting you this thing. You are telling us with the abundance that we have, and we are the dominant group on the continent. You are telling us how to live. No, I'm not going to listen to it. Thank you very much. And don't be telling our women that our women don't look good, because your women are not that good looking too. One thing you can never say about our women is that they are incapable. Our women are very capable. There is a reason why we dominate the continent. So when you start making all these solid argument with them and you present them real images, then you can see clearly that all this stuff is in our head. And they are very good at telling us these things. If I've not had so many conversations with them about these things, I wouldn't know. Every single time they come with any issue, I tackle them on that issue. They are found wanting. It's crazy. When they start talking about empires, we find out that even West Africans have greater empire than they did. When they talk about anything, just name it, any part of Africa, we tend to do it better than they do. You know, and I will tell them, you know, look at you. You are basically a dying population, and you're telling us, you're telling us what to do. Your population is dying, you're telling us what to do.
Somebody in the comment section said, Igbo Basics, when I visit America, I will welcome and look for you to invite you to a beauty pageant. Let me say this to whoever that is saying that, and whoever that thinks the same. We organize beauty contests. And when we bring out beauty contests, we parade our women the way they should be. And when you look at our women come out in their natural form, all those people who they try to impress, those people with a longer throat. Those people are looking at wondering, how can I be like that? Sorry, you can't. Because we come with that natural beauty. So, my friend, they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Stop trying to be like Oyibo. You are not Oyibo. You are an African queen. And if you cannot take who you are to the bank, then they will take you to the cleaners. Either through the wig or through the everything else that you spend your hard-earned currency on. Be who you are, and real men will come for you. Be who you are not, the good men will continue to pass.
And the fake man, being what you're not, and the fake man will come to you.
Yeah. I just threw that out there.
Yeah,
Because
you see,
that,
when we challenge them on so many things, you find that I think our women need to start realizing it. Our people need to start realizing it too. That I think the men, for some reason, seem to have jettisoned all kind of, in terms of the way they dress and the way they carry their hair and everything. We don't do anything to copy Igbo people anymore. We don't do all the, there was a time we were doing like all these jerry coils, perming our hair. No, that's not happening anymore. Our guys are wearing shokoto all over the place now, even to the House of Assembly. They're wearing shokoto. Do you know that Nigeria is one of the few countries where officials in House of Assembly or Senate wear their traditional clothes to those places? I think even the Chinese wear suits, but we still wear our shokoto. So the men have moved on for quite a while now, but for some reason, the women still remain attached to some of all
have
those.
you ever looked at Okonjo Ngozi well?
Yeah, I've seen her.
Have you seen her a model
I'm telling
of?
you, yeah.
That's what we are trying to say to our women. Be like that. Let anybody come out and tell you that you don't look good. You look good.
Exactly. They do. They have nothing to apologize for at all. It's ridiculous. And it's a form of bullying. And you have to understand, I think if you look at the culture in the West and all the stuff going on, there's a lot of bullying of black women, actually. And some of them is coming from our men. I've seen some of our men online saying black women are ugly, that they are masculine. And it's like, what kind of men do this type of nonsense? And especially when it's not even true. They go online and say bad things, and you don't see other people saying bad things about their women, but our men do it too. So he can tell you that there are some internalized self-hating thing that is going on between our men, because those of our men, I think they grew up watching so many Western movies that they start thinking that that's the way a woman is supposed to look, not the way their own women look. You see what I mean? So there's a lot of nonsense going on, garbage that we've taken on. To be fair, I used to be one of them. It's weird because when I watch on TV, okay, these women are beautiful, but when I see our real women in Nigeria, they are also very, very beautiful. So you have to reconcile the two and say, okay, you know what, both of them are both beautiful, but as a black man, I have to say my women are more beautiful than the other one, because you cannot go and select other people's women. What kind of rubbish is that?
Have you taken a look at Chimamanda Adichie?
Tell me, you see, that's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm trying to say to our women, look at yourself in the mirror. Realize that you are so beautiful that it's not funny.
Yeah.
And that's why they are trying to make you into what you are not. You're not trying to dress like them.
$6 billion for it.
You try to eat like them.
Sir, hold on. Hold on. Somebody said, when you mentioned the Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Chioma responded and said, I'm not dressing like that too. I was like, okay, what am I going to say? Then you mentioned you now mentioned this lady. Yeah, Chimamanda. Chimamanda is she's not an old lady. She's elegant. She dresses very smart.
Elegant.
You don't have to expose your body. You don't have to expose your body to appeal to a man. Any man that wants to that wants you to show things that you should be that should be intimate with, when you're in your intimate area and all that, then that man get problem. You know,
have a little bit of moral chastity. Okay.
Exactly.
Oh my God, the woman
a
is
little bit of
beautiful.
moral
My
chastity.
God, I can't believe it. Let me just share some of these screens, man. It's ridiculous.
I walked into a place.
Apologize for this.
Look at that.
You can't.
Simple.
There is no second. You're not going to find a second of this anywhere in the world. I don't understand how we cannot see it. And you see our women in America, they are outperforming most other women. The black women in America, they have the highest qualifications going. And some of them, they can do multiple jobs. They are capable, they are good looking, and they don't have anything to apologize for. And I don't get it. They should not. I don't know what we need to do to stop it, but
and some of our women are even more beautiful than what you are looking at right now. Person we're looking
of
at.
course.
Some of our women are so dazzling beauty.
They don't.
But
They don't
tend
see.
to forget.
They don't believe it.
No, until they believe in themselves. Take the steps that walk like you. Don't walk like Bobby. The doll. It's been a long time that they've been toying with us, and that's why they started with Bobby, toy from many years ago, and they tried to make our own look bad, but their own they try to present it as a model, and we've been struggling to break into that, to tell them, say no, black is beautiful.
Well, basic. You see, this thing we're talking about, it must seem like another matchmaking advice. I think it's more than that. It's all about the family, and the family, the family unit has been destroyed, and that's why you find kids coming from let me just put this in as a disclaimer. I mean, I'm not saying that if one is a single mother, a single father, that you're irresponsible. No, that's not what I'm saying. Sometimes circumstances, okay, but then every child needs to be balanced, especially the male child who is supposed to carry the seed and responsibility. You need to have a father, because no matter how good the lady is, you need a man figure in the house, a responsible man figure that will teach. There are some things you have to teach your male child to do, and it's the responsibility of the father. And then again, you the daughter and all that. So this is part of the ways that the West have eroded our family fabric, and having children that are coming from broken family and all that. They've never seen a man. When you have not even seen your father and your mother kiss, and you see your dad telling your mom in front of you guys that she loves your mom and all that. I think the greatest thing you can do for a child is loving their mother. That is the greatest thing, you know. It is the greatest.
There is a circumstance that our ladies find themselves in, and this is a word of advice, especially those with young ones. Please don't go jumping from boyfriend to boyfriend to boyfriend to boyfriend. Don't do that. Pray that you get somebody who has character, who will come around you during your years of raising the kids, because those kids are our children. The influence of that man who comes around you on those children will make a big difference in time to come. Why do I say that? I was 4 years old when my mom died, and when my dad died. Way back, 5 years old, way back 1959, to be precise. But guess what? My mom stood as a giant queen that she was, not only in my eyes, but within the village. And she was, of course, of younger age during that period of time. What am I trying to allude to here is that you will find a single person who will come to visit her and order and go. I was a stubborn child. I used to carry stones in my pocket so that if you came near my mom, I would stone you. Okay? That happened. So that they knew me as Olenkoma. What I'm trying to say to our women is this. If you find yourself in a situation where the husband has left or it didn't work out, please don't jump from man to man to man to man. Pray, have a good one with character. Let it last you as long as it possibly can last, because it makes a difference what those children are seeing each and every day. They begin to look at that person as a model to take after, not their friends from school. Before they leave, you'll find out that they'll begin to dress like that man that comes around you. They'll begin to act like that man that comes around you. And to your female children, they will also be looking at that man the way he's carrying himself through. if your ex was abusive, they are looking for peace of mind in the house where you have now found yourself to be the head of household. You found yourself to be the mother, the father, the everything. You are providing. But please, don't have a revolving door where men will come in and go, because you are not.
Nice.
No, don't do that. Do your best you can to make sure that whoever comes around you have a little peace of mind for yourself. But Paul in Sunday school.
Welcome, Paul. I know Paul will be here soon.
I felt
He
it
dropped
too.
out.
Paul like
He's
this
gonna
kind of topic.
He's gonna end up needing a visa to the southeast.
And to our dear sister Chioma and the rest of the good people out there. Let me give you a little example. We used to go out to parties. Every time we go out to the parties. For me, when it's 12 o'clock, I'm out of there. A friend of mine, wonderful guy, wherever we go, when he smiles, it comes from his heart. As a professor. And when we get out there, all the ladies will rush. He will hug them. He will hug them. And guess what? When they come near me to hug, I do like this. That word gets around. I'm not saying I am angel. I don't know an angel if I see one. I'm not saying, but I'm saying that according to how you present, what am I going to be doing with it? But you know what? When I see the old women, listen to this, the mamas, the grandmamas, I'll stretch my hands out to give them a hug. Do you pick any information from that move right there? And I'll sit back and start talking to that old woman. They are harmless. I'll learn things from them. So that is a difference. When you go out there ready to flirt, ready to hug everybody, what you put out is what you get. All right? What you put out is what you get. But when you carry yourself according to who you are, what comes to you is
God. You see this guy called Stevie, he's a madman, man.
Whoa. Oh yeah.
But as well, everybody's entitled to their own form of madness. If you meet us at midnight hour, then we'll talk as midnight children. Baba Paul, now you be this.
Avio.
The glass.
I knew you were gonna be here soon because you
the
like
glass where you wear.
That's the eye don't they disturb me small. I say make I learn how to use glass. I say make I learn how to use glass. I don't pride myself too much.
You never come Linden yet, too. Anytime when you come Linden, Paul, don't pass the airport without branching in.
I will. Now you hold me, don't be me hold you. So I always come.
No wahala.
Talking about this topic made me funny. There's one aspect of it that I'm just thinking. There's this guy that I follow online, Dr. Umar Johnson. You know,
I follow him too.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I don't follow him, but I hear my people follow him. Go ahead.
So it's kind of funny when he said something the other day, and it makes me laugh because he stands for Black women strongly. And he said something. He said, all these women that are carrying this fake thing. So just imagine how funny it could be a 70 years woman with fake boobs and every other thing. All your body is down and that thing just stand. How funny it could be. Then how would they think that now they want to have that knife in them at that age? You understand? Because he don't think that they're going to like it as at that time when every part of their body is down. So these are the things. It's so funny. But I keep saying it like even though the women like they say, women, truth be told, they don't dress for us. They dress for themselves. But at the same time, I want to make them understand that you don't need to dress for your fellow woman. It's an unnecessary competition that you are doing. You understand? The quality that A have, you might not have it. But there are something you have that person don't have. You understand? That's just the reason. We don't need this unnecessary competition, and it's taking money away from you. It's putting a lot of stress. It doesn't make you look more productive. You wake up extra 1 hour before your time to prepare yourself. You understand, to do whatever you want to do. And the complex issue, I've also catch up with the so-called black women so bad. I know some might want to come for me. You see, we live in the West. You understand, where you see women will dress anyhow. You see average people from my side. It's so funny. You see a woman even at home, if somebody ring the bell at 11 p.m. at night or at 9 p.m. at night or 7 a.m. in the morning, you don't run to go wear underwear, their bra, wear this, wear that, wear this. You don't need that. Of course, you are not seducing anybody, but at the same time, you don't need that. Something is telling you that it's affecting your self-esteem. Yeah. You don't really need that. You don't need that. Come on, ask somebody just knock door at 7 a.m. Of course, the person understands you don't dress. Very many of us, we have the pajamas. How many of us truly sleep with pajamas? But when you wake up from sleep, you put on that pajamas. So you as a woman, you put on that pajamas. You didn't put your bra there to put on your bra and everything. So why are you so ashamed of yourself? You understand? You just don't want to do that and everything. You don't need that. But the same you will say, oh, this child don't need to wear wig. This child don't need to wear. I don't want the child to look like Barbie. But the same you fail to understand that you are the first role model that these children have. And you are doing the wrong thing. And you think the children learn with what they see, not what you tell them. When they've grown and more mature, that's when every one of us will say, I remember when my dad used to say, I remember when my mom used to say. But growing up will reflect what we see around them. You know, that's why when you see most houses that parents smoke, it is easy for their children to smoke. But houses that parents don't smoke, even when their children smoke, they hide it so dearly because they know their parents don't do it. You understand? And one of the things with hiding it even helps that person that is smoking to even reduce it to the barest minimum because you don't want them to know at home.
Paul, wait to. Might I just register one rebuttal about that's your narrative about women answering the door late at night or early in the morning. Now, every woman gets in own body form. There are people that are, are fuller than some people that are less. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if the woman, say her nightgown, or if it's a gown or normal PJ where she wear and all that, should she just rush to the door like that? I mean, I think it's all common sense. Come on. And
I quite understand that.
Have their wrapper around their chest.
I think
that are giving to them, having
for that purpose too.
Going to go and get a bra, I think it's some form of decency. I don't think it's about being concerned about how she's perceived and all that at that time, because this
Sorry, I'm using my phone. I just jumped in, so I'm using my phone. One call just called me.
No,
it is very okay.
So these nightwears are sometimes very intimate. If I may use that word. So you're not even supposed to even jump to the door. Let somebody, if Oga they are one of the children, if you get children, make them go answer the door, and then
tone. I understand what you're talking about. There are those very seductive words, what they formally call evening wear and every other thing, where sometimes we the men on our own, we even buy.
Paul's phone shut him off. I wanted to say to
Hello,
Chioma,
can you hear me?
Please.
I think he's getting a call.
Yeah, so I keep getting called because I'm using my phone.
No, Paul, hold on, Paul. I wanted to say to Chioma, please don't look like Bianca. Look like Chioma. Any day you start looking like Bianca, you failed it.
Tell her.
Just look like Chioma, period. That's all I'm saying to you. Don't try to look like anybody else but Chioma. You start looking like anybody else, foul.
So Tone, you know that pajamas.
Looks like.
Tone, you know that pajamas that mothers wear, our wives wear to go drop the kids You understand? At the bus, why they want to go to school in the morning. It is different from, I'm not talking those very ones that reflect everything. You know, those ones that they wear in the morning to prepare children for school. You understand?
We have house coats now that you fit take cover your face. So why don't you just grab your house coat and just take wrap?
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that you are just comfortable doing your thing and every thing. You just hear one bell, you just look like, God, I'm naked. Oh, you run to go dress. That's what I mean. You understand? Of course, nearly of our wife, when they want to go drop the kids at the school bus, you understand? You just wear that pajamas and go. You understand? So not that those very revealing one that reveal, you know, the one that men buy for their wife.
No, Paul.
You know that
Paul,
one now.
What you're addressing there is what I'll call the myth of the masquerade.
Yes.
For every woman, that myth, when you are totally covered, we are still giraffing. We are trying to see what's in there. Immediately you open that masquerade, them enter. They go scratch their head, say, Therefore, keep the masquerade protected, but don't go to try to be what or who you are not.
Completely
because
wrong.
When somebody is coming to visit you, I'm not saying you shouldn't look decent. Clean up yourself quick and all that. But do the best you can to look who you are.
That is
Don't
it.
go to try to wear this way.
Then
Look who you are.
Igbo basic.
When they walk in.
Igbo basic. I know the young ones. Igbo basic. I know the young ones are coming for you heavily right now.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. They will wish they meet me. And if any of the young ones meet me, they will appreciate. By the time they leave the side, they will go home.
Igbo basic. Let me cut some slack for them. Let me try to balance it a little bit. So there are some women that even me, if I have somebody like that, I will understand. What do I mean? There are some women that are completely almost flat-chested. And if they go do it, a little bit moderate where nobody will know. You understand? People will not even know. You know, the way we all have these wives at home, you know, when some pregnant, you understand, it comes with pregnancy. Some, they started gaining weight, they gain it and everything. But not like those revealing one, like what we fondly call in Nigeria, figure 8. You understand? Want to go look like Dolly Parton and the likes. But some are like heavily flat-chested, or maybe they are very flat on the other side, and they do it very moderate, not so revealing, or some that even naturally have it and they want to go add more and everything. Those are the types that I would say I don't support. But some of them, you also understand, even though we as a man, if we say, oh boy, this girl, he get out for body, but nothing they deal. I like the one way, you know, like I fondly said, I said, I need the one way go shock me. I don't need the one way go zap me. You know? So then I want to cut slack for those ones.
Paul,
yeah.
I get your point on the chest and backside one, because that one is a kind of agnostic of race or anything or any form of imprinting. All it's showing is a picture of a woman. But the one that I find that could be quite problematic is the hair one, and maybe the
There you go, my brother. No matter the money, I'm stingy about that. I cut my hair every day in my bathroom. You understand? Every day.
You don't
you understand?
You don't expect women to cut their hair, though.
Understand. So if I buy my clipper in the dollar store for $1.25, and I can use it for 6 months, I don't think it will be easy for me to buy one weaver for my wife for $500.
Yeah,
that can cause a lot of problem. That can cause me a lot of problem. The only time I will see myself do that as a man, maybe if I'm those useless man who cheat, I'm doing it for my own favor, not because I'm happy to even buy it for that woman. Maybe the woman is demanding this for me to get that.
But why
Not
would
like
but why would the women be happy with that though? That is the thing.
I can't like they say, I don't know what it takes to be a woman. Like they don't know what it takes to be a man. But I don't think
you know, have they not told you why they truly wear it? What is this precisely?
it goes between them. You understand? Like when you see Chioma is fighting, say, no, I can't be Okonjo Iweala. But maybe she cuts more slack to be like Chinamanda Adichie because they feel that it makes them look old. You understand? It makes them look like old school. That mindset.
That's
You understand? And then also again, our institution also create another problem again. This the way they want you to dress in office, also from the institutional part, also creates that problem for them too. That I want to also say.
Yeah, Chioma should simply be Chioma.
Sorry, the most beautiful black women I've ever pictured in my
said
mind.
she want to be like
none of them I pictured having
wig
on. None of them I picture having. You know, when we say wig, we are talking about wig that makes them look foreign, like make them look Chinese or Arab. You know, those ones that actually look like foreign hair. But it's one thing to wear wig that you plait. That one still somehow looks black, like black person's hair. But the one that makes you look completely not who you are, that's the one that seems a little bit out of place. It's like me wearing women's clothes. I come out with women's clothes. That's going to be weird, isn't it? So why should, or I come out here with blonde hair, looking like a white man with a blonde hair? That's going to be weird. But women do these things and they don't.
Yeah, of course, they just call you Santa. They just call you Santa.
Exactly. But when women do it, they don't see any issue with it. So that's why I feel like that one, you are signaling, you are sending a wrong signal of who you truly are out there. If your children see you, they will think, okay, having a white woman's hair is the kind of way to go. And
Okay,
I don't think that's a good message to be sending out.
For others, I think let's put some balance because you just touched on something about men, like men dyeing their hair to be blonde. So what do you think about that? Like, and what do you think about men wearing studs, earrings? What do you think about men? You know, maybe we should have think I can because a lot of these things that come from not necessarily Western culture, but let's say hip hop culture, right? Men braiding their hair. I don't know where I'll put dreadlocks now because so
you know they don't waste time. They just take every opportunity. I don't know what made me say that. I'm transgender.
So yes, sir.
The subject you're discussing is quite interesting. And let me put it this way. It goes to the men. Hair coloring, I'll start with the hair before I go down to the rest of the jargon that they do. It's something of age old. After the Civil War, the kind of hairstyle that you see people wearing today, if you wear like that, pass for a bar, they go catch you, put you for chain, say you be crazy person. But today that has become in vogue, and people are wearing their hair like that. Before, if you dyed your hair yellow or green or something, they say there's something wrong with this person. No. But today it's become a part of the fashion. In those days, if you wear your jeans or your whatever you're wearing and they don't tear, people will look at you like you are crazy. Akola. But today it's become fashionable that you see people when they're wearing stuff, in fact, they go and tear some part of it. You go there like Olaga. That's the time we are living in. But all that notwithstanding, I was in Maryland on Friday. I was at Johns Hopkins. And I was having an observation about a lot of the young women with their nose pierced. And the men too. And of course, we've been seeing men wearing, these things are age old, but the Africans of old, more so the South Africans, where they used to pierce their nose and stuff like that. But all of a sudden, our men started wearing earring. No. Please. If that's your choice, that's your business. Fancy. But it's not our culture. It's not our way. In the North, some people used to wear nose rings. Some people used to even wear key, lock for their mouth. For whatever cultural reasons, those things were taking place. But for the men of today, what is wrong with being as simple as you are? I can understand hair coloring. For instance, Obama used to put his little hair style. Me, I will say me. If I leave this hair you are looking at for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 1 month, if I don't touch it up a little bit, it will go white. Solid white. That's in the nature. But I learned from my mother, do things moderately. You still have to make up a little bit. You don't have to look like an idiot when you come out. You don't have to look whatever. If you don't shave yourself, you will look haggard. If you wear too much beard and you don't address your beard accordingly, you look like Abraham and Jacob, if that's what you want to look like. But for heaven's sake, the simple hygiene they used to teach us from school, I still carry this little simple thing, make sure that they used to make sure.
Let me share some of this so that we know which ones we are talking about. You know, the differences between the different this thing. So like this is what what I'm talking about here. Like this type, that is not a black look, the hair. It's not. That is the one I because you are sending a wrong signal that because if you have okay, this one is traditional dressing, so which is fine. This one, okay, maybe she comes with that type of hair naturally. So because she's a little bit, she's mixed. So this one is natural hair. This one is not necessarily an issue. The ones that are tend to be an issue, like this one, I think this is what we are talking about here. This type is not your natural hair, and you are trying to look like some other people. That's the one that comes across a little bit weird. I don't know because when you put Nigerian women, I'm not even sure it's Nigerian women that are showing up half of the time.
So in other words, they should wear human hair and not bone straight.
Okay, so there's a difference.
There is human hair. It's really like, as in, it's a bit.
Okay, like this one is what now? This one.
That's braids. That's just normal braids.
It's braids like it's African to an extent.
Yeah.
So the one that confuses me, like this one now. What is that? Like why your natural hair will suffice. This one. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's not your natural look.
You're trying to be who you are not.
Not even that bad, yes. And this one are not even that bad. The ones, some of them, you see them, they wear long eyelashes, they will wear this one, and you be like, and the way they will paint up, they want to look like Arab. I'm like, but you are not. You are who you are, that God has made you, and you just completely hide that person away and put some other person's masquerade on. I don't want to be rude. Sorry about that. So you want to go and look like some other person. I just don't see why they have to do that. But I must say, most of these images, they tend to wear relatively African. Okay, like this one now. I don't know where this one comes from. That hair is not hers. And this one, okay, what do you think about this one? The reason why this type, I don't complain too much, is not totally deviating from the African look.
You're talking about this one?
Yeah, even if it's wig.
The one on green?
Yes.
That's extra. That's extra now.
Yes, it's a lot extra, but it's not deviating from the African look. That's my this because Africans they always weave. Look at this one now. I think she weaves.
But don't you think that she's hiding her natural beauty with all that extra thing? She's throwing away the real thing.
Yes, she is.
In my own view,
these ones now are the real things. You can say these ones are the real things. This one is not. Clearly not. She decided to just go and put it on. And you know what? That one, I don't know. I'm a little bit, I'm not too extreme. Sometimes people think I'm extreme. I'm not even too extreme about this. It's when it looks so clearly not you. Like some of them are so clear. I've not even seen those ones yet. Some of them it's like, why do you go to that extreme to look so different? I'm not even seeing those types yet. Most of these ones look relatively okay. This one is her hair, you know. You know this lady, this is her hair. This is not wig. That's her hair. She did it. She's on YouTube. So I know her. Let me see. Oh, that's a Conjo well out there. That this thing. You see that you see that lady on the edge there? This one. Are you seeing her?
Yeah.
That's the one, the type I'm talking about. That is not you. And if you go, oh my God, this one is quite. This is this lady in the UK. She almost became a prime minister actually in the UK. She is fine. She's just fine as she is. She doesn't try to copy too much. I must say they have a lot of
Kemi
Nigerians.
Bardenok or something. I don't know what the last name is, but
Yeah,
it's
Bardenok.
yeah.
Yeah, she's perfect. These two are okay. This one is trying to be something else. Even if she's still very beautiful. I don't know why. And look at how beautiful she is, and she's the one even changing herself more than the other two. This one is fine. I don't have any issues with that. Those sort of looks out. See, they are spending money for all these too, but I don't have too much of an issue. My own issue is you don't want to be brainwashing the young people to be desiring other people.
There you go.
That is my own big issue, because you are trying to tell them that the African look is not a good one. Copy, be like Arab, be like Oyibo. That is the one I have an issue with. You can wear African like this one now. How many white people wear this?
Somebody wants to come in. Link, please.
Oh, Daniel, okay. Let me post the link. Let me get him some link. Oh, my premonition. Okay.
The bottom line of all this is that our women should simply be themselves.
Be yourself.
Our real men will come for them.
Look at that. Look at that. What's wrong with her?
Okay.
Choma said I should go and marry village women. Village girl.
That's okay too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Choma is Choma is a very pretty girl. Yeah. Please make your head no swallow that I called you pretty girl. She's a very pretty girl. But,
have you seen that before? How do you know?
I've seen her.
She came on the panel. She came on the panels, and I'm surprised why she doesn't know how to come now. We need a woman.
Come on the panel. Come and represent.
She's a troublemaker. Don't mind her.
No, maybe she's already done for the night. I don't know.
Your natural hair and compare to your boast.
Yeah.
Be yourself. Be yourself. Everything else is added up. If you try to be who you are not, you're gonna get what you don't deserve.
Eddie, this is echoing. Your mic or something. Yeah, I do like the way they whom is that there's this Nigerian actress that people always say that she tends to wear a natural this, and I think Jenny something, I've forgotten. But they don't show her when is that her there? Oh, this one is not. This one looks
some time ago, one performer wanted us to advertise her. In fact, I met her at a place called Odabro Restaurant in East Orange, New Jersey. But what I saw, I took pictures of her, still have those pictures, and I said to her, what exactly are you trying to sell? Boobs here, boobs there. I said, I'm sorry, in Igbo Basics, we don't advertise those kind. She said, but why? Sex sells. I said, sex sells, but when you sell sex moderately, you'll be appreciated. But when you let it all hang out there, you cheapen yourself. Therefore, we don't do that kind of business. So that's the same thing I'm saying to our people. Let the men, let them wonder what's behind there.
Do you think that this thing seems to be coming mostly from the elite women, because if you look at the elite women, they are the ones that actually go all out. Like the ones that are not very, very wealthy, they tend to wear weave, you know, the weaved one that even looks more African. But the ones that are very rich, like this woman here, if you look at her, she's going full-blown wig.
Simple.
That's what they tend to wear. They tend to wear full-blown wig. Among all these executive women, there's only one that looks normal. This one completely wears wig constantly. And if you go to like TVC morning shows, most of the women, almost all the time, they are wearing all those, you know, weave this in fake this in hair constantly. So it looks like the elite ones are setting the standard, and the others have to follow. If they want to rise up the rank, they want to start wearing wig too.
Forefathers, let the elite set their own standard. Follow your path. Your path. That's what I'm saying to our women. It looks like the time we tried to steer this conversation to talk about our men, we brought it right back to our women. Hello?
What do we say about? What do you want us to say about?
I thought we were discussing about our men and the wearing of rings and piercing of nose and piercing of all kinds of places these days.
I don't think they are doing it on an industrial scale. They are doing it, but not on an industrial scale as we are talking about in terms of hair. And the reason why I don't even talk about surgery, all these plastic surgery, is because it's completely agnostic of identity. It's just one of those things you do. It's like somebody doing their leg and all that. So everybody has legs. But when you start copying some other person's unique traits and putting it on yourself, I think that's something we have to be careful. There was a time the Japanese women, I think that was late 90s, they had this ritual that they did, and they took out their fake hair and threw it into the sky, because they were trying to a kind of assert that they are getting themselves back. That is an interest. I never forgot that stuff. That was more than 20 years ago. But our women have not gotten anywhere near that kind of state where they feel like, you know what, screw everybody, we'll be who we are. It's not. They've not gotten to that point yet. Somebody came in. What's his Dan? I'm sure something caught your interest. You did say that you're going to come back, though. I must say, you did say you were going to come back. So what do you think about what we are talking about so far?
Yeah, I just came back from work some few minutes ago. But I was listening to Igbo Basis. I think he said what we were talking about was how men dress, the piercing. But can you just give me...
Let me put our men now. Let me search our men. Nigerian men. Let's see how many of them we have piercing. That's why I don't think it's on an industrial scale. That is why I don't normally... Like, if you look at the men now,
Forefathers.
I don't see any man wearing anything.
Forefathers.
Yes, go ahead.
Please tell me what you people are talking about.
We're just basically chatting about, how African men and women look, and some of the things we do to, whether some of them are a bit of a colonial mentality kind of stuff.
Of course.
Others, some are more traditional. You are quite traditional, I guess. You are like proper old school now, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me come in there before.
Dan is what we describe as Isiopopo. That's a strong-headed man. If you start for road, he go fight you.
Okay, officer. Good morning or good evening.
You're welcome. I've watched it.
Our women should think. Look at the men. No, the men are not changing themselves. So you see, this is a good example. Look at the woman wearing a foreign hair. The man completely African. And this is the thing. The men, our men,
and
are
that woman is really beautiful. You see that woman?
She's
you're looking
very
at,
beautiful. There's nothing wrong with her. There's nothing wrong with her at all. But for some reason, they believe. I don't know, man. I really don't.
Forefathers, do you know what I think about African women?
Yeah.
African women, they bring themselves down sometimes.
Yep.
Because of how they make themselves. After they will complain that African men are putting them down. But they put themselves down. Those days, they used to plait their hair.
Yeah.
Those days when we know they will plait their hair like the Yorubas, they have different styles. Suddenly now, every woman now to be beautiful, you have to wear wig. To them, then when they reach house to meet the husband now, if you want to touch them, they go remove the wig. They look something different. So even there is a sister here. She's a good friend of mine. We have talked about it. I said, well, sister, tell me. But I made a mistake because I wanted to ask a question. So I said, my sister, this hair where you they wear, do you feel beautiful? Do you feel confident? Is it a inferiority complex that make you wear a wig? Or is something that is in vogue with women? Because you have two faces. The face you present outside is a face with wig. Then when you reach your mama house or your husband house, the first thing they do is to remove that wig. And they look different again. She told me off. Oh, what are you saying? I said, I'm sorry. It's a question. So African women wearing wigs of, I don't know why. And I don't know where that comes from at all. Are they copying? Are they not confident in themselves? How they look naturally? Is that why they are putting on wig sometimes some of them don't look beautiful to me.
Dan, I think I have some idea where it's coming from. I think it's coming from about, for me, maybe 3 different parts. One, some of them are copying African American women that are doing these things. Secondly, there is a form of bullying that went on during the colonial and all those eras where they made us seem like we are less than, and they made our women start cutting their hair a lot earlier. They don't let them grow their hair at schools, and it discouraged them from doing that. So they associated our hair to being ugly. That's why even at workplaces, it's more recently that they start allowing our women to wear their natural hair to workplaces. So that is a second. That's the kind of bullying is the second one. The third one, I think, is the men. It looks like we've not met the men. Like all of us now on this panel, none of us are encouraging our women to go and wear those our hairs. But it looks like some men are actually encouraging the women to do that.
Let me say something, please.
The thing is, how will I put it now? The women, right? Okay, let me start with this. Men cannot be sexualized where women can be, right? Men, you can't change what's already in the man's head, but you can change what's on the woman's head. And women are easily deceived than men, you understand, so to speak. Women have weaker or less strength